60 years of Konoha. The hidden leaf village was bathed in the sunshine of late spring. The wind chimes on the eaves jingled happily, and the cherry trees shed their pink and white flowers, stretching out new leaves as green as emerald. The warm wind blew, rolling up a bunch of pink cherry blossoms, which flew across half of Konoha like elves across the Hokage Rock, and came to the ninja school. In the classroom, Irika was talking about the will of fire with great interest, but the students below were as listless as frostbitten eggplants. Irika saw all of this. He spoke seriously, but tried to keep a serious expression on his face. After all, they're all children, so you can't be too strict. Irika thought so in his heart, but when his eyes swept over a yellow-haired boy, the sound of his lecture stopped involuntarily, and the veins on his forehead jumped uncontrollably. The students who were distracted below heard the teacher's voice suddenly stop, and thought it was the bell for the end of get out of class. Their eyes were shining, and they looked over expectantly, but they were met with the teacher's angry eyes like a volcanic eruption. Following the teacher's line of sight, they also saw the special boy. It was a boy sitting in the middle of the classroom. His hair was as golden as autumn rice ears, and the 6 beards on his face seemed to be carefully drawn with ink. The clothes he wore were so worn out that they seemed to be picked up from the ruins. The whole person looked a little sloppy. It's Naruto. This guy's going to be in trouble. Relying on the favor of the Hokage. This guy is really getting more and more unscrupulous. Naruto-kun, the white-eyed girl sitting not far behind Naruto, looked at Naruto in front of her with a worried look on her face, as if she was worried that her most precious treasure would be hurt. Shikamaru wanted to kindly remind him, but at this time, looking at the angry look of Irika teacher, he could only sigh helplessly in his heart and could not help. Naruto, Uzumaki. Sure enough, the next moment, a roar like thunder suddenly sounded. The classroom became silent in an instant, and everyone looked at the angry teacher and Naruto Uzumaki, who was lying there snoring in horror. Looking at Naruto, who showed no sign of waking up, everyone took a breath of cold air. As expected of Naruto Uzumaki, he is not even afraid of the teacher now. Irika couldn't stand it anymore, and the chalk in his hand shot out accurately. Bang! So white and long. No, who hit me? In a daze, a familiar voice came into his ears, and Naruto Uzumaki was startled and stood up. In an instant, a burst of laughter broke out in the classroom. Although these little guys have not become ninjas yet, but everyone has extracted chakra in their bodies, so Naruto's voice is naturally heard by everyone. In addition, the children in the ninja world are generally precocious, so everyone immediately understood the meaning of Naruto's words. The boys had strange smiles on their faces, while the girls blushed with shame. Shikamaru, who was sitting next to Naruto, couldn't help it, and reached out to support his forehead, secretly complaining in his heart, "It's okay to sleep in class." But he actually had a wet dream, and what's worse is that he actually said it out loud. Uzumaki Naruto, come and tell me what I just said? Teacher Irika was so angry that veins popped on his forehead. Uzumaki Naruto, are you calling me? Naruto turned his head and looked around, looking confused as if he had just woken up, which caused everyone to laugh again. Looking at those classmates who were laughing so hard, Naruto felt that they looked familiar. Oh my god, where have I been taken to? What's going on? This is... Looking at the people with different personalities around him, he immediately recognized where this place was: the Naruto World, Konoha Village, Ninja School. What's going on? Why did I travel here? His mind was like a high-speed machine, trying to recall that he had attended a comic exhibition, cosplayed as a character from One Piece, and then met the Empress. Her long, beautiful legs were so long, so big, and so white that I was fascinated. I really wanted to touch them, bah. However, the memories after that were like a kite with a broken string, disappearing without a trace. How did he travel through time? At this moment, Naruto was like a lost lamb, not knowing why he traveled through time to Uzumaki Naruto. Before he could figure it out, Irika's furious voice came again like a storm. Uzumaki Naruto, stand outside. Irika was furious. Skipping classes and being naughty were already a headache for him. Now, this guy was even more unscrupulous. He dared to fall asleep in his own class, seriously affecting everyone's learning. This was simply a blatant provocation to his teacher's majesty. Naruto came back to his senses and faced the teacher. His neck shrank subconsciously like a turtle. The concept of respecting teachers has long been deeply imprinted in his soul. Hearing the teacher's words, he subconsciously walked out the door. Suddenly, he found that there seemed to be something in his hand. He raised his arm, and a strange-looking black fruit in his hand came into everyone's eyes. Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka was so angry that his tone couldn't help but deform. Naruto shivered again. The strange fruit in his hand almost fell to the ground. The most distinctive feature of this black fruit is the strange circles of lines on it. This is the devil fruit. Naruto Uzumaki, who recognized what it was in his hand, was even more shocked. This is not a fake one he bought on Taobao. It was originally a prop for participating in the comic exhibition. I didn't expect it to travel with him. There was no time to think about it. This is a devil fruit. Naruto Uzumaki, what are you doing? You're not allowed to eat in class. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? Shikamaru next to him was also frightened by Naruto's behavior. Eating in front of the whole class is simply a provocation to the teacher's majesty. Naruto did not hesitate at all, and a strong impulse surged in his heart, as if this devil fruit was the golden finger he had been waiting for. He completely ignored the shock and surprise of the whole class, picked up the devil fruit without hesitation, and then took a bite. Only a click sound was heard, and the crisp sound suddenly rang in the originally quiet classroom, as if breaking some kind of taboo. The moment the flesh entered his mouth, a strange taste swept over like a surging wave, quickly filling Naruto's entire mouth. This taste is extremely unique, and Naruto has never tasted a similar taste. He tried to recall the various foods he had experienced, but he couldn't find anything similar. If I have to describe it, the taste is a bit like the taste of old Beijing bean juice, but it seems to be stronger and weirder than bean juice. Naruto resisted the physiological nausea and swallowed the devil fruit into his stomach with difficulty. However, the next moment, a strong retching sound came out of his throat uncontrollably. Ugh! The sound echoed in the classroom, causing greater commotion and surprise among the students. Uzumaki Naruto! Accompanied by a roar, the teacher's roar resounded throughout the classroom building, causing students from other classes to look sideways. Naruto stood obediently outside the classroom door, listening to the lecture coming from inside, his eyes looking into the distance with some emptiness, as if he had lost his soul. Why did I travel through time? Although he traveled through time and space to become the protagonist in Naruto, to be honest, it was a bit difficult to adapt to the sudden travel through time. The most important thing is that he is not an orphan, and he has family and friends. So how did I travel through time? In the end, this was the most depressing part for him. He didn't even know how he traveled through time. Near the window, a little girl with white eyes secretly looked at Naruto. Why does Naruto feel weird today? Is he sick? After a long time, Naruto finally accepted the reality. Uzumaki Naruto is not bad. After all, he is a protagonist. Thinking of this, Naruto began to sort out the plots he was familiar with. He was naturally an old fan of the second dimension to be able to participate in the comic exhibition. He was also quite familiar with the plot of Naruto. Combined with his current situation, Naruto quickly had a general impression that he would graduate in about 3 years. Naruto graduated at the age of 12, so he should be about 9 years old now. The next plot should be the extermination of the Uchiha clan, the defection of Uchiha Itachi, and then his graduation and official entry into the stage of this world. While sorting out the plot in his mind, he was also feeling the changes in himself. He had just eaten a devil fruit. At the same time, he felt a little regretful in his heart. If he had known that he was going to travel through time, he should have bought a natural devil fruit when buying props. What he just ate was the superhuman devil fruit, the Shadow Fruit, which is the ability of Gecko Mariah. Although people on the internet joke that there are no rubbish fruits, only rubbish people. But if people are really asked to choose, I believe most people will choose the natural system. The powerful destructive power and the ability to absolutely save lives in the early stage are the advantages of the natural system. With a thought, the shadow under Naruto's feet began to twist and wanted to stand up. Naruto stopped immediately and observed the surroundings calmly. Anyone who has read the original knows that Naruto not only had a miserable childhood, but was also monitored by the Umbu. The third-generation Hokage, Lao Deng, would make surprise inspections when he was free. If this ability is exposed, it is likely to bring him trouble. After all, the ability to control shadows is unique in this world. The shadow secret technique of the Ino Shikacho family is famous in the ninja world, and the inheritance of the secret technique is second only to the bloodline. Although it is a pity, it is also a trump card to save lives. He exhaled unconsciously. The ability of the Shadow Fruit is quite powerful, and with the development of Gecko Mariah in front, Naruto does not have to worry about the future. Time flies, and the years pass by. The bell rang, and Irika strolled out of the classroom. Come with me to the office for a walk. Naruto was confused, and could only follow Irika to the teacher's office, where there were many other teachers. Everyone saw Irika bringing Naruto here, and they were all used to it. Irika, what trouble has Naruto made again? He is still a child, just criticize him a few words. Humph. Irika snorted and began to reason with Naruto. Naruto lowered his head the whole time and said nothing. Irika was muttering in his heart. Why is Naruto so quiet today? Okay, you go back. Don't doze off in class next time, remember? Irika said earnestly. I remember, Teacher Irika. Naruto nodded calmly. Irika frowned. Could it be an illusion? Why is Naruto so well behaved today? Naruto left here, thinking about what to do as he walked. He saw the suspicion in Irika's eyes just now. It shouldn't be discovered. After all, there is no concept of possession in this world. Those guys shouldn't think too much about the sudden change of a child. After all, there are not many people who really pay attention to Naruto, and he has Naruto's memory, which can't be regarded as possession. Thinking of this, Naruto relaxed his body and mind and returned to the classroom. Cut this tale is scolded by the teacher again. Sasuke saw Naruto coming in from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but sneer. If it was in the past, Naruto would immediately refute and even quarrel with Sasuke, but now he just glanced at him lightly. Sasuke frowned. Is it an illusion? How does it feel like this guy has become a different person? Sasuke-kun. Sakura was crazy about him. Are you okay, Naruto? Shikamaru asked curiously when he saw Naruto coming over. Nothing. Naruto nodded. Through his memory, he knew that at this time, he and Shikamaru and others were good friends. Poor students have many friends. In this classroom, Naruto and those poor students are friends on the surface, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba. But what Naruto didn't know before was that he was the real tale of these people. Are you really okay? I feel like you've changed a lot. Shikamaru looked at Naruto suspiciously, always feeling that the other party has changed a lot now. Chapter 2. Dilemma of dining. Seated with poise, Naruto scrutinized his surroundings with an air of calmness, akin to a composed hunter. Within the classroom, familiar faces abounded. With more than half of the 12 young ninjas gathered here, each was as lively as untamed colts, displaying distinct characteristics. Some were infatuated, others chattered incessantly, some feasted heartily, while others entertained themselves with playful antics involving dogs, resembling the myriad of stars twinkling in the night sky. In days gone by, Naruto Uzumaki would have undoubtedly been among them, frequently engaging in spirited banter with Sasuke Uchiha, their exchanges sharp as needles. During this era, the Uchiha clan was not yet annihilated. Sasuke, proud yet approachable, resembled the moon hanging high above, illuminating the night. As Naruto's gaze shifted to the back, he unwittingly paused for a moment. With her short hair framing her face, soft as a baby's skin, and her pure white eyes meeting his, she turned her head away. Startled like a frightened fawn. Is this Hinata Hyuga? How adorable! A spark ignited within Naruto's heart, akin to discovering a rare treasure. Her charming appearance, delicate demeanor, and noble, unique status shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Yet, her timid nature resembled that of a shy flower, blooming alone in a corner of the classroom. Is Naruto-kun looking at me? Could it be that he remembers me? Hinata lowered her head, her heart racing like a startled deer, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson akin to a ripened apple. It is truly enchanting how one can blush so profoundly upon encountering someone they admire. Naruto, unable to gaze any longer, quickly turned away, as if afraid of being scorched by her charming glance. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy was rather tedious, primarily comprising theoretical lessons in the will of fire, indicating that the ninja world was in a period of peace. Finally, the school day came to an end. Naruto exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Despite the lessons being theoretical, the textbooks exuded a grim essence: murder. For someone as innocent-minded as Naruto, the impact was indeed significant. Naruto, you didn't skip class today? Shikamaru's teasing voice rang out. What do you mean by that? Naruto rolled his eyes, quickly slipping into his usual demeanor. No matter, I'll head back early and see you tomorrow. As he observed his friends being picked up by their parents, Naruto fell into a contemplative silence. This was the essence of being an orphan. It felt peculiar, as memories of his own parents surfaced unbidden. How had he traversed into this world? Had he left behind a corpse? The most vexing part was that his phone had not been formatted. Would it not perish along with him? Forget it. What does it matter? Zhang Wei has long since departed. I am now Naruto Uzumaki. Dismissing such thoughts, he surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. This was Konoha, more vivid than he had ever imagined from the anime. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly sensed the peculiar gazes of the adults around him, accompanied by hushed whispers. Look, that demon fox has come out again. I truly do not understand what the Hokage is thinking, allowing this demon fox to remain in school. Sure, keep it down. The esteemed Hokage has issued a command. The term demon fox must never be uttered in his presence. What a detestable fellow. These words pierced Naruto's ears like a myriad of fine needles, though he had mentally prepared himself for such treatment. The reality of this cold hostility struck him with profound intensity, revealing that this was not merely the malice of a few individuals, but rather a collective disdain emanating from the entire village. Instinctively, Naruto furrowed his brow, a wave of indescribable bitterness swelling within him. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, his brow unfurled once more, as if the chilling remarks held no sway over him. They were but ignorant mortals, he murmured softly to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. He resolved to disregard their opinions. After all, he recalled a saying by his mentor, when the dogs of the village bark, others will follow suit, and the reasons behind their barking are likely beyond their own comprehension. Engaging with such foolish beings was not worth his ire, for this was an extraordinary world where the powerful could obliterate the heavens and transcend mortality. It perplexed him that amid such a realm of might, he would concern himself with the thoughts of mere insects. In this world, where ordinary people wielded influence, it was baffling that these shinobi were mere instruments in the hands of the common folk. Naruto could not fathom this contradiction. He thought of how his affluent acquaintance, Lord Chao, wielded a gun yet boldly proclaimed his dietary choices. Now, with the advent of chakra, the status of these shinobi seemed even more diminished, rendering the situation utterly confounding. Even Uchiha Madara's vision for world peace hinged upon the absurd notion of ensnaring all humanity in a dream. Naruto found it difficult to express his exasperation. With the infinite Tsukuyomi, one could simply alter the will of all, coercing them into peace. Just a couple of generations of tranquility would surely reshape the world's dynamics. The Hokage's office, a majestic edifice towering in the village's heart, exuded an air of significance. Upon entering, the light dimmed gradually, as if stepping into a corner forgotten by time. In this somewhat somber chamber sat an elderly man, quietly holding a pipe, occasionally drawing from it, the smoke swirling around him, imparting a faint scent of tobacco throughout the room. Before him knelt a masked Umbu ninja, his figure appearing somewhat indistinct in the dim light. The mask obscured his features, rendering his emotions unreadable. Yet the slight bow of his head suggested a deep reverence for the elder. The old man inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, the smoke coalescing into a delicate cloud before him. His gaze settled upon the Umbu, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Very well, you may leave. His voice was low and tranquil, betraying no hint of his inner feelings. The third Hokage watched the Umbu's retreating form, his mind calculating. As he continued to smoke, he pondered how much money was left in Naruto's pocket. It should last for 2 more days. Perhaps he would send him some more funds thereafter. The third Hokage pondered with a unique concern for Naruto, a child who always captivated his attention. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of the village, Naruto meandered aimlessly. After wandering for a while, he quickly grew weary. From his current perspective, venturing outside was hardly a delightful endeavor. Recalling the memories in his mind, he returned to his modest abode, located on the 2nd floor. The room, though not spacious, was quite commendable for a child, assuming he was an ordinary one. However, as the son of the 4th Hokage, Naruto was meant to have his own home, yet it now appeared to be under the watchful eye of the 3rd Hokage. Not to mention the legacy left by Kushina. The sensation of being monitored faded away. Glancing out the window, Naruto pondered whether it was due to this body that he could sense the gaze of others lingering upon him for too long. It seems to be a matter of mental acuity, or perhaps the power of the devil fruit, he mused. With the thought of the devil fruit igniting his curiosity, Naruto eagerly began to experiment. With a mere thought, his shadow slowly rose, transitioning from a 2-dimensional form to a 3-dimensional one. A dark silhouette stood before him, oddly reminiscent of certain characters from anime, such as the little black figure in Detective Conan or Black Zetsu from Naruto. Reflecting on his current appearance, Naruto realized that impersonating Black Zetsu might not be easily discernible. As his thoughts shifted, the shadow morphed into various forms, even taking on the semblance of animals. Contemplating further, he grasped a fruit knife from the nearby table and plunged it towards the dark figure before him. The tangible sensation matched that of wood. The devil fruit truly possessed remarkable powers. Through this experimentation, Naruto began to grasp the essence of his abilities. In comparison to Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, his own shadow power proved far more formidable, akin to Uchiha Madara's limbo, with no time constraints or the risk of vanishing. Perhaps it was a rule of this world. For Naruto's shadow consumed chakra here, it was well known that the Uzumaki clan possessed an unparalleled abundance of chakra. The consumption was considerable. As he engaged in transformations and experiments, Naruto sensed a diminishing of his chakra reserves. Though he had yet to learn any ninjutsu, he could roughly gauge that he had expended an amount comparable to that of an A-rank jutsu. Exhaling deeply, Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In his previous life, while immersed in anime, he had perceived that the most potent application of shadow powers was to absorb them within oneself. The most striking example was undoubtedly Nightmare Luffy, whose formidable strength and captivating presence left a lasting impression. The shadow, akin to a vessel of its master's experiences and skills, was squandered by the likes of Gecko Moria, who fought with shadows instead of harnessing their true potential. With a resolute thought, Naruto focused as the shadow gradually entered his being. Clenching his fists, he felt a remarkable surge in his physical prowess, as if his capabilities had doubled. Moreover, due to the influence of his own shadow, Naruto was able to exert complete control over his body. The human body is an extraordinarily powerful and intricate mechanism. Even a ninja cannot fully command every aspect of it, such as their internal organs, hair, or even body hair. However, with the assistance of his shadow, he could genuinely master his own form. Is this not akin to a rebirth of life? Naruto clenched his fist, following a bout of experimentation. His stomach growled with increased hunger. He surveyed the room, discovering it to be eerily vacant and desolate. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to open the refrigerator in search of food. Upon opening the refrigerator door, an odd odor assaulted his senses. Upon closer inspection, he found the fridge filled with moldy bread and expired milk, devoid of any other edible items. How had this individual managed to survive until now? Naruto's face involuntarily twitched. Although he had harbored a foreboding feeling, confronting the reality of his home's condition was still difficult to accept. Was this not worse than the plight of a beggar? Reluctantly, Naruto rummaged through the room, hoping to uncover some alternative sustenance. However, aside from the expired food, he only discovered a few packets of instant noodles. What a joke. He gazed at the instant noodles resting on the sofa, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Despite his stomach growling in protest, he found it hard to summon any appetite for the instant noodles. After all, as someone with the soul of an adult, it had been years since he had last consumed such fare. Complaining to himself, he fished a few coins from his pocket. Gazing at the meager coins in his hand, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Surely this paltry sum wouldn't even suffice for a bowl of ramen. Naruto felt utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that upon his arrival in this new world, he would already be fretting over matters of sustenance. Chapter 3. The aspiration for strength. As the sun descended and the night deepened, the enticing aroma of dinner wafted through the home, marking a splendid moment to relish the evening meal. The streets of Konoha were infused with an array of tantalizing scents, rendering one unable to resist. Within Naruto's abode, he sat languidly upon the sofa, his gaze fixed upon a cup of instant noodles before him. No matter how intently he stared, that cup of noodles appeared utterly unappealing, almost repulsive. Eventually, Naruto's eyes gradually descended, resting upon the shadow cast beneath his feet. This shadow was an inky blackness, reminiscent of ink itself. Suddenly, it quivered slightly, as if imbued with life, and detached from his form, transforming into a slender thread that began to glide away from him. Little did he anticipate that his inaugural use of this newfound ability would be for such a trivial purpose. A sense of helplessness washed over Naruto, prompting him to shake his head as his consciousness melded into the shadow. On the streets, dusk settled in, and the streetlights flickered to life. A dark shadow slithered along the wall, akin to a stealthy serpent, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. At that moment, a barbecue restaurant was bustling with patrons, the atmosphere alive with chatter and clinking utensils. In the kitchen, chefs hurriedly prepared various ingredients amidst a flurry of activity. However, in a seemingly inconspicuous corner, a pair of dark eyes silently observed the scene. Upon landing on the neatly arranged platters of meat, the shadow's gaze trembled slightly, as though captivated by the delectable offerings. Delicious fare, my apologies, dear friend. A twinge of guilt struck Naruto, for this establishment belonged to his good brother. The shadow glided across the floor with ghostly silence, and when it vanished from sight, the platters of roasted meat in the kitchen similarly disappeared, as if enchanted. Where did the freshly cut meat go? Am I merely disoriented and imagining things? Perhaps some greedy soul snuck it away. The chef pondered briefly before returning to his task of slicing meat. The shadow exhibited no trace of chakra fluctuations, appearing as an intrinsic part of this world. Hence, even amidst the skilled practitioners present, none sensed its peculiar presence. Back at Naruto's home, the shadow returned like a specter, extracting the ingredients from his form. Naruto had already prepared the cooking utensils, and fortunately, the third Hokage had not been stingy in this regard. Though small, the house was well equipped. The sizzling sounds erupted like a culinary symphony, and an alluring aroma wafted forth, akin to a refreshing spring, prompting Naruto to inhale deeply. The fragrance seemed to take flight, burrowing into his nostrils, compelling him to swallow hard. Is this venison? Initially mistaking it for beef, he was astonished to realize it was indeed venison. Specifically from the deer raised by the Nara clan, a prized delicacy known for its restorative properties and ability to replenish chakra. Naruto licked his lips and promptly began to devour the meal with fervor. The flavor was simply exquisite. The wind swept away the remnants of the meal, and soon, the large platters of venison were devoured by Naruto, leaving nothing behind. With a satisfied belch, he reclined on the sofa. Ah, what bliss! Indeed, nothing compares to the delight of feasting on meat. Fully sated, he could not help but ponder the future. Having traversed to this world, he could not afford to be a mere idler. The primary narrative of the Naruto universe is quite straightforward. The passionate romances are not what occupy his thoughts. In this realm, his sole aspiration is to grow stronger, and if fate allows, he yearns to return home for a fleeting visit. If given the chance, he would relish his mother's cooking once more. Naruto murmured to himself, for it is only when one journeys afar that one longs for the flavors of home. It is widely acknowledged that the essence of neon culture is inescapable. Bloodline is destiny. In tales such as Dragon Ball, Naruto, and One Piece, the protagonists invariably hinge upon their bloodlines. Within these worlds, lineage serves as the threshold for power. Without it, one lacks even the qualification to strengthen oneself. Fortunately for Naruto, he possesses this qualification, boasting a supreme bloodline, the identity of Ashura, and the mantle of the destined hero, complemented by the Nine Tails as an extraordinary boon. All these factors ensure that even in idleness, Naruto is destined to emerge as the mightiest in this realm. In the original narrative, Naruto learned little beyond the Rasengan and Sage Mode, the former being an incomplete technique requiring the aid of clones, while his mastery of Sage Mode was merely rudimentary. Both Minato and Hashirama could instantaneously enter Sage Mode. In times of peril, the Nine Tails would release chakra to safeguard him, and should he falter, the Sage of Six Paths would bestow upon him additional advantages, such as the privilege of a protagonist. However, for the current transmigrator, these advantages feel like a mere drop in the ocean, for beyond this world exist even greater powers capable of achieving true immortality. Ignorance breeds no fear, yet knowledge ignites the desire to explore the unknown. The yearning to become stronger is universal. Even a seemingly lethargic soul craves the chance to rise. This is the nature of all endeavors. The beginning is invariably fraught with challenges. Yet now, he has taken his first step to grow stronger, to transcend the might of the six paths, to attain genuine immortality, and to traverse the void. His heart surged like the vast ocean, tumultuous and uncontainable. As excitement coursed through him, his mind raced like a tempest, meticulously crafting plans for the future. In light of the circumstances of this era, there are three paths to strength, with bloodline being the foremost and the only true avenue on this planet. Human potential is ultimately finite in the world of ordinary mortals. Life may appear lengthy, yet when one endeavors to act, the realization dawns that time is woefully insufficient. Moreover, the time required for cultivation is significant. And this realm is no exception. Although ninjas have transcended the ordinary, if they cannot liberate themselves from the constraints of their ninja identities, they shall forever be barred from the true path of immortality. Thus, time is an unavoidable consideration. Despite the longevity of the Uzumaki clan, it remains inadequate. The origins of ninjutsu trace back to the Sage of Six Paths, who imparted his chakra to the ninja clans. Yet the ultimate source can be traced to the Otsutsuki lineage. Therefore, to become a true powerhouse of the six paths on this planet, one has but the path of bloodline to traverse. To become a formidable force, one must gather the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. In this regard, Orochimaru serves as an exemplary figure, a representative who grows increasingly formidable with age. From the era of the third Hokage to the seventh, he has thrived, appearing ever more youthful and powerful. This is the essence of time's influence. Given sufficient time, even an ordinary individual can ascend to greatness. The devil fruit embodies the desires of the heart. For Gecko Moria, the pursuit lies in having companions unafraid of death by his side, thus steering his ambitions towards the creation of an undead army. But what do I truly seek? Naruto murmured to himself, his gaze filled with confusion. Ultimately, the development of the devil fruit relies on oneself. One must first clarify their direction and understand their innermost aspirations. As an ordinary person, any childhood dreams have long since been dulled by the relentless passage of time. After traversing much of life, when one pauses to reflect, they may realize that they have lost their original intentions, not time itself, but their dreams. What is it that I desire? It dawns on me that I have transformed into the very adult I once loathed. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves outside, as Naruto stares blankly at the ceiling, which mirrors his heart, confused and void. This question can be pondered gradually. There is no rush in the development of the devil fruit. If I cannot find my own path, I shall tread upon the paths of others for now. The issue of bloodlines is not insurmountable. One can begin the fusion of bloodlines through their own devil fruit. Setting aside the matter of bloodlines, we confront the issue of energy. Although the world of ninjas is renowned for its ocular legends, the true contention lies in the distribution of energy. In this realm, everything is composed of chakra. The human body harbors chakra, and the world is saturated with natural energy. Even the cosmos is infused with chakra. During his climactic battle with Naruto, Kagaya Otsutsuki employed a technique to forcibly absorb solar energy, illustrating that this universe is fundamentally constituted of energy, albeit often overwhelming in its dominance. This realization is crucial, for once one possesses such awareness, it lays the foundation for the pursuit of immortality. So, what exactly is an immortal being? An immortal is one who can traverse freely between realms, wander beyond the confines of heaven and earth, and exist eternally. To attain such a state, one must first cultivate their own strength. By absorbing the energies of the cosmos and continually enhancing their capabilities, one can ultimately shed the shackles of their corporeal form, achieving a transcendence of life and cultivating an immortal body, thus reaching the realm of eternal life. Furthermore, one requires a lucid understanding of the world. Only by discerning the essence and laws of existence can one uncover the infinite possibilities within, subsequently exploring myriad methods and pathways to immortality. The final vulnerability, shared by all ninjas, lies within the body. Though this world boasts various physical constitutions, can one envision that even top-tier powers such as the 5 Kage or Uchiha Madara could be felled by a single dagger? It is a quintessential case of high offense meeting low defense. It is a somewhat distorted system, and at this point, one cannot help but admire a certain individual. The third generation of Raikage. His physique has transcended the limitations of the human body, enabling him to engage in a one-on-one duel with the Eight Tails solely through his physical prowess. His demise was equally formidable, surrounded by tens of thousands of ninjas. He fought for 3 days and nights until his chakra was entirely depleted, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Defensive techniques and methods must be gathered. These are not insurmountable challenges. Thus, the subsequent plan for enhancement has become quite straightforward, to strengthen the body while simultaneously developing the chakra within. Following that, it is essential to explore and discover the methods of ascetic cultivation. With a plan and a goal in place, Naruto can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 4 Hinata, having traversed into this new world, was filled with a delightful surprise and an anticipation for the future, yet she missed her hometown dearly. However, just half a day had passed, and he already felt as fatigued as a little puppy. With a determination to chart his own course ahead, Naruto finally settled down for a good night's sleep. After a restful slumber, the gentle morning breeze wafted in fragrant floral scents, rousing him from his delightful dreams. The first thought that crossed his mind upon waking was the worry of what to eat. His home was devoid of any provisions, and even the most skilled cook would struggle to prepare a meal without ingredients. This world was indeed a source of vexation. Naruto pondered that he could not continue in this manner, for it was unreasonable to resort to thievery for every meal. Yet, if he did not steal, enduring hunger like yesterday, when he had gone without food for 2 meals, was something he could no longer bear. Just yesterday, He had been planning to become a sage. Yet today he found himself ensnared by the dilemma of hunger. As he trudged to school on an empty stomach, he felt weak and listless. "Good morning, Naruto," Shikamaru greeted enthusiastically as he entered the classroom. However, Naruto seemed somewhat lackluster, responding feebly, "Morning, Shikamaru." Observing this, Shikamaru's curiosity was piqued. He scrutinized Naruto's expression and demeanor, and with a slight shift of his gaze, he quickly deduced Naruto's current predicament. "Dingy," Shikamaru softly called to his companion, nudging him gently with an elbow to direct his attention towards Naruto. Dingy was initially taken aback, but soon grasped Shikamaru's intent. He turned his head, following Shikamaru's gaze, and noticed Naruto's unusual state. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dingy broke into his characteristic, simple smile and extended his snacks towards Naruto, saying, "Here, Naruto, have some snacks." Naruto was taken aback by Dingy's unexpected generosity. He gazed at him in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. It is known that the Akimichi clan's secret techniques necessitate the storage of substantial amounts of fat to convert into chakra when needed. Thus, for members of the Akimichi clan, food is akin to life itself, making it nearly unthinkable for them to share their provisions. Yet, Dingy unhesitatingly offered his snacks to Naruto, leaving him both astonished and touched. "Thank you." Naruto snapped back to reality, expressing his gratitude hastily. Accepting the snacks, a warm sensation surged within him. This was the essence of true friendship. He did not hesitate too much, and after consuming a modest amount, he felt somewhat revitalized. Not far behind them, a girl with white eyes was discreetly observing the scene, her gaze flitting between Naruto, Shikamaru, and Dingy as if she had discerned Naruto's plight. "Has Naruto not eaten?" Hinata's small face contorted with concern. Her hand clenched around her pocket money, a desire to assist him swelling within her. However, the thought of approaching Naruto made her hesitant. The teacher soon arrived. As Irika stepped into the classroom, he immediately noticed Naruto seated attentively. Surprised to find Naruto in class today, Irika reflected on how Naruto usually engaged in mischievous antics to garner attention. In the past, at this time, he would either be late or causing trouble. Such mundane matters were beneath his disdain. The knowledge imparted by the school was as dull as it was theoretical in the world of ninjas. The dissemination of knowledge resembled the spread of a disease, with lineage being the only true means of transmission aside from the master-apprentice relationship. The primary function of a so-called ninja school was to indoctrinate these children, instilling in them the will of fire. In a fleeting moment, the bell for recess rang. Naruto yawned, rose, and made his way to the restroom. Having attended merely half a day's lessons, he already felt a profound weariness for this life. What was the will of fire and all these theoretical teachings? They seemed scarcely useful. At best, they offered only a modicum of practicality. It was all largely a method of brainwashing. How troublesome it was. If only he could master the shadow clone technique. Naruto couldn't help but recall Itachi's school days, where he used shadow clones to attend classes, allowing his true self to rest or train. Surely, it would be fine for him to skip class now. He also remembered how, in the original story, he often spent class time outside playing pranks to draw attention. As he walked, lost in thought, he failed to notice a small figure following him not far behind. Hinata kept her head down, stealing glances at the boy ahead, her face a mixture of anxiety and determination. One hand was buried in her pocket, gripping her allowance tightly, causing her palm to sweat profusely, dampening the bills. "Hinata, you can do this," she encouraged herself. "Naruto-kun needs these things." Upon exiting the restroom, Naruto caught sight of a small head peeking from behind a large tree. It was her. He recognized her immediately. The girl from his childhood, not only adorable, but also exceedingly attentive to him. Yet, her attentiveness had always seemed rather obsessive, as she would stealthily linger behind him. It was no wonder that, in the original narrative, Naruto only perceived her as a peculiar individual. "Hello, Hinata. Is there something you need?" Naruto greeted her with a warm smile. "Hello, Naruto-kun." The young girl stammered, her head lowered, appearing quite endearing. "Are you waiting for me?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. He knew her shy nature. She had rarely spoken to him in childhood, yet here she stood before him, clearly with something on her mind. You." Hinata hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. She desperately wished to assist him, but felt conflicted, fearing he might misunderstand her intentions. In a moment of nervousness, she withdrew her hand from her pocket and, bending slightly, offered her allowance to him. Her demeanor resembled that of an apologetic gesture, rather than a request for assistance. "What is this?" Naruto was taken aback, initially thinking she had come to repay a debt. Reflecting for a moment, he He realized they had never had any prior interactions. As for the incident from his childhood where he had once helped her, Naruto had long since forgotten. Had it not been for his recent viewing of the anime, he would have remained unaware of it. As soon as his words escaped his lips, the young girl became increasingly anxious, her hands trembling like leaves caught in the wind. Naruto quickly regained his composure and noticed that the banknotes in her hand resembled crumpled petals. Recalling how she had been surreptitiously watching him earlier that morning, he could not help but understand her intentions. She had clearly come to offer him money, having observed his hunger and lack of resources. To be honest, in that moment, Naruto felt a swell of emotion. This unadulterated sentiment was akin to a refreshing spring, nourishing his heart and imparting warmth to him, a stranger in an unfamiliar world. Thank you, Hinata. Since that is the case, I shall graciously accept your kindness. From this day forth, you shall be my dearest friend, Hinata. Without hesitation, Naruto embraced her goodwill, as if accepting a cherished gift. The young girl felt the cash in her hand vanish without a trace, and before she could collect herself, Naruto's words struck her. Her eyes widened like brass bells, her heart raced, and her face flushed like the evening sky, her delicate ears turning crimson. She swayed slightly, on the verge of collapsing. Naruto was taken aback. While he had seen such scenes in anime countless times, he had never encountered a girl so shy in reality. Instinctively, he reached out to steady her. Are you all right? His voice carried a hint of concern, and internally he felt somewhat bemused. It was merely a few words exchanged. Yet she nearly fainted. No wonder Hinata had left such an odd impression on him in the original story. She blushed when silent and fainted upon proximity. For someone as emotionally oblivious as him, she truly seemed peculiar. I'm fine. Hinata mustered her strength to complete her sentence. Well then, take a moment to rest. Naruto understood her situation and positioned her against a large tree, creating a bit of space between them. Hinata immediately appeared to feel much better. I must express my gratitude, Hinata. Once my allowance arrives, I shall repay you. By now, Naruto had regained his composure, feeling a bit awkward as he rubbed his nose. After all, he was an adult at heart, and his current situation felt somewhat like deceiving a young girl for her money. No need, Hinata quickly waved her hands, wishing to convey that repayment was unnecessary, yet fearing Naruto might misunderstand. They conversed for a while longer, effectively getting to know one another anew. Naruto gained a deeper understanding of this young girl. Compared to her post-graduation self, the Hinata of now was even more timid, shy, and sensitive. Her personality had largely been influenced by Naruto, exhibiting a blend of fragility and strength. Naruto recognized the weight of her burdens and her inherently kind nature. This situation was quite simple. As long as those she cared for encouraged her, her character would inevitably evolve. Moreover, Hinata possessed the Byakugan, renowned for its purity. Otherwise, her son Boruto would not have awakened his own unique ocular prowess. Therefore, it was evident that Hinata was indeed qualified to become a formidable force. Having acknowledged you, you too must strive to become strong. Inspired by the other's sincere intentions, Naruto resolved to lend a helping hand. Chapter 5. The Art of Health Preservation. Observing the other party's constant avoidance of eye contact, Naruto comprehended the essence of moderation. Upon returning to the classroom and passing by Sasuke Uchiha, the latter let out a disdainful scoff. Naruto found this reaction bewildering and chose not to engage in a dispute. Both friendship and love may coexist, yet he deemed passion unnecessary. The notion of spending a lifetime to reclaim Sasuke, as depicted in the original narrative, seemed unattainable to him now. If a friend rebels, what of it? A thorough beating would suffice, and if that failed, more would follow. Time, akin to a fleeting horse, had rendered Naruto weary of this existence. The theoretical lessons were indeed vexing. As the saying goes, there is no common ground for conversation. At this juncture, he had matured into a discerning adult, while the instructor's teachings largely revolved around philosophical concepts, namely, the will of fire. This left Naruto at a loss for words. Young individuals were urged to sacrifice for the sake of a cadre of elderly figures, and this was termed the will of fire? True will of fire is akin to a withered tree that burns to nourish the soil, fostering the growth of seeds and sheltering the saplings, thus empowering a nation or a village to flourish. The relentless wildfires may not extinguish the spring's revival. To illustrate from a fundamental standpoint, had it been the third Hokage who perished during the Nine Tails turmoil instead of the fourth, how would Konoha have descended into such decay? Let us not invoke the notion that the third Hokage was incapable of the Reaper death seal. He employed it against Orochimaru, did he not? More critically, The fourth Hokage had barely succumbed when the third was eager to reclaim the Hokage position. This inconsistency in word and deed, this so-called will of fire, was merely a guise employed to indoctrinate the populace. Naruto, disenchanted, resolved to skip class, his gaze darting with determination. He had grown increasingly audacious. Shikamaru was lost in the depths of slumber, Choji was stealthily indulging in snacks, and Hinata was diligently taking notes. Yet, during Naruto's escapade, they all keenly sensed his actions. However, the former Naruto often behaved in such a manner, and his companions had long since acclimatized to it. Even Irika merely glanced over with indifference. After leaving the school, Naruto ventured into the forest. Though his pockets jingled with coins, he was acutely aware of his current predicament. Even wealth would prove difficult to expend. Thus, he resolved to acquire additional wilderness skills whilst testing his present capabilities. Stepping into the Konoha forest, he beheld towering trees standing upright like loyal sentinels. The warm sunlight filtered through the leaves like shards of gold, scattering upon the ground to form dappled patterns reminiscent of falling petals. Strolling through the forest was invigorating, akin to being immersed in a realm of enchantment. Arriving at the riverbank, he stretched his body before commencing fundamental exercises. As he performed sit-ups and squats, a spark of delight ignited in his eyes, akin to a raging flame. What a formidable physique he possessed. Despite having endured the pangs of malnutrition, the strength of his body surpassed his expectations. With this, my plan can proceed smoothly. Let us first evaluate the effects of body conditioning. The fusion of souls endowed him with a remarkably powerful memory, prompting him to recall the various cultivation techniques he had encountered in his past life. Health-preserving exercises, Tai Chi, and various principles of martial arts constituted invaluable assets. Yet, what was of paramount importance was the possession of an extraordinary ability in this realm. The Shadow Clone technique allowed him to transmit the experiences and memories of his training back to his original self. In Naruto's perspective, the true purpose of this ninjutsu lay in experimentation, testing the efficacy of martial techniques. It is well known that creating new techniques is an inherently perilous endeavor. The human body is a marvel of intricacy, with delicate meridians and acupuncture points. Any disruption in this intricate network could have dire consequences for the individual. Thus, even in a world teeming with extraordinary capabilities, the act of inventing new techniques remains fraught with danger. However, with the Shadow Clone technique, the scenario transforms. One can conduct experiments and experience firsthand the nuances of various techniques. With such an ability, what martial art could not be conceived? Reflecting on this world, where such formidable ninjutsu existed, it was disheartening to see that most wielders employed them solely for combat. With a slight shake of his head, Naruto acknowledged the predicament he currently faced. He had yet to master any ninjutsu. Delving into the recesses of his memory, he realized that he could only perform one technique, the transformation jutsu, and had developed his own version of the seduction technique. As for the clone technique and the substitution technique, he had yet to learn them, causing an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even with the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, he should not be this inept. Not to mention, he possessed the influence of Ashura's chakra within him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Naruto began to practice the techniques he had learned. Drawing upon his past life as an office worker, where he had studied numerous health-preserving methods, he could perform Tai Chi, the 8-section brocade, the 5 animal frolics, and the diamond skill with relative ease. He had learned Tai Chi during his university days, while the others were acquired post-graduation. With a graceful motion, he executed the initial posture of Tai Chi. The members of the Anbu were covertly observing him, and upon witnessing this scene, they merely exchanged glances, dismissing it as insignificant. Tai Chi is a treasure of traditional Chinese culture, harmoniously blending elements of philosophy, medicine, health preservation, mechanics, and aesthetics. Its core principles revolve around yielding to overcome strength, tranquility to counteract motion, and the weak prevailing over the strong. Through slow, fluid, and circular movements, Tai Chi aims to cultivate the body, nurture the spirit, and refine one's emotions. Its origins can be traced back to ancient Taoist philosophy and martial arts practices. The deliberate and seamless motions of Tai Chi exercise the entire musculature and joints, enhancing the body's flexibility and coordination. Prolonged practice of Tai Chi can fortify one's constitution and bolster immunity. What Naruto had learned was a simplified version of the 24 forms of Tai Chi. In his previous life, he had practiced it without any remarkable sensation, merely engaging in a basic physical activity. However, this time was different, accompanied by his breathing and movements. He distinctly perceived the chakra within him flowing effortlessly along his meridians, invigorating his entire being. Wow! Naruto's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. Although he was yet unaware of the precise effects, the enchanting spectacle before him filled his heart with joy. He firmly grasped the essence of Tai Chi, understanding that intention transcends mere action. After successfully completing a session, he felt an involuntary relaxation envelop both his spirit and body, with his chakra pulsating with extraordinary vigor. Sitting quietly, he allowed his mind and body to recuperate. Once the peculiar sensations within him dissipated completely, he ventured to explore other techniques. 8 brocade, 5 animal frolics. In the 8 parts of the Vajra, each one bore results, though their specific effects remained elusive in the short term. Contemplating his options, Naruto recognized the wisdom in moderation. Therefore, he chose to practice Tai Chi in the 5 animal frolics. Having experimented with these techniques, he turned his attention to the abilities granted by the devil fruit. Shadows enveloped his being, granting him total control over his body while simultaneously enhancing all attributes to double their original power. This bestowed upon him the extraordinary skill of life restoration, facilitating his creation of new techniques with unparalleled precision, allowing him to execute movements flawlessly. Such a sensation enthralled Naruto. As night fell, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Both the techniques and the powers of the devil fruit illuminated a promising future. With clarity in his path, he strolled to the riverbank, observing the shimmering surface, and began to ponder how to address the evening's dinner dilemma. After all, he could not resort to stealing food every day. Such actions were not only unethical, but would inevitably lead to discovery. Standing by the water's edge, he was struck by inspiration and picked up 2 small stones. Under the sunlight, they glimmered faintly. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind and, utilizing his newfound control, propelled the stones with astonishing speed, as if they had been imbued with life. They soared through the water's surface, striking a fish with remarkable accuracy. A resounding splash echoed as a large fish was hit, sending water droplets flying. Elated by this success, he quickly threw several more stones, employing the same technique, and soon managed to catch several sizable fish. With satisfaction gleaming in his eyes, Naruto examined his bounty and set about preparing the fish. He skillfully dispatched them, meticulously cleaning each one to ensure no scales or entrails remained. Finally, dragging his catch behind him, he ambled homeward with a buoyant step. Chapter 6. Bullying once again. It is this little brat. What a stroke of misfortune. I wonder what the 3rd generation is thinking. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. Don't forget the orders from the 3rd. It's all this brat's fault. If it weren't for him, how could the 4th have left? If it were up to me, he should be eliminated. As Naruto approached a populated area of the street, the surrounding crowd immediately began to murmur. Though their voices were low, Naruto, possessing the chakra of a ninja, could clearly hear their discussions. In the past, he would have been oblivious to their remarks, not understanding why they despised him so. He might have sought their approval. However, he was different now. With a cold gaze, he glanced at these individuals and continued on his way, indifferent to their presence. That little brat is quite arrogant. Did he just glare at us? Enough. Don't stoop to his level. Let's distance ourselves from him to avoid bad luck. Where did this brat acquire such a large fish? At that moment, someone noticed the big fish trailing behind Naruto, likely taken from some household. It seems this child has resorted to such petty theft. Just then, someone let out a grunt and stepped forward, blocking Naruto's path. Boy, where did you steal that fish? The man spoke with a stern tone, his eyes filled with disdain. I caught it in the river. Liar. A mere child like you could never catch such a large fish. It must have been stolen. Quickly, tell me whose fish you took. The man surveyed Naruto's frail form with a scornful gaze. Due to malnutrition, Naruto appeared quite weak, and his unkempt yellow hair certainly made him seem like an easy target for bullying. Step aside, this has nothing to do with you. Naruto's impatience was evident, and he was unwilling to waste words on these people. You damned fox spirit, you think you can justify your actions? If you dare to steal today, you'll surely murder and burn tomorrow. Yes, yes, he must be taught a lesson. The crowd echoed in agreement. A glimmer of triumph flashed in the man's eyes as he instinctively reached out to grab Naruto's hair. Naruto stepped back, looked up with a frigid gaze, and locked eyes with the man. The man's heart sank, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Haha, Koyaji, I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Scared by a mere child. You're so tall for nothing. Haha, I can't stop laughing. You were frightened by a child. Laughter erupted from the crowd. The man known as Koyaji's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively stepped forward, raising his arm to strike Naruto. with a cold glint in his eyes. Naruto was not one to be bullied without retaliating. He raised his arm and seized Koyaji's incoming arm. What do you intend to do? Let go. You're the one who struck first. Bakayuru, I command you to release me. The man kicked out mercilessly, aiming squarely at Naruto's abdomen. You seek death. The murderous intent within Naruto surged forth like a volcano, threatening to reduce his adversary to ashes. He yearned to eliminate him without delay. Yet, he was acutely aware of his precarious situation, surrounded by a throng of people, with the Umbu lurking behind him, ever watchful. Should he dare to strike in plain sight? Even as the son of the fourth Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, Naruto begrudgingly retreated once more, his gaze growing increasingly frigid, akin to a millennium of ice, instilling terror in those who met it. You vile scoundrel, you are the one who stole my family's fish. Return it to me at once. The man, having failed to strike Naruto, gradually regained his composure. Regret washed over him, but when he noticed Naruto's retreat, he misconstrued it as fear, allowing a sly smirk to creep upon his lips as he exclaimed, "This fish was caught by my own hand. It is undoubtedly mine. Just ask those around us." "Indeed, little brat. Hurry and return the fish." They jeered. "With your frail physique, how could you possibly catch such a sizable fish? Do not refuse a kind offer." The crowd rallied behind the man, relishing the opportunity to bully the weaker Naruto, deriving a sense of vindication from it. Even should the Hokage intervene, the law seldom punishes the many, and they had often tormented Naruto without consequence in the past. Naruto's anger and humiliation surged within him like a tidal wave. He had never anticipated enduring such bullying upon his arrival in this world. As he surveyed the mocking, hateful gazes of those around him, he chose to remain silent, committing their faces to memory. Without uttering a single threat, he cast aside the fish and swiftly departed. "Humph. You know your place," the man scoffed, gleefully picking up the discarded fish. "I wonder if my wife has prepared dinner. Tonight's meal just got better." As he turned away, he remained oblivious to Naruto's cold stare fixed upon him. Upon returning home, Naruto closed the door, unable to contain himself any longer. His chakra threatened to erupt. He forcibly suppressed it, though the chilling aura of his murderous intent could not be concealed. Damn them, they all deserve to die. His previously cheerful demeanor had been utterly shattered by those wretches. A gentleman's revenge may take a decade, but a rogue's revenge begins tonight. This was a form of bullying Naruto had never encountered before, leaving a profound impression on him. Overwhelmed by fury, he plotted how to eliminate those tormentors without arousing suspicion. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Naruto regained his composure in an instant, sensing a powerful chakra emanating from outside the door. The third Hokage. At this moment, only two individuals would come to his home. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, or his teacher, Iruka. The individual endowed with such an immense chakra is unmistakably the third Hokage. What brings this person here at this moment? Though Naruto harbored doubts, he nonetheless approached to open the door, his expression shifting in an instant. "Grandpa, why have you come? I am aware of your financial difficulties, so I have come to provide you with some money. In the future, should you find yourself in such a predicament, do not hesitate to seek me at the Hokage building." The third Hokage displayed a loving demeanor, exuding no aura of authority, resembling a kindly grandfather from the neighborhood. "Young Naruto, why have you skipped class again today? Have you been causing trouble?" "Not at all, Grandpa." The third Hokage, "Someone has wronged me." Naruto recounted the events he had just experienced. "My dear Naruto, they are merely ordinary people. They do not harbor malice towards you, but merely wish to jest. You aspire to be Hokage and must cultivate the heart befitting such a role." The third Hokage appeared unfazed by the earlier incident, having observed Naruto's plight from the sidelines. Gently placing a hand upon Naruto's head, he imparted his wisdom. After a brief lecture, the third Hokage produced a stack of money and handed it to Naruto. "Make sure to eat well, Naruto." With that, he smiled and departed. "Goodbye, Grandpa." As Naruto watched the third Hokage leave and close the door, his expression darkened immediately. "Forgiving them? I am no saint," Naruto murmured, his eyes betraying a barely concealed intent to kill. On the other side of the room, a middle-aged man reclined comfortably on the sofa, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Idly watching television, he eagerly anticipated the delicious fish he would soon savor. "Honey, is the fish ready yet?" he called out impatiently. Moments later, a somewhat exasperated voice from the kitchen replied, all right, just a moment." The man, displeased, muttered, "Hurry up. I can't wait to eat that fish. I need it to go with my drink." I know, came the woman's voice again from the kitchen. "But tell me, You stole the fox spirit's fish. Do you not fear retribution? What is there to fear? The man chuckled dismissively. Even if he is a fox spirit, he is nothing but a mere child. How formidable could he possibly be? His tone dripped with disdain, as if he regarded the so-called fox spirit with utter contempt. Just then, the kitchen filled with a sizzle, followed by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. The middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, carefully carrying a plate. In the corner, a shadow, unnoticed by anyone, waited silently. Heh, you truly take me for an easy target. Upon hearing their conversation, Naruto's murderous intent grew colder still. The man at the dining table gazed hungrily at the prepared fish, instinctively licking his lips and reaching for his chopsticks. What's the rush? No one is competing with you. As the words of his wife hung in the air, abruptly cut off, her eyes widened in disbelief. The man's movements became rigid, his gaze betraying a profound incredulity. At that moment, the chopsticks he had extended did not grasp the fish on the plate, but instead pierced through his wife's throat. What transpired? Panic flickered in the man's eyes as he attempted to withdraw his chopsticks, only to realize his hands had become immobile. The turmoil in his gaze intensified. What has happened to me? He discovered that only his mouth retained the ability to move. With a sudden, sickening sound, the chopsticks were extracted from his wife's throat, leaving her wide-eyed and unable to comprehend the situation. Who was responsible for this? The man's voice trembled, laced with fear. Guess who? A voice echoed nearby, imbued with a chilling, merciless intent. It's you, the nine-tailed specter. What do you want? The man's eyes filled with terror as he recognized the voice despite its icy demeanor. A chilling chuckle escaped Naruto's lips, a sound that conveyed everything unspoken. Please. I was wrong. Just let me go. The man's gaze was fraught with terror as his hand, seemingly of its own accord, moved toward his own eye. The bloody chopsticks in tow. A voice of desperation arose. He regretted tormenting the fox spirit, realizing it must have employed some sinister sorcery against him. You don't truly understand your error. You merely comprehend that you are on the brink of death. Naruto's cold voice pierced the air, accompanied by a sickening sound. After ending the lives of the couple, Naruto felt a semblance of tranquility wash over him. Despite this being his first act of murder, he bore no psychological burden. Two reasons underpinned this. Firstly, he had never regarded these individuals as human. Secondly, who among us lacks a shadowy corner within their hearts? Yet, as he began to regain his composure, Naruto suddenly acknowledged that he may have acted impulsively. The deaths of these two would inevitably come to light the following day. Even if he devised a method to dispose of the bodies, their abrupt disappearance would undoubtedly raise alarms among their friends and family. Moreover, the third Hokage was well aware of the events that transpired today. Should the news of their demise circulate, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. Contemplating this, Naruto narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold calculation flashing within them. Since concealment was no longer an option, he resolved to orchestrate a significant distraction to divert attention. Time for a grand gesture, he murmured softly to himself. Chapter 7. Zombie Chaos. Whenever a significant event transpires in Konoha, no one pays heed to the inconspicuous Jinchuriki. Creating chaos while evading suspicion is precisely what Naruto is capable of. Zombies. With this thought, Naruto decisively sprang into action, his shadows flitting like specters, stealthily eliminating those who had once tormented him, those who had pelted him with stones, tainted his meals with sand, or sold him expired milk. He either stole their shadows or transformed them into zombies, compelling them to sow discord. On a tranquil night, within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fuyue, having indulged in a hearty meal, leisurely sat on the corridor, sipping tea, one of the rare moments he could truly relax. As tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha clan escalated, he understood that such serene times would likely become increasingly scarce. Alas, gazing at the moonlit sky, Uchiha Fuyue let out a deep sigh. Chief, it's terrible. Just as Fuyue was lost in thought, a member of the guard, Uchiha Akiyu, rushed in a flurry. What on earth is it? Akiyu, why the commotion? You're embarrassing our clan. Uchiha Fuyue reprimanded, his tone irritable, for strength is indeed a currency, in possessing the Sharingan, he had the composure that came with it. Chief, a grave matter has arisen. Akiyu's eyes were filled with terror and disbelief, as if he had witnessed something unfathomable, yet the urgency of the situation rendered him momentarily speechless. Calm down, you rascal. What could possibly happen in the village? Uchiha Fuyue's expression darkened, his mind racing with apprehension. Could it be that the third Hokage and Danzo had launched an assault? Chief, there's no time. We must flee. A riot has erupted in the village. Akiyu, now composed, hurriedly recounted the events they had encountered on patrol. Upon hearing Akiyu's account, Uchiha Fuyue's countenance shifted dramatically. How could you not mention this sooner? Have those ruffians been subdued? Rising to his feet, he rushed towards the site of the turmoil. Simultaneously, Konoha's commercial district descended into chaos and panic. Flames soared skyward, licking the buildings as thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sun. The streets echoed with the cries and shouts of the populace, as if doomsday had arrived. Quickly, restrain him. Someone screamed in terror. Be cautious. They are mere civilians. Bind them with ropes. Yet, these villagers exhibited astonishing strength, seemingly under the sway of an unknown force, struggling collectively, making it exceedingly difficult to restrain them. This is impossible. Their strength is overwhelming. Curse be this. What kind of jutsu is this? Are they trapped in an illusion? No. They possess their senses, yet cannot control their bodies. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each unable to articulate the nature of the unfolding chaos. Which village was responsible for this turmoil? At that moment, the scene had devolved into utter disarray. Numerous villagers, seemingly driven mad, wielded knives and various implements, indiscriminately attacking anyone in sight, devoid of rational thought. Their rampage did not merely result in harm to others. They also set fires that transformed the commercial street into a blazing inferno. Initially, the community did not pay much heed to these erratic behaviors, as the individuals involved were familiar neighbors. However, by the time they recognized the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. In an instant, casualties mounted, with blood and corpses strewn across the streets. Fortunately, the patrol team from Konoha village, the Uchiha clan, quickly discerned the abnormal occurrences. They rushed to the scene in an attempt to quell the uprising. Yet, when they first confronted these zombie-like villagers, their initial carelessness resulted in considerable injuries. The villagers' actions far exceeded their expectations, catching them off guard. Once the Uchiha clan grasped the true extent of the situation, they were left in shock. Their earlier nonchalance replaced by a profound sense of urgency. They promptly reported back to the higher-ups of Konoha village. Ninjas, after all, are formidable warriors. Even these undead creatures, possessing the capacity for immortality, were no match for them, especially considering the elite status of the Uchiha clan. After a brief period of confusion, all the zombies created by Naruto were ultimately subdued. The once darkened Konoha began to flicker back to life, with bright lights illuminating the windows, revealing curious faces peering outside, though few dared to venture into the open air. At that moment, shadows darted swiftly across the rooftops, followed by a flurry of movement. A dozen figures descended like phantoms, led by the third Hokage and his Umbu. The third Hokage's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkened by the grim scene before him. Having intended to enjoy a moment of respite, he was compelled to respond immediately upon learning of the dire circumstances. Upon his arrival, he beheld the heart-wrenching spectacle: burning buildings, shattered streets, and villagers writhing in agony on the ground. What had transpired here? The third Hokage's expression grew somber, an oppressive aura emanating from him. Were this a case of rogue ninjas or a battle among shinobi, his anger might not have been so profound. Yet, witnessing ordinary villagers in such distress struck a heavy blow to his stature as Hokage. Lord Hokage, the situation is as follows. One Uchiha clan member, steeling himself, stepped forward to recount the events of the night. Just then, Uchiha Fugaku arrived in haste, his heart sinking at the sight of the devastation and unrelenting misfortune. The Uchiha clan found themselves in an already precarious situation, and now, no matter who instigated the chaos, the blame would inevitably fall upon them, as they were the guardians. As the third Hokage listened intently, he approached the villagers, scrutinizing them closely. This is impossible, he gasped, his pupils constricting as he seemed to uncover an unbelievable truth. Mito Gaiden took a step forward, extending a hand toward one of the bound zombies. As the hand rested atop the other's head, it felt as though it had encountered something extraordinary, causing it to retract in an instant. How could this be? This individual was not alive. What? This revelation astounded all the ninjas present, prompting them to employ their various techniques to scrutinize these figures. Ultimately, they all gasped in astonishment. What kind of technique is this? No, what ninjutsu is this? It seemed as though they were all corpses. Could it be a form of puppet mastery? Impossible. This is certainly not a puppet. Silence. Suddenly, the third Hokage spoke. Fuyue immediately sought to clarify what transpired here and vowed to unearth the mastermind behind it all. Yamashiro Kaichi extracted the information from their minds. The third Hokage whispered a remark, and behind him stood a golden-haired man. It was the Hokage-sama. While chaos reigned in Konoha, Naruto remained blissfully unaffected, comfortably nestled in his home indulging in a deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Naruto's face, much like a gentle hand caressing his cheek. Blinking his eyes awake, Naruto realized he had slept exceedingly well. He yawned widely, leisurely rising to wash his face and brush his teeth. The events of the previous day seemed to have slipped his mind entirely. As for the thrilling upheaval, he paid it no heed, considering it merely the doing of his shadow, thus bearing no personal relation to him. Moreover, significant occurrences were the only means to divert the attention of the village's higher-ups. After freshening up, Naruto opened the refrigerator to prepare a simple yet delectable breakfast. Once he finished eating, he stepped outside his home. As he ventured onto the street, he quickly sensed that the atmosphere was off-kilter, the passers-by appeared hurried, and the streets were considerably less populated. The expressions of those who walked by were etched with panic and fear. A sense of understanding dawned upon Naruto, and he couldn't help but smile. This seemed rather fortuitous, as no one was paying him any mind. With a cheerful disposition, he made his way to the classroom. "Good morning, Naruto," Shikamaru greeted lazily upon seeing him. "Morning, Shikamaru," Naruto replied. "Would you like a snack?" Ino offered a treat from her hand. "No, thank you. I've already eaten," Naruto smiled politely, not elaborating further. His gaze then shifted to the Byakugan girl behind him, to whom he merely nodded with a smile. Hinata's face flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Naruto's gaze. "He actually greeted me first. Has he remembered me?" "Indeed, Hinata. You are simply wonderful." The joy swelling within her was beyond words, and she felt immensely grateful for her actions the previous day. Shikamaru noticed Naruto's smile and followed his gaze toward the back. "When did you become acquainted with someone from the Hyuga clan?" "I've known her for quite some time, but she is rather shy, so we haven't conversed much," Naruto casually explained. "Oh, by the way, Naruto, have you heard about yesterday's events?" Shikamaru, intrigued, inquired, "What transpired yesterday?" Naruto, feigning ignorance, prodded further. "I have heard about that too." As soon as the topic of gossip arose, the interest of others piqued, and Ino leaned in with curiosity. "Let me tell you, it was terrifying. I heard that those people turned into corpses and could still move." Ino, looking at Shikamaru, asked, "You're the smartest. Have you heard of any means to control a corpse?" Shikamaru pondered, stroking his chin. Controlling a corpse may seem implausible, yet there are indeed some methods. Although even if control is possible, it could not account for the events of last night. After careful consideration, he found no perfect solution. Ino, shivering slightly, asked, "Do you think there are ghosts in this world?" "Enough of scaring yourself unnecessarily," Shikamaru replied dismissively. "It could merely be some bizarre ninjutsu. Such matters should be left to the adults to resolve." He then reclined lazily on the table, unable to comprehend the situation without overburdening himself. "But I heard." Ino glanced around, her expression betraying hesitation. "Heard what?" Naruto, intrigued, encouraged her. He was unperturbed by the prospect of revealing anything, for aside from the couple he had slain, the others had met their demise quietly, leaving only one person who could potentially deduce his identity. However, even if they did, it mattered little. Destroying the brain ensured that no information could be extracted. As for soul-searching techniques, they existed in this world too. Yet, there is a law in this realm. The souls of ordinary individuals dissipate gradually upon death, and the so-called Pure Lands are merely the domain of the Sage of Six Paths. Those who enter the Pure Lands are undoubtedly powerful. These ordinary souls lack chakra, and thus their spirits fade away posthumously. Furthermore, this world has no complete cycle of reincarnation, so Naruto had no cause for concern. Chapter 8. The Spontaneous Human. I must share this with you, but you cannot disclose it to anyone else. Yamashiro Kiyo, with wide, twinkling eyes, glanced around and noticed that others, much like themselves, were chattering animatedly about the events of yesterday. However, their knowledge was limited to the fact that a spy had infiltrated the village and caused numerous casualties. But their group was different. They were primarily descendants of prominent families, privy to far more information. "Quickly, tell us more," Ding Ci exclaimed, immediately captivated, disregarding the snacks in his hands. "You have certainly heard much about last night's occurrences, but what I wish to recount pertains to this morning's bizarre incident." Yamashiro Kiyo became increasingly cautious, instinctively scanning the surroundings, lowering his voice further. "This morning, an extraordinarily strange event transpired. To your astonishment, ghostly flames emerged in the village. Many were engulfed by those white flames." Yamashiro Kiyo's voice trembled slightly with fear as he conveyed this revelation. "Ghost flames?" Shikamaru was momentarily struck dumb. Indeed, Those eerie white flames were impossible to extinguish. I heard that many lives were lost. Yamashiro Kiyo whispered urgently. Within the Hokage building, the Hokage sat upright in the foremost position. His countenance grave and solemn, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without a need for anger. Below him, a group stood in perfect alignment, each face etched with seriousness, not daring to exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. Seated beside the Hokage were 3 elder advisors, equally poised, their gazes sharp and composed, seemingly capable of discerning all truths. The spacious room was filled with people, yet a profound silence enveloped them, broken only by the faint hissing of smoke as the 3rd Hokage exhaled. The atmosphere was palpably tense, evoking a sense of suffocation. The 3rd Hokage continuously inhaled and exhaled. His brows furrowed tightly, the lines on his forehead deep as canyons. Clearly, he was confronted with an exceedingly troublesome dilemma. Suddenly, Danzo's voice pierced the silence. Cold and low, as if it could penetrate the very souls of those present, startling many. Fuyue, what are the results of the investigation? Danzo's words were succinct and direct, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. A heavy silence fell upon the assembly. They understood the implications of Danzo's inquiry all too well. Each individual in attendance was either a jonin or the head of a clan, possessing at least a modicum of understanding regarding the political landscape of Konoha. The suppression of the Uchiha clan by the higher echelons of Konoha was no secret. One could even say that every ninja in Konoha was somewhat aware of it. Danzo's question undoubtedly aimed squarely at the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's brow knitted tightly, his expression darkening, although he anticipated Danzo's attack. He had no choice but to report truthfully. Damn it, what on earth is your Uchiha clan doing? A spy infiltrates the village and commits murder. Yet you have nothing to show for it. In my view, your Uchiha clan's guard should be disbanded. Even a dog would perform better than you. Even the perpetrator remains elusive. What face do you have left? As expected, upon learning of the fruitless investigation, Danzo immediately lashed out with sharp and unrelenting words. Uchiha Fugaku's visage turned an alarming shade of purple, yet he found himself at a loss for words. It is paramount that we locate the culprit, Danzo. The 3rd Hokage interjected, his expression grave. He understood Danzo's intentions all too well, yet now was not the moment. Although this situation presented a golden opportunity to suppress the Uchiha clan, he was more eager to swiftly uncover the murderer. Humph. I believe this is a deliberate act by the Uchiha clan, Danzo retorted. Enough, Danzo. The 3rd Hokage's expression darkened. It is crucial that we ascertain the truth of this matter. Yamashiro Kai, do you possess any intelligence on this? Mito Minen stepped forward to mediate, his gaze fixed on a golden-haired man standing at the forefront. Yamashiro Kai, the head of the Yamashiro family and father of Yamashiro Ino, served as the head of the Konoha Intelligence Division. We have extracted the memories of everyone involved. At the moment of their demise, they retained no fragments of memory. They lost consciousness in their sleep, Yamashiro Kai stated, his countenance devoid of expression as he recounted the events. Upon hearing this, the brows of all present furrowed deeply. What of the investigation into the peculiar fire shield? There is no lead. Those individuals exhibited no signs of abnormality at the time of death. We do not even know when they were ensnared by the jutsu. Then what of the inquiry into why they perished simultaneously? Just then, Shika stepped forward, hesitating as he scanned the faces around him before voicing his conjecture. Sunlight. The crowd displayed expressions of disbelief. Indeed, these individuals spontaneously combusted after being exposed to sunlight. Shika confirmed, nodding slightly, he had thoroughly investigated this aspect, which was a commonality among all natural beings. The assembly exchanged glances, pondering the strangeness of such a jutsu within the realm of shinobi, a place rife with bizarre techniques. To ignite upon exposure to sunlight, what manner of ninjutsu is this? They deliberated, ultimately directing their gaze towards the 3rd Hokage, for he, as the scholar of the shinobi world, must possess greater knowledge. This should be classified as a secret art, within the domain of solar release. The 3rd Hokage mused, his voice low and deliberate. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, Naruto and his companions were left wide-eyed and aghast after hearing Ino's account of the situation. This strange ninjutsu sounded remarkably like ghost fire. Even the most mature of children would feel a twinge of fear in such circumstances. Ghost fire? Naruto had not anticipated their conjecture to be so outlandish. It seemed they had yet to uncover the common traits among the victims. As for why these individuals spontaneously combusted, it was due to their shadows being devoured by Naruto. Indeed, it was an act of consumption. In contrast, Naruto's development of the devil fruit had primarily focused on enhancing his own abilities. The consumption of shadows was merely an experiment, and he had not anticipated achieving results so soon. However, the shadow of devouring can only be controlled by its master until he is completely deceased. It cannot fully merge. After those individuals perished today, Naruto felt a surge of strength within his shadow, which in turn invigorated his own body. The sensation was remarkable, as if an inexplicable energy had suddenly manifested within him, enhancing his physical form. This indicates that the ability to grow stronger by consuming the shadows of others is indeed a viable avenue for development. Due to a significant incident in the village, their teacher did not attend class today, leaving the students to engage in self-study for the entire morning. Yet, at such a tender age, how could these children possess any sense of autonomy? To ask them to study was akin to suggesting they merely play. By midday, the ninja school did not provide lunch, compelling the children to bring their own bento from home. Even those who lived nearby chose to eat their packed meals at school rather than return home. Naruto had entirely forgotten about this situation, finding himself in a somewhat awkward predicament. "Naruto, would you like to share a meal?" Shikamaru, sensing Naruto's discomfort, extended a friendly invitation. "No, thank you. I prefer ramen." Naruto politely declined, aware that his companions had not brought extra food, and eating in front of them would leave them hungry. On the other side, Hinata had been quietly observing Naruto, and she too noticed his embarrassment. She hesitated, wanting to invite him to join her for lunch, but felt too shy to speak up in front of their classmates. Naruto was not being disingenuous. As someone who had experienced similar circumstances, he understood that the quality of food was secondary to its warmth. The ultimate happiness for people in their country was simply returning home to a warm meal after work. Naruto had long been curious about the delectable taste of Ichiraku ramen. "Ah, it's little Naruto. It's been several days since we last met. How have you been?" At Ichiraku Ramen, perhaps due to the unusual events of the day, business was rather slow, and the small shop was devoid of customers at mealtime. "Little Naruto, come in." Ayame exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. "I'd like a bowl of ramen, please," Naruto requested casually as he took a seat. "Coming right up. Please wait a moment." The cheerful proprietor immediately entered the kitchen to prepare the dish. Naruto gazed around the quaint establishment, which could only accommodate 4 diners at a time. Yet it radiated a warm and inviting atmosphere reminiscent of home. The enticing aroma of ramen wafted from the kitchen. Before long, the proprietor emerged with a large bowl of steaming ramen, laden with an array of toppings, including slices of meat and fish balls. "Thank you, Uncle," Naruto expressed his gratitude, aware that he was receiving special treatment. To be honest, among all the inhabitants of Konohagakure, Uncle Ichiraku was truly one of a kind, compassionate, discerning, and selflessly caring for the vulnerable without expecting anything in return. It was during Naruto's most desperate moment of hunger that he had provided him with a steaming bowl of ramen, allowing Naruto to savor the deliciousness of food and the warmth of home. From the very beginning, Naruto has always believed that Uncle Iruka's ramen is the most delectable and delightful dish. Even after he becomes a hero, in Naruto's eyes, Ichiraku ramen remains the finest. The noodles possess a bouncy texture reminiscent of rubber bands, while the broth is rich and flavorful, akin to divine nectar. Without the aid of technology or extravagant techniques, it is simple yet exquisite, with the noodles exuding the fragrant essence of wheat and the broth being as intoxicating as fine wine, truly a culinary delight. Observing Naruto's satisfied smile, Uncle Iruka's expectant expression softened. The ramen remains as delicious as ever. Naruto, while enjoying his meal, gave a thumbs up. "Haha, if it's good, then eat plenty. Today it's on me." Uncle Iruka beamed with joy. "No need, Uncle. I've brought my own money today." "Haha, why the formality, little Naruto? You are my loyal customer. Do come by more often when you have the time." "Really, no need, Uncle." As Naruto chewed, he continued to chat with Uncle Iruka, feeling elated in his company. Not only does he experience the warmth of a parental figure, but more importantly, this man is the only adult who has shown him kindness since his arrival in this world. After a hearty meal, Naruto dutifully paid, which also gave him a glimpse into the pricing of this world. The cost of living here is quite similar to that back home, evoking a sense of inflation. For instance, the compensation received from the 3rd Hokage the previous day was barely enough for Naruto to enjoy 10 bowls of ramen. He couldn't help but feel a bit speechless, as Ichiraku ramen is already considered quite affordable in Konoha, with even cheaper options limited to bento boxes. Chapter 9. The practice of Kanai upon returning to school. The hour was already late, and students poured into the classroom like a lively tide. The atmosphere quickly became vibrant, with laughter and chatter intertwining harmoniously. However, Naruto chose to remain aloof from the commotion, lazily yawning before settling down on his desk like a drowsy cat, soon succumbing to slumber. As time slipped away imperceptibly, Naruto was suddenly roused by a gentle nudge on his shoulder. He slowly lifted his head, rubbing his sleepy eyes in an effort to awaken. "Naruto, it's time for class," Shikamaru whispered beside him. "What are we practicing?" Naruto mumbled, still somewhat dazed, as if he had not fully emerged from his dreams. "We're practicing kunai. It should be more enjoyable than sitting in class," Shikamaru clarified. "How dull," Naruto complained, inwardly longing to continue his slumber. Nevertheless, despite his reluctance, all the students followed the teacher to the playground. Ahead of them, 10 meters away, stood a row of targets adorned with red circles, resembling the grinning faces of cheerful clowns. The younger students were scattered about, some eagerly anticipating the activity, while others appeared rather listless. At that moment, a wave of admiration rippled through the crowd. "Wow, Sasuke is so cool. Is this the throwing technique of the Uchiha clan? Truly, he is a genius, being Itachi's brother." Naruto followed the gazes of the onlookers, spotting Sasuke already engaged in practice. With an impassive expression, he tightly gripped several kunai, suddenly swinging his arm with lightning speed, sending the kunai soaring like meteors, striking the wooden post with precision. His movements were fluid and strikingly graceful. Instantaneously, the playground erupted with enthusiastic cheers and praises. A hint of pride flickered on Sasuke's lips as he glanced back over his shoulder, only to find the familiar figure absent. His brow furrowed slightly. In the past, Naruto would have rushed over to provoke him, and now, without Naruto's usual taunts, something felt amiss. It was only in contrast to Naruto's antics that his own prowess seemed more pronounced. His gaze drifted back, and soon he spotted Naruto, who appeared languidly half awake, mirroring the demeanor of Shikamaru beside him. "Is it just me, or does he seem to have changed quite a bit?" Sasuke pondered internally, without Naruto's provocations. Sasuke sensed the girls around him growing somewhat restless. After standing for a while, Naruto felt fatigued and slumped against a tree, settling down. "You seem to have changed a lot, Naruto." "What do you mean?" he replied, somewhat puzzled. "You used to despise that arrogant Sasuke," Shikamaru chuckled. "And I still do." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You seem to have matured quite a bit." "Growth is inevitable," Naruto remarked. Naruto Uzumaki found himself increasingly in sync with Shikamaru and Nara. At their age, regardless of how mature they pretended to be, their inherent nature still resembled that of children, as evidenced by today's events. During a free practice session with Shuriken, his classmates were eager to showcase their abilities. Even the girls wished to impress Sasuke. Only Shikamaru and Choji, along with Naruto, seemed entirely devoid of such a desire for display. Choji was solely interested in food, while Shikamaru possessed a more mature understanding of his needs and wants. A sentiment shared by Naruto. Practicing with Shuriken? What a daunting task. If it came down to wielding a weapon, Naruto would undoubtedly choose a sword. As Naruto and his friends lay back, chatting and laughing, the contrast to his solitary practice felt akin to that of a clown, swiftly extinguishing any desire to appear impressive. This left the girls, particularly Sakura, in a state of distress, as she seemed to notice Sasuke's expression. Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the back, landing on Naruto lounging there. "Is that Naruto? He seems different somehow." On a typical day, Naruto would have been chattering away like a little sparrow, desperately trying to capture Sakura's attention. Yet, it was unclear when the incessant chatterer had vanished. At that moment, Sakura realized that Naruto had indeed undergone a transformation. However, witnessing her peers diligently practicing while Naruto and the others languished in idleness stirred feelings of discontent within her. Determined not to let her classmates remain so lackadaisical, Sakura approached the nearby teacher. In a free practice session, the teacher usually refrained from paying much attention, as they understood that for some students, these exercises were merely supplementary flourishes. Yet, with a report made, the teacher had no choice but to intervene. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are being lazy again." The teacher's bellow startled all those practicing, causing Shuriken to nearly fly into the hands of unsuspecting classmates. Reluctantly, Naruto stood up. "Being in last place means you must work twice as hard. Get to practicing," the teacher admonished, brow furrowed. Naruto remained silent, utterly disinterested in the Shuriken practice. The teacher seemed to sense Naruto's nonchalance, frowning once more, preparing to deliver a lengthy discourse on the significance of Shuriken in ninja combat. Ninjas, regardless of how noble their words may sound, are inherently assassins. For an assassin, The weapon in hand must prioritize the art of killing. Shuriken, whether in close combat or thrown from a distance, possesses considerable lethality. Moreover, when paired with an explosive tag, even a high-ranking ninja could meet their demise if careless. Thus, mastery and technique with shuriken are of paramount importance for any ninja. As the teacher expounded on this topic with fervent examples, the previously indifferent children now gazed wide-eyed, gripping their shuriken as if they were holding a legendary weapon. However, Naruto remained unperturbed, walking towards a target and picking up a shuriken. With a surge of strength emanating from within, he forcefully propelled the kunai forward. A sharp whoosh resonated through the air as it slipped from his grasp. Naruto, immersed in contemplation, yearned to gauge the magnitude of his newfound power. Clenching the kunai with determination, he exerted all his might to hurl it forth. The weapon shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing sound. Yet, in a moment of unexpected turn, the kunai veered off course just as it was about to strike its target, missing by a meter. A flicker of frustration crossed Naruto's mind. He had initially held a modicum of confidence in his throwing skills, having played darts in his previous life, though his proficiency was average. He could at least hit the target within 5 meters. However, to his dismay, despite inheriting Naruto's memories and techniques, this body seemed uncooperative. Laughter erupted around him. This fellow is here for comedic relief, is he? I was more accurate at 3 years old. The surrounding classmates, witnessing the significant gap between the kunai and the target, erupted into hearty laughter, their jeers flooding in like a tidal wave, enveloping Naruto. He maintained an impassive demeanor, fixated on the kunai that had sailed past the target. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated, bang. The crowd was taken aback as they beheld the kunai embedded deep within the adjacent wall, leaving only a small portion of the handle visible. This unforeseen spectacle left everyone momentarily speechless, silencing their previous mockery. Their expressions shifted, faces taut with disbelief. The kunai, firmly lodged in the wall, revealed a gaping hole where the majority of it had vanished. Laughter evaporated, replaced by a palpable sense of trepidation. When had Naruto acquired such formidable strength? Shikamaru pondered, perplexed. Naruto-kun. Hinata voiced her concern. Naruto, seemingly distracted during class, must understand that the art of the kunai lies in technique rather than brute force. Having sheer strength without the ability to hit the target holds little significance. The teacher's face darkened, devoid of any semblance of amusement. His irritation evident as he reiterated the importance of skill over sheer power. As the teacher's words resonated, the students regained their composure. Their gazes toward Naruto now tinged with fear. What an enigma he had become. Sasuke Uchiha furrowed his brow, discerning something amiss, unlike others. He sensed that Naruto's strength had indeed intensified significantly. As one often provoked by Naruto, Sasuke was well aware of his capabilities, oblivious to the teacher's admonitions. Naruto conjured another kunai, leaning forward as if preparing to launch a shot put, hurling the weapon with explosive force. A terrifying sound of wind surged as the wall was once again breached, creating another gaping hole. Cracks spread like a spider's web, radiating outward in terrifying fashion. The teacher's words were abruptly silenced, and an involuntary twitch flickered at the corner of his eye. Naruto, Uzumaki. The roar reverberated. And the teacher perceived Naruto's actions as a blatant provocation. He had clearly instructed him to focus on technique. Shikamaru helplessly covered his forehead. Naruto shrugged in exasperation. What technique? It's all nonsense. What he truly sought was nothing but sheer power and unparalleled speed. If there ever came a day when he could hurl shuriken with the force of cannonballs, akin to Barrett, that would be the embodiment of his aspirations. Wielding shuriken in battle always felt somewhat lacking in dominance. Chapter 10. Developing fruitful abilities. As the sun dipped below the horizon, people began their journeys homeward. Naruto, weary and drained, returned to his abode and languidly collapsed onto his bed, exhaling deeply as if all vitality had been siphoned from his being. He pondered silently, reflecting on how this campus life seemed to be at odds with his essence. The encroaching night descended like a ferocious beast, casting a tense atmosphere over the entire Hidden Leaf village. Gone were the days of bustling vibrancy. The streets lay deserted as residents retreated to their homes, seemingly evading an impending calamity. Upon the rooftops, members of the Uchiha clan stood like specters, their crimson gazes akin to blazing flames, scanning every nook and cranny. Even Fugaku Uchiha stood sentinel on a rooftop, vigilant and watchful of the surroundings. "Father, will the perpetrator strike again today?" Itachi inquired, his tone laced with concern. "Itachi, do not let your guard down. We must prepare countermeasures against any potential threat. For now, our only course of action is to bolster our defenses, Fugaku responded, acutely aware of their precarious situation. He understood that it was imperative to avoid drawing the attention of the higher-ups. I understand, father. I will exercise caution. Itachi affirmed with a resolute nod. Fugaku gazed at his eldest son with pride, silently admiring his composure, keen intellect, and exceptional prowess, truly a paragon of the Uchiha lineage. Rest assured, I will handle matters here. You may return, he instructed. Very well, father. I shall ensure Sasuke's safety. As the night deepened, Naruto lay in his quarters after dinner, staring into the void, his gaze intense and his lips slightly parted. Should he act again? The prospect of absorbing shadows to augment his strength was undeniably alluring. Moreover, even the shadows of ordinary individuals had already endowed him with considerable power. What of the shadows belonging to ninjas? The previous day, due to hesitance during his initial attempt to absorb Naruto, he refrained from targeting ninjas. However, having confirmed that he could indeed grow stronger through absorption, Naruto found his inner restraint waning. To embark on a grand journey, one must first solidify their foundation. The act of shadow absorption was not only his unique advantage but also the key to his ascendance. He recognized the inherent risks, yet who could resist such temptation? Besides, it was merely his own shadow. Even if discovered, suspicion could never fall upon him. With his mind made up, Naruto's shadow quivered slightly, morphing into a slender thread that swiftly detached from his form. Meanwhile, his physical self remained still with closed eyes, appearing to be in a deep slumber. As his consciousness shifted into the shadow, tonight, whom should he absorb? Thoughts raced through Naruto's mind. Those he had slain the previous day were all individuals who had tormented him. No one is born malevolent, even if Naruto could reconcile with the notion of taking lives. He would not senselessly massacre ordinary people. Such acts were those of a madman, not a rational being. Thus, even he sought a justifiable rationale for his actions, vengeance. When speaking of those who bear animosity towards oneself, the foremost among them are undoubtedly those who have once inflicted humiliation. However, such individuals have all been eliminated. Next in line are the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, neither of whom can be deemed virtuous. The predicaments faced by Naruto today are largely attributed to these two, with Danzo being particularly notorious for his disruptive nature. Although the Shimura clan is relatively small, it has flourished significantly due to Danzo's machinations. As for the third Hokage, it is unnecessary to elaborate. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Sarutobi clan deployed more than 2,000 ninjas, which is a staggering figure, representing nearly 1/10 of the ninja population in Konoha. It is hard to believe that he was not involved in any form of corruption. The wealth of the Uchiha clan, the assets of the Uzumaki clan, and even the inheritance left by the Uzumaki family ultimately fell into the hands of the third Hokage. A fact evidenced by Konohamaru's sealing techniques. The eastern region of Konoha is the ancestral land of the Sarutobi clan. Unlike other clans, the Sarutobi are notably discreet, with many of their ninjas engaged in administrative roles within significant departments. Yesterday's events are known to all, yet they remain unfazed, continuing their lives as usual. In a well-lit hall, a middle-aged ninja sits engrossed in a book. I hope nothing will happen in the village tonight, he muses. Rest assured. With the Uchiha and the Hokage present, there will be no troubles. The Uchiha, you say? Do not worry. Although they may be somewhat unhinged, they will not be careless in this matter, especially with that one keeping a close watch on them. He reflects on the one-eyed elder, sighing inwardly. As an ordinary ninja, he finds the Uchiha somewhat difficult to engage with, yet he does not harbor the lethal intentions of the higher-ups. Well, even so, I believe it is prudent to exercise caution. His wife, however, seems to carry an inexplicable sense of unease, perhaps influenced by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Most members of the Sarutobi clan pursue a balanced development of the 5 elemental affinities, rarely stepping onto the battlefield, thus affording them ample time for training. This balanced development renders them less susceptible to the influences of chakra. To ascend to the rank of Jonin, one must not only possess formidable strength but also master at least one form of chakra nature transformation. However, once one has achieved this transformation, they inevitably become influenced by the characteristics of that chakra nature. For instance, fire chakra is inextricably linked to explosive and combustive traits. This leads to pronounced personality traits within certain families. The Uchiha, predominantly practicing fire chakra, are often quick-tempered and impulsive. The Hyuga clan, with their unique constitution, cultivates non-elemental chakra, resulting in a rigid and conservative demeanor among its members, while other clans exhibit varying degrees of influence from chakra. Meanwhile, the third Hokage does not place all his hopes solely on the Uchiha clan. The events of yesterday have been thoroughly suppressed by them. However, should such an occurrence transpire again, even the Hokage would find it impossible to contain it. Thus, this must never happen a second time. At this moment, the third Hokage and the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan have gathered within the Konoha barrier unit. Have you detected any unfamiliar chakra? The third Hokage gazed intently at several figures before him. The barrier of Konoha is fully activated, and any strong, unfamiliar chakra within the village can be sensed by them. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but no unfamiliar chakra has been detected thus far, Yamanaka and Noichi replied with a hint of regret. No matter. The third Hokage silently exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Naruto's shadow had silently traversed the majority of Konoha, arriving at the territory of the Sarutobi clan. The shadow emitted no chakra fluctuations, although its movement consumed Naruto's chakra. The shadow itself possessed neither chakra nor physical presence. Naruto had previously attempted to utilize chakra through his shadow, but the outcome was as expected, failure. The shadow lacks physical meridians or any means to manipulate chakra, which means it cannot perform ninjutsu. Upon arriving, Naruto sensed a powerful chakra within. Shadows possess their unique perception. This place is teeming with skilled individuals. Simply put, it is a haven for Jonin. Utilizing his special perception, Naruto scanned the area and swiftly locked onto a household. Hoshino wondered why she felt a sense of unease. You're just too anxious. Why not sit down and read with me for a moment? The man glanced up at his wife. Very well. The woman hesitated before approaching. At that moment, a shadow crept slowly across the ground through the gap in the door. The pitch-black eyes fixed upon the two individuals in the hall. In Naruto's perception, their strength was not particularly formidable, likely at the level of Chunin. Let us use these two for an experiment. Naruto did not recognize these individuals, having never seen them before. He chose them solely because of their proximity and relative weakness. He approached stealthily. The dim light of the night cast long shadows, and the two remained oblivious. Furthermore, as they were not combatants, their vigilance was somewhat lacking. Years spent in the office had dulled their instinct as ninjas. By the time they sensed something amiss, the scene unfolded suddenly. An ominous shadow had risen behind them unbeknownst to them. Danger! Who are you? They both exclaimed simultaneously, instinctively raising their hands to form seals. The dark figure moved with incredible speed, delivering a swift chop. Bang! Bang! The muffled sounds of two individuals collapsing echoed in the air. Truly worthy of being Chunin. They have detected me, Naruto thought, gazing at the two unconscious figures on the ground in mild surprise. He had thoroughly grasped the uniqueness of the shadow, which exhibited no chakra fluctuations and could not affect the physical environment until it manifested into a tangible form. In other words, the sounds of footsteps and the whispers of shadows would go unnoticed, especially in the absence of chakra fluctuations. Under such circumstances, the theory would remain undiscovered. However, just moments before he made his move, he was still detected by two individuals. Naruto could only admit to his own carelessness, having underestimated the sixth sense of a ninja. He had presumed that his unique ability rendered him invincible, yet it appears he must exercise greater caution henceforth. It is now time to conduct an experiment. The shadow's eyes ignited with a gluttonous gleam as it began to explore the potential of the Catalyst S ability. One leg transformed into a tentacle, connecting to the shadow beneath the man's feet. Naruto commenced his experimentation. There was indeed movement. It was feasible, yet he pondered if the speed was somewhat lacking. The path of energy plundering seems unviable. He can only enhance the power of the shadow, indirectly augmenting his own essence through the elevation of the shadow as strength. The principle of shadows dictates that the state of the human body reflects the state of the shadow. One can perceive the body and shadow as two facets of yin and yang, each interlinked and mutually influential. Thus, when one masters the power of shadows, they indirectly gain mastery over their own corporeal form. Chapter 11. The Nine-Tailed Fox. Harnessing his unique ingenuity, he developed his own extraordinary ability, the power of fruit development, which proved to be far less complex than he had initially envisioned. Just as Naruto contemplated at this moment, he utilized shadows as a medium to devour the chakra within the bodies of ninjas. To his surprise, this ability could be effortlessly executed. However, Naruto soon felt a wave of disappointment. Although the ability exhibited some response, the results were rather unsatisfactory. It is widely recognized that utilizing shadows essentially drains the energy of the body, akin to one's limbs. Any movement consumes one's vitality. Upon arriving in this world, The consumption of physical strength transformed into the depletion of chakra, thanks to the mystical energy residing within him. Nonetheless, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto possessed an inherently vast reservoir of chakra, rendering him largely unafraid of such depletion. Yet, when he first attempted to absorb his opponent's chakra, the toll on his own energy was astonishingly severe. It felt akin to an ordinary person struggling to ascend a staircase while bearing an immense weight of 200 or 300 pounds. In simpler terms, after expending 10 units of chakra, he only managed to reclaim 1, an experience that left him far from elated. Although his ability had been successfully developed, it resembled a tasteless delicacy, neither satisfying nor easily discarded. It appeared that his own body was simply too weak. However, Naruto was astute. Regardless of how extraordinary his newfound power was, its efficacy still depended on the strength of his own body. If his body remained feeble, it would be akin to a child attempting to wield a large blade with little success. Therefore, the immediate priority was to enhance his physical prowess. It seemed that his path forward lay in the consumption of others to grow stronger. Resolving this in his mind, Naruto ceased to waste time. The desires he sought had already materialized. A pair of large black scissors appeared in the right hand of the shadowy figure. With a swift motion, he grasped the shadows of the two individuals on the ground, and with a decisive snap, they succumbed to unconsciousness, unaware of how long they would remain in slumber. At that moment, an eerie scene unfolded. Within the dimly lit room, a shadowy figure stood, clutching two dark masses of shadow that appeared to possess a consciousness of their own, instinctively beginning to struggle. The enigmatic figure opened its mouth wide and took a bite of the two shadows it held. The air resonated with a peculiar sound. A crunch echoed ominously. In silence that spoke volumes, the shadowy figure seemed to savor some delectable feast, and in a brief span, the two masses were entirely consumed. Meanwhile, the two individuals sprawled on the couch turned even paler, resembling living corpses. After devouring their shadows, the dark figure approached the window, drawing back the curtains, and then dissolved into a pool of liquid, vanishing from sight. It is well known that murder often leaves traces. There is no such thing as a perfect crime. And what Naruto could do was leverage supernatural powers to eliminate them. The two, having had their shadows consumed by Naruto, would not awaken for some time. By the time dawn broke, the sunlight would aid in their demise, allowing Naruto to thoroughly assimilate their powers. Once he departed from the household, Naruto continued his hunt, meticulously selecting targets who were predominantly Chunin level. After devouring 4 or 5 souls, Naruto's shadow departed from that place and returned to his abode. The original Naruto felt a wave of mental exhaustion wash over him. Although the shadow possessed instinctual abilities, the nature of its actions required secrecy. Thus, Naruto primarily relied on his consciousness to accomplish these deeds, which proved to be a draining endeavor. Feeling remarkably fatigued, he barely closed his eyes before succumbing to slumber. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. After an indeterminate passage of time, Naruto's consciousness stirred. Upon realizing his surroundings, he instinctively furrowed his brow. How did I end up here? Before him lay a dimly lit sewer, as dark as an unfathomable abyss, seemingly devoured by endless shadows, devoid of any sunlight. Beneath his feet was a viscous black mire, cold and suffused with a chakra that slithered like a venomous serpent throughout the passage. Panting heavily, guttural breaths echoed from the depths of the tunnel, resembling whispers from a demon, engendering a psychological pressure akin to plummeting into an icy chasm. It felt as if something horrifically sinister lurked at the tunnel's end. This oppressive sensation instilled a flicker of fear within Naruto. Indeed, it was fear. No matter how formidable humans appeared, Naruto was unafraid, even in the presence of the third Hokage. But the circumstances now were different. He was acutely aware of the nature of the entity he was about to confront, the location of the Nine-Tailed Seal. Yet, having come this far, Naruto felt compelled to investigate. The Nine-Tailed Fox, a mythical creature, transcended legendary status in any realm. Glancing down, he noticed his shadow writhing slightly. The ability to utilize his powers here brought him a modicum of reassurance. With renewed determination, he strode forward. Plop, plop. In the murky sewer, droplets of water occasionally fell from above. As he stepped through the shallow puddles, Naruto felt a sense of revulsion for such a place, struggling to fathom that this ghastly environment existed within his own body. Time passed, and Naruto, carrying a mix of apprehension, excitement, and exhilaration, slowly approached the exit. Towering before him was a massive iron gate, its height seemingly boundless. Standing there felt akin to an ant amidst the vastness of the universe. Peering beyond the gate, He could not discern what lay inside, but a colossal shadow crouched upon the ground, exuding a terrifying aura that quickened his heartbeat. The beast's breaths resembled distant thunder, reverberating through the air, creating an overwhelming sense of dread. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes snapped open, ablaze like twin flames. A formidable pressure, intermingled with a terrifying chakra, surged towards Naruto from the direction of the gate, akin to a tumultuous tide. Naruto's pupils constricted sharply, the instant he locked eyes with those blood-red orbs. His mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning, plunging into momentary blankness. "Little brat, at last we meet." The voice resonated as if it emerged from the depths of the underworld, chilling and spine-tingling. "The darkness within your heart has only deepened." The Ninetales' voice echoed in the air, sharp as a blade, piercing straight to Naruto's core. The Ninetales initially sought to manipulate Naruto into tearing apart the sealing symbols on his prison door, yet suddenly noticed a transformation within Naruto. As a fox capable of sensing good and evil, the Ninetales, at the very first glance, keenly perceived the change in Naruto. A dark aura, like a plague, spread forth, profoundly altering his essence. Naruto appeared to have matured under the watchful gaze of the Ninetales, and this realm could be deemed an embodiment of his inner world. Within this unique space, Naruto's emotions mirrored like a reflection in a glass, vividly illuminating his surroundings. The Ninetales was oblivious to the experiences Naruto had endured. He would not remain vigilant, often succumbing to slumber in moments of ennui. However, upon awakening this time, he discerned a drastic transformation within this space. Previously, the shrouded in darkness akin to a sewer, there was still a glimmer of sunlight. Yet now, upon his awakening, it had become entirely obscured, resembling the depths of the ocean. It was at this moment that Naruto arrived, and the Ninetales immediately recognized something amiss within him. The essence of darkness enveloped Naruto as if he had embraced it wholly. Is this the legendary Ninetales fox? At this juncture, Naruto's eyes widened, devoid of any fear, replaced instead by awe, envy, and a tinge of greed. The mythical creature of the Ninetales fox, renowned across various legends for its formidable power, stood before him. Even from Naruto Uzumaki's current aesthetic perspective, the Ninetales was undeniably powerful and beautiful, with its elegant form and majestic, billowing tails that obscured the sky. "Humph, do you covet my power? Release the seal, and I shall lend you all of my strength," the Ninetales mused, noting the greed reflected in Naruto's gaze. He had encountered such longing far too often among these wretched humans, who both feared and coveted his power. This little brat was no different from those others. "Release the seal? Are you certain you wish me to do so?" Naruto could not help but glance at the sealing symbols hovering in midair. "What do you mean? You little imp? This is Konoha. Are you truly intent on breaking free?" "Just Konoha? I could obliterate them with a mere breath," the Ninetales retorted. "Is that so? Then why are you still confined here?" Naruto replied with a sardonic smile. One could not deny the immense power of the Ninetales, yet he ought not to underestimate humanity. Regardless of the Ninetales' might, it remained an energy being, and within this world existed a unique system specifically designed to counter such entities, the sealing techniques. The origins of sealing techniques remain shrouded in mystery, yet it is certain that long before Kaguya Otsutsuki arrived on this planet, these techniques already existed. Since their inception, sealing arts seemed purposefully crafted to combat immortal beings like them, whether it be the malevolent spirits of this world or extraterrestrial entities from beyond. Sealing techniques have never faltered in their efficacy. Suddenly, the Ninetales became flustered, its anger surging forth as a terrifying chakra erupted, seemingly to mask its own embarrassment. Even through the seal, this formidable chakra forced Naruto to stagger back several paces. Naruto could not help but exclaim in wonder. He understood all too well that the entity within him was at best only half of the Ninetales. If half was already so powerful, how formidable must the complete Ninetales be? And what of the Ten Tails, which was even more fearsome? Moreover, there was not just one Ten Tails. The Otsutsuki clan could not possibly be limited to Kaguya alone possessing such a being. The mere thought of this exhilarated him. The world was so vast, the future brimming with infinite possibilities, and the universe held numerous unknown adversaries he yearned to confront. "Hey, little brat, do you desire power? Release me, and my strength shall be yours." The Ninetales noticed the glint of greed in Naruto's eyes, a sight it had never encountered before. "Are you certain? The third Hokage is right outside," it taunted. Naruto responded with a smirk, as if to convey a challenge. "Humph, just an old man," the Ninetales scoffed, dismissing the notion that anyone could stand against it. I have heard that the third Hokage is well versed in all the jutsu of Konoha. The Nine-Tails' pupils constricted sharply, as if recalling some unpleasant memories, casting it into a state of melancholy, causing its 9 tails to droop dejectedly. Observing this, a smirk involuntarily crept across Naruto's face. If one were to consider the 9 tails' psychological traumas, the foremost would undoubtedly be the Uchiha's Sharingan, particularly that of Uchiha Madara. The second would be Senju Hashirama's Sage Art, Super Thousand Hands, while the third, and most indelible, was the dead demon consuming seal wielded by Minato. The very thought that the third Hokage might employ that repugnant jutsu rendered the 9 tails speechless, leaving it in a state of trepidation. The dead demon consuming seal. A unique technique of the Uzumaki clan was a jutsu that led both the user and the target to a mutual demise, ensnaring them within the belly of the Shinigami to eternally battle one another. Within the Shinigami's belly lay a special space, where even a creature as unique as the 9 tails could not perceive its other half. Chapter 12. The Fury of 3 Generations. Observing the silence of his opponent, Naruto felt a surge of elation within, exclaiming inwardly, the 9 tails must be frightened. It was not just the 9 tails. Even Naruto himself recognized the formidable nature of this jutsu. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that the third Hokage indeed possessed mastery over this technique. The mere thought of it rendered both man and beast somewhat subdued, causing the atmosphere to grow markedly tense. The 9 tails found the situation rather dull and felt a sense of bewilderment. What could it possibly achieve by emerging now? With only half its power remaining, it would inevitably be captured again, merely resulting in a different individual being sealed away. Contemplating this, the 9 tails lost interest in deceiving Naruto and once more lay down, shutting its eyes. Naruto, however, refrained from mocking it and began to spiral into his own thoughts. Having read the original story, he was already mentally prepared for the fact that he harbored the 9 tails within him. Yet, encountering such a legendary creature for the first time was undeniably a bit shocking. Unlike the denizens of this ninja world, he would not regard the 9 tails as a mere monster. After all, if it truly was a monster, he might very well be inclined to take action to grow stronger. Yet, as he calmed his racing thoughts, Naruto's mind regained its rationality. The distinction between knowing and witnessing firsthand was stark. Now that he had seen the 9 tails within him, he found himself feeling less joy and more discomfort. The notion that a sentient being resided within him was something he, as a traveler from another world, struggled to fully accept. The 9 tails had been sealed within Naruto because the 4th Hokage foresaw his impending demise and wished to leave his son with a trump card. Believing wholeheartedly that his son could tame the 9 tails and become the perfect Jinchuriki, even if he could not tame the beast. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline would allow him to subdue half of it completely. However, what the 4th Hokage did not realize was that Naruto himself was the protagonist of this era. Even without the 9 tails, he possessed ample means for self-preservation. The ability to wield would release was unique to Ashura. From the inception of Ashura to the likes of Hashirama Senju, whenever faced with a life-or-death crisis, the chakra of Ashura would alert Naruto to impending danger, awakening his would release. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths intervened out of balance or favoritism, the same principle applied. Now, endowed with the powers of the Shadow Fruit, the 9 tails had become irrelevant to Naruto. His chakra was already vast and boundless. And with the newfound strength from the shadows, he was acutely aware that he differed from the original narrative. He would not be ensnared by fate. Moreover, the sealing location of the 9 tails was of paramount importance. The site of the tailed beast seal resided just beneath the navel, a position in the ninja world devoid of any special designation. However, as a traveler, Naruto understood its significance. It was the lower dantian. This location was particularly unique in Eastern cultivation systems, serving as a reservoir for energy. Yet, in the ninja world, the concept of energy storage was non-existent. Chakra existed corporeally and could not be refined further once depleted. Only Tsunade had developed the sealing technique, successfully utilizing the upper dantian. Its potency was self-evident. Capable of storing chakra, reducing consumption, prolonging life, and preserving youth. The strength of the upper dantian was remarkable, and one could only imagine the power of the middle and lower dantian. At present, Naruto's lower dantian is occupied by the 9 tails. Although this grants him an additional source of energy akin to a power bank, it is one that remains unconnected, thus taking up valuable space. The upper dantian is perilous, as it pertains to the essence of spirit and energy. Without any reference, Naruto dares not recklessly explore it. As for the middle dantian, his knowledge is scant, leaving him uncertain about how to develop it. Therefore, Vortex Shuehu is truly remarkable. She is the first to harness the power of a Jinchuriki, sealing the tailed beast within her lower dantian like a colossal battery, from which she can forcibly draw energy in times of crisis. While she may not achieve the status of a perfect Jinchuriki, her strength is formidable nonetheless. Such a genius idea. Yet, had she possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, she could have forcibly become a Jinchuriki herself. Combining the Vortex bloodline with the Nine Tails, along with the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan, Naruto can scarcely fathom the extent of his own potential. Bloodline. Now that he has entered the world of ninjas, who wouldn't aspire to possess a pair of exquisite eyes? However, without bloodline transplantation, rejection is inevitable. Yet, pursuing the path of bloodline fusion is no simple feat throughout the entirety of the Naruto series. Only 3 individuals have successfully traversed this path: Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, and Kabuto Yakushi. Though their methods differ, all have faced considerable challenges, ultimately leaving them in a state that is neither human nor ghost. Naruto wishes to avoid following in their footsteps, so he contemplates leveraging his unique abilities. By utilizing his shadow powers, he hopes to devise a method for bloodline fusion, albeit a fanciful notion with a glimmer of possibility. Alternatively, there remains the avenue of chakra. As evidenced by Kakashi's ability to activate his Manjiki Sharingan during the climactic battle, chakra is indeed omnipotent. Get lost, you brat, and don't obstruct my view. Just as Naruto stands there in a daze, the Nine Tails can no longer contain itself, its terrifying chakra erupting like a volcano. Naruto's consciousness dissipates like smoke. Upon returning to his body, he succumbs to slumber. Meanwhile, as Naruto revels in his dreams, the higher-ups of Konoha gaze wide-eyed, secretly observing. Yet, this night in Konoha is unusually tranquil, as if nothing has transpired. The inhabitants remain restless until dawn breaks. The third Hokage and others receive no reports of chaos, and a wave of relief washes over the higher-ups, suggesting that those in the shadows are aware of their circumstances. The third Hokage feels a burden lifted. Please return, Hokage-sama. We will notify you at the first sign of any developments. Yamamoto Kaiji exhales a sigh of relief. After an entire night of intensely utilizing barriers to survey Konoha, he finds his spirit greatly fatigued. Indeed, we must remain vigilant in the coming days. The third Hokage, being advanced in years, feels the weariness of a sleepless night. After taking a moment to relax, he steps outside. As the third Hokage exits the barrier, the warm sunlight cascades down from the sky, bringing a touch of warmth to his weary visage and slightly rejuvenating his fatigued spirit. Good day, Hokage-sama. Thank you for your hard work, Hokage-sama. As the villagers passed by, they greeted the third Hokage with warm smiles. The third Hokage, returning their gestures with a gentle smile, was making his way home. Having spent a sleepless night, he now felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue and yearned for a moment of respite. Upon entering the clan's territory, he could feel the palpable warmth and respect emanating from those around him. The passers-by enthusiastically acknowledged him, and he reciprocated each greeting with a beaming smile. Third Hokage-sama. A young man, upon opening his door and catching sight of the third Hokage, immediately lit up with joy and warmly greeted him. As he stepped out into the sunlight, the brilliance of the day enveloped him. Hearing the voice, the third Hokage turned his gaze to see it was Mingwei, a young man with whom he shared a close bond, almost like that of a mentor to a protege. He paused, intending to engage in conversation with the youth. However, in that very moment as he turned, the smile on his face abruptly froze. His pupils dilated involuntarily, and an expression of horror overtook him. Before him, a bizarre scene was unfolding. The young man, who had just stepped out into the sunlight, suddenly ignited in a ferocious blaze. The white flames, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit, engulfed him at an astonishing speed, completely shrouding him in their wrath. The youth's anguished screams pierced the air, reverberating throughout the clan's grounds. The chilling sound sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it, as if he were enduring unimaginable torment. The man himself could not comprehend the situation. In an instant, he was consumed by the flames, and before either could react, his body disintegrated into nothingness within mere seconds. The third Hokage stood frozen, his expression betraying his disbelief. How could this be? What on earth was happening? Why was there no fluctuation of chakra? The scene before him was so perplexing that it defied understanding. As a ninja, the third Hokage's prowess was unquestionable, even though age had diminished his strength. Yet, witnessing someone being slain right before his eyes without any awareness or response was a bitter pill to swallow. The commotion naturally drew the attention of others nearby, many of whom were witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time. As they grasped the gravity of the situation, Their immediate instinct was to protect the Hokage. In a flurry of movement, those present rushed towards him. Ah! The air was suddenly filled with the harrowing cries of several individuals who too spontaneously ignited into flames. In an instant, the fire had consumed their entire beings. Now, witnessing this, the onlookers steeled themselves for action. Water style, great water wall. Water style, water whip. Water style, water tornado. Everyone began forming hand seals, unleashing various water techniques in a desperate attempt to combat the inferno. Yet, at this moment, a bizarre scene unfolded once more. In the face of those water shields, the white flames remained utterly unaffected, continuing to blaze fiercely. Within the span of just a breath or two, those individuals were reduced to nothing but white smoke, vanishing without a trace. The astonishment in the eyes of all witnessing this spectacle was impossible to conceal. What an extraordinary fire shield! What on earth is transpiring? Why are these flames impervious to water techniques? Could this be a bloodline limit? Yet, why is there no sign of chakra being utilized? The crowd erupted into a frenzy, all grappling with disbelief at the sheer power of this fire technique. The third Hokage had observed everything from the beginning. At this moment, the weariness that once graced his visage had vanished, replaced by a countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. The enemy had the audacity to slaughter his own kin before his very eyes, and the numbers were far from few. He perceived this as a blatant provocation. Though he was typically of a benevolent nature, his heart now harbored thoughts of eradicating the entire clan responsible. There was no doubt they must perish. Regardless of who they were or which village they hailed from, those who wielded such jutsu were destined for death. The third Hokage's expression grew grim. He had resolved that if he were to uncover which village was behind this atrocity, he would exact a bloody vengeance, even if it meant waging war against other villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and made his way towards the Hokage building, his target firmly set. Chapter 13. Spreading rumors and slander in the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently enveloping Naruto in a warm embrace akin to a golden veil. As he slowly opened his eyes, a grand yawn escaped his lips, as if every cell in his body was awakening in that moment. Ah, the weather is splendid today, he murmured, stretching languidly. However, the thought of going to school instantly dampened his spirits. Damn it, I have to endure that dull school again. Despite the relatively easy courses and short duration of classes, Naruto found the atmosphere utterly uninspiring. More significantly, he felt that he learned nothing truly valuable there. This sentiment gradually festered within him, cultivating an increasingly intense aversion to school. I must learn the shadow clone technique, Naruto suddenly declared to himself. That way, I can use the clones to attend school while I pursue my own interests. With this resolve, he prepared a simple breakfast, contemplating where to acquire this advanced ninjutsu. After all, the shadow clone technique was no ordinary skill. It was classified as a B-rank jutsu. This fact alone deterred many, as such techniques typically required a certain level of talent and strength to master. Without sufficient chakra, one could not execute this ninjutsu, as it evenly distributes chakra throughout the clones. The crux was that B-rank ninjutsu was far beyond Naruto's current reach. Moreover, such knowledge could not be stolen, for he intended to use it, necessitating a legitimate source. After much thought, he concluded that only the third Hokage and Hinata Hyuga might provide the means to learn it. As for the third Hokage, Naruto was genuinely reluctant to approach him unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he pondered reaching out to little Hinata. As he savored his meal, memories of the shy girl with her bobbed hair surfaced in his mind. It's worth a try. I've truly had enough of these school days. Having relished his delightful breakfast, Naruto swiftly gathered his belongings, ready to embark on his journey to school. The moment he stepped onto the street, he sensed a heavier atmosphere today. Passers-by hurried along, heads bowed, as if shrouded by an invisible gloom. The once bustling streets were now sparsely populated, with only a few souls milling about. Glancing upwards, he caught sight of the vigilant Uchiha clan patrolling the rooftops, their crimson Sharingan scanning their surroundings as if scrutinizing spies. Meeting those piercing red eyes sent a chill down his spine. Fully aware of the underlying tension, Naruto chose not to linger, quickening his pace to reach school with the swiftness of the wind. Upon entering, he greeted his familiar friends before darting past Shikamaru to plop down at the back of the classroom. Good morning, Hinata. He beamed, his smile radiating warmth and brightness akin to the sun in winter. The sunlight outside cascaded onto Naruto's face like a golden veil, bestowing upon him a radiant halo. The brilliance was so intense that the girl seated opposite him could not help but squint, her cheeks instantly blooming with a flush akin to that of a ripe apple. And she shyly lowered her gaze. "Good morning, Naruto." Hinata's voice emerged softly, delicate as a whisper, as if she feared being overheard. This gentle tone was so faint that even Naruto, sitting beside her, nearly failed to catch it. "I came to repay you." "Thank you, Hinata. Without you, I would surely have gone hungry." Naruto expressed his gratitude while retrieving the money. Meanwhile, Naruto's close friend Shikamaru observed their exchange, his lips twitching with mild amusement. What a fool, blinded by infatuation. When did they grow so close? Ino leaned in curiously, eager for gossip. "No idea," Shikamaru replied nonchalantly. Though his keen intellect had already pieced together the likely scenario, as he was well aware of both Naruto's and Hinata's circumstances. Despite his hardships, Naruto had never borrowed money from their classmates. Who would have thought Hinata possessed such courage? Shikamaru mused internally, as he quickly discerned Hinata's underlying feelings. Lending money to a classmate she barely knew spoke volumes about her intentions. As one of Naruto's few friends, he recognized that the two had seldom exchanged words in the past. While Hinata was reluctant to accept the money back, Naruto was equally unwilling to deceive the shy girl. He could borrow again if needed, but he would never resort to taking advantage of her kindness. Ultimately, he succeeded in repaying her, though it left him feeling financially strained, as he had nearly spent half of his money. However, having established a connection, he reasoned that any future funds of dubious origin could be spent freely, merely claiming they were borrowed from Hinata if questioned by the third Hokage. This thought eased Naruto's tension. Through their interactions, Naruto gained a rudimentary understanding of Hinata. As long as there was no physical contact, she would not faint. This peculiar shyness seemed only to affect her around him, as he noted that she had engaged with other boys during practice without displaying the same level of embarrassment. What is this infatuation all about? Naruto pondered, feeling exasperated. As a young man, he was well acquainted with the nuances of crushes. Shyness and insecurity were common, yet he had never encountered someone so severely affected. It was imperative to alter her disposition, or conversing would remain an exhausting endeavor. The remedy seemed simple enough: desensitization. Thus, Naruto took the initiative to sit beside her and engage in conversation. Hinata's mind had gone blank. She could hardly process his words, merely responding with timid affirmations. Naruto felt somewhat exasperated, yet the circumstances demanded progression. In the dimly lit depths of Konoha's underground base, Shimura Danzo sat ensconced in shadows, the surrounding darkness enveloping him, rendering him a sovereign of the night. What? Such a thing exists? At this moment, Danzo received news of the events that transpired earlier that morning, and his singular eye narrowed in disbelief. How could this be? What kind of jutsu is this? Damn, such audacity. For reasons unknown. Danzo felt an unsettling premonition that his clan might also fall victim to these occurrences. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his lone eye. "Let me see who you truly are." He ordered that the responsibility for these events be attributed to the Uchiha clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox. As Danzo contemplated how to address his adversary, a sudden realization struck him. This was a splendid opportunity. Indeed, the lower-ranking personnel, akin to purveyors of rumors, were exceedingly attuned to Danzo's intentions. In the blink of an eye, whispers began to circulate throughout Konoha, with claims that foreign spies had infiltrated the village, wreaking havoc and slaughtering innocent civilians, all due to the negligence of the security department. Others alleged that this calamity was the result of the misfortune brought by the Nine-Tailed Fox. Time passed swiftly, and as the school day drew to a close, Naruto's smile radiated with the warmth of spring sunlight, lingering on his face. His plans to approach Hinata had unfolded flawlessly, although Hinata remained shy. She had begun to engage in conversation with Naruto. With a little more time spent together, their relationship would surely deepen, allowing for open dialogue should the need arise. Naruto was in high spirits, his joy evident on his face. Yet, amidst the village's turmoil, the whispers of death and despair surrounded him. How could he still smile so broadly? Surely, this individual was up to no good. He must not allow the children to grow too close, lest they be tainted by misfortune. Thankfully, my child is in a different class. But alas, being in the same school, could misfortune still befall him? The murmurs around him swiftly captured Naruto's attention like a rising tide. His keen senses, akin to a hound detecting an anomaly, soon alerted him to the unusual atmosphere. What is happening? Frowning deeply, Naruto exchanged glances with those around him, only to be met with gazes of disdain and fear, piercing him like arrows. He keenly sensed the shift in the surrounding mood. It seemed something had transpired of which he was unaware. Naruto understood that even if he were to inquire at this moment, those around him would remain tight-lipped. Thus, he hastened homeward, and as he closed the door behind him, a shadow detached itself, slithering away unnoticed. This shadow, subtle and concealed, quickly gathered the intelligence Naruto sought. Upon hearing the rumors, he instantly discerned the orchestrator behind them. That despicable Danzo. I had yet to seek retribution upon him, yet he dares to provoke me first. Naruto sighed in exasperation, although the accusations were not entirely unfounded. It was indeed his doing. However, without evidence, attempting to tarnish his reputation was beyond comprehension. Why does a revered elder of Konoha consistently choose to bully a mere child? Danzo, you truly are something else. If you wish to be a lone hero, then I shall oblige. A cold chuckle escaped Naruto's lips as he resolved to eliminate Danzo's kin that very night. As night gradually descends, the atmosphere in Konoha becomes increasingly tense, particularly for the clansmen who cannot possibly remain oblivious to today's events. The audacity of the shadowy figure to provoke the third Hokage and target his kin suggests a willingness to strike against them as well. This is especially true for the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, the two prominent families that stand as the epitome of Konoha. At this moment, the leaders of these clans find themselves more anxious than anyone else. Every branch member of the Hyuga clan has been summoned, gathering outside in unison. Hinata has just returned home, her spirits unusually high after Naruto initiated a conversation with her, and what brings her the greatest joy is that Naruto remembered her. The moment he extended his hand to assist her in childhood was akin to a ray of light piercing through her tender heart, illuminating her existence when she felt most helpless and frail. Often, the more one lacks something, the more fervently one desires it. Hinata, with her gentle and timid nature, struggles with self-confidence, while Naruto embodies the polar opposite, passionate, exceedingly self-assured, and indefatigable. Sister, you're back. Is something amiss at home? Hinata has naturally sensed the grave atmosphere within the household. Sister, I heard that a spy has infiltrated the village, recklessly taking lives. And I've also heard that many from the third Hokage's family have perished. Hanabi glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, speaking cautiously in a childlike voice to share what she knew. Hinata's eyes widened in shock. This was no act. Due to her character, she often felt like an invisible presence at school, rarely engaging with her classmates. Although she had conversed with Naruto today, he would not discuss matters of such gravity with her. Thus, this revelation was indeed her first encounter with such dire news. Could this be dangerous? Do not worry, sister. Father has dispatched numerous individuals, and with the Byakugan's keen observational prowess, the spy could never infiltrate the Hyuga household, Hanabi declared with utmost confidence. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened as he slammed his palm onto the table. Damn it, it must be Danzo's doing. How infuriating that. At such a critical juncture, those people are still preoccupied with internal strife. Fugaku had heard the rumors circulating within the village. Chapter 14, Danzo's Ambush Father. Should we not clarify this rumor? How shall we clarify it? Safeguarding the village's security is inherently our responsibility. What actions must we undertake now? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. Reduce the patrol personnel by 30%. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing within. But, father, will this not? Itachi hesitated, fully aware of his father's implications. If they were to bear the blame, it would be wiser to retain their manpower to protect their own clan members. Given the circumstances, the audacity of the murderer, who dared to strike even at the third Hokage, indicated that their clan was equally at risk. Rather than safeguard the ordinary villagers, it would be more prudent to ensure the safety of their own kin. Should they not show mercy, they should not blame us for being ruthless. If the Hokage were to cast blame upon us, then let it be so. Uchiha Fugaku spoke coldly. As the last remnants of twilight faded, the world was engulfed in an endless darkness, as if Konoha were cloaked by an invisible giant hand, plunging into a deathly silence. Everyone was acutely aware that the spy was poised to act, yet none knew which clan would be his target. After relishing a delightful meal at home, Naruto leisurely tidied his surroundings, attending to household chores with an air of tranquility, as though he were an inconspicuous, ordinary man. As the night fully descended outside, he cast a blank stare and remarked coldly, on a moonless night, the winds howl, a night for murder. He turned and made his way to the sofa, his body reclining slowly, eyes shut tightly, his consciousness delving into the shadows, which then detached from his form. The Shimura clan stood in stark contrast to the others. Shimura Danzo was an exceedingly self-centered individual. Upon ascending to the Elder's throne in Konoha, he neglected to nurture his own clan's members. What of blood ties and familial affection? In his eyes, none could offer the same reassurance as the roots of his own machinations. Consequently, Danzo invested all his power into his own faction, capable of rivaling even the third Hokage's Umbu. In comparison, his clan did not experience significant growth. With a dwindling population and the stigma of Danzo's actions, they refrained from openly mentioning their surname. Do not underestimate Shimura Danzo. Within the village, he was an elder advisor, the buried root of Konoha, a figure that instilled dread in all shinobi. His reputation in the shinobi world was equally notorious, known as the Shadow of the Ninja Realm, skilled in sowing discord, assassination, and ambush. He was often embroiled in ungrateful endeavors, such as his initial confrontation with the Akatsuki, where he swiftly led his elite forces to eliminate them, all spurred by a single utterance from Hanzo, aiming to incite chaos in the Rain Village. In the dark of night, a shadow flitted across the ground. Swiftly arriving at an unfamiliar location, its pitch-black eyes gazing towards the room ahead. This was the residence of the Shimura clan. Apologies. But who can blame me for Danzo's missteps? Naruto had resolutely decided to eliminate all the individuals present today. Shadows began to writhe, extracting a vial of potion from within his being. This time, Naruto had prepared himself in advance. Within the wooden courtyard, a man sat, his gaze laced with anxiety. The events unfolding in Konoha had spread among their clans, instilling in him a deep-seated fear that such calamity might befall him as well. Kasumi, are you still worried? He inquired. Shall we perhaps retreat for a few days? Is it truly necessary? She replied. Remaining here fills me with unease. As he conversed with his wife, a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him. This is not good. His expression shifted as he realized he had fallen victim to an unseen trap. But it was too late. They both collapsed to the ground. From the earth, a pitch-black shadow rose. Simultaneously, a small sparrow perched atop the roof cast its lively gaze upon the scene. In an underground chamber, a small cadre of elite ninjas awaited in silence, led by a one-eyed elder who was deep in contemplation. At that moment, a man to the left of Shimura Danzo suddenly opened his eyes. Lord Danzo, the enemy has appeared, just as you predicted. He has shown himself near Shimura Kasumi. Has he finally come forth? Danzo chuckled softly. To attempt to strike at me is to underestimate my capabilities. Danzo smirked. When it came to schemes and subterfuge, he was second to none. After the events of that morning, he had sensed that the next target would undoubtedly be himself. Thus, he swiftly orchestrated this trap, lying in wait in his basement for the foe to take the bait. Have you discerned the identity of that individual? Lord Danzo, it appears to be a shadow. F's tone was tentative, harboring an unspoken suspicion. A shadow, whoever it may be, will not escape today. We must capture this individual. Remember, I desire him alive. With Danzo's command, all present transformed into shadows, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Naruto remained oblivious to the bird perched in the distance. He had underestimated the possibility of a mere bird being controlled by puppetry. Grasping the shadows of the two individuals on the ground, a pair of large black scissors materialized in his hands with a sharp snap. The shadows instinctively began to struggle. The dark figure opened its gaping maw and bit down. At that moment, swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a dozen figures encircled the central shadow. The dark figure recoiled in shock as it realized that one of the shadows had been severed at the neck. As the members of the Root organization discerned the true nature of the creature standing before them in the moonlight, an involuntary gasp escaped their lips. Even the arriving Danzo widened his eyes, his mouth agape in disbelief, struggling to find words. What manner of creature is this? The words of Danzo slipped out effortlessly. As a shadow in the world of shinobi, he had encountered numerous monsters. Yet, the being before him, cloaked in darkness with a grotesque visage, was unlike anything he had ever seen, resembling no human at all. Lord Danzo, look at what he holds in his hands. At that moment, Kamizuki Izumo's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes filled with terror. The onlookers followed his gaze and gasped in horror at the object clutched by their adversary, an eerie shadow, tightly grasping the shadows of others. Beware. This creature is no human. Observe the two on the ground. Their shadows have been taken from them. Everyone must protect their own shadows. You may attack without concern for the lives of those two. Unleash your range techniques. Initially, Danzo had contemplated leaving a survivor, but witnessing such an uncanny spectacle, he dared not hold back. He issued his orders at once. In an instant, the surrounding ninjas began to swiftly form hand seals, encircling the dark figure. Hee. You certainly are sharp, Danzo, to have uncovered my intentions. The shadowy figure spoke suddenly, its voice deep and hoarse, catching even Naruto off guard at the cunning of this old man who had discerned his target. What kind of abomination can speak? Someone cried. Kill him. In that fleeting moment, wind, fire, water, and lightning techniques surged toward the dark apparition. Naruto, shedding all pretense, did not flee but instead opened his gaping maw and devoured the shadows in his grasp. Before he could escape, various ninjutsu struck him. In an instant, his essence was reduced to a pool of ink scattered across the ground. Wind release, great breakthrough. Danzo unleashed a gust, dispersing the smoke. He had anticipated a formidable foe, only to find it dispatched with such ease. Observing the creature now rendered to ink, a cold smirk crept across his face. Be cautious, Lord Danzo. Suddenly, a voice from behind alerted him, and he instinctively turned to see a bizarre sight. The ink on the ground began to writhe, coalescing into a form once more. In the horrified gazes of the crowd, the shadow reformed. Unlike the shadow techniques of this world, the shadows produced by Naruto's devil fruit were truly immortal. Only an assault on his true form could eliminate them. In essence, the shadow possessed elemental properties. As the shadows converged, they abruptly scattered, transforming into a swarm of bats that charged toward Danzo. What a strange creature. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo's gaze sharpened as he rapidly performed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of vacuum bullets from his mouth. This was an S-rank wind technique, the most potent of his specialized ninjutsu, capable of piercing mountains. The incoming vacuum feathers flew with incredible speed, shattering the bats in the sky, which then fell to the ground as black liquid. Seal him immediately. In the brief encounter, Danzo realized that the most effective strategy against such an enigmatic being was to seal it away. Suddenly, two figures bearing scrolls leaped forth. Yet, before they could prepare the sealing technique, the liquid on the ground transformed once more into several venomous serpents, surging towards Danzo. He had not anticipated the tenacity of his adversary, and once again unleashed a gust of wind directed at the ground. However, Naruto had learned from experience and was determined not to squander time, swiftly evading the attack. The distance between them had already been minimal after two rapid descents. They were now merely 5 meters apart. Danzo did not retreat, intending to divert his opponent's attention and grant his subordinates the necessary time to execute the sealing. Despite this assertion, Danzo discreetly formed a hand seal. Suddenly, the shadow on the ground morphed instantaneously, transforming from a serpent into a spear, its velocity astonishing. Even with prior preparation, Danzo was taken aback by the swiftness of his foe. With a piercing sound, the black spear pierced through Shimura Danzo's chest. Lord Danzo! Lord Danzo! The anxious cries of his subordinates echoed around him. In an instant, the spear reverted to a small snake, swiftly slithering across the ground. It approached a ninja from behind and transformed into a shadowy figure. Beware of what lies behind you. A warning came from nearby. Yet the individual failed to react in time. The dark figure extended its shadowy hand towards the ground. Watch out, evade quickly. But it was too late. Attack now. Chapter 15. The Scapegoat Uchiha Crack. At this moment, that fellow finally came to his senses, pondering the use of a substitution technique, when unexpectedly, he became distracted. Upon regaining his focus, the scene before him nearly rendered him utterly paralyzed with fear. His own shadow had been seized by that monstrous entity, which brandished a massive pair of black scissors in its left hand. With a resounding snap, his consciousness began to wane. In the fleeting moment before his awareness dissipated, he caught a final glimpse of his shadow struggling desperately. Naruto swallowed his opponent's shadow whole, letting out a loud belch, his lips curling into an ominous grin that seemed to mock those around him as if they were utterly inept. In the next instant, a flurry of ninjutsu was unleashed upon him once more, scattering his shadow anew. Quickly, inform the Hokage and summon 2 members of the Nara clan. At this juncture, Yamashiro finally reacted, realizing that this adversary was beyond their capacity to handle. Earlier, he had employed a mind-body switch technique against the shadow. The outcome was predictable. The shadow possessed no consciousness, and the moment Naruto sensed an ambush, his awareness fled from the shadow. Now, the battle was entirely reliant on instinct. With a whoosh, fireworks erupted. In an instant, everyone in Konoha turned their gaze toward the spectacle. This is bad. The enemy has emerged. It's from the Shimura clan. We must hurry to provide support. Father, should we not assist? Heh. Shimura Danzo never anticipated this day would come. Uchiha Fuyue chuckled, unable to restrain his laughter. The thrill was utterly exhilarating. It It would be best if they could eliminate that old man Danzo as well. Why not go? Let us go enjoy the show. But remember to slow down a bit. The shadow struck like a wraith, completely disregarding the ninjutsu around it. As the battle raged on, the shadow grew increasingly adept, akin to a seasoned warrior. Its form shifted with remarkable versatility, moving at lightning speed. Although the ninja's techniques could disperse it, they inflicted no actual damage. Everyone, step back. I am ready. Just then, from the rear of the crowd, a young man's voice pierced through the tense atmosphere like a sharp blade. Instantly, everyone retreated in perfect synchrony. Simultaneously, a black and white tiger leaped forth as swiftly as an arrow released from its bow. Naruto, having closely observed the battle, recognized the familiar sealing technique, and his pupils constricted in alarm. He immediately commanded his shadow to dart forth like a nimble serpent, racing in all directions. Thinking of escaping? Today, you shall find no refuge. At that moment, Danzo's voice thundered, and a barrier quickly formed around them like an impenetrable fortress, ensnaring all the black serpents within. Heh! Wretched beast, do you still think you can flee? Danzo sneered, regarding the trapped shadows as if they were already his prey, certain they could not escape. At this moment, Danzo envisioned the glorious outcome of sealing the shadow, his heart brimming with avarice and longing. Regardless of the opponent, the proficiency of their abilities is exceedingly useful. If one could master such ninjutsu, then, they would be able to wreak havoc in the ninja realm at will. With such power, unifying the ninja world would not be an unattainable dream. Just as Danzo was lost in fantasies of acquiring this ability, vanquishing the monkey, and then assuming the mantle of Hokage to unify the ninja realm, an unexpected turn of events occurred. All the black serpents seemed to be transforming into eggs, as if they were about to vanish from this world. How could this be possible? Danzo's pupils contracted. Even within the confines of the barrier, the enemy could still escape. Could it be that this individual possesses time-space abilities? Seal him quickly. Danzo roared with urgency. Yet, time was already slipping away. The fierce tiger descending from the sky found nothing but emptiness. Every shadow on the ground had disappeared. Damn it, he has escaped. What kind of ninjutsu is this that possesses such overwhelming power? Danzo gritted his teeth, feeling his dreams shatter. He had clearly seen the dawn of victory, yet he had not anticipated that the opponent wielded such capabilities. However, at this moment, Danzo did not give up. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. The versatility of this shadow's abilities was astonishing. Capable of both offense and defense, along with time-space capabilities, it was simply too formidable. With such a power, he could abandon all techniques like Wood Release and Sharingan. As Danzo's expression darkened, the other families of Konoha arrived, with the third Hokage being the first to make his appearance. What has transpired here, Danzo? Nothing has happened, Danzo replied, unwilling to divulge the intelligence he had acquired. Has that mysterious figure appeared? Naturally, the third Hokage did not believe him, casting a suspicious glance at Danzo before inadvertently surveying the crowd. Danzo was reluctant to respond, but his gaze landed on an individual. Nara Shikaku, who had just arrived and was observing the surroundings, felt a chilling gaze fixed upon him, akin to a venomous snake stalking its prey, causing him discomfort. Is there something the matter, Lord Danzo? Nara Shikaku inquired helplessly. The enemy employed shadow secret techniques, Danzo stated flatly. However, this revelation struck like a thunderclap. What? How is that possible? Lord Danzo, are you certain you are not jesting? Both the third Hokage and Nara Shikaku exclaimed in unison. Nara Shikaku was particularly taken aback, and Uchiha Fugaku, who had just arrived, also found it hard to believe. Especially when everyone witnessed the destruction at the distant battlefield, how could such devastation be attributed to shadow secret techniques, if not for the first-hand experience? Even the old man would struggle to accept it. Yet, the entity he battled was indeed a shadow, identical to the shadow secret techniques of the Nara clan. Indeed, Lord Third, and furthermore, the opponent's techniques are even more formidable. Throughout the encounter, we only battled that shadow, entirely unaware of where its true form lay, explained Yamashiro Kazuma, who, despite having been brainwashed and aligning with Danzo's ideology, instinctively provided clarification, fearing the group might misunderstand. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow in disbelief. It was inconceivable for a shadow to detach from its corporeal form. Such a notion was utterly irrational. Instinctively, Shikaku rebutted the idea, asserting that no matter how extraordinary this jutsu may be, it remained bound by the fundamental principles of ninjutsu, which necessitate chakra. Shadows, by their very nature, are incapable of generating chakra, thus explaining their inability to separate from their host. As the situation was elucidated, the third Hokage too was left perplexed. Casting his gaze toward Kazekage, the surrounding clan members, upon hearing the explanation, were simultaneously astonished by Danzo's intellect and perturbed by the peculiarities of the shadow. If ninjutsu proved ineffective and could not kill, did that mean they could only attack the physical body? Yet, how could this be? They confirmed that the true body was not nearby. Shikaku, do you believe such a feat is achievable? The third turned to his strategist. Although the shadow jutsu is remarkable, you must comprehend the underlying principles. It is impossible for us to cause a shadow to detach from its host. Shikaku shook his head. Admitting that upon discovering the enemy was merely a shadow, he felt a deeper shock than the others. Their clan's secret techniques had been passed down for over a century, and while they had contemplated further advancements, they could only extend their abilities. The idea of a shadow separating from its body was beyond their grasp. Impossible? Danzo's eyes narrowed, as if a thought had crossed his mind, directing his gaze towards the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage too pondered this issue. As the pinnacle of ordinary men, both he and Danzo recognized that this was an impossible feat for conventional ninjutsu, yet there existed a clan capable of such a thing, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan Genjutsu. In that moment, both men exchanged knowing glances. Could it be that the Uchiha clan was orchestrating these events from the shadows? It was no wonder they entertained such thoughts. For this bizarre ninjutsu seemed to be the domain of the Uchiha's more unhinged members. Furthermore, the recent victims of the shadows were from the families of the third Hokage and Danzo, both of whom harbored animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Could it be that they have covertly targeted us and have now revealed themselves to instill fear? The third Hokage's eyes narrowed, instinctively scanning the members of the Uchiha clan. He contemplated who among them might have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi, or perhaps Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo shared similar thoughts. Cursed be the malevolent Uchiha. Their threat must be eradicated. Rising malice brewed within Danzo. The Uchiha clan posed a significant danger, and such an unpredictable element was best eliminated. Uchiha Fugaku struggled to suppress a grin at Danzo's misfortune. Witnessing his rival's troubles brought him a sense of delight, yet his smile faltered as he noticed the scrutinizing gazes directed toward him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fugaku understood that the two suspected him of involvement. Cursed misfortune. Uchiha Fugaku cursed under his breath, and as he regained his composure, he swiftly pieced together the conversations from earlier, arriving at a conclusion akin to that of Danzo and the others. This peculiar shadow transcended the capabilities of ninjutsu or secret arts. It was highly probable that it was a manifestation of ocular techniques. After all, both ninjutsu and secret arts have their limitations. The formidable and enigmatic shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to the ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Fugaku felt a profound discomfort akin to having consumed something foul. Damn it, I doubt they'll believe my explanations now, he mused, observing the skeptical expressions on the faces of the two individuals. In that moment, he understood that he was to bear the blame. Not only were they suspicious, but even Uchiha Fugaku himself entertained doubts. Had someone within the clan secretly awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? Meanwhile, Naruto had effortlessly dispelled the powers of the devil fruit, causing the shadow to vanish and return to his true form. This was a small technique that Naruto had discovered. As he reveled in his newfound strength, he simultaneously felt a pang of anxiety. Damn, I've been discovered. I won't be able to do this again in the future. Naruto had never underestimated anyone. It was manageable while he remained undetected, but now that his secret was out, he risked becoming a target. He feared not the ninjutsu or secret arts, but sealing techniques instilled a sense of trepidation even within him. Chapter 16. Deceiving the Nine-Tails. As my body slumbered, my consciousness once again entered the realm of the seal. The Nine-Tails fox lay languidly, merely opening its eyes to glance at me upon my arrival. Little brat, the darkness surrounding you has intensified, it remarked, its gaze narrowing slightly. It sensed that something unknown had transpired within me. Darkness? I pondered, suddenly aware of the changes in this space, which had grown even dimmer. Am I being influenced? With the Nine-Tails reminder, I quickly recognized my own transformation. I certainly did not consider myself a villain. After all, in that oppressive society, one could foresee a bleak future filled with endless toil, marriage, and raising children, only to work for them in turn. Living within such confines, anyone would feel stifled. Upon arriving in this world, I had gained a unique advantage, developing a method to grow stronger through consumption, and my temperament had become somewhat unrestrained. I had nearly strayed from my path. With a sigh of relief, I acknowledged my desire for strength, yet I did not wish to become a slave to power. It was possible to grow stronger through dark means, but I must never tread the path of wickedness. This evening's failure, coupled with the Nine-Tails admonition, prompted me to realize that I had been blinded by power. The swift acquisition of strength could amplify the darkness within one's heart. As calmness washed over me, I became aware of my shortcomings. In an instant, the space seemed to brighten, dispelling the chill that had enveloped it. Thank you, Nine-Tails. I almost lost my way in pursuit of power, I mused, reflecting on the importance of maintaining inner peace at all times. What nonsense are you spouting, little brat? The Nine-Tails responded, feeling perplexed by my words. It had merely stated the truth. I chose not to elaborate further, directing my gaze towards the great sealing door ahead. Within the seal lay the chakra of my parents, and I longed to unveil it, for it might grant me their legacy. Both the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and the flying thunder god of Minato Namikaze were treasures I yearned to possess. However, it was premature to attempt breaking the seal now. Despite my significant growth and strength, I was still far from being a match for the Nine-Tails. My shadow could not hope to control it. Furthermore, the seal was not without its advantages. It was a meticulously crafted technique devised by the fourth Hokage. The reason my chakra became so vast later on was due to this 8-trigram seal. The chakra leaked by the Nine-Tails would be converted and absorbed into my own through this seal. Initially, my chakra needed to suppress that of the Nine-Tails, which was why its effects were not immediately apparent. Do you still wish to be released? I inquired. Get lost. I am quite content here, the Nine-Tails retorted, recalling the Reaper Death seal with a sense of resignation. Truth be told, I do wish to set you free, I lamented, sitting on the ground with a wistful expression. Are you mocking me, little brat? The eyes of the Nine-Tails narrowed slightly, as if sensing the mockery from the other party. It unleashed a torrent of chakra, overwhelming and fierce, enveloping Naruto's consciousness in an impenetrable net, forming a blazing tail behind him, a symbol of the tailed beast's coat. Yet, Naruto appeared oblivious, casting a mere fleeting glance as his chakra receded like the tide, vanishing without a trace. How did you manage that? The Nine-Tails could not help but feel a tinge of astonishment. This boy was capable of absorbing such formidable chakra. However, that was of little consequence. What I spoke earlier was the truth. Perhaps Naruto felt bored or harbored the intent to sway the Nine-Tails, prompting him to engage in conversation with the great fox. Then go ahead and break that seal. The Nine-Tails scoffed, contemplating internally how audacious this brat was, attempting to deceive him. It was not yet the right time. Cunning human. The Nine-Tails sneered inwardly, recognizing the duplicity in Naruto's words. This is no jest. Allow me to enlighten you about our current predicament. After a moment's reflection, Naruto decided to divulge some critical information to the Nine-Tails. Kyubi, do you know who I am? He lifted his head, his youthful visage transforming into a portrait of solemnity, akin to a steadfast mountain. The Nine-Tails, taken aback, stood upright. Little brat, where did you learn that name? It inquired coolly. Naruto raised his hand in a gesture of reassurance while rapidly contemplating how to potentially deceive the beast. Even if it failed, he had nothing to lose at most. He would share glimpses of the future with the Nine-Tails. It is as follows, Kyubi, Naruto began earnestly, recounting the events that were to unfold. He spoke of the Akatsuki's aim to collect the tailed beasts, their ambition to resurrect the Ten-Tails, and subsequently unleash the horrifying infinite Tsukuyomi. Wait a moment. Are you jesting? You dare claim to have traversed from the future? The Nine-Tails felt as though it were being mocked, incredulous that such a thing could occur. Then tell me, is it possible for such an event to happen? Naruto retorted, his question piercing the Nine-Tails' heart like a blade, leaving it momentarily speechless. The affairs of the Ten-Tails were indeed unknown to ordinary shinobi. Very well, continue. The Nine-Tails relented, somewhat vexed, having never anticipated hearing about the Ten-Tails from this child. Naruto continued his narrative, detailing the Moon Eye plan, the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and ultimately his ascension as the 7th Hokage. However, this elation was short-lived. As the Otsutsuki clan descended upon Earth like ravenous wolves, obliterating Konoha in an instant, and his family met with a tragic fate. His son was possessed by the Otsutsuki, while he himself was transported to this timeline by a peculiar ocular technique, akin to a shooting star. So, Kyubi, do you not believe the words I speak? Naruto's gaze was piercing, as if he could penetrate the depths of the Nine-Tails' thoughts, for he had indeed revealed a substantial amount of information. The Nine-Tails' resolve began to waver, its eyes flickering like a candle's flame in the wind. If the Nine-Tails chakra mode had discernible traces, then the perfect Jinchuriki mode was an absolute secret. one that could never be known by others. In a strict sense, Naruto was the first perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. You say I will die in the end. Indeed. To confront Otsutsuki Ishiki, I utilized the heavy ion mode. Naruto's expression turned grave as memories of his life's sorrows flooded his mind, his eyes reddening, tears threatening to spill. The Nine Tails, capable of sensing human emotions, felt Naruto's turmoil, causing a slight stir within. Moreover, it was crucial for the Nine Tails to comprehend the heavy ion mode. It was a method of chakra combustion, though the Nine Tails could not yet wield it. Thanks to Naruto's insights, it suddenly understood what it could achieve and how to proceed. It began to entertain a flicker of belief in Naruto's words. What do you intend to do, little brat? Kyubi, I too feel as though I am lost in a fog, utterly unaware of my true desires. Naruto's eyes dimmed, as if all vitality had been drained from him, leaving him deflated like a punctured balloon. Can you fathom the might of the Otsutsuki clan? Their power is akin to the vast cosmos, boundless and unfathomable. The nine-tailed beasts of the ninja world are merely fragments of the Ten Tails, and the Ten Tails itself is merely a tool of the Otsutsuki. Enemies like Kagaya Otsutsuki are countless amidst the infinite expanse of the universe. To be honest, even if one were to attain the strength of someone like Kagaya Otsutsuki, they would still be unable to protect their loved ones or safeguard this world. At this juncture, Naruto's tone grew somber, akin to the oppressive clouds before a tempest, suffocating in its intensity, as if he were being consumed by an endless abyss. The Nine Tails fell silent. As a tailed beast, it was aware of the existence of the Ten Tails, yet it remained ignorant of the Otsutsuki clan's affairs. Had it not known of the old man's name, it might have scoffed at Naruto's statements. How could such terrifying adversaries exist beyond this world? It sounds like utter nonsense. Nevertheless, it could palpably sense Naruto's emotions, and combined with the veracity of the information presented, the Nine Tails' feelings became increasingly complex. Tangled like a mass of threads, impossible to sever or untangle. For a moment, it found itself at a loss on how to confront this little brat. If you still harbor doubts, I can convey to you the harrowing visions. Naruto was acutely aware that the Nine Tails had already begun to believe. However, this proud fox was unaccustomed to yielding. Do you intend to release me? The Nine Tails remained somewhat skeptical. I indeed wish to, but the sealing paper contains my parent's chakra. To unveil it now would be wasteful. Naruto gazed up at the sealing paper in the sky. Upon hearing about the chakra of the fourth Hokage and his wife, the Nine Tails couldn't help but bare its teeth. Cursed be the cunning Minato Namikaze, who indeed left a hidden trick. However, as I ponder the future that Naruto spoke of, I cannot help but sigh inwardly. The Nine Tails has begun to entertain a glimmer of belief in this notion, for the intricacies of the Ten Tails are not common knowledge. Moreover, Naruto has even uttered the names of all nine-tailed beasts. Thus, it is no wonder that your temperament was affected a few days ago, young one. The Nine Tails raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I yearn for power. The last time I failed, I believed that with the strength of the nine-tailed beasts, I could safeguard Konoha and protect this ninja world. Yet, as you have witnessed, I lost you, lost my family, lost my son, lost everything. I failed to protect anything at all. Naruto's voice was somber. Therefore, having just returned 3 days ago, I have grown exceedingly indifferent, seeking strength anew. I wish to begin again and become stronger. To become stronger and protect everything, you say? The Nine Tails felt a surge of complexity, despite not sharing Naruto's experiences. He found it difficult to fully trust him, even as he began to accept Naruto's words. Yes, to grow stronger. Yet you must understand that my current situation is far from favorable. I confide in you because from the very beginning, our fates have been intertwined, and others are untrustworthy. This statement struck a chord within the Nine Tails. Indeed, through Naruto's insightful analysis, he has come to recognize his own reality. Their destinies are indeed bound together. And the Nine Tails now perceives himself clearly, acknowledging that he possesses merely half of his former strength, while external forces conceal him away. Furthermore, the Akatsuki still lurks within the ninja world. Venturing out now would be tantamount to courting death. What are your plans, then? At that moment, the Nine Tails failed to notice the shift in his tone. Once the chakra within me surges further, I intend to cultivate Sage Mode. For only in that form can I inflict harm upon the Otsutsuki clan, Naruto explained. Chapter 17, The Nine Tails Believes on This Night. Naruto engaged in a lengthy conversation with the Nine Tails, discussing the future and their adversaries, while also revealing his current predicament. Naruto's situation was far from favorable. The third Hokage sought to influence and indoctrinate him, aiming to make him his sole reliance. while Danzo schemed to control the Nine Tails for his own ambition of seizing the Hokage position. The villagers harbored disdain for Naruto, and numerous threats lurked beyond the village. With his current frailty, Naruto lacked the ability to protect himself. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the Nine Tails felt a surge of concern for the boy. Reflecting on his arduous circumstances, Sage Mode, the Nine Tails, capable of harnessing natural chakra, was aware of what Sage Mode entailed. No, young one. What you truly need at this moment is to strengthen your physical form. Why so? Naruto inquired. With your present strength, it is impossible to enhance your abilities in the short term. In times of danger, you can only rely on my chakra, the Nine Tails elucidated. My chakra is infused with numerous negative emotions, possessing immense destructive power. Without a robust physique, it is impossible to wield such chakra. Even if you manage to separate the negative emotions from the chakra, without a formidable body, you cannot control such overwhelming strength. It seems I have successfully deceived you. Naruto observed the Nine Tails' expression and realized his plan had borne fruit. Naruto's circumstances were perilous. The third Hokage's intentions were not difficult to fathom. Had Naruto not been a Jinchuriki, he would likely lead a far more comfortable life. Yet, as a Jinchuriki, positioned as the Hokage's pawn, his fate was sealed under the control of the Hokage lineage. Had Naruto not been the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, even for the sake of Minato, the third Hokage would have found him a suitable family. However, the existence of a Jinchuriki is akin to possessing a nuclear weapon. Regardless of who occupies that position, the weapon cannot be entrusted to another. Now, with his own aspirations, Naruto refused to be controlled, inevitably positioning himself as an adversary to the higher-ups. This was not merely a matter of desire, but an inherent contradiction. As for feigning compliance, it was possible but required vigilance. One must never place their life in the hands of an enemy's mercy. Rest assured, I have considered this as well. Naruto nodded in agreement. Initially, he intended to absorb more shadows to strengthen his true form, but that path was now blocked, at least for the time being. Thus, developing a technique for physical enhancement became imperative. After a prolonged exchange between the boy and the fox, dawn began to break, and Naruto vanished from that place. Within the ceiling space, only the Nine Tails remained. Instead of closing his eyes to slumber as usual, the Nine Tails pondered deeply. To say he completely trusted Naruto would be impossible. Yet the information provided was undeniably genuine. Could the boy foretold by the old sage be him? The Nine Tails murmured to himself, ultimately directing his gaze towards the Great Gate. Minato Namikaze? Truly, this situation unsettles me. After the Nine Tails spoke, it closed its eyes once more, this time not to slumber, but to ponder how it might grow stronger and assist this young spirit in gaining strength. In times past, it had never contemplated the notion of becoming more powerful, for the Nine Tails was indeed the mightiest creature in this realm. As dawn's light began to emerge, Naruto stirred from his slumber, a flicker of confusion dancing in his eyes, reminiscent of a lamb lost within a vast fog. This night had brought tumultuous changes, the unpredictability of fate leaving even him astounded. First, his shadow had been discerned, and then he had managed to deceive the Nine Tails. All of this felt like a fleeting dream, almost beyond belief. Now, even if he were to break the mysterious seal, it was likely that the Nine Tails would not resist, not out of faith in him, but rather out of a keen awareness of the perils lurking beyond. Within Konoha, there existed the fearsome dead demon-consuming seal, while outside lay the Rinnegan, a testament to his ability to discern right from wrong. Yet, this revelation was not entirely unfavorable. It roused him from his previous obsession with power. After attending to his morning rituals and tidying his home, Naruto prepared to head to school, only to be approached by a shadowy figure of the Umbu, who informed him that classes were suspended for 3 days. With that, the Umbu vanished like a phantom, leaving Naruto with no opportunity for inquiry. This was indeed fortuitous. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, for no one understood better than he the reasons for the school's closure. He paid little heed to the shifting tides of Konoha, relishing the newfound leisure to delve into the study of martial arts. Returning to his room, Naruto settled into a meditative posture, akin to a monk in deep contemplation, initiating a dialogue with the Nine Tails within. Nine Tails, I wish to begin researching methods of body refinement. Please assist me in this endeavor. Though his words suggested trust, he remained cautious, allowing his shadow to merge with his being, ensuring that he would not be caught off guard. Rest assured, young one, the Nine Tails' voice resonated within his mind, indicating a noticeable easing of their relationship. Thus, Naruto embarked on his study of martial techniques. Meanwhile, in Konoha, All ninjas were engaged in a thorough search for the peculiar individual. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and 3 elders, including Nara Shikaku, convened. Hizashi, why do you still search? This must surely be the work of the Uchiha clan. Danzo, be mindful of your words. The truth has yet to be ascertained. Nara Shikaku cautioned. Humph. What other ninjutsu, aside from the Uchiha Sharingan, could orchestrate such phenomena? Do not delude yourselves. Hizashi retorted. We have all perused the notes of our teacher. The number of such bizarre occurrences can indeed only be attributed to the Uchiha's ocular techniques. I too align with Danzo's perspective. Shikaku, what say you? The third Hokage inquired, turning his attention to the elder. Until we uncover the truth, it is prudent to refrain from excessive speculation. Although Nara Shikaku was a staunch ally of the Hokage, he was reluctant to hastily voice his opinions on matters such as these. Given the exposure, it seems unlikely that the individual in the shadows will make another move. Tobirama let out a cold snort. As a rat lurking in the sewers, he was acutely aware of the mindset of those individuals. Were he in their position, he would refrain from acting as well. This was indeed the most troublesome aspect, having such a clandestine adversary. The third Hokage's words trailed off as he could not suppress a sigh. Hizen, you are simply too soft-hearted. I will take it upon myself to investigate. I shall undoubtedly uncover the Uchiha hiding in the shadows. Just wait a little longer, Tobirama. The third Hokage took a drag from his cigarette. Although he internally suspected the Uchiha clan's involvement, he lacked any concrete evidence to confront them directly. Thus, he resolved to bide his time. If nothing materialized in the next 3 days, he would have no choice but to entrust the matter to Tobirama. Father, what does the third Hokage mean by excluding our Uchiha clan from the search? Itachi inquired, perplexed. Can you not see? They do not trust us. They do not regard us as their own, and they suspect the Uchiha of being behind this. Father, could it truly be that our Uchiha clan is responsible? Itachi hesitated, glancing at his father. Fool, if you doubt our clan's integrity, do you believe we could commit such an act? Fugaku Uchiha chuckled bitterly, though uncertainty gnawed at him. But what shall we do now, father? We can only hope they swiftly identify the culprit. Otherwise, our clan will face even greater trouble. At that moment, Fugaku was bereft of any amusement. Just the night before, he had reveled in the thought of the perpetrator slaying a member of Tobirama's clan, almost wanting to express gratitude to the assailant. Now, he felt as though he had been force-fed excrement, with no means to expel it. Why was he so unfortunate? This was the second time, the first being the Kyuubi's rampage that led to the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife, where everyone in Konoha witnessed the 3-tomo Sharingan in the Kyuubi's eyes. Following that incident, the Uchiha clan faced widespread suspicion, rendered speechless and unable to articulate any defense. Because of that event, they were ostracized and relegated to the fringes of the village. Now, history was repeating itself. The upper echelons cast their doubts upon the Uchiha clan, and even their own kin began to waver in their faith. This was the most terrifying aspect. Should those in power fail to uncover the true perpetrator, their scrutiny would inevitably fall upon the Uchiha clan. At that point, their situation would become even more perilous. As night descended like ink, Itachi Uchiha stealthily infiltrated the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, there has been no word from the Uchiha clan, nor have I detected any awakening of new Manjiki Sharingan among our kin, Itachi stated, his expression as cold as ice. I am aware there are no new Manjiki. Itachi, you must be doubly vigilant regarding the Uchiha clan's circumstances, the third Hokage advised, his tone heavy with unspoken thoughts known only to himself. Understood, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, as if his face were a mask devoid of warmth. Very well, you may take your leave. As you command, Hokage-sama. Itachi turned and departed, the darkness swiftly engulfing his figure like a relentless tide, leaving the third Hokage alone in the dimly lit room, resembling a silent statue. Meanwhile, at the Nara household, Nara Shikaka sat alone, staring at the shadow cast by the moonlight, lost in thought. Has my father encountered some formidable challenge? At that moment, a voice echoed from behind him. Shikamaru, do you think our family's shadow technique could be further developed? Shikaku did not withhold his thoughts, recounting everything he knew. Is that truly possible? Shikamaru couldn't help but stroke his chin, gazing at the shadow beneath his feet. Employing his family's secret technique, the shadow twisted and spread. Yet no matter how he exerted control, it showed no inclination to detach from its source. It seems rather implausible. How could a shadow be controlled if it were to separate from the body, were it not for the fact that this notion originated from his father? Shikamaru would have found it utterly preposterous. Chapter 18. If the moon were to fall, it is precisely because their family excels in manipulating shadows that they are acutely aware of the absurdity of such notions. Shadows are, by nature, ephemeral phantoms, devoid of any substantial existence, and do not reside within the realm of reality. The extent to which they have been developed by their kin is already beyond the bounds of imagination. Yet, from his father's words, he learned that shadows can not only detach from their corporeal forms but also possess astonishing powers that leave one astounded. This sensation transcends the mere concept of shadows, resembling more the legendary beings of folklore. Indeed, even I find myself taken aback. But does existence not justify its own reason? Can shadows truly attain such formidable strength? As Lugio spoke, he was unaware of the longing that subtly seeped into his words. If it were possible, who would not desire to become such a formidable force? The esoteric arts of their family had, until now, acted as shackles, constraining their potential. The prowess of a shadow-level adept had once seemed like an unattainable dream. However, it appeared that Lugio was beginning to see a glimmer of hope. Lumar, your father has grown old and cannot reach such heights. I must rely on you. I hope you can carry forward our family's secret arts. Please, father, do not burden me with such troublesome matters. Lumar hastily shook his head, taking several steps back. Though he possessed a keen intellect, he loathed the exertion of deep thought. You insolent boy, get away from me. Seeing this, Lugio did not grow angry. Instead, he smiled gently. He then turned his gaze back to the shadow on the ground, sinking into profound contemplation. Lumar, this time, refrained from interrupting. As his mind wandered back to his father's earlier words, could such feats truly be accomplished? At this moment, Lumar was unaware of the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. To him, the secret arts of his family already seemed wondrous, yet achieving the level his father spoke of appeared nearly impossible. If shadows could genuinely detach from their hosts, could this still be classified as ninjutsu? During these 3 days, Naruto, akin to a hermit in seclusion, remained at home, diligently studying ninjutsu, harnessing his control over shadows. The immense power of the Nine Tails within him and the novels he had previously perused, he successfully developed his unique technique, the minor circulation breathing method. The marvel of this technique lies in its ability to allow all chakra within the body to traverse the meridians, ultimately converging in the lower dantian after a complete cycle. Simultaneously, by exerting complete control over his body, Naruto deduced the path of the sage. This was akin to the devouring method depicted in the anime under one person, where the human form is akin to a vast treasure trove, yet humanity's control over itself is exceedingly limited. With his ability to manipulate shadows, when the shadow entered his body, he could control himself at will through it, achieving true mastery over his form. He could direct his control wherever he pleased. With this extraordinary idea in mind, he first sought to govern his internal organs. After some exploration, he was delighted to discover that he could indeed accomplish this. Upon the mention of the internal organs, one cannot help but conjure images of the 6 repositories of the sages, suggesting an ultimate development of one's own vital organs. This mastery allows for the absorption of external energies to delay aging, potentially achieving immortality. Time, indeed, is one of Naruto's primary pursuits. Thus, upon contemplating this method, he eagerly embarked on further exploration. Diligence begets reward. Naruto found himself effortlessly controlling both his heart and digestive system. Yet, this was merely insufficient. The cultivation of his dantian was still far from adequate. Naruto pondered deeply, realizing that the chakra produced by the internal organs bore a stark contrast to that refined from his own body. It was infused with a vibrant life force. In the terminology of this ninja realm, it was intermingled with the essence of yang release. This potent energy required either a designated storage or a means to enhance his physical form. His immediate thought was to focus on the heart, which holds a significant role within the human body, tirelessly beating from birth to death, sustaining blood circulation and, by extension, the health of muscles, skin, and bones. What I currently lack is sealing techniques. Naruto furrowed his brow, recognizing that to cultivate his dantian and ensure future development, he must commence his studies in sealing arts. Unlike ninjutsu, which held no allure for him, the potential of sealing techniques was far greater. Overall, the past 3 days had yielded substantial gains, resolving his chakra issues and establishing a unique cultivation method. Concurrently, Naruto devised a plan to clandestinely learn sealing techniques through shadow manipulation. These 3 days had been exceptionally fruitful for Naruto. Engrossed in his training, he remained oblivious to the passage of time. However, the external world reacted to the peculiar events surrounding his shadow. With the shadow's disappearance and the enigmatic powers at play, the higher-ups of Konoha cast suspicious glances at the Uchiha clan. Historically marginalized, the Uchiha found their situation further exacerbated by the shadow incident. The Umbu and Root were under continuous surveillance of the Uchiha clan, who, known for their fiery tempers, found such scrutiny intolerable. The radical faction, led by the clan's elder, frequently convened to express their willingness to confront the third Hokage. In the midst of this turmoil, Uchiha Fugaku navigated the delicate situation. Being one of the few level-headed members of the Uchiha, the third Hokage had long boasted of his prowess. Claiming to be the strongest among all Hokage and proficient in 5 chakra natures, bolstered by the reputation of his summoning beast, the Monkey King, as the mightiest of its kind. Such accolades rendered the third Hokage's true strength inscrutable, leaving even Fugaku, despite possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, feeling a sense of trepidation. As the Uchiha clan convened once more at Shinkawa, Uchiha Itachi stood within the Hokage's office. Is that so? The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Itachi, are you certain that no one else in the Uchiha clan has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan aside from yourself? I have thoroughly examined the entire Uchiha clan and confirmed that. Apart from myself, no one has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, replied Itachi Uchiha with certainty. Alas, it is too late now. Everyone suspects that the shadow is a technique of your Uchiha clan. Even if we wish to explain, no one would believe us. Has the situation truly escalated to this extent, Lord Hokage? For the first time, Itachi's face exhibited a flicker of emotion. He was acutely aware that mishandling this matter could precipitate internal strife within the village. Sigh. The third Hokage, with a countenance of sorrow, exhaled deeply without providing any explanation. I understand, Lord Hokage. Itachi remained silent for a considerable time, as if having made a solemn decision. Itachi, you possess the vision of a Hokage. The current Konoha cannot withstand internal conflict. News from the borders indicates that Kumogakure and Iwagakure are already stirring. The third Hokage's eyes were clouded with despair, reflecting his anguish. I comprehend, Lord Hokage. I shall take on this matter. I have but one request. Itachi's expression was impassive. Rest assured, I shall devote myself to nurturing Sasuke. Nodded the third Hokage. Meanwhile, 3 days had passed for Naruto, who was about to commence school again, oblivious to the events unfolding within the village. Upon entering the classroom, Naruto greeted his friends and settled beside Hinata. As the school bell rang, Iruka-sensei arrived like a gentle breeze. Naruto felt as though Iruka-sensei embodied a fearsome specter. At the moment he stepped through the classroom door, it was as if an invisible whirlwind had swept away the spirits of all the students. The classmates appeared as wilted plants, visibly lacking vitality, with some staring blankly while others rested their heads upon their desks, fast asleep. Only a handful, such as the front-row students Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, along with Hinata sitting beside Naruto, remained fully engaged. The young girl sat upright like a blooming flower, diligently taking notes. Naruto cautiously glanced at her paper, which was densely filled with the knowledge imparted by the teacher, including the parabolic trajectory of shuriken and the art of poisoning. A doubt crept into Naruto's mind. Are these lessons truly beneficial? Iruka-sensei seemed to sense the student's lethargy, letting out a helpless sigh, as if the hopes within him had burst like bubbles. Really, all of you, sit up straight. You've had 3 days of rest. Why are you still so drowsy? At the teacher's words, everyone immediately straightened their posture. Since no one seems eager to attend class, let's play a game today. Oh, what game will the teacher play? Will the teacher go outside? Upon hearing the mention of a game, all students instantly perked up, as if revived from a slumber. No need. It is merely a simple game. Iruka-sensei surveyed the classroom. Imagine, if tomorrow were the end of the world. What would you desire to do, and who would you wish to be with? What kind of apocalypse do you envision, teacher? Perhaps the moon crashing down? Now, write that name on a piece of paper, but there is no need to submit it. Iruka smiled at the class. The students immediately became intrigued, each one pondering seriously about whom they would most like to be with in such a scenario. Naruto, initially indifferent, suddenly recalled something upon hearing the phrase the moon falling. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the girl beside him. This opening felt familiar to Naruto. Was it not the prologue of that final theatrical version? Memories of the plot flooded his mind. Though the storyline was quite cliché, one could not deny that Hinata's feelings for Naruto were profoundly genuine, having cherished him since childhood. Had it not been for Naruto witnessing Hinata's memories in the illusion, it would have been challenging for them to come together. For some reason, Naruto felt a flicker of anticipation. Previously disinterested in class, he now earnestly took out paper and pen. "May your expectations be met," he wrote with sincerity, inscribing the 4 characters of Hinata Hyuga onto the blank page. Meanwhile, Hinata discreetly glanced at Naruto from the corner of her eye, relieved to find he wasn't looking at her, and she too diligently wrote down, "Naruto Uzumaki." Chapter 19. The Path of the Ninja Guardian. Have you all completed your work? Irika inquired sternly as he surveyed each student from the podium. The classroom was enveloped in silence. The children bowed their heads, fixated on the papers before them, which were inscribed with the most significant elements of their hearts. Irika continued, "Perhaps this represents the most vital aspect of your inner selves. Remember, the ninja's path is one of protection, guarding what is most important to you." His voice resonated throughout the classroom, imbued with an intangible force that compelled the children into deep contemplation. Only through diligent study can you safeguard what you wish to protect. Irika's words rang like a clarion call in the hearts of each child. This time, no one dared to dispute Irika's teachings, despite their youth. They grasped the essence of his message. In a world rife with chaos and conflict, even children exhibited a remarkable maturity. Naruto, upon hearing these words, could not help but lift his gaze to regard the teacher he had never truly scrutinized before. Standing at the podium, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon Irika, illuminating his serious and earnest demeanor. Naruto was taken aback to discover this profound side of his teacher. Is the ninja's path truly one of protection? He murmured, his perception of Irika shifting in that moment. Hinata also raised her head, momentarily meeting Naruto's gaze before swiftly averting her eyes. Clutching the paper that contained her most cherished thoughts, she quietly folded it and carefully placed it in her pocket, treating it as if it were a precious treasure. Protection? She mused internally, recalling her family and those she wished to safeguard. At that moment, all the children were stirred, beginning to reflect on their own paths as ninjas and the things they desired to protect. Now, I know you may not relish these theoretical discussions, so today we shall explore something different. How about we delve into the body replacement technique? Irika stated, recognizing the perfect opportunity for learning, inspiring enthusiasm among the students. As anticipated, the subsequent explanation of the body replacement technique captured every student's attention. Even those notorious for their mischief became notably focused. For the first time, Naruto listened intently. The body replacement technique was one of the few ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy. The academy imparted 3 fundamental techniques: the body replacement technique, the clone technique, and the transformation technique. While these techniques were basic, they held great practicality. Mastering all 3 would qualify one as a competent genin, capable of maintaining secrecy even in the heat of battle. Particularly, the body replacement technique remained a crucial skill even for genin, serving as a life-saving technique. As one of the most vital ninjutsu for survival, the body replacement technique was among the few advanced ninjutsu, intricately linked with summoning and sealing arts. For these inexperienced novices, the mastery of the substitution technique necessitates the prior preparation of substitute wooden dummies, which are crucial for survival. The key lies in the creation of these dummies. While the timing of employing the substitution technique is a matter of personal experience, Naruto listened attentively, recognizing that this ninjutsu was genuinely practical. The lecture continued until class was dismissed, and all the students were left wanting more, as Irika-sensei had imparted invaluable knowledge. He not only shared various techniques for crafting the wooden dummies, but also offered insights on the optimal moments to utilize this ninjutsu in combat. All right, class. You may attempt to create your own wooden dummies at home. Class is dismissed. Hanabi, who were you writing about just now? Naruto inquired, glancing at Hinata. Though he already had an inkling, his curiosity compelled him to seek confirmation. Upon hearing Naruto's question, Hinata flinched back like a startled rabbit, taking a small step backward and clutching her pocket tightly, as if it contained some unspeakable secret. Her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she stuttered. I. Seeing Hinata's reaction, Naruto instantly grasped the situation, easing his previously tense demeanor. He waved his hands dismissively, chuckling, all right. I want tea. Look. No need to be so nervous. Hinata, relieved by Naruto's words, gradually relaxed her tense posture. Hinata, I found today's lesson particularly enlightening. Naruto seemed unfazed by the earlier incident and continued discussing the class content with her. Hinata nodded in agreement, especially resonating with the teacher's statement that a ninja's path should be one of protection, safeguarding those they cherish. She found it profoundly meaningful, prompting Naruto to propose, "So, shall we train together tomorrow to grow stronger?" As he spoke, he turned to Hinata, a warm smile gracing his face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hinata, caught off guard by Naruto's sudden gaze, blinked her large, innocent eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Training with Naruto-kun sounds exciting, she thought, grappling with a mix of excitement and shyness, as well as feelings of inadequacy. Hinata was an exceedingly insecure girl, constantly belittled by those around her, who criticized her training and questioned her potential. This had greatly affected her confidence, leaving her fearful that Naruto might look down upon her or ridicule her. Her hands unconsciously clasped together, and she lowered her head, hesitant to speak. "What's wrong, Hinata? Don't you want to become stronger? You must protect what you love. Don't you have anything or anyone you wish to safeguard?" Naruto's words resonated in Hinata's mind with a sudden clarity. "Someone I love? Someone I wish to protect? Naruto-kun. And my little sister." As the heiress of the Hyuga clan, Hinata was well aware of many things, especially after learning about Niji's situation, which only deepened her concerns. Concerned that such misfortunes could befall her younger sister, and driven by her innate kindness, Hinata chose to vigilantly watch over her sibling in her own manner. If her sister could ascend to the clan's main family, perhaps she would not be branded as a cage bird. Thus, during their sparring, Hinata felt a genuine reluctance to harm her sister, while also intentionally holding back. Yet, she resolved that if becoming stronger would allow her to protect both Naruto and her sister, she would embrace the challenge. With this thought, Hinata lifted her gaze and nodded resolutely. "Very well, it is settled." The two agreed to meet the following day for training before returning home. As night enveloped the world in silence, Naruto stood quietly in the shadows. He inhaled deeply, centering his mind, and activated his unique shadow abilities once more. This time, he did not transform his shadows into lethal weapons for destruction. Rather, he employed them as tools for exploration, seeking vital information. Naruto's shadow powers were exceptionally formidable, existing in a liminal state between reality and illusion, as if belonging to another dimension. In this two-dimensional form, no barrier could thwart its passage or impede its penetration. With a clear objective in mind, Naruto maneuvered his shadows like a specter, traversing the earth beneath him. His destination was the home of the third Hokage. Recently, a series of events had kept the third Hokage occupied in his office, leaving him little time to return home. Tragically, during the childbirth of Kushina, his wife, she was slain by Uchiha Obito. Furthermore, his eldest son had heroically perished in the Third Shinobi World War. Now, the household consisted only of his younger son, Asuma, who, due to differing ideologies, did not reside with his father. Presently, only his young grandson, Konohamaru, remained at home. However, the mischievous child had yet to return. Easily evading the shadow guards surrounding the premises, Naruto stealthily infiltrated the third Hokage's study. The study was spacious and tranquil, featuring a simple table at its center, encircled by towering bookshelves filled with an array of scrolls. These scrolls contained not only various ninjutsu records, but also a wealth of information regarding history, culture, and politics. A rough estimate suggested that there were over 100 different ninjutsu scrolls alone. For an ordinary ninja, mastering even a couple of techniques would suffice as a significant legacy. The sheer volume of ninjutsu contained within these scrolls could potentially double the strength of Konoha's elite shinobi. The shadows coalesced into a tangible form, employing the unique ability of shadow manipulation, shadow exchange. This technique allowed for the seamless transition between shadows and their original forms, applicable to both complete and partial transformations. Akin to Obito's phasing abilities, Naruto picked up a scroll and opened it, revealing Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. After a brief glance, he found it uninteresting. Upon further inspection, he discovered a sealing technique tucked away in the corner of the bookshelf, tripart sealing. Upon opening it, he found it densely packed with knowledge, precisely what Naruto had been searching for. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were discovered anew by Naruto, who unearthed a plethora of their intricate arts. Sealing techniques constitute a complex and comprehensive system. Indeed, they are here. It is a pity I cannot carry them all away, Naruto lamented, acknowledging the value of these treasures. However, as long as they remained in this place, he could revisit them at will. To take them would be perilous. If only he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma, lacking a camera or similar device. It would be challenging to document his findings. Furthermore, his memory had yet to reach the level of photographic recall. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Kurama, could you lend a hand?" "What is it, brat?" The Ninetales grumbled, disturbed from its contemplation. Can you record the contents here? What contents? Naruto briefly manifested his true form and presented the sights before Kurama. The Nine-Tails scrutinized the intricate seals with a furrowed brow, clearly unimpressed. Is this sealing technique? Indeed. I require the foundational knowledge of sealing techniques to further develop my ninjutsu, Naruto explained helplessly. Are you jesting? How could I possibly memorize something so complex? Kurama rolled its eyes. If it could recall such intricacies, it would have long since unraveled the seals within Naruto's body. What then? You are aware of my predicament, Naruto exclaimed, exasperated, raking his fingers through his hair. This posed a substantial conundrum. For a moment, even Kurama found itself stumped. Given the circumstances, it was exceedingly difficult for Naruto to clandestinely augment his prowess. The most crucial aspect was their mutual understanding. Even with the fusion of another soul, Naruto could not instantaneously transform into a genius. Why not jot it down now? Kurama suggested. Naruto could not help but roll his eyes. If he possessed such formidable learning capabilities, he would have already pursued postgraduate studies. Brat, someone is approaching, hurry. In the midst of their distress, Kurama seemed to sense an impending presence and promptly alerted Naruto. Not daring to be careless, Naruto swiftly exchanged positions with the shadow, simultaneously nullifying the powers of his devil fruit, causing the shadow to vanish. Outside the third Hokage's residence, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, deep in thought as he smoked. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sensation and glanced toward his home. Was it merely an illusion? Did he sense someone? Quickly returning home, he surveyed the surroundings, finding no signs of intrusion, and silently exhaled in relief. Back in Naruto's home, he collapsed onto his bed in the bedroom. This is so vexing. I can hardly believe that even in another world, I must endure the trials of learning. The realm of sealing techniques is vast and formidable, and Naruto recognized the necessity of mastering such potent arts. Yet, having merely glimpsed a fragment of the simpler sealing techniques left his mind reeling, akin to grappling with the complexities of mathematics. Hee, little imp, perhaps you should just lift the seal and let the fourth Hokage teach you instead. Sigh. Do you think I wouldn't want to? It's just that I fear being discovered. Naruto rolled his eyes. His current abilities could be described as woefully inadequate. Aside from the devil fruit, he had yet to reach even the level of a genin in other aspects. As for the sealing technique, his father had left a back door, a key hidden in Miyaboku Mountain. If Naruto were to dare lift the seal, news would reach Miyaboku Mountain by morning, and by that afternoon, the third Hokage would be informed. Chapter 20. Instruction neither this nor that will suffice, so you may as well tinker away on your own. I cannot fathom these human contrivances, the Nine-Tails retorted. Come now, Kurama, do not be so heartless. It is not solely my concern, do not forget. You too must grow stronger. Do you not fear being captured? Whether to be merged into the Ten-Tails, transformed into a chakra beast, or to once again employ that heavy ion mode. Naruto teased with a grin. Brat, are you underestimating me? The Nine-Tails bristled, feeling increasingly provoked by the audacity of this young ninja who dared challenge the mightiest of tailed beasts. Then enlighten me, how do you intend to grow stronger, Kurama? Naruto pressed. This. The Nine-Tails fell silent, for if it knew the path to strength, it would have long settled accounts with Uchiha Bido. Rather than be sealed within a Jinchuriki's body, focus on your own matters for now. With that dismissive remark, Naruto severed their connection, feeling the weight of impending troubles. Naruto resolved to muster his spirit and commence his training. Nowadays, he was as busy as a spinning top, diligently practicing his chi cultivation, tai chi, and bajuanjin. These were essential components of his daily regimen, some of which required evading the watchful eyes of the Umbu, with his powers escalating at an astonishing rate. Had he not already mastered the technique of life restoration, the changes in his physique would have been akin to a complete metamorphosis. Through his own exploration, Naruto adeptly harnessed the capabilities of shadows, successfully mastering life restoration. In simple terms, he had become akin to a maestro deftly manipulating intricate instruments, capable of commanding every muscle and organ at will. After completing another session of chi cultivation, Naruto felt a sense of relief wash over him and decided to rest. In the early morning, sunlight caressed him like a gentle hand, rousing him from slumber. Today marked the day he had arranged to train alongside Hinata, filling him with joy, for it was their first official date. Having completed his morning routine and hastily consumed breakfast, he eagerly prepared to leave. However, as he approached the door, he hesitated, turning back to scrutinize his reflection in the mirror like a child. In the mirror, he beheld himself, a cascade of sun-kissed, golden hair, a diminutive frame that, though lean. Appeared tidy and fresh, like a radiant little star. Should I wash up again? I feel a tad disheveled, he pondered, ultimately deciding to take another shower and tidy his hair. As for his clothing, he had never paid much heed to it, only now realizing that his wardrobe was not only unappealing but consisted entirely of the same style. Even if he wished to don something more attractive, he found himself at a loss. I truly need to buy a new outfit. Whoever chose these is utterly lacking in taste, he muttered helplessly before stepping out of his home. At the Hyuga residence, Hinata inquired, Sister, why are you up so early today? I rose early to train, she replied. Why are you showering so early in the morning? Hana gazed at her sister with a perplexed expression, sensing something oddly different about her today. Ahem, it's just a bit of exercise. I'm slightly perspiring, Hinata explained. Her cheeks flushed. Hana regarded her sister with suspicion, scrutinizing her from head to toe, noticing that Hinata appeared unusually well-groomed today. All right, Hana, go ahead and practice. I have matters to attend to, Hinata urged, fearing that her sister might discern something amiss, and she promptly pushed her away, exhaling a sigh of relief. Before stepping out, she glanced at herself in the mirror. Her short hair was now effortlessly manageable. At Training Ground 7, Naruto had arrived. Hinata, good morning. Why are you here so early? Didn't we agree on 9 o'clock? He inquired. Aye. Hinata stammered slightly. Well, let us not waste time. How about we have a spar? It seems we haven't practiced together yet, Naruto suggested, oblivious to her hesitation. Hinata, after a moment's indecision, nodded in agreement, eager to showcase her prowess to Naruto. The two positioned themselves and formed the necessary hand seals. Hinata, you should go all out, Naruto remarked, assuming a Tai Chi stance. Hinata widened her eyes in surprise. Was this the gentle fist? Not daring to slack off, she mimicked his posture. I'm about to begin, Naruto announced, and as he spoke, chakra surged from his hands, enveloping them in a gust of energy. In an instant, Naruto vanished from sight. This was one of his mastered techniques. He had successfully replicated powerful moves from the Navy's 6 forms, such as Life Return and 6 Paths of Sage Mode, all of which left him yearning to emulate those dazzling maneuvers he had once witnessed. While martial arts could be somewhat intricate, requiring gradual experimentation despite understanding their principles, such techniques were straightforward, their applications and mechanics clearly illustrated in the anime. The shadow entered, melding seamlessly with his body, and Naruto effortlessly executed the technique. This skill, contingent solely upon physical fitness, was straightforward to apply. So fast, Hinata exclaimed, her caution heightened during their first joint training session. She was determined not to be underestimated. Activating her Byakugan, in a full 360-degree view, no speed could evade the clarity of her vision. Behind you, Hinata called, her palm raised to strike the chakra points. Not bad, but your speed could use some improvement, Naruto remarked, his body relaxing in response. With a swift motion, he evaded her hand with ease, raising his own to unleash a powerful Tai Chi strike. Bang! Hinata was struck, retreating several steps, her lips moving as if to say, continue. Naruto chuckled, unfazed. And the two resumed their duel. However, the disparity between them was stark. Naruto's innate physical abilities surpassed Hinata's, and now, with the enhancements he had acquired, he was on an entirely different level compared to his peers. Not to mention, the nurturing from his training methods and the advantages of his martial arts had amplified Naruto's strength beyond measure compared to his contemporaries. All right, let us take a break, he suggested. Naruto halted the contest and, at that moment, noticed the situation across from him. The young girl bowed her head in silence. Yet the palpable aura of dejection surrounding her was unmistakable. Witnessing her plight, he inwardly lamented, "Oh no, what is the matter, Hinata? Am I still of no use? What is that little head of yours pondering? Strength is cultivated through perseverance. Your lack of acknowledgement does not diminish my efforts." Yet, she felt rather inept. Hinata's voice was barely a whisper, infused with uncertainty. Who said that? Moreover, training is meant to forge strength to protect those we cherish, not to earn the praise of others. If one strives diligently, why concern oneself with the opinions of others? But I seem incapable of learning anything. Then let me teach you. Naruto recognized that he had struck a blow to the young girl's confidence and contemplated imparting the art of Tai Chi to her. Tai Chi is not merely a skill. It also allows one to harness chakra for physical rejuvenation. Furthermore, Naruto had discovered that in this world, Tai Chi can facilitate a transformation in chakra properties. He shared the principles, techniques, and breathing methods of Tai Chi, yet Hinata's expression was one of profound conflict. Naruto-kun, wouldn't that be inappropriate? As the heiress of the Hyuga clan, Hinata possessed the requisite refinement, and as one of the oldest families, she understood the significance of such traditions. What could possibly be inappropriate? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, as he had learned Tai Chi during his university days. Thinking little of its abundance online, had it not been for his interest in wellness, he would not have pursued it. Is it truly acceptable for you to pass this on to me? Hinata hesitated, visibly troubled. Well, aren't we friends? This knowledge is my own discovery. I can share it with whomever I choose, as long as you do not divulge it to others. Naruto smiled, unconcerned. However, his words made Hinata's heart race. Rest assured, I would never share it with anyone else. Hinata nodded. All right then, let us begin practicing. I shall guide you. Naruto eagerly commenced instructing the young girl, observing her practice while elucidating the essential breathing techniques. Having been trained since childhood, Hinata, though the Tai Chi form differed somewhat from traditional training, grasped its solid foundation swiftly. Remember to practice it daily, and feel free to engage in silent breathing exercises during your leisure. Naruto earnestly advised, even fearing she might underestimate the technique's potency. He decided to demonstrate. Allow me to show you the power of this technique. Naruto raised his hand, executing the Tai Chi cloud hands, causing chakra to whirl within his palm, generating a pulling force. Hinata felt a sudden surge, and before she could comprehend, her body was propelled forward, only to be caught by Naruto's embrace. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Naruto felt a sense of pride as he reflected on his mastery of the Tai Chi's force and the techniques he had already cultivated. Just moments ago, he had employed the first technique, akin to the dragon's water absorption, though it lacked the formidable suction of Pain's celestial power. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to catch his opponent off guard. He anticipated some words of admiration from the young girl, perhaps a compliment such as, "Brother, you are amazing." However, after a prolonged silence, he glanced down and was taken aback. The girl had fainted, her face flushed. Naruto, after rousing her, he took several steps back. See? This technique is indeed impressive, capable of manifesting abilities akin to attraction and repulsion through chakra, he explained. Hinata nodded in acknowledgement. Next, I shall teach you a few more taijutsu techniques. Since she was already here, Naruto was more than willing to impart all he could, particularly the Marine Six styles. Although demanding on the body, there were indeed ways to adapt. In this world, where chakra is a prevalent energy, one could cleverly utilize it, especially for the Hyuga clan, whose unique physiology was akin to having an unobstructed flow of energy, making them well-suited for martial arts training. They could harness chakra from their body's many points, making their constitution particularly advantageous for the cultivation of taijutsu. Chapter 21. The display of talent when physical prowess falls short, one can compensate with chakra. This is akin to the Navy's 16th technique. For an ordinary person, mastering it can be quite cumbersome. However, for those of the Hyuga clan, chakra can be expelled from the soles of their feet, enabling them to harness the resulting recoil for a similar effect. Naruto first demonstrated his technique with finesse, while Hinata observed intently with her Byakugan. How impressive! He can independently control the muscles in his legs. Hinata's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling gleaming brass bells. As a practitioner of taijutsu, she had acquired substantial theoretical knowledge and understood just how formidable Naruto's abilities were. If she were to attempt it now, she would undoubtedly fail. Even her esteemed father might struggle, as the risk of cramping in such a short time frame was all but certain. After the demonstration, Naruto elucidated his thoughts to Hinata in detail. The technique of chakra propulsion could indeed accelerate one's movement. Is it truly possible? Hinata's eyes grew even wider, brimming with admiration, as she eagerly yearned to try it herself. With a swift motion, Hinata's body collapsed to the ground like a felled tree, her feet beginning to cramp. Observing this, Naruto hurried over. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? His face was etched with concern as he inspected the young girl's feet, which were clad in delicate sandals, revealing toes that resembled plump grapes, slightly reddened and adorably chubby, with no visible signs of injury. Feeling Naruto's unwavering gaze upon her toes, Hinata's digits instinctively wiggled, causing her cheeks to flush. I'm fine, just a bit numb. That's a relief. Take your time. There's no need to rush, Naruto replied, exhaling in relief. His own practice had been supported by the Nine Tails and his shadow, sparing him from injury. A sudden thought struck him. If he were to insert his shadow into Hinata's body, he could control her movements for practice, allowing her to learn instantly. However, such an action could potentially reveal his abilities. Hinata was perceptive, not foolish. She might deduce the truth. All right, Stand up and take a few steps. Remember the technique. You can practice gradually, he advised, though he hesitated to fully commit to the idea. It was not a matter of doubting Hinata's character, but rather not wanting to take a risk. It was prudent to keep his abilities concealed for now. With some difficulty, Hinata rose, a slight grimace crossing her face as she felt the pain. Naruto wished to lend her support, but feared she might faint again. Thus, he could only observe. This technique may prove quite practical, he thought, proceeding to demonstrate the moon step once more, albeit briefly, to avoid exposure. Even this brief display left Hinata in a state of shock. In a world where flying ninjas were exceedingly rare, it was unfathomable to her that Naruto would impart such a technique to her. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Hinata felt a slight dizziness creeping over her again. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto was engrossed in explaining the principles behind the technique. The essence of the moon step was remarkably simple. With sufficient speed and strength, one could tread upon the air and take flight. Furthermore, as Naruto had conveyed, the Hyuga clan could substitute chakra for this purpose. After demonstrating the technique, Naruto noticed that Hinata's standing foot was still unable to bear weight, which caused him to furrow his brow in concern. Had she sustained an internal injury? Was she truly unable to exert strength? He gently inquired. Hinata nodded, acknowledging that recovery would take time. Unlike Naruto, who had mastered the art of life restoration and could command his body with precision, she lacked such control. Even if she struggled to manage her own chakra or vitality, Naruto could heal minor injuries in an instant. Shall I take a look? Naruto hesitated before offering. Hinata's silence was telling. It was difficult for her to accept someone else touching her foot. Naruto understood this apprehension, yet he feared that if Hinata was genuinely injured, it might lead to complications with her family. Hinata Hazashi appeared outwardly as a steadfast mountain, exuding an air of seriousness. However, those familiar with the original story knew him to be an unabashed doting brother. Niji, while often displaying disdain for Hinata, did not harbor any genuine animosity towards her. His discontent stemmed from a reluctance towards her branch family status and a disdain for her timid nature. Deep down, he possessed a profound affection for his sister. As Naruto pondered whether to reveal his abilities, Hinata softly murmured a response. He was momentarily taken aback, almost questioning his own senses. Yet, there Hinata remained, quietly seated, gradually extending her injured foot. Without any hesitation, Naruto swiftly knelt and gently unfastened her sandals. In an instant, a pair of delicate, alabaster feet, slightly plump, emerged like blooming flower buds, gently exposed to the air. Her petite toes, round and charming, resembled strawberries. A surge of tenderness welled up within Naruto. He found her feet to be irresistibly adorable, exquisitely crafted like a piece of art, radiating warmth. What am I thinking? I'm not a pervert. He quickly shook his head. Although lacking medical knowledge, Naruto had a clear understanding of human anatomy due to his shadow clone training. He reached out, following the muscle and vein patterns to assess for injuries. Simultaneously, he channeled chakra, borrowing the positive energy from the nine tails, which possessed healing and strengthening properties. So, this is your wife, huh? The nine tails voice resonated in his mind, laced with a hint of mockery. Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly. Shut up and focus on finding ways to get stronger, he retorted. Are you trying to make her stronger too? You already know the answer. Meanwhile, Hinata felt her head spinning, unable to perceive what Naruto was doing. Naruto was acutely aware of the other party's temperament, feeling that they were on the same page. He promptly released his hold and assisted them in donning their shoes. That should suffice. You may stand and give it a try. Naruto lacked any medical ninjutsu. His approach was merely an application of positive chakra to nourish the muscles. Hearing no response, he looked up and couldn't help but rub his forehead. As expected, the other had reverted to that state, their small face flushed and eyes hazy, as if they were on the verge of fainting. Sighing, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Supporting the other, he stepped back after releasing his grip, and Hinata gradually regained her composure, immediately bowing her head and nervously intertwining her fingers. Seeing that Hinata's legs had fully recovered, Naruto exhaled in relief. You should rest while I continue practicing. No. I will join you. The two began to engage in Tai Chi at the training ground, their movements appearing rather comical and slow, reminiscent of an elderly woman stretching her limbs. Yet, only they were aware that, alongside their breathing techniques, their chakra was being subtly mobilized within. Naruto discovered a secret to his training. The essence of cultivation lay in invigorating the blood flow and stimulating the internal organs. For others, this required specific breathing methods or internal energy, But he realized that shadows could serve as a substitute. Once a shadow entered the body, it could yield the same effects as traditional methods. This insight contributed significantly to his rapid advancement. With the circulation of chakra, Naruto sensed a qualitative transformation occurring within his own energy. If he continued to cultivate in this manner for 4 or 5 years, he could scarcely imagine how formidable he would become, likely resulting in a complete alteration of his chakra. Meanwhile, Hinata's training also progressed smoothly. Whether it was due to Naruto's presence or the Tai Chi practice, she had never felt her mindset so serene, like a still and icy pond. In her previous training, her father had always observed her with an impassive expression, seemingly unsatisfied regardless of her efforts. However, with Naruto by her side, there was no one watching or urging her on, allowing Hinata's heart to settle completely, and she became aware of her own transformation. More importantly, her resolve to grow stronger in order to protect Naruto and her family fueled her journey. With such conviction and tranquility, Hinata's potential was fully realized. Her learning accelerated rapidly. Within just a morning, she had mastered the technique of shave, enabling her to move swiftly over short distances with minimal chakra expenditure, reminiscent of a body flicker technique. Naturally, Naruto noticed Hinata's progress, though he was not overly surprised. In his eyes, Hinata was already an extraordinary talent. Her Byakugan bloodline purity was exceptionally high, earning her the title of the Byakugan Princess. Moreover, her remarkable appetite was well known. It is said that while a gluttonous person may be daunting, a lean individual with a hearty appetite can conquer the world. Hinata, being able to consume copiously without gaining weight, indicated her innate talent, as her energy intake and expenditure remained balanced. In the original work, Hinata was initially quite inconspicuous, and due to her personality, she hardly developed her innate talents. Moreover, according to the ideology of her clan, once a woman marries, her opportunities for expression significantly diminish. Nevertheless, at her current pace, Hinata is quite impressive for someone her age. Indeed, she is a prodigy. Naruto fully understands what this young girl lacks and praises her to boost her confidence. Really? Hinata finds it hard to believe that she is receiving compliments for the first time. Well, with diligent practice, given your strengths and talents, once you master this technique, I might find myself unable to compete with you, Naruto remarked with a smile, entirely serious. If Hinata could evolve and create her own techniques from this foundation, it would indeed be a possibility. With Naruto's affirmation, Hinata felt a surge of excitement, resolutely determined to grow faster and stronger. Naruto-kun, it's already noon. We should eat. Shouldn't we? Hinata looked up at the sky, her tone somewhat hesitant. Surprised at how quickly time had flown, Naruto responded, "Let's go. What do you want to eat?" "It's on me." He too realized that it was indeed lunchtime. "How about ramen? I want to treat you to thank you for your help." Hinata remembered Naruto once saying that ramen was his favorite food. The young girl, mature beyond her years, understood the significance of their actions today. A date. This was their first outing together, and despite her shyness, she would not retreat at this moment. Chapter 22. The Uchiha clan's annihilation allow me to treat you. For I possess an insatiable appetite. I must be well fed to train vigorously this afternoon. Naruto glanced at the young girl beside him. Hinata, despite her remarkable capacity for consumption, had always felt the weight of her father's disapproval, leading her to never truly indulge in her meals throughout her childhood. Naruto, ever the considerate friend, felt compelled to ensure she would not leave unsatisfied. The two made their way to the riverbank to wash their hands and faces before heading toward Konoha. The village had lost its usual vibrancy in recent days. Although townsfolk bustled about, their hurried pace suggested a palpable unease. Upon spotting Naruto, many instinctively veered away, a sight that did not escape Hinata's notice, leaving her with an uncomfortable feeling as she unconsciously edged closer to him. Naruto, keenly aware of the atmosphere, chose to disregard the wary glances of the passers-by. The subtle gesture of the girl beside him nearly melted his heart. He longed to ruffle her hair affectionately. Before long, they arrived at a Chiraka ramen, the enticing aroma of broth wafting toward them even before they approached. "It's little Naruto. Come quickly, come quickly. We have a new broth to try today," exclaimed Uncle Ichiraku. "Uncle Ichiraku, this is my friend Hinata," Naruto replied with a smile as he stepped into the ramen shop. "Ah, Naruto has brought a friend. Today, I shall offer you a 20% discount," Uncle Ichiraku said, casting a curious glance at Hinata. He was well aware of Naruto's circumstances, and it was indeed a rare occasion to see him accompanied by a friend. As a man of experience, Uncle Ichiraku could perceive the underlying connection between them with just a single glance. Then I shall not hold back today, Naruto said, his lips curling into a cheerful grin, fully embracing the kindness offered without a hint of reluctance. Should Uncle Ichiraku have suggested a complimentary meal, he would have politely declined, believing in the principle that one should not receive without giving. However, a mere discount was a gesture he was more than happy to accept. Uncle, let us start with 2 large bowls of ramen, Naruto declared boldly, his voice brimming with anticipation for the culinary delight. Hinata sat quietly beside him, observing in silence, her gaze soft and serene, as if Naruto were the sole figure in her world. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of lavish ramen were served at their table. Let us dig in, Naruto exclaimed with uncontained enthusiasm, swiftly grasping his chopsticks and diving into the meal without hesitation. Endowed with an almost supernatural ability akin to that of the Six-Path Sage, Naruto experienced no sensation of fullness, allowing him to revel in the pleasures of food without restraint. With astonishing speed, he devoured 1 bowl, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Uncle, this ramen is absolutely divine. Please, another bowl, Naruto said with satisfaction, giving a thumbs up to the owner. He then turned to Hinata, gently encouraging her. Hinata, you should eat quickly as well. Make sure to fill your stomach. Uncle, please bring Hinata another bowl. Naruto was acutely aware of Hinata's appetite and was determined to ensure she was well fed today, while simultaneously striving to dispel any psychological barriers she had. It was unacceptable for her to remain hungry day after day. Hinata blinked, her expression betraying her hesitation, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. Yet, she soon forgot her apprehensions, as she was utterly astonished during the meal. Previously, Hinata had considered herself an outlier, a peculiar being, conditioned by her upbringing and etiquette to believe that a lady should not eat excessively. Coupled with her father's stern demeanor, little Hinata had never truly been satiated. However, today, inspired by Naruto's voracious appetite, she found herself wholly focused on enjoying the meal alongside him. This time, she truly comprehended the saying that there are always greater forces beyond one's own. Her appetite was not what it had been in adulthood, and by the time she reached her 10th bowl, she found herself utterly incapable of consuming any more. Beside her, Naruto was zealously showcasing his incredible capacity for food. As the ramen he devoured was swiftly digested, transforming into invigorating energy that coursed through him, leaving him in a state of bliss. The fatigue from his rigorous training dissipated entirely, and he felt his body had strengthened significantly, which filled him with immense satisfaction and an even greater desire for sealing techniques. Everything was nearly perfect. He simply lacked a shadow sealing jutsu. Naruto's astonishing appetite left both of them in a state of disbelief, as it was the first time Hinata realized just how much Naruto could eat. After they had both eaten their fill and settled the bill, it took a considerable distance before Uncle Yao comprehended what had transpired. Could little Naruto really have eaten so much? He thought to himself, relieved that the conversation was about a discount and not a complimentary meal. Meanwhile, Naruto exhaled in relief, grateful for his fortunate circumstances that freed him from financial worries. In the afternoon, as they trained together, they engaged in a sparring session, and Hinata's progress was visibly remarkable. Naruto, too, gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. They trained tirelessly until nightfall, agreeing to continue their training together whenever time allowed before parting ways to return home. Naruto, have you sensed it? The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in Naruto's mind. Sensed what? He inquired. The atmosphere in the village. This feeling is saturated with murderous intent. What do you mean? Based on your descriptions, do you not sense that an event is about to transpire? The Nine Tails warned. Upon this reminder, Naruto quickly regained his composure. The incident of the Uchiha clan's massacre flashing vividly in his mind. He immediately glanced out of the window towards the moonlit sky, noticing that the moon was just shy of being full, though he could not recall the precise timing of the Uchiha clan's demise. The image of Itachi Uchiha beneath that very moon was etched distinctly in his memory. Gazing at the moon, Naruto understood the urgency of the situation. It was lamentable that the Uchiha clan was on the brink of annihilation, and he felt powerless to intervene. In the ensuing days, Naruto attended school during the day and utilized the shadows at night to clandestinely study sealing techniques. However, he found these methods to be far more complex than he had anticipated. His relentless pursuit of knowledge led to dark circles forming beneath his eyes. Yet the concepts remained elusive and shrouded in confusion. Naruto-kun, what has been troubling you these past few days? Have you been sleeping well? A gentle voice broke through his drowsiness, momentarily rousing him from his stupor. This is undoubtedly a matter concerning teacher Irika. Hinata, do you not sense the hypnotic effect of Irika's lectures? It leaves me drowsy during the day and restless at night. Naruto couldn't help but complain. Hinata nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this, quickly covering her mouth. If the teacher learns of your words, Naruto, you shall be punished again. Humph. I'm not the only one. Naruto gestured for Hinata to look ahead, where several classmates shared his predicament. Uchiha Sasuke, stay behind after school today. Just as Naruto was re-engaging in lively conversation with Hinata, he was abruptly jolted by the unexpected announcement. Instantly, his mind was awakened, and he involuntarily glanced forward. Is it about to begin? Uchiha Sasuke was a top student in class. Typically, the teacher seldom called upon him, let alone in a manner reserved for Naruto Uzumaki. It must be a command from the third Hokage to keep Uchiha Sasuke occupied. Naruto calculated silently in his mind. Tonight marked the full moon. What is wrong, Naruto? Hinata noticed the shift in Naruto's demeanor. Hinata, you should go to bed early tonight. Naruto felt a swirl of complex emotions, unsure how to explain himself. Hinata, in the following moments, Naruto appeared to be devoid of spirit, lacking even the desire to converse, sitting there like a statue, lost in thought. Time flowed by, and the bell signaling the end of class rang. Teacher Iruka gradually departed, followed closely by Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto turned his gaze out the window. The sunset resembled an elderly man in his twilight, slowly sinking in the west as the sunlight receded like a tide. What is the matter, Naruto? Hinata remained. Acutely aware of Naruto's unusual behavior, a tinge of worry swelling within her. Naruto's feelings were as tangled as a ball of yarn. The thought of such a grand clan meeting a tragic end stirred a sense of sorrow within him. As a time traveler, his lamentation was not for the lost lives, but rather for the fate of the Uchiha clan, a history he had come to understand during his prolonged existence in this world. Indeed, those individuals were quite detestable. Yet Naruto mourned their bloodline, rich with infinite potential, the Sharingan, especially the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan, which faded into obscurity along with the clan's demise. After millennia of heritage, to see it vanish overnight was a cause for deep regret. You will know tomorrow. Without further elaboration, Naruto turned and departed like a gust of wind, leaving Hinata gazing after his retreating figure in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Danzo led the Root Division to encircle the entire Uchiha clan. At that moment, Konoha was eerily quiet, as if everyone had received some foreboding news, with no one daring to venture outside. Kurama, it should be tonight. Kid, do you still wish to participate? It's somewhat regrettable, but I can recognize my own limits regarding participation. As nightfall descended like ink, the sky was graced by a luminous moon, resembling a gem emanating an eerie red glow. Within the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha donned his combat attire, a long blade resting upon his back. His gaze as frigid as ice, seemingly capable of freezing the very world. Itachi, you have returned. As Itachi passed through the Uchiha gate, a guard, recognizing the son of the clan leader, could not resist stepping forward to greet him. My apologies, Dawa. Without comprehending the reason behind the other's apology, Uchiha Dawa suddenly locked eyes with Itachi's Sharingan, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. With a swift motion, the immense pressure of the Mangekyou Sharingan bore down upon him, akin to a mountain crushing an egg. In a heartbeat, Itachi's blade, like a flash of lightning, pierced through Uchiha Dawa's heart. What do you intend to do, Itachi? Curse it. In mere moments, all the night watchmen lay slain, while Itachi's countenance remained as expressionless as a statue. Such ruthlessness. He could wield death against his own kin. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a mask emerged beside Itachi, as if a specter had materialized from the shadows. Enough of the pleasantries. I will proceed from this side, and you from that. Let us not squander time. Itachi's voice was chilling, his indifference piercing through the very souls of those who heard it. Very well. The newcomer was Uchiha Bido, who had answered Itachi's call to annihilate the Uchiha clan. The two split into separate directions, killing any they encountered, regardless of age or status. Both possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, which exerted a bloodline suppression over the ordinary Uchiha, rendering even the three-tomo Sharingan powerless against their formidable ocular prowess. Cries of anguish and curses began to echo in the air. Once they departed, a shadow rose from the ground. What a twisted perspective. Naruto struggled to comprehend the rationale behind slaughtering one's own kin for the sake of the village. Chapter 23. Itachi Uchiha. The situation is akin to sacrificing one's own nation for the sake of world peace. Even in the face of righteousness that demands the eradication of one's kin, it is difficult to fathom such depths of sacrifice. Moreover, one cannot overlook the multitude of innocents caught in this turmoil. After all, Konoha was ultimately founded by the Uchiha clan, and now, in the name of Konoha's tranquility, they seek to annihilate the Uchiha lineage. If they were only to eliminate the radicals among them, Naruto might find some understanding, but instead, they have chosen to exterminate them all, including his own beloved parents. Despite these profound reflections, Naruto remained silent, swiftly taking action to sever the shadows of the fallen. Indeed, Naruto's intent was to capitalize on the situation. He aimed to collect the remnants of the Uchiha clan, their corpses, their shadows, and their eyes. Those precious three-tomo Sharingan, whether falling into the hands of Danzo or Obito Uchiha, would undoubtedly serve to bolster the enemy. Naruto harbored a deep disdain for enabling the enemy. Thus, he aimed to extract those three-tomo Sharingan and obliterate their shadows. After death, shadows gradually dissipate, and Naruto sought to devour their shadows while their bodies still bore the warmth of life, thereby augmenting his own power. At that moment, an eerie tableau unfolded. Two figures were embroiled in a fierce battle ahead, while a shadow trailed behind like a specter, scavenging. "Who are you, and what do you want?" "I am the harbinger of your demise," came the chilling reply from Obito Uchiha, who recognized the girl before him. His single eye glimmered ominously. Uchiha Izumi, the childhood companion of Itachi Uchiha, unleashed 3 shurikens, her hands forming seals with remarkable speed. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Yet, the masked man made no attempt to evade. He passed directly through the fireball and shurikens, as well as Izumi herself, ensnaring her in chains. "Obito, be cautious. An ominous figure is attempting to seize your spoils," White Zetsu suddenly interjected. As Obito readied to deliver a fatal blow, he instinctively activated his intangibility, and the chains passed through Izumi's form. Turning to face the source of the disturbance, the darkness of the night could not obscure the vision of his Sharingan. Obito spotted a shadow near a corpse, engaged in some unknown act. "Black Zetsu?" Obito pondered, as the figure appeared somewhat familiar. "Not Black Zetsu. You seek death." With that, Obito released the girl, his form vanishing. On the ground, Naruto collected the shadows of his adversaries. Just as he prepared to advance, a ripple of space surged beside him, and a ghostly figure appeared with lightning speed, its swiftness astonishing. Before Naruto could comprehend the situation, a gleaming scythe sliced through the shadow's form like a tempest. "Humph. With such feeble abilities, you dare covet my treasures." Witnessing the shadow split in an instant, Uchiha Obito's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. The shadow spear transformed the fallen silhouette into a ghostly form, instantly morphing into a black spear that pierced through Obito's body like a sharpened arrow. How could this be? What manner of creature is this? A flicker of astonishment crossed Obito's single eye. Had he not instinctively maintained his intangible state, he would surely have met his demise today. The black spear reformed into a shadow, and both figures, like startled prey, instinctively distanced themselves from one another. "Who are you?" "I am an enemy of Konoha, merely a chance discoverer of something intriguing, here to join the fray." "You are utterly oblivious to your fate." Fire release, storm dance, the space distorted as flames swirled, locking onto the shadow ahead. The shadow attempted to move but found itself immobilized. In the next moment, the flames enveloped Naruto's silhouette through the warped passage of space. The shadow was dispersed, scattering like ink into the surroundings. Yet, before Obito could revel in his triumph, the ink on the ground coalesced once more into a human form. "I am immortal. The Manjiki Sharingan." Obito's pupils constricted, and he instinctively murmured. Like others before him, he surmised that such an eerie ability must be a technique of the Manjiki. Naruto seemed to sense something and cast his gaze in a particular direction. "I shan't play with you any longer." Naruto's figure transformed into a black bat, scattering in all directions. Obito's gaze remained fixated on the fleeing black bat, devoid of any intention to pursue. In the Uchiha household, a profound silence enveloped the living room, where Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha sat quietly. Their figures appeared somewhat forlorn beneath the dim, yellow light. Suddenly, a shadow materialized silently behind them. It was Itachi Uchiha, his body trembling slightly, clutching a sharp blade. "Itachi, since you have made your choice, see it through to the end." Fugaku's voice was calm and resolute, as if he had anticipated this moment. Itachi's lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately no sound emerged. He merely gazed at his father, a flicker of pain and helplessness flashing in his eyes. "Itachi, protect Sasuke well." Mikoto's gaze fell upon the wall behind Itachi, where a family portrait hung, depicting a young Sasuke with a radiant smile. "I am sorry." Itachi's voice was low and hoarse, laden with boundless regret. Slowly, he raised the blade towards Fugaku. Just as the blade was about to descend, plum blossoms fell upon the pristine white wall, as if to add a touch of tragic beauty to the scene. Itachi tightly shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight of his father's expression. However, in that fleeting moment of closure, the Mangeki Sharingan within his eyes began to whirl violently, a powerful force surging rapidly within him. His heart was filled with anguish, a pain beyond the capacity of words to convey. He had no one to confide in, nor anyone who could fathom his profound sorrow. Tears streamed forth like a deluge breaching a dam, yet Uchiha Itachi's hands showed no sign of faltering. As he turned to leave, his steps faltered, as if the very fabric of the world was crumbling beneath his feet. Just as Itachi departed, several bats flew in through the window. They circled the living room a few times before finally perching beside the lifeless body of Uchiha Fugaku. Thankfully, they had arrived just in time. One bat murmured softly, a hint of relief evident in its voice. Upon seeing the corpse on the floor, Naruto sighed with relief and moved forward to extract Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. After all, they were a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. However, just as Naruto reached out, a surge of black flames ignited abruptly. "You have indeed appeared." A chilling voice resonated from behind Naruto. His shadow transformed into a two-dimensional state, evading the reach of Amaterasu's flames. "Even Amaterasu proves ineffective against you?" Though he had anticipated such a turn of events, witnessing it firsthand made Itachi acutely aware of the tenacity of his adversary. The target was his father's eyes. Itachi was not foolish. He quickly grasped the situation and fixed his gaze upon the corpse on the ground. With his vision locked, he activated his ocular technique. Amaterasu. Naruto inwardly cursed as his shadow abruptly morphed into a curtain, obscuring Itachi's line of sight. In the next moment, the flames of Amaterasu ignited once more. Tsukuyomi. Realizing his opponent had once again evaded, Itachi resorted to his own Tsukuyomi, but his countenance soon darkened. His ocular technique was futile against this peculiar foe. What bizarre ability is this? Seizing the opportunity, Naruto aimed to extract Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Seeking death? Itachi seethed, furious at the audacity of attempting to take his father's eyes before him. Almost without a visible hand sign, a colossal fireball hurtled toward the corpse on the ground. Indeed, though only a brief exchange had transpired, Itachi had already discerned the extraordinary difficulty presented by this enigmatic entity. With his ocular techniques rendered ineffective, it seemed that ninjutsu would also prove futile. His sole course of action was to thwart the adversary's objective. Thus, he resolved to destroy his father's corpse. Naruto, aware of Itachi's intentions, could only brace himself for the confrontation. His shadow shifted, his right foot transforming into a great blade. Rasengan. Instantly, the air became a cutting force, cleaving the massive fireball in two. Itachi's pupils constricted, his body instinctively retreating to evade the strike. With a swift motion, the house was severed in half. Seizing this moment, Naruto's arm morphed into a tentacle, reaching for the eyes on the ground. Itachi rapidly withdrew, and at that moment, several shuriken glimmered in his hands, launched with astonishing speed like bolts of lightning. Witnessing this, Naruto internally lamented. He understood that he could no longer afford to delay. Despite possessing immense power, his combat experience and reaction speed paled in comparison to the formidable Uchiha Itachi before him. At this critical juncture, Naruto did not hesitate to unleash his abilities, transforming his body into a colossal black serpent that swiftly slithered to the side of Uchiha Fugaku's lifeless form. In the blink of an eye, Naruto coiled his robust serpentine body around Fugaku's corpse and violently hurled it against the adjacent wall. A thunderous crash ensued as the wall shattered into fragments, sending dust billowing into the air. Yet, just as Naruto successfully made his escape, a gigantic crimson skeletal arm loomed ominously behind him. This arm radiated an aura of terror, reminiscent of a demon's presence. As the dust settled in the courtyard, Naruto finally grasped what he had long sought, a pair of three-tomo Sharingan. However, he was acutely aware that these were no ordinary Sharingan. They were the far more potent Mangeki Sharingan. Just as Naruto reveled in his fortune, a sudden burst of crimson flame shot towards him. "I shall accept the Mangeki Sharingan," came the chilling voice of the shadowy figure, who did not evade this time, a sinister grin curling upon his lips as he absorbed the plucked eyes into his very being. In the next instant, as the red light approached, the dark figure dissipated into smoke. Naruto relinquished his devil fruit powers. The scene was surreal. Within the half-formed Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi knelt, blood tears streaming from his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, his expression grim, as the Susanoo surrounding him gradually faded away. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before he regained his composure, wiping away the blood tears as he fixed his gaze in a singular direction. Back at Naruto's home, He suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief. It had been a close call. He was uncertain whether his shadow could indeed be sealed, and it was a risk he preferred not to take. Therefore, upon achieving his objective, Naruto promptly relinquished his powers, daring not to glimpse the tumultuous scene any longer. Meanwhile, on the street, a young boy was sprinting. Uchiha Sasuke feeling an inexplicable sense of dread, as if something dreadful had transpired. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Sasuke has returned. Allow him entry. Danzo's voice echoed like a chilling specter from the depths of the underworld, cold and piercing. He understood that within, a massacre was unfolding, far beyond the actions of Uchiha Itachi alone. If this boy could be eliminated as well, it would be an unparalleled stroke of fortune. Only the deceased Uchiha could be deemed truly good Uchiha. Thus, Danzo harbored no thoughts of obstruction and effortlessly permitted the boy's entry. As Sasuke stepped inside, he was met with a horrific scene. Uchiha clan members lay strewn across the ground, lifeless and grotesquely contorted. Those villagers who had greeted him warmly that very morning now lay scattered, from the elderly to innocent children. Sasuke's heart twisted in agony, suffocating him. As he collapsed to the ground involuntarily. Who could have done this? Why? The grim truth echoed in his mind. It was my foolish brother, of course. Who else possesses such power? At that moment, a voice, hauntingly familiar, pierced his eardrum like a sharp blade. Yet, in that instant, it bore an icy chills. Devoid of warmth, Uchiha Sasuke struggled to lift his head, and there, perched upon a nearby utility pole, was a figure he recognized all too well. Behind this individual, a crimson crescent moon loomed, resembling a blood-soaked sun, emanating a chilling light that sent shivers down Sasuke's spine, rendering the person before him a stranger, as if his once-beloved brother had transformed into someone entirely different. Chapter 24. Sasuke, is this truly the extent of your potential? Perhaps the provocation has not been sufficiently intense. Uchiha Itachi gazed into his brother's Sharingan, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickering in the depths of his eyes. It seems I may no longer be able to protect him in the future. Thus, I can only utter an apology, my foolish little brother. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi vanished like a specter, only to abruptly reappear beside Uchiha Sasuke. Why do you act in such a manner? Naturally, it is to test the measure of my resolve. My foolish little brother, if you seek vengeance, feel free to come after me. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Itachi unleashed his genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, unleashing the horrific memories of his slaughter of the Uchiha clan and the tragic fate of their parents, projecting them into Uchiha Sasuke's mind like a vivid film. In but an instant, Sasuke, like a candle flame in a tempest, could not withstand the weight of such a devastating blow and collapsed into unconsciousness. Is this all you are capable of? Once again, Uchiha Itachi's gaze bore a chilling disappointment, as piercing as ice. Are you reluctant to strike? Do you require my assistance? Just then, a voice as deep as thunder resonated suddenly, as Uchiha Obito appeared beside them like a ghost. You would do well not to harm him. Uchiha Itachi's icy voice rang out, and in that moment, he harbored murderous intent towards the figure beside him. Well then, if that is the case, I shall withdraw. There is no need for you here. Truly a callous individual. Konoha is indeed an intriguing place. Uchiha Obito could not help but recall that shadowy figure. And now he was eager to return and inquire if Kagaya was aware of that person's circumstances. With a twist of space, Uchiha Obito vanished without a trace. Uchiha Itachi surveyed his surroundings before also disappearing. The next moment, Danzo Shimura entered with his root personnel to assess the scene. Lord Danzo. All of their eyes have been gouged out. Please, check the others' eyes. All 3 Tomo Sharingan have been removed, my lord. Damn those Uchiha scoundrels. Danzo ground his teeth in rage. His expression contorted with fury. His original aim had been the 3 Tomo Sharingan, yet now all the eyes had been taken, leaving him with nothing but a futile endeavor. He placed the blame squarely on Uchiha Itachi. Lord Danzo, what should we do with this boy? The root personnel brought Uchiha Sasuke forward. A glint of cold light flashed in Danzo's single eye. His palm tightened as he contemplated killing the wretched child. However, the thought of the terrifying Uchiha Itachi immediately instilled fear, suppressing his murderous intent. Truly a heartless individual, capable of such cruelty towards his own brother. Danzo touched the bandaged eye of his own, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Take him to the Konoha hospital. Yes, Lord Danzo. Child, what have you just done? The Nine-Tails sensed a sudden surge of energy within Naruto's body, a significant increase in power, as his chakra transformed into something entirely different. Moreover, whether it was a mere illusion or not, The Nine-Tails sensed an unpleasant aura emanating from Naruto. It merely glanced at the situation of the Uchiha clan. How did it fare? They had been annihilated, leaving only a lone survivor. The detested Uchiha are finally extinguished. A malicious grin spread across the Nine-Tails' mouth. Although Naruto had long warned it that such events would transpire, the day had finally arrived, and the Nine-Tails was filled with delight. All its misfortunes could be attributed to that Uchiha Madara, and what it loathed most was the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan, which could restrain tailed beasts. Now, the only two individuals capable of suppressing it were no more. It could be said that there was no one left in this world who could contend with the tailed beasts. Naruto, indifferent to the Nine-Tails, extended his hand, summoning a swirl of chakra and a pool of blood. The bloodline and chakra of the Uchiha clan. These two elements were derived from the purification of the lifeless bodies. And while Naruto was confident in integrating the bloodline owing to the powers of the devil fruit, he still felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of merging with another's bloodline. After some contemplation, he decided against the immediate fusion, retracting them instead, and sent forth a shadow to continue training in sealing techniques. There was no time to waste. He would speak up tomorrow. On the following day, as Naruto arrived at school, he immediately sensed the atmosphere within. The students were huddled together, whispering about the Uchiha clan. The disappearance of the Uchiha clan was such a significant event that it was hard to conceal. By dawn, the Hokage building had already issued an official statement. The document merely stated that an S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi, had emerged from the Uchiha clan, slaughtering his entire family and betraying the village. This conclusion left everyone in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom what kind of formidable strength would be required to annihilate an entire clan single-handedly, especially one as prestigious as the Uchiha of Konoha. Is this true, Naruto? Hinata, hearing this news for the first time, found it hard to believe, and her thoughts drifted back to Naruto's words from the previous day. The truth of the matter was inconsequential. What truly mattered was strength. For only by becoming powerful could one protect what they cherished. Naruto was reluctant to elaborate further. By the way, Hinata, could you assist me with something? After scanning the surroundings and noticing that no one was paying attention to the two of them in the back row, his voice dropped a notch. Ahem. I wish to learn the shadow clone technique. Hinata blinked, her expression appearing somewhat adorably naive, but she quickly grasped the meaning behind his request. The Hyuga clan, as a long-standing noble family, did not practice ninjutsu themselves, yet their collection was undoubtedly among the finest in the ninja world. Naruto found himself in a predicament. Despite his confidence in pilfering the sealing book through his unique abilities, the origin of such techniques was paramount in this world, without a plausible explanation. Even if he mastered it, he would be too afraid to use it. Hinata was not foolish. On the contrary, she was quite astute. She understood the utility of the shadow clone technique and, with a simple thought, realized Naruto's intentions. It is hardly a secret that Naruto harbors a disdain for attending school. He often spends his time either napping or skipping classes. Nevertheless, Hinata finds it difficult to decline Naruto's requests and nods in agreement, promising to teach him the jutsu the following day. Thank you, Hinata-chan. Naruto expresses his gratitude with hands clasped in a gesture of sincerity. For this is indeed a B-rank jutsu. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approaches, reminiscent of a tempest, causing all the students to instinctively fall silent. Their gazes fixated on the entrance. Iruka-sensei enters, his brow furrowed, an expression laden with concern. Students, I believe you have heard about the unfortunate incident involving our classmate, Sasuke Uchiha. His voice is low and mournful, each word imbued with profound sorrow. We are deeply pained by his plight. As classmates, it is our duty to extend warm consolation. At this moment, our friend lies in a hospital bed. Iruka-sensei surveys the room, his worry resonating with everyone present. Naruto reflects quietly, recognizing that Iruka is indeed a commendable teacher. Every nuance of his expression stems from genuine compassion. Sensei, there is no need for further words. Let us visit Sasuke together, Sakura exclaims eagerly, her anxious expression rivaling that of their teacher. Indeed, Sensei, I wonder how Sasuke is faring now. The chorus of agreement rises, echoing like a surging tide. Iruka-sensei, touched by his students' sentiments, ultimately concedes to their request. Consequently, they follow closely behind him, resembling a flock of migratory birds en route to the Konoha hospital. Naruto and Hinata lag behind, and although Hinata has had little interaction with Sasuke, a flicker of concern crosses her face, stemming from her innate kindness. Within the confines of Konoha Hospital, the third Hokage stands in Sasuke's room. unable to conceal the anguish etched upon his features. Just yesterday, Itachi Uchiha had visited him and revealed that a mysterious shadow had re-emerged, stealing his father's Sharingan. This revelation heightens the third Hokage's anxiety. Initially believed to be a technique of the Uchiha clan, it has now proven otherwise. The Uchiha clan has suffered a tragic fate, and the adversary has profited by seizing numerous Sharingan. Additionally, Danzo Shimura had come to report that the Sharingan from the deceased Uchiha had been taken. The shadowy figure lurks like a serpent concealed in darkness, ready to strike at any moment, instilling a sense of unease within the third Hokage. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resounds, prompting the third Hokage to open the door, revealing Irika and the students from the Ninja Academy. Please, come in quietly. Sasuke has yet to awaken. Lord Hokage, how is Sasuke faring? Irika inquires with concern. Rest assured, he has sustained some psychological trauma, but after a few days of slumber, he should be well. The third Hokage reassures, considering the injury to be minor. The aged third Hokage had pressing matters to attend to, and thus took his leave, hands clasped behind his back as he strolled away. The presence of the third Hokage immediately alleviated some of the tension among the onlookers, who quickly gathered around Sasuke's bedside. The young Uchiha lay silently, his brow furrowed tightly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his body trembling as if ensnared in a nightmarish vision. Naruto and Hinata also approached the bedside. What a brutal ordeal, Naruto remarked, recognizing that Sasuke was suffering from the aftermath of Tsukuyami. The haunting images were likely replaying incessantly in his mind. Is Sasuke all right? The third Hokage assured us he would be fine. Yet, why does he appear to be in such agony? The female onlookers chattered anxiously around Sasuke's bed. Irika approached to assess the situation, his expression betraying a flicker of concern. Please, everyone, let us remain quiet. The patient requires rest. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the entrance as 11 doctors entered the room. Upon seeing the multitude gathered, their brows instinctively knitted together, their demeanor tinged with irritation. All right, you've all seen him. We should return now. Irika sighed once more, and one by one, the onlookers began to disperse. Chapter 25. The misunderstanding of 3-generation Sasuke had been in slumber for an entire 3 days, causing great concern among those who cared for him. Finally, on the 4th day, he slowly opened his eyes. The moment Sasuke stepped into the classroom, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The girls' gazes converged upon him, their eyes gleaming with delight as they began to chatter excitedly. However, the boys keenly sensed the change within Sasuke. His steps were light, yet resolute, each stride emanating an icy and frenzied killing intent. This aura was as chilling as a winter gale, instilling a palpable dread in those around him, making it hard to fathom that such a young child could exude such a terrifying presence. Naruto, Sasuke has become so cold, Hinata murmured softly, a hint of sympathy lacing her voice. She could feel the anguish and solitude that enveloped Sasuke's heart, evoking a deep sense of compassion within her. Naruto remained silent, his gaze fixed on Sasuke, equally aware of that frigid killing intent. He understood that after such experiences, Sasuke's transformation was inevitable. After all, they were both orphans who had endured the pain of losing loved ones. It was only natural to comprehend that some changes would arise from such trials. Anyone who has gone through this would likely become like him, Naruto remarked quietly. At that moment, Hinata shifted her attention to Naruto. She scrutinized him closely. Although his chakra and aura mirrored his true self, her sixth sense alerted her that the Naruto before her was not the original. Naruto, have you learned the shadow clone technique? Hinata inquired curiously, her eyes fixated on him as if she sought to uncover the truth from his expression. With a light-hearted tone, Naruto felt a surge of pride within himself, relieved to have resolved the troublesome issue of the Nine Tails. Without the Nine Tails' interference, coupled with his own innate abilities, Naruto had quickly grasped the technique. It must be noted that this technique suited Naruto remarkably well, as it required a vast amount of chakra to execute. Being a member of the Uzumaki clan, alongside the assistance of the Nine Tails within him, Naruto's chakra reserves were now exceedingly substantial. As for the technique's side effects, they posed little threat to him. As long as he didn't engage in prolonged usage, it was practically effortless for Naruto. Once he mastered the technique, Naruto confidently put it to use. The Umbu monitoring him promptly reported this development to Lord Hokage. Upon hearing the report, the third Hokage chose not to elaborate further, simply summoning Hayashi Hyuga, though what transpired in their conversation remained a mystery. Hayashi left the Hokage building with a dark expression. Meanwhile, Naruto's true self was practicing taijutsu in the training grounds, within the Hokage building. The third Hokage had finally managed to tidy up the mess left by the Uchiha clan over the past few days. Yet, the matter of the ghostly shadow lingered over him, preventing restful nights and turning his hair increasingly gray, his spirit waning with age. Alas, have you gone into hiding once more? Who are you and what do you seek? In this moment, even though he felt it was absurd, he could not help but begin to doubt whether all of this was indeed orchestrated by the Nara clan. Never mind, let us see what Naruto is up to. The third Hokage picked up the crystal ball from the table, and with a flicker, the image of Naruto training sprang forth within it. This was the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. It truly seemed nonsensical. What use was it without the Byakugan? The third Hokage furrowed his brow. The gentle fist was renowned in the ninja world, but that was contingent upon their bloodline limit. Sigh. One could only say that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it, Minato? The third Hokage sighed. This young lad was indeed the spitting image of Minato. Minato Namikaze, an ordinary civilian ninja, why was he so adept at sealing techniques in the Rasengan? Ultimately, most of the credit belonged to Kushina Uzumaki. Sealing techniques were a legacy of the Uzumaki clan, while the Rasengan was modeled after the tailed beast bomb. Now, Naruto had mastered the shadow clone technique and was practicing the gentle fist of the Hyuga, leaving the third Hokage at a loss for words. It seemed he needed to find Naruto a proper teacher. He could not allow him to continue this aimless endeavor. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Naruto had finally shown a glimmer of ambition, regardless of the motivations behind it, yet he could not dampen the child's enthusiasm. If he wished to learn martial arts, he ought to be given a good teacher for some guidance. With this thought in mind, the third Hokage immediately dispatched Umbu to locate Might Guy. Lord Hokage, you summoned me? Not long after, a green figure with a watermelon hairstyle swiftly appeared in the Hokage's office. Guy, you're here. The third Hokage's face lit up with joy. Come and take a look at this child. He pointed to the crystal ball. Wherein Naruto Uzumaki was leisurely practicing Tai Chi, his movements were as slow as water, and the technique seemed rather ordinary, making it quite comical to observe. This is the gentle fist. It looks quite similar to the Hyuga's gentle fist. As a master of martial arts, Might Guy immediately discerned the essence of Naruto's boxing style. On the surface, Naruto's Tai Chi did indeed resemble the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Well, you should know this. He is Naruto. This child has recently become enamored with martial arts, but the third Hokage's words trailed off, his lips twitching as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. To him, Naruto was not genuinely practicing martial arts. He was clearly trying to impress the girls. Does Lord Hokage wish for me to teach this child? Might Guy, perceived as somewhat foolish, was actually quite astute. Given the Hokage's hints, how could he not understand? Exactly. You are well aware of the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, since he is interested in martial arts. You should guide him and ensure his time is not wasted. I understand, Lord Hokage. Might Guy nodded enthusiastically. His character was such that he would not hesitate to share his knowledge with anyone who wished to train in martial arts. Meanwhile, Naruto was wholly absorbed in his training. As he moved through the motions of Tai Chi, his chakra flowed swiftly within him, ultimately converging in his Dantian. Within Naruto's Dantian, specifically in the sealed space of the Nine Tails, a colossal sphere of chakra now floated. The Nine Tails had taken note of this immense chakra mass, perplexed by Naruto's intentions. Yet, it could distinctly sense Naruto's rapid ascent in strength. This was exceedingly vexing for the beast. The Nine Tails felt a surge of frustration, observing Naruto's daily advancements while it found itself devoid of any means to enhance its own power. In a fit of agitation, the Nine Tails began to unleash its chakra, gradually corroding the seal. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had been diligently training, suddenly felt an explosive surge of turbulent chakra within him, akin to a volcano erupting. Realizing instantly that the Nine Tails was up to mischief, he thought, "What are you trying to do, Nine Tails?" His consciousness swiftly entered the sealed space. "I am merely assisting you." The Nine Tails replied haughtily, raising its head like an arrogant peacock. "Spare me the pretense," Naruto retorted, fully aware that the so-called assistance entailed the release of chakra, which would be transformed into his own. Although the seal was as sturdy as a fortress, it could still be gradually eroded. This was a deliberate design by Minato, intended to allow the Nine Tails to release more chakra through this vulnerability. Minato had even left behind a consciousness. Should Naruto fail to achieve mutual understanding with the Nine Tails before the seal weakened significantly, he would need to reinforce it, effectively keeping the Nine Tails firmly in check. In recent days, whenever the Ninetales felt perturbed, it would desperately leak its chakra, attempting to erode the seal, a behavior that Naruto chose not to impede. Later, during Naruto's training with the Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, Kakashi remarked that Naruto's chakra was 100 times his own. At that time, much of Naruto's chakra was utilized to suppress the Ninetales, rendering his strength less apparent. If Kakashi's chakra capacity served as a unit of measurement, Naruto then possessed a full 100 units of chakra. Presently, Naruto was deep in thought, his head bowed. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle materialized before him. "Ah, young man, are you practicing taijutsu?" boomed a confident, resonant voice, interrupting the exchange between Naruto and the Ninetales. Lifting his gaze, Naruto was momentarily blinded by a flash. There stood a man with bushy eyebrows and a glimmering smile. "Who are you?" Naruto inquired, astonished. "Ha ha ha. I am Might Guy, the Azure Beast of Konoha." Naruto never anticipated encountering Guy at this moment. In the realm of Naruto, he was the one individual he admired in his past life, a man who, devoid of any special lineage, relied solely on his fervent spirit to forge an invincible path. Truly, a man who triumphed over divine beings through sheer effort. "Hey, are you practicing taijutsu? Would you care to spar with me?" Might Guy wasted no time and directly issued a challenge. This ignited an exhilarating fervor within Naruto, making him feel as though his very blood was boiling. This was the illustrious Guy, the man who dared to confront divinity with mere mortal flesh. "Hey, young one, I can sense your fighting spirit. This is the essence of youth." Indeed, this was youth. Let us engage in a fervent battle. Naruto, brimming with excitement, yearned to test the techniques he had recently perfected. "Very well, let us begin." Might Guy assumed a combat stance, and Naruto wasted no words. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Such incredible speed. Was this the body flicker technique? Guy was astonished, not expecting such mastery at such a young age. However, this speed could not escape his keen gaze. Naruto reappeared at his left side, executing a powerful kick with the iron block technique. He had transcended mere mastery, reaching a level of extension in this sixth technique. "Come at me." Might Guy extended both hands to brace against Naruto's strike. The force was commendable, yet youth demands an even greater fervor. The Konoha Whirlwind. Guy unleashed a powerful kick aimed straight at Naruto. Naruto found evasion troublesome. The opponent's speed exceeded his expectations, far too swift for his body to react. Instinctively, he resorted to the iron block. A collision ensued, sending Naruto hurtling backward. With a fierce stomp, he executed the moon step, generating a resounding crack in the air. In midair, he utilized the momentum to perform several somersaults, landing gracefully on the ground. This man is formidable. Naruto's eyes sparkled with brilliance. No boy is devoid of a love for battle, and he was no exception. "You are impressive as well, young one. Do you have any other techniques to showcase?" Might Guy was equally taken aback by Naruto's strength, particularly the techniques he employed, which were evidently self-developed. There exists a distinction between learned techniques and those birthed from one's own research. "Then I humbly request your guidance, dear uncle," Naruto replied, his smile brightening his already radiant eyes. Chapter 26, Confrontation. Who exactly is Might Guy? Naruto feels he possesses a certain understanding of him. In Naruto's eyes, Might Guy is indeed an extraordinary individual, with a unique personality and formidable strength. For Naruto, encountering such a rival is precisely what he desires. Only by clashing with strong adversaries can he truly ignite his fighting spirit and foster his continuous growth and progress. Due to his unique abilities, combined with Naruto's innate talent and diligence, he has thoroughly mastered all techniques that can be replicated. However, at this moment, he stands before a taijutsu ninja. And thus Naruto resolves to employ no techniques other than taijutsu. In a dim underground cavern, Uchiha Obito sits quietly, unaware of how much time has passed, when suddenly a head emerges from the ground. "Obito, what brings you here?" "Call me Madara." "Very well, Madara-sama, is there something urgent?" "Have you been keeping an eye on the situation in Konoha?" "The situation? Are you referring to the Uchiha massacre?" "No, I mean the Phantom Incident." "I have heard of it, but paid it little heed. Is there a specific reason you brought it up?" "As the plan has yet to commence. Black Zetsu's surveillance of the ninja world has become considerably lax. He has shifted his focus more towards the Jinchuriki, entirely disregarding the trivial matters occurring in the 5 great villages. Regarding the Phantom Incident in Konoha, while the other 4 villages have heard whispers, they regard such occurrences as mere trifles. Without reservation, Uchiha Obito divulges the details of his encounter with the Phantom. "What? That is impossible. Black Zetsu instinctively refutes. Why is it impossible? Obito presses. My reasoning is that Madara-sama wields the power of yin and yang, and my body is forged from the yin-yang shield. My consciousness being Madara-sama's will, Black Zetsu asserts with conviction. The yin-yang shield. Obito furrows his brow, well aware of its implications, having been taught about it by Uchiha Madara. However, he continues, yet I indeed encountered that exceedingly bizarre individual, and no matter what means I employed, I could not vanquish him. A hint of doubt lingers in Obito's voice. How can this be? Alarm bells ring in Black Zetsu's mind as he senses a wave of danger. If that being was also created by the yin-yang shield, does that not imply the existence of 6 pads-level powerhouses in this world? Could it be that HK has sensed something? No, from Obito's words, it seems that individual is no friend. Deploy more White Zetsu to monitor Konoha. I need to know more about that individual. Rest assured, Madara-sama, as soon as he appears, I will be able to locate him. At this moment, Black Zetsu is more anxious than Obito. Uchiha Itachi is prepared to join the Akatsuki. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Are you certain you wish to allow such a dangerous individual into the organization? They are merely tools. For the time being, I will not make any appearances. The remainder is in your hands. Having finished speaking, Obito closes his eyes, and Black Zetsu sinks back into the earth, vanishing from sight. Within the confines of the 7th training ground, 2 figures collided with the swiftness of a gale. Such remarkable physical prowess. This was undeniably a promising candidate for martial arts cultivation. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Might Guy became. His opponent not only possessed formidable innate abilities, but had also developed techniques that left even him in awe. In this battle, Naruto held nothing back, unleashing the full extent of his physical capabilities. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, combined with the enhancement of his unique gifts, had rendered his physique extraordinarily powerful. At this juncture, what he lacked was merely combat experience. Might Guy discerned this as well, opting to engage with pure skill and strength. Is this truly your utmost effort, young one? He inquired. You are truly impressive. I feel as though I am ablaze. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement akin to a spirited monkey. This sensation of combat was akin to the playful days of childhood, a feeling he had not experienced since. In this moment, exhilaration overwhelmed Naruto, and the shadow clone stealthily merged with him. In an instant, his physical abilities doubled, and the blood within him began to surge with vigor. Technique replication. Second stage, activate. From the exterior, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Naruto, causing his skin to flush a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of a freshly cooked shrimp. What is this? The 8 gates? No, wait, what forbidden technique is this? Might Guy's pupils constricted, initially mistaking it for the 8 gates, but upon closer inspection, he sensed something amiss. Young man, cease this at once. Naruto, however, was too enraptured to heed his words. The thundering rhythm of his heart resonated through his very being. For an ordinary individual, such a rapid heartbeat would lead to imminent demise. Yet for Naruto, mastery over his body rendered this level of cardiac acceleration inconsequential. Coupled with his bloodline and the chakra of the Nine Tails, even such an explosive outburst could be recuperated with a mere slumber. Shave. Naruto vanished once more. I cannot allow you to continue this reckless abandon. Might Guy's expression turned grave. He was unaware of where the youth had acquired such a forbidden technique. Yet such power should not be wielded lightly. With determination, he activated the 8 gates. Placing his hands upon his forehead, an instant later, his chakra erupted, and his body flushed a deep red. In a fleeting moment, Might Guy opened the 5th gate, enhancing his physical attributes across the board. With a swiftness that rivaled a specter, he appeared before Naruto. Raising his hand, he unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. Rest easy for a moment. Might Guy delivered a precise blow to Naruto's neck, and in that instant, the young ninja felt his mind blank as he collapsed to the ground. Ah, what a formidable youth. This is the essence of youth. Might Guy mused, gazing at the boy in his arms, feeling a burgeoning admiration. Time passed. Though Naruto was unaware of its passage, gradually awakening to the faint sound of counting echoing near his ears. As he turned his head, he noticed Might Guy engaged in rigorous physical training on the training grounds. Ah, little fellow, you're awake. Uncle, you truly are impressive. Laughter erupted. Ah, this is the essence of youth. Would you care to join me in training? Absolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto followed suit, immersing himself in the workout. His physical prowess was undeniable, perfectly in sync with Guy's training rhythm. Yet, Naruto felt that this calisthenics lacked sufficient challenge. For instance, in his previous life, A mediocre individual would struggle to complete 30 push-ups, but now he could effortlessly execute 1,000 without breaking a sweat. Uncle, is this training truly effective? Unable to contain his curiosity, he glanced at Guy. Enduring such daily practice was beyond Naruto's capacity. It was not akin to cultivating internal energy. During internal cultivation, chakra flowed seamlessly through the meridians, rendering the passage of time imperceptible, and upon completion, the increase in chakra was visibly evident. In contrast, physical training was both time-consuming and exhausting, leaving one mentally fatigued and questioning its merit. Little fellow, physical training requires a grounded approach. Guy, ever passionate, wore his enthusiasm on his sleeve, genuinely relishing each moment of practice, rather than feeling annoyed by Guy's admonishments. Naruto found himself inspired and began to engage earnestly in his exercises. By evening, they agreed to continue their training together the following day, with Guy also promising to introduce his disciple to Naruto. Upon returning home, Naruto collapsed onto his bed, utterly drained. Meanwhile, the shadow clones at school dispelled themselves in an isolated area after classes. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge flooded into Naruto's mind. Overwhelmed by this influx, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, he stirred awake, gazing at the luminous moon above, and decisively entered the ceiling space. The little brat has arrived. How is the research progressing, Kurama? Humph. Discuss that once you break the seal. For now, enhancing your chakra is paramount, the Ninetales retorted stubbornly. A smirk crept onto Naruto's face. If they could rapidly increase their strength, they would not be in their current predicament. Enhance my strength? By releasing more chakra. I can wear down the seal while simultaneously augmenting your chakra reserves, Kurama stated with a hint of pride. Will this have any impact on you? Not at all. We-tailed beasts can swiftly recuperate. In that case, let us begin. Aware of Kurama's ability to absorb natural chakra, Naruto felt reassured. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he watched as Kurama's malevolent chakra seeped through the cracks of its cage, like a viscous plasma. This chakra appeared almost sentient, swiftly enveloping Naruto. In an instant, he entered the Ninetales chakra mode, manifesting 3 translucent tails behind him. Naruto ceased his idle chatter, activating his unique abilities while swiftly regulating the flow of chakra within his body. The cloak of the tailed beast began to gradually dissipate. The young one could return. Upon witnessing this, the Ninetales' eyes gleamed. This minuscule amount of chakra was inconsequential to him. Yet, in the external realm, such a quantity of chakra was enough to incite envy among elite shinobi. That night, Naruto's chakra surged rapidly, escalating from 100 to 150. If this pace of growth continued daily, he would soon regain his peak strength. However, he quickly realized that chakra levels could not increase indefinitely. The human body has its limits. Therefore, he must compress and refine it to enhance its quality or advance his training in chakra transformation ahead of time. The following day, Naruto once again sent a shadow clone to school. After finishing his meal, his true self made his way to the designated training ground. At Training Ground 7, my guy had arrived early, accompanied by a youth who mirrored his appearance and attire. Teacher, who is the genius you mentioned? Patience, Lee. He will arrive shortly. Chapter 27. The Development of Devil Fruits. The young lad has arrived. As Might Guy halted his training with a swift motion, his gaze shifted toward a particular direction. Following his line of sight, a slender figure ambled leisurely toward them, bathed in the golden sunlight that illuminated his golden hair, causing it to glisten. Uncle, you've come quite early, Naruto greeted enthusiastically. Haha, one must seize the opportunity to train early. Little Lee curiously scrutinized the young blonde before him, pondering within. Is this truly the genius my teacher spoke of? Doesn't he appear to be so remarkable? Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto introduced himself once more. Uzumaki Naruto? Upon hearing this name, Hyuga Niji's expression shifted to one of hostility as he assessed Naruto from head to toe. Having trained in the same martial arts, Niji was acquainted with Little Lee, and thus indirectly familiar with Might Guy, who had decided to take Little Lee as his disciple once he graduated. Niji had heard this name from Hanabi, and it seemed that Naruto had recently grown close to Hinata, along with some unsettling rumors he had encountered. You are Uzumaki Naruto. Do you know Hinata? Yes. Why? Just as Naruto finished his response, Niji suddenly vanished like a gust of wind. Startled, Naruto's pupils dilated as instinct propelled his arm upward, sensing impending danger. At that moment, a gentle force flowed through his arm, embodying the essence of Tai Chi's soft strength. Naruto adeptly harnessed this energy, effortlessly neutralizing Niji's attack with a seemingly effortless motion. However, in the next instant, A finger shot toward Naruto's chest like a bolt of lightning. The speed of this strike was formidable, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Yet, Naruto's reflexes were equally swift. His arm intercepted the finger just in time. And at the moment of contact, a clever force transmitted through his arm, successfully deflecting Niji's strike. What has come over Niji? I don't know. Could he be attempting to communicate? Haha, this is the resonance between geniuses. Might Guy stood by, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he refrained from interrupting their sparring. Confident in his assessment of their capabilities. You scoundrel! How dare you teach our Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique to others? Niji's fury ignited at the sight of Naruto's stance, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted in anger. In the next moment, without hesitation, he activated his Byakugan, channeling all his chakra into his eyes, preparing to unleash a more potent assault. 8 trigrams 32 palms. With a furious shout, Niji's figure materialized before Naruto like a specter, his palms raining down upon Naruto with the ferocity of a tempest. Naruto had no time to ponder. He could only perceive his opponent's assault descending upon him like an overwhelming tempest. In this critical moment, he instinctively summoned the technique known as Iron Block, his muscles instantly tensing to a firmness akin to steel, enabling him to withstand Niji Hyuga's fierce onslaught. Huh? Are you unable to react? Allow me to impart a lesson and reveal to you the true power of the gentle fist, Niji declared, executing a series of 32 strikes before withdrawing and casting a disdainful look at his adversary. With a long exhalation, Naruto's inflated chest deflated once more. How is this possible? Niji's pupils constricted. He was certain that his Bagua technique could seal the chakra within his opponent's meridians, and he was convinced that Naruto had not evaded the attack. Are you merely tickling me? Naruto shot a provocative glance at Niji. You insolent fool. Niji, fueled by indignation, charged at him again, while Naruto remained unfazed. The two engaged in fierce combat once more, with Niji employing every technique at his disposal. Yet, faced with Naruto's might, the powers of the Hyuga clan seemed all too simplistic. At that moment, Naruto possessed an immense reservoir of chakra, surpassing that of AJ Nin, allowing him to confront the strikes of the gentle fist head-on. Without the support of the Hyuga's techniques, Niji's methods posed little threat to Naruto. It was unclear when Niji finally halted, his breath heavy and face flushed. What in the world is this monster? He clenched his fists tightly, feeling a wave of helplessness. His opponent resembled an indomitable turtle, capable of absorbing any technique he threw. Simultaneously filled with fury, he attributed all his frustrations to Hinata's rebellion. If it weren't for Hinata sharing the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan with Naruto, he would never have devised countermeasures against them. Indeed, to Niji's perspective, Naruto's Tai Chi was merely an imitation of the gentle fist, suggesting that Naruto had surely researched ways to counter the Hyuga clan's prowess. Aha! Did you see that? Lee? His techniques are all self-taught. Teacher Guy, this is the essence of youth. We must strive even harder. The two lamented together, embracing their heads and weeping. The onlookers could only facepalm at the scene. Vortex Naruto, don't celebrate too soon. I will surely defeat you, and you better keep your distance from Hinata, Niji warned, activating his Byakugan and glaring fiercely at Naruto. Taken aback for a moment, Naruto quickly regained his composure, a taunting smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Hee. Let's talk about defeating me after you actually do it. In the days that followed, Naruto established a rigorous routine. During the day, he attended classes using shadow clones and trained with Guy's team. At night, he wandered around Konoha, simultaneously honing his abilities and nurturing his bond with the Ninetales. With the assistance of the Ninetales, Naruto's chakra steadily increased each day, while he diligently practiced compressing his chakra. Naruto's chakra underwent a remarkable transformation. Within the confines of his dantian, specifically the sealed space of the Ninetales, the water on the ground turned crimson, symbolizing Naruto's essence. A year swiftly passed. Naruto emerged as if reborn, experiencing a profound metamorphosis. He now stood tall, nearly 1.60 meters, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of stars, and his physique sculpted with clear, flowing muscle lines, akin to a masterpiece crafted by a master sculptor. At this moment, within the sanctity of his home, he sat in a meditative pose, resembling a statue, his tightly closed eyes gradually fluttering open as he involuntarily exhaled a long, murky breath. This breath manifested like a white dragon, rearing and clawing its way into the air. At last, he had unlocked his second ability. Joy surged within Naruto, his eyes ablaze like flickering flames. Today was undeniably a momentous day, for the devil fruit in his grasp had finally unveiled the radiance of its second power. After acquiring the devil fruit, Naruto diligently endeavored to develop his abilities, swiftly unveiling his first unique skill, Devour. This ability resembled a voracious black hole, consuming the shadows of others and continuously augmenting his strength. However, such practices were deemed taboo, especially following the massacre of the Uchiha clan, after which the Umbu had assumed direct responsibility for law enforcement. The third Hokage, ever vigilant and formidable as a fierce lion, remained on high alert, intent on uncovering the concealed presence of Naruto, the mouse lurking in the shadows. In pursuit of his growth, Naruto reluctantly relinquished this formidable power. Yet, after a year of meticulous research, he had once again developed the second ability of the Shadow Fruit, Share. Naruto instinctively licked his lips, recalling that today marked the final practice session at the Ninja Academy. With the new year approaching, the school was preparing for vacation, and recent evaluations had focused on this practice session as a crucial examination criterion. He gathered his belongings and stepped outside, where snowflakes cascaded like willow catkins. The world appeared draped in a veil of pristine white, ethereal and dreamlike. Naruto exhaled softly, and the white mist dissipated gently into the air. Winter had arrived. A breathtaking sight indeed. He could not resist extending his hand, feeling the delicate snowflakes alight upon his palm, bringing a slight chill. Naruto, hurry up. You're going to be late. A girl with white eyes stood gracefully at the entrance, snowflakes dancing upon her head as if adorning her with a pure white hat. I'm coming, Naruto replied, rushing over. Why aren't you inside on such a cold day? I just arrived not long ago, Hinata replied, weaving a little white lie. Naruto, with tenderness, brushed the accumulated snow from her head. Aren't you training today? Hinata noticed that this was not a shadow clone, but rather Naruto himself. Not today. Let us go, it's cold outside. We should head to the classroom. Upon concluding their conversation, both individuals quickened their pace. Over the past year, Hinata's transformation had become quite evident. She had grown significantly taller. Whenever a holiday approached, the two would make plans to train together. After their sessions, they would share meals. And with Naruto's company, Hinata no longer suppressed her appetite, indulging in hearty feasts that contributed to her physical development, surpassing that of the original narrative. In terms of strength, Hinata had excelled in Tai Chi, her chakra having undergone a qualitative change, developing 3 attributes: attraction, repulsion, and adhesion. Regarding the 6 styles, Hinata had mastered them all. Now, both utilized the shave technique, their speed soaring as they arrived at school within mere breaths. The classroom buzzed with the familiar sounds of laughter and chatter. Naruto and his companion discreetly took seats at the back. It seemed that Sasuke had sensed Hinata's capabilities. But what of it? Why did you always concede in your matches against him? I have no desire to be entangled by him, akin to how Niji is. You know the answer, yet still ask. You two have deliberately lost to Niji, haven't you? Niji harbors no malice. I can feel that he is merely blinded by hatred. Well, I do not blame you. These matters are not for you to ponder. Focus on your own training. Naruto, observing the guilt on her face, longed to ruffle her hair, yet restrained himself in the classroom's confines. At the front, Sasuke discreetly monitored the back. And upon spotting Naruto's arrival, he could not help but scoff. Sasuke, why are you always watching that underachiever? Sakura inquired, puzzled. Humph, underachiever? Sasuke retorted, withholding further explanation. Ultimately, the Ninja Academy served as a battleground, often hosting practice matches. By chance, or perhaps due to the teacher's arrangements, Sasuke's opponents were invariably Naruto. Presently, Naruto had little interest in engaging in childish games with Sasuke. He also wished to conceal his true strength, thus intentionally allowing Sasuke to win during their battles. Initially, Sasuke took pride in his victories, entirely oblivious to the underlying oddity. However, after several encounters, he became increasingly frustrated, feeling as though he had made no progress. Consequently, during one match, Sasuke resolved to decisively defeat Naruto, aiming to bring him to the ground. Unexpectedly, a peculiar scenario unfolded. Despite employing all his skills, including ninjutsu, he barely managed a narrow victory. At that moment, even Sasuke recognized that something was amiss. In the subsequent match, Sasuke exerted even more effort, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Regardless of his determination, he could only manage to gain half a victory against Naruto. Even the teacher began to notice the anomaly. Sasuke was furious, feeling as though he had been toyed with, convinced that Naruto was deliberately playing with him, igniting a newfound rivalry between them. Chapter 28. The battle with Shikamaru. The morning class concluded in the blink of an eye. At noon, Naruto arrived with delectable food brought by his shadow clones. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Naruto and Hinata sat beside the water tower, in a tranquil setting with hardly anyone around. Shortly thereafter, a shadow clone appeared, carrying fragrant dishes. Without hesitation, it opened them, and a cloud of steam, infused with enticing aromas, wafted into the air. "Naruto, you are amazing," Hinata exclaimed, swallowing hard. Her pure, large white eyes wide open, fixated on the steaming meal before them. "Let's eat." Naruto beamed with joy. Feeding the young girl was one of his rare delights. Watching her enjoy the meal filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. "Naruto, your culinary skills are truly extraordinary." Of course, in his previous life, he had already mastered cooking. After traversing to this world, with a unique advantage at his disposal, he quickly honed his skills further with the assistance of shadow clones, allowing him to save time. The result was an instant way to capture her heart through her stomach. After they had indulged in their meal, they resumed their conversation, exchanging training experiences. "Hinata, I have achieved a transformation in my chakra to fire attribute." "Impressive, right?" Naruto declared, extending a finger from which chakra emerged, morphing into a small flame. "That is remarkable. Naruto, I have also accomplished the chakra compression technique you mentioned." Through a year of interaction, coupled with Naruto's intentional guidance, Hinata had become more comfortable speaking with him. Although her personality remained largely unchanged, retaining a demure, aristocratic demeanor, she no longer blushed or felt faint when conversing with Naruto. "Have you made any progress on the method I shared?" he inquired. "I have made some headway," Hinata hesitated, contemplating revealing her abdomen to demonstrate. However, after much deliberation, she felt unable to proceed with such an action. Naruto was puzzled. The method he referred to involved opening the lower dantian and channeling all one's chakra into it, which would not only conserve chakra, but also promote longevity. The power system in this world was peculiar. Those who wielded extraordinary abilities often did not live long due to the nature of chakra being derived from cellular energy. Ninjas in this world lacked the concept of longevity, as the chakra they refined was frequently released for jutsu or even drained from their cells. Naruto, however, with the presence of the Nine Tails, had established an independent sealing space in his lower dantian, allowing him to store chakra therein. Understanding that Naruto had limited methods, Hinata attempted to explore sealing techniques herself. "Sealing techniques are exceedingly difficult. I feel like I've only grasped half of it," she stammered. "Well, no need to rush. I'll find a solution later," Naruto reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. He too had studied sealing techniques consistently over the past year, yet, to be honest, he found it somewhat challenging to seal even a mass of fire at this point, not to mention sealing-tailed beasts like his deceased father. Fortunately, although Naruto's progress in sealing techniques is as slow as a snail, he has thrived in the development of the devil fruit, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. The devil fruit embodies the collective fantasies of humanity, and the extent of its development hinges on the wisdom and dreams of its master. Much like Nobita's seemingly unremarkable meatball fruit, which, upon consumption, allowed Nobita to conjure a conceptually extraordinary skill of pop-out damage. Perhaps fueled by Naruto's fervent desires, he too has unveiled similarly astonishing abilities. "Am I being foolish and disappointing you?" Hinata murmured, her head bowed, her tone imbued with a sense of grievance, reminiscent of petals falling gently in a spring breeze. "What are you saying? Your current strength is quite formidable, and besides, we haven't even graduated yet." "There's no need to rush," Naruto replied, gently patting the young girl's head, akin to the caress of a spring wind. At that moment, Naruto noticed that Hinata's hair seemed to have grown significantly, like bamboo shoots after a rain. "Are you no longer planning to keep your hair short?" "Yes, I intend to wear 2 ponytails," Hinata responded, her gaze furtively darting like a timid deer. It turned out that during a casual conversation, when Naruto mentioned twin ponytails, Hinata had keenly observed his expression and resolved to adopt that style. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto's mention of twin ponytails stemmed solely from his admiration for characters in anime who often sported them, finding them exceptionally beautiful. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was time for class, with everyone gathering neatly in the playground. "Shikamaru, how about a spar today?" "Forget it. Spare me. Go find your Sasuke instead." "No way, that guy is as bothersome as a stubborn leech." "Well, you could always seek out Hinata." "Hey, how could you say such a callous thing?" Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes. "How could I not be gentle?" Shikamaru jested. "I just want to see your shadow jutsu in action, thanks to the butterfly effect." Shikamaru had mastered the shadow jutsu ahead of time. Although he found it rather cumbersome, he kept his father's words close to heart, to surpass the limits of their techniques and reach the level of the phantom shadow. "Do you really believe you can outpace me?" Shikamaru's interest peaked. I must give it a try. This time, I want to hold back. When have I ever held back? As the two bantered, exchanging playful jibes, Naruto's prowess was no secret. Any observant individual could easily discern hints of his true strength. Before long, the teacher arrived, and the battles officially commenced. One by one, students stepped into the center, forming hand seals. At that moment, they knew no techniques, merely flailing their fists clumsily. Naruto found the situation to be rather dull, reflecting internally that despite being of the same age, the disparity among them was as vast as the difference between clouds and mud. Those with lineage had laid a solid foundation early on, while the children of ordinary villagers remained oblivious, merely perceiving ninjas as cool figures, believing that becoming one would free them from the worries of sustenance. Soon, the matches among classmates concluded one after another. The next pair to compete was Hinata Hyuga against Sakura Haruno. As the teacher called out their names, Hinata slowly lifted her gaze. Sakura, standing beside Sasuke, instinctively looked up as well. Their eyes met in the air. Be gentle, Naruto whispered, concerned that Hinata might misjudge her strength and harm a fellow student. However, this reminder seemed to take on a different meaning in Hinata's ears. She recalled how Naruto had once held a deep affection for Sakura. Was he still fond of her, prompting such a reminder? Why not caution her instead? Those ensnared in the throes of infatuation often overthink. Hey, I feel like you're just adding fuel to the fire, Shikamaru remarked, noticing the expression in Hinata's eyes, causing Naruto to remain oblivious to the situation. Before long, the two had completed their hand seals and were ready to commence battle. I will not concede, Sakura declared, motivating herself as she charged forward with kunai in hand. Hinata assumed her stance, her small face etched with seriousness. 8 trigrams air palm. An invisible wave of chakra surged from Hinata's hands. Sakura, rushing in, was caught off guard and was instantly struck in the chest, sending her body flying backward. Irika-sensei's pupils dilated as he swiftly employed body flicker technique to reach Sakura's side and catch her. Incredible, what jutsu is that? How did Sakura fly so suddenly? It doesn't seem like a typical jutsu. Indeed, I heard that the Hyuga clan does not practice conventional ninjutsu. The surrounding classmates erupted in excitement, for at their age, they judged ninjutsu solely on its aesthetics. Hinata's technique undeniably appeared impressive, sending an opponent flying with a mere palm strike. Naruto felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, bemused. He had advised her to hold back, yet she seemed so earnest. For these youngsters, mastering ninjutsu set them apart from others, elevating them to a different echelon. Fortunately, the injury was not severe, and after a brief rest, Sakura would recover. After examining her, Irika-sensei breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no serious injuries, just a forceful push. Hinata Hyuga emerged victorious. The next match featured Naruto Uzumaki against Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing his name, Sasuke's eyes lit up instantly. Finally, it was his turn. He was determined to defeat that detestable rival. Wait, teacher, Naruto interjected, raising his hand to stop the proceedings. What is it, Naruto? Do you have a problem? Irika inquired, perplexed. Every time, I have to fight Sasuke, and I just can't win. It's becoming too monotonous. I want to challenge Shikamaru this time. Upon hearing this, the teacher's mouth twitched. How could he possibly say he couldn't win again? Could he be any more theatrical? Sasuke clenched his teeth in frustration. Shikamaru felt a vein throb on his forehead. What did he mean by "let's see what you've got"? That phrase sounded rather peculiar, as if implying he was easily bullied. This statement directly offended 3 individuals. Naruto, it seemed, was utterly shameless. Unable to best Sasuke, he resorted to picking on Shikamaru, despite the fact that they appeared to be friends. Such a brazen display was truly disgraceful. The surrounding classmates erupted in confusion. They were oblivious to Naruto's true strength and only knew that he consistently lost in every competition. Consequently, they regarded him as the underdog. All right, enough. What do you two think? Irika decided to directly address the parties involved, casting his gaze upon Shikamaru and Sasuke. I have no objections, Shikamaru replied nonchalantly, having previously conferred with Naruto. I disagree. You scoundrel Naruto, are you looking down on me? Surprisingly, Sasuke was seething with anger. The other students were left bewildered. 2-1. Now it's my turn to call the shots, Naruto declared, his interest in Uchiha Sasuke waning. Meanwhile, Sasuke's forehead pulsed with irritation. Irika furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although he was perplexed as to why Naruto always seemed to deliberately lose to Sasuke, he was intrigued by Naruto's willingness to challenge Nara Shikamaru this time. He was eager to see how Naruto would navigate this situation. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki versus Shikamaru Nara. With Irika's final decision, the two stepped into the center of the battleground. What are you up to, Naruto? Shikamaru inquired. Is it true what Choji said about you mastering the shadow technique? Are you eager to demonstrate it? There was a hint of skepticism in his voice, for he felt that Naruto's actions this past year did not align with his usual character. Chapter 29. The Art of Duplication. As the two completed their hand signs, a sharp whoosh echoed through the air, and Naruto shot forth like a cannonball, propelled by astonishing speed akin to an arrow released from its bow. Concurrently, Shikamaru swiftly formed his seals, his body bending slightly as the shadow beneath him twisted and elongated, resembling a disturbed serpent imbued with life. Naruto, agile as a cunning hare, remained acutely aware of the shadow beneath his feet, darting left and right with breathtaking speed, leaving onlookers bewildered. Is this all you've got, Naruto? If you wish to witness my shadow techniques, you ought to unleash your full potential. Do you underestimate me? Shikamaru's brow furrowed, a hint of dissatisfaction permeating his tone. As he spoke, the speed of his shadow escalated, becoming as swift as lightning, astonishingly rapid. Wow, how impressive. What kind of ninjutsu is this? To control shadows is simply marvelous. The ordinary ninjas, witnessing this spectacle, were left agape, akin to a child experiencing wonder for the first time. In contrast, the clan ninjas remained relatively composed. They had, after all, heard of such techniques before and were thus not overly astounded. Well, since you are so eager to see, allow me to reveal a fraction of my prowess. Just don't be frightened, Naruto remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. He understood that if he did not showcase at least a portion of his strength, Shikamaru would certainly grow suspicious, potentially deducing his true intentions. In an instant, his figure vanished like a phantom. Is that the body flicker technique? Irika pondered, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Why was the opponent's speed so extraordinary? It transcended his understanding. Seeing this, Sasuke gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing his rival for underestimating him. During their previous encounters, Naruto had never employed such a move. Nor had he fought with full force. It was as though he regarded their battles as mere child's play. Just you wait. I will defeat you, you insufferable fool. At that moment, Naruto reappeared beside Shikamaru with the swiftness of lightning. However, unexpectedly, he retreated like a startled rabbit. Beneath his feet, the inky shadow had transformed into a massive net, lying in wait like a spider poised for its prey. Should Naruto advance another step, he would unwittingly fall into the trap, much like a moth drawn to a flame. Impressive as always, Shikamaru. Truly clever, Irika exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, Naruto. Your speed is remarkable, Shikamaru replied, a smug smile emerging on his face. However, should you dare approach me, you shall find yourself ensnared in an instant. What will your next move be? In the face of Shikamaru's provocation, Naruto displayed not a trace of panic. He lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile, and remarked, if I cannot approach you, then I shall resort to ranged attacks. No sooner had the words left his lips than several kunai appeared in Naruto's hands. With a flick of his wrist, the kunai shot forth like lightning, hurtling directly toward Shikamaru. However, as the kunai neared Shikamaru, they came to an abrupt halt. An uncanny spectacle that left the onlookers astonished, shattering their previous understanding. Only Naruto recognized the phenomenon and grasped its significance. What is happening? Could he truly achieve such a feat in the original story? Naruto pondered, perplexed, recalling that the shadow jutsu seemed capable only of controlling living beings. When did it extend to inanimate objects? If that were the case, wouldn't it render him invincible? It turned out that the shadow of the kunai had been immobilized by Shikamaru. Haha, Shikamaru, I've spotted your flaw, Naruto declared as he began to form hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, 4 Narutos emerged, each charging toward Shikamaru from different directions. You rascal, Naruto, Shikamaru muttered, while others remained oblivious. He instantly discerned that these 4 were tangible clones. Given Shikamaru's current chakra reserves, managing to immobilize even one individual was already commendable. Thus, facing 4 opponents, he could select only one, a choice of 1 out of 4. Without hesitation, Shikamaru arbitrarily chose a direction. The shadow surged forth like lightning, swiftly intertwining with the shadow beneath Naruto's feet. In that fleeting moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The other 3 Narutos vanished in a puff of smoke, as if enchanted. Haha, Naruto, it seems I've made the right choice this time, Shikamaru said with a slight smirk of satisfaction. Observing this, Naruto resignedly raised his hands, his face reflecting a sense of regret, and uttered, all right, Shikamaru, you win. In response, Shikamaru promptly dispelled his jutsu. Yet, despite the conclusion of the battle, An unusual sensation lingered in his heart, casting a shadow over his thoughts. It felt as though something was amiss, as if Naruto harbored ulterior motives. Was it merely his imagination? Nara Shikamaru found himself questioning. Meanwhile, the spectators stood in stunned silence, utterly captivated by the dramatic scene. The atmosphere was steeped in stillness, with not a soul daring to speak, save for the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind, while others were still engaged in their banter. These two had already employed tactical ninjutsu. Though somewhat immature, they had clearly distanced themselves from the rest. Whether it was Shikamaru's shadow jutsu or Naruto's four shadow clones, they were beyond the capabilities of these students to contend with. How is this possible? How could that underachiever be so formidable? One exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. Why is his clone jutsu so powerful? Another echoed. This cannot possibly be Uzumaki Naruto. More began to voice their skepticism. However, as the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, Iruka-sensei suddenly bellowed, "Enough. Silence, everyone." When confronted with someone more formidable, your immediate reaction should not be to question others, but rather to reflect upon yourselves. What is this attitude? You ought to ask yourselves, while others are diligently honing their ninjutsu, what are you doing? While others are practicing their physical techniques, what are you engaged in? Iruka-sensei furrowed his brow tightly, profoundly disappointed by his student's behavior. With the conclusion of the examination, Naruto reverted to his usual demeanor. Unfazed by the myriad of gazes directed at him, he appeared indifferent, as though their opinions held no relevance to him. The end of the exam also signified the successful completion of the year's curriculum for everyone involved. The forthcoming period promised the eagerly anticipated winter break. In the afternoon, upon returning home from school, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him as he stepped into his room. His plan had finally come to fruition. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Today, he had intentionally sought out Nara Shikamaru for a battle, aiming to learn his secret techniques. After a year of effort, Naruto had successfully unlocked the powers of the devil fruit. Through the connection of shadows, he could share the ninjutsu experiences of others. The principle of ninjutsu was rather straightforward. By perceiving the flow of chakra within another's body, one could adeptly mimic their abilities. This was precisely how the copy ninja Kakashi operated. Albeit he could only replicate the flow of chakra. Although Naruto lacked the Sharingan, he possessed the devil fruit. And a person's shadow encapsulated the experiences and capabilities of its owner. While it was possible to absorb another's shadow to seize their strength and ninjutsu, it was no simple task to usurp the shadows of the powerful in this realm. Thus, driven by his fervent desire, Naruto developed the ability to share. By establishing a connection through shadows, he could assimilate the experiences and ninjutsu of others into himself. With the successful development of this ability, Naruto set his sights on Shikamaru as his first target. The outcome was favorable. He had now mastered the shadow techniques, forming hand seals. The shadow beneath him began to twist and elongate like fine threads. With this newfound ability, all ninjutsu within this ninja world lay within his grasp. Were it not for the knowledge of the Umbu surveilling him from outside, Naruto would have transformed into the Uchiha Madara of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. It is crucial to note that most ninjutsu and bloodline limits in this world can indeed be replicated, with the exception of unique bloodlines such as the Byakugan and Sharingan. Other techniques, such as Ice Shield and Lava Release, are entirely replicable, as these bloodline limits stem from individuals mastering the fusion of two chakra nature transformations. With the right experience, Naruto, too, could replicate their powers. Calming himself, Naruto began to contemplate his next steps, with Kakashi being the first name that came to mind. If there were two individuals in Konoha he most desired to emulate, they would undoubtedly be Kakashi and the third Hokage. The ninjutsu they wielded was far beyond the ordinary. However, the third Hokage still retained a certain level of combat capability, and although Naruto's shadow was undying, he held a certain apprehension towards sealing techniques. Moreover, one cannot overlook the ensuing butterfly effect. The third Hokage, haunted by the specter of the ghost shadow incident, has become increasingly paranoid, perpetually sensing unseen eyes observing him. Consequently, throughout the past year, he has diligently engaged in the study of sealing techniques, preparing for a decisive confrontation with the ghost shadow. As for Naruto's awareness, it stems from the multitude of sealing arts present within the opponent's household. 5-element sealing, for symbols sealing, triangular sealing, 8 trigram sealing, diamond sealing, and evil sealing techniques, among others. Upon encountering these seals, Naruto couldn't help but smirk, realizing they were all tailored for him, leaving him momentarily speechless. How profoundly the third Hokage fears him. After all, he has merely eliminated a handful of individuals, yet he has become so apprehensive that he scarcely dares to venture outside. Nevertheless, Naruto feels a sense of gratitude toward him, had it not been for the Hokage's pursuit of these sealing arts. The time required for Naruto to acquire them would have been immeasurable. Although he has yet to master them, he has already committed them to memory. Chapter 30. The Emperor's Banner. As winter snowflakes descend and nature retreats into slumber, the chill of this season instinctively drives people to seek refuge indoors. Indulging in hot pot while watching the snow, only a handful of spirited children, undeterred by the cold, frolic in the snowy expanse. Naruto, no longer a child, finds himself cocooned within the warmth of home. With no school to attend and free from parental oversight, he revels in what he perceives as the most carefree days of his life, though he occasionally feels a pang of loneliness, a fleeting longing for the parents of his past life. Such sentiments are ephemeral. His days are filled with training, research, and clandestine observations, rendering his existence quite vibrant. He diligently practices his techniques, studies the combat moves from anime, and discreetly investigates the secret arts of the clans in Konoha, leading a life that is indeed splendid. In recent times, the third Hokage has aged considerably due to the troubles caused by the ghostly Shadow, his concerns regarding Naruto diminishing significantly. He has not visited Naruto's home for a meal in over 21 months, save for the memory of Naruto's compensation. Meanwhile, Danzo, the instigator, has developed a keen interest in supernatural entities, delving into the realms of wraiths and demonic figures, all of which now fall under his research purview. Previously, such matters were of little concern to Danzo, but after witnessing the power of the ghostly Shadow, he realized he may have underestimated such forces. The life forms of these demons bear a striking resemblance to the tailed beasts. With sufficient dark chakra, they can become extraordinarily powerful. Thus, Danzo's base is currently engrossed in uncovering methods to control these entities, recognizing the paramount importance of sealing and summoning techniques. To this end, Danzo has amassed a wealth of sealing techniques, much to Naruto's delight, for his philosophy is simply, what is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine. As for the barriers within Danzo's base, they are virtually ineffective against Naruto's shadows. During his idle moments, Naruto dispatches his shadows to infiltrate and observe Danzo's research progress. As Naruto rapidly advances, the nine tails within him grows increasingly restless, witnessing Naruto's daily progress while feeling stagnant in its own strength. Little one, think of something, the nine tails urges. What can I do? Naruto replies, perplexed, as the anime has never addressed how a tailed beast could grow stronger. Perhaps we should find a way to release your other half, Naruto suggests tentatively. Indeed. How did I not think of that? The Nine-Tails' eyes gleam with newfound excitement, nearly forgetting that it currently possesses only half of its full power. If the two halves of the Nine-Tails could merge, it would regain its former might, leaving the future path of further strength for later consideration. Do you know how to break the Shinigami seal? Well, I do know, but Naruto's brow furrows as he recalls the formidable challenge posed by the Shinigami. Naruto once utilized his shadow to observe the forbidden technique known as the Corpse Demon Seal, a deadly art that could result in mutual destruction. For anyone bold enough to sacrifice their own soul, mastering this jutsu was not a daunting task. However, Naruto did not dwell on it. Instead, he recalled the Shinigami, a creation of the Uzumaki clan formed through faith and chakra sealing techniques, devoid of any specific ritual, akin to a fundamental principle of the universe. Yet, when discussing this entity, Naruto felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. It resembled a spectral being capable of devouring the souls of other formidable warriors, condemning them to eternal conflict. Why did this sound so familiar? The soul of the Emperor's banner? A peculiar smile crept across his face, as this Shinigami perfectly embodied the essence of this ancient artifact. He considered the possibility of controlling the Shinigami freely, enabling him to forge a version of the Emperor's banner within the ninja realm, where the souls it consumed would be trapped in perpetual combat or consume one another. This notion exhilarated Naruto. What were ninjutsu or even so-called sage arts compared to such power? Even the Tsutsuki clan would find themselves entangled in this web of souls. With a lack of diligence and cultivation, one could merely exist within the Emperor's banner. The thought sent waves of excitement through Naruto. If he could create such a thing, he would no longer need to worry about future adversaries. The more he pondered, the more fervent his anticipation grew, nearly overwhelming him with impatience. Hey, what are you thinking about, kid? The Nine-Tails observed Naruto's excitement, sensing that it might not be for noble reasons. Having spent considerable time together, especially within Naruto's body. The Ninetales could distinctly perceive the darkness lurking within him. Hey, I just thought of something splendid. You're right. I must swiftly unravel the corpse demon seal. Naruto suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Although anyone could employ this ninjutsu, the medium associated with the Shinigami was that particular mask. With that artifact in hand, he could entirely transform it into the Emperor's banner. Resolving to act, Naruto wasted no time. His shadow wriggled slightly and instantly detached from his body. The shadow plunged into the earth, rapidly moving towards the outskirts of the village. He recalled that it was likely located near Konoha. Naruto, not one to underestimate, deduced it must be near the Senju residence, as only the Senju clan had any connection to such an item. Furthermore, Kushina had also resided with the Senju clan during her childhood. As the shadow darted swiftly underground, it abruptly halted, sensing something pass nearby. Naruto, deep in thought within his home, furrowed his brow and redirected his awareness. His senses opened wide. It turned out to be them. Naruto commanded his shadow to inch closer. Not far from Naruto's residence, a white head stealthily emerged from atop a large tree. This surveillance is so tedious. I wonder when this monotonous task will conclude. A white Zetsu muttered to himself, his gaze vacant as he stared ahead. Your task is somewhat bearable. You have no idea what Black Zetsu assigned me. Another voice chimed in. Allow me to seek an individual akin to him. I hardly comprehend whether that fellow is out of his mind. How could one possibly locate such a shadowy figure? Moreover, another white Zetsu is approaching, with both white Zetsu concealed within the same tree, utilizing the roots as a bridge for clandestine communication. Naruto's shadow also flitted past the roots, detecting an unusual aura, which led him to discover the two white Zetsu. Given that there are white Zetsu monitoring him, Naruto felt little surprise. It was merely an encounter he had never experienced before. To his astonishment, it happened at this moment. What is the matter, kid? Have you stumbled upon something intriguing? Would you care to take a look? What sort of intriguing thing? Come and see for yourself. Naruto, connected with the chakra of the Ninetales, synchronized their vision, and the Ninetales swiftly beheld the two faces atop the tree. Is this a white Zetsu? The Ninetales hesitated, for it was the first time he had encountered such a being. Had it not been for Naruto's idle chatter about future events, recounting the challenges posed by white Zetsu during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Ninetales would not have recalled it. Indeed, it is the Akatsuki's surveillance. That damned fellow. Should we eliminate them? Forget it, they may prove useful. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto chose to abandon the idea. White Zetsu was a valuable entity. Originally created by Kagaya Otsutsuki as an artificial human to combat the Otsutsuki clan. The reason for White Zetsu's apparent weakness stemmed from the fact that the creation was not yet perfected. Furthermore, White Zetsu is not as feeble as one might imagine. It is a plant-based entity enhanced by the God Tree, endowed with numerous abilities such as the capacity to absorb bloodline cells, transform to absorb chakra, and even fuse with others, making it a formidable template. Most crucially, it possesses the ability to reproduce through spores. With Naruto now eager to obtain the Death God mask, he felt little inclination to concern himself with these two beings. The shadow swiftly departed, traversing a significant portion of Konoha within mere breaths. Arriving at the outskirts of the village, the stronghold of the Senju clan. However, during the era of the second Hokage, to foster a sense of belonging within the village, he decided to fully integrate the Senju clan into the village. Following the first and second Great Ninja Wars, the elder generation of Senju clansmen perished, and the Senju clan was completely assimilated into Konoha. Presently, the sole legitimate heir to this vast territory is Tsunade. The place was deserted, emboldening Naruto further as the shadow darted about. Before long, he found himself beyond the barriers of Konoha, discovering that special location, the shrine of the Uzumaki clan. Upon opening the door to the underground passage, Naruto successfully located numerous masks affixed to the walls. The demonic mask at the center was precisely what Naruto had been desperately seeking. Found it! Naruto exclaimed, instantly invigorated, as he swiftly exchanged his shadow with his physical form. Arriving at the location, he took 3 steps forward, seizing the mask with fervor. With the object finally in hand, Naruto could not help but exhale a long sigh of relief. He caressed the mask in his hand, and his mind began to wander. Envisioning himself wielding the banner of souls, navigating through the intricacies of power, with all adversaries becoming mere sustenance for his ascent. A sense of dominion over the world surged within him. He could not help but repeatedly stroke the mask, a cold smile creeping across his face. Should he truly forge such a treasure as he desired, it would spell a catastrophic blow to this realm. The thought of devouring souls to refine elixirs elicited a sinister chuckle from him. Reflecting on the Otsutsuki clan, he smirked disdainfully. With this artifact in his possession, he would soon demonstrate the merciless nature of the cultivation world, to consume souls and refine their essence, never to be reborn. Now, that is true cruelty. Hey, Naruto, why do you have such a twisted smile? The Ninetales sensed the overwhelming darkness flooding Naruto's heart and felt a chill of trepidation. Ahem, just the thought of you regaining your strength excites me a bit. Naruto quickly composed his expression. You know the method to break the seal. Indeed. The method to unravel the corpse sealing is quite simple. It involves reversing the sequence of the sealing hand signs. However, much like the seal itself, the cost is one's own soul. Yet, this challenge is trivial for Naruto. He could utilize the shadow clone technique or directly control others through shadows to accomplish it. Chapter 31. Breakthrough, Chakra Compression. At this moment, it is time to unveil the truth. The Ninetales could no longer contain its impatience. Do not rush. Allow me to delve deeper. Having obtained the item, Naruto regained his composure, recognizing the necessity to seize the moment while inspiration still lingered. As for the matter of the Ninetales, Naruto did not dwell on it excessively. For him, half of the Ninetales was hardly distinguishable from the whole. With the item in hand, Naruto immediately exchanged positions with his shadow, who then donned the mask, thus dispelling the fruit's powers. Naruto appeared at home, as if he had never moved at all. When shall we commence? Do not be hasty, even if I release it. I do not know how to reclaim your other half of the soul. The other half of the Ninetales soul was sealed within the body of the fourth Hokage. And to retrieve it, one would either need to communicate with the soul or resurrect it through impure reincarnation. In the ensuing days, Naruto found himself with an additional research project alongside his training, the creation of the Soul Banner. To craft this object, he needed a thorough understanding. Yet his knowledge was limited to the Reaper Death Seal. To achieve his goal, Naruto recklessly dispatched his shadow to the home of the third Hokage, pilfering all documents related to the Reaper Death Seal. However, this audacious act bore severe consequences. The following day, upon discovering the theft, the third Hokage imposed a state of emergency on the village, deploying the Umbu in a comprehensive search operation determined to recover the lost materials. Though Naruto possessed these research documents, they were but a drop in the bucket for altering the nature of the Reaper Death Seal. Nonetheless, they at least illuminated a path for Naruto, pointing towards the creator of this technique, Kushina Izumaki. Kushina Izumaki was undoubtedly a legendary figure. Not only was he the clan leader of the Uzumaki, but he was also the progenitor of sealing techniques, having developed numerous renowned jutsu. If only I could summon this individual, how much easier it would be. Naruto mused, yet soon felt a pang of frustration. Despite Kushina's immense renown, even chronicled in the annals of Konoha, there was scant information regarding the details of his demise. Thus, I must learn the impure reincarnation technique myself. Naruto furrowed his brow, uncertain if Orochimaru had mastered this technique during this time. While he could fully replicate another's jutsu, the prerequisite was to first locate them. However, after some contemplation, Naruto decided to abandon the notion. There was no rush. He was still young and could afford to learn more. Moreover, graduation was just over a year away, and he could wait patiently. At that time, Orochimaru would likely come to him. With these thoughts clarified, Naruto ceased his anxiousness, storing the Reaper's mask away. This item was of utmost importance, and he felt uneasy placing it elsewhere. Thus, he decided to keep it safely within his shadow. Inside the shadow's body was a unique space, not large, merely the size of Naruto himself. The following day, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was tense. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded as the third Hokage's palm slammed forcefully onto the desk, causing the entire room to tremble. That damned ghost shadow had grown increasingly audacious. Fury and helplessness etched across his face. The third Hokage lamented how the village of Konoha had been treated as the ghost shadow's personal playground, coming and going at will. Observing this, Danzo quickly intervened, urging, "Hiruzen, please calm yourself." However, the third Hokage could not find tranquility. He glared at Danzo with intensity, exclaiming, "How can I remain calm? He is clearly provoking me, showing utter disregard for the dignity of the Hokage." The third Hokage's expression darkened further as he pondered the implications of such brazen theft of their ninjutsu. If he dared to steal today, what might he attempt tomorrow? Perhaps he would seek to pilfer the sealing scrolls, and should he find the Hokage unappealing the day after, would he not come to assassinate him? The weight of these thoughts pressed heavily upon the third Hokage's heart, leaving him in a state of unrest. "Danzo, what progress have you made?" Do we have a strategy to counter that individual? The third Hokage inquired with urgency. Danzo furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "There are some promising leads. But to completely neutralize the ghost shadow, we may still need to rely on sealing techniques." "Oh, have you developed a new sealing technique?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in the third Hokage's eyes. "I have modified it into the evil sealing technique and have also devised another sealing method," Danzo explained, his demeanor unchanging. Over the years, Danzo's wariness of the ghost shadow had been no less than that of the third Hokage, leading him to seclude himself in underground chambers, tirelessly researching means to counter the adversary while striving to comprehend his abilities. Danzo spared no expense in the development and application of sealing techniques. With substantial financial investment, the fruits of his labor had begun to bear results. The reformed evil sealing technique exhibited a significantly enhanced efficacy against dark chakra. Meanwhile, Naruto remained oblivious to the happenings within the Hokage's office, as the entire village of Konoha lay under his vigilant observation. The following morning, Naruto awoke naturally. Free from the constraints of school and solitude, he spent his days at home, engaging solely in training, eating, and sleeping, indifferent to the passage of time. Today felt auspicious. Gazing out at the sky, Naruto noted with delight that snow had ceased to fall. The sun shone brightly, causing the snow on the ground to gradually melt. He rose leisurely, washing up and preparing breakfast, feeling a sense of impending breakthrough in his cultivation. After more than a year of training, Naruto's chakra had grown to an extraordinary magnitude, comprising his own chakra, the Nine-Tails chakra, and the natural chakra absorbed during practice. As he continued to compress his chakra, he sensed that today might be the day of a qualitative transformation. Surely, this breakthrough won't attract any unusual phenomena? Naruto murmured, apprehensive that his advancement might summon unforeseen occurrences. However, once he departed from home, his identity would be subjected to scrutiny. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, he resolved to venture beyond this place and break through. Leaving behind a clone, Naruto adeptly slipped away from Konoha, seeking a location distant from the village to commence his training. As the chakra within him surged like roaring waves, the energy coursed through his meridians akin to a rushing river. Simultaneously, the chakra from the surrounding natural environment seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, continuously flowing into Naruto's being, where it was swiftly refined and integrated into his own chakra system. "Little brat, is it time to begin?" The Nine-Tails, sensing the occurrences within Naruto, spoke in his mind, tinged with curiosity and anticipation. Before the words had fully escaped, the chakra within the Nine-Tails surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, rushing towards Naruto through the gaps of the seal. This powerful torrent of chakra intertwined with Naruto's own, converging in his dantian to form a colossal sphere of chakra. This sphere, akin to a star in the cosmos, began to rotate and compress at an astonishing pace. As the speed of its rotation intensified, it ignited a ferocious chakra storm within the sealed space. In the midst of this tempest, chakra roiled like tumultuous waves, creating a massive vortex that ensnared everything in its vicinity. Such astonishing transformation. The Nine-Tails widened its eyes, fixated on the chakra storm, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of awe. Meanwhile, Naruto was entirely absorbed in the state of breakthrough, his focus unwaveringly directed at the ever-compressing chakra sphere, wholeheartedly guiding this formidable power. As time slipped away, it was impossible to discern how long had passed, but eventually, a droplet of transparent chakra began to descend gently from the violent storm. Plink! This faint sound resonated like the peal of a morning bell across the expanse. In that fleeting moment, the entire world seemed to hush, as if time itself had paused for this single droplet of chakra. This transparent chakra, imbued with immense energy, had transformed from its gaseous state into liquid after prolonged compression and refinement, resembling a crystalline droplet that exuded an intoxicating aura. Simultaneously, on Naruto's body, a pentagram seal manifested at his chest as the chakra from the lower dantian flowed through his meridians into the middle dantian. Naruto's exterior underwent a transformation as chakra materialized, enveloping him in a radiant cloak of chakra. After an indeterminate period, feeling a wave of exhaustion, he opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Upon realizing his current state, Naruto was taken aback. He had seemingly entered the chakra mode. In this world, there exist certain extraordinary individuals whose chakra, when exceptionally vast, can be compressed to the surface of their bodies, resulting in what is known as a chakra mode. The Jinchuriki can also harness the chakra of the tailed beast within them to attain this mode. Naruto, relying on his own chakra, is now capable of entering this state as well. In this mode, he possesses formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. At this moment, Naruto exudes an extraordinary charm, as if he has entered a golden body mode, entirely enveloped in chakra, with his hair dyed a deep shade of black by it. However, unlike the golden body mode of the Ninetales, the chakra Naruto has cultivated himself manifests in a black and white hue, evoking a somewhat Shinigami-like aesthetic. Naruto is immensely pleased with this, feeling an air of coolness about himself. In his striking appearance, he playfully strikes a few poses. Simultaneously, a significant portion of his chakra has already transitioned, and he has successfully opened his middle dantian. Henceforth, his chakra can be transferred to the middle dantian. As his chakra had some influence on the Ninetales during the initial experience, affecting its residing conditions. Indeed, my young friend, I can sense that your strength has doubled. Chakra possesses quality. If Naruto's chakra once resembled the fleeting nature of wind, easily scattered by a mere breath, now it is akin to water, undergoing a qualitative transformation. The Ninetales chakra, in its compressed state, resembles ice. After awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, the Uchiha clan can also highly condense their chakra. Susanoo is a prime example of this concentrated essence, capable of both offense and defense. With a mere thought, the chakra on his surface is drawn back into his body, revealing a pentagram design on Naruto's chest, which gradually melds into his form, disappearing from sight. From this moment forward, this shall be Naruto's middle dantian, grounded in the five-element seal, connecting the meridians and vital organs. It appears my plan has succeeded. Naruto clenches his fist, previously only theoretical. He can now distinctly perceive the transformation within himself since the opening of his middle dantian. Following its establishment, he feels his body being gradually nurtured and enhanced. While eternal life may be unattainable, the prospect of longevity seems within reach. With the upper and lower dantians now interconnected, Naruto feels an unprecedented clarity. Uncertain of the effects of the upper dantian, he refrains from reckless experimentation due to its inherent dangers, deciding instead to replicate Tsunade's sealing techniques in the future. After this breakthrough, Naruto returns directly to Konoha, and shortly after his departure, a carnivorous plant emerges from the ground. What an overwhelming chakra presence, who could it be? It is indeed terrifying. The other half of White Zetsu also senses this formidable oppressive chakra. Chapter 32, Dual Cultivation. Upon returning to Konoha, Naruto directly approached his bedside, laying down fully clothed and succumbing to a deep slumber, which proved to be remarkably serene. Meanwhile, the Ninetales observed Naruto's breakthrough with a contemplative heart, pondering if it could also employ a similar method. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. The essence of tailed beasts starkly differs from that of humans. The Ninetales chakra accumulates through the absorption of external chakra, revealing a fundamental disparity between the two. Growth, above all, necessitates time. Although it can swiftly absorb chakra from the surroundings, it lacks the capacity to digest it. The absorbed chakra must either be released through ninjutsu or return to nature. Naruto slept soundly until the third day, gradually awakening to a sensation of rejuvenation, feeling invigorated and filled with vitality. With every motion, he exuded an aura that felt almost cataclysmic. This sensation must indicate a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. Clenching his fists tightly, he confirmed that this was not mere illusion. His body had indeed grown stronger. The concept of the three treasures, essence, energy, and spirit, underscored the physical aspect, and this breakthrough in cultivation had greatly elevated his physical prowess. Estimating his current strength, Naruto deduced that ordinary attacks would likely fail to penetrate his defenses. Yet, this was far from sufficient. His ambition was to confront the third Raikage, a man known for his prowess in taijutsu against tailed beasts. Additionally, the qualitative transformation of his chakra had significantly amplified his overall abilities. At last, he felt a semblance of security. With clenched fists, he internally assessed that with his present strength, he should possess a reasonable capacity for self-defense. What course of action should he pursue next? Naturally, he contemplated breaking the seal on the Ninetales. However, seeking out Orochimaru at this juncture might prove rather challenging. A moment of inspiration struck him. The creation of the Human King banner required a master of sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan. Even if Uzumaki Ashina had mastered the Edo Tensei, locating him would be a formidable task. But there was also the Dragon Vein. It could serve as a conduit through which he might traverse back in time. At that moment, the individual he sought should still be alive, allowing him to directly replicate their ninjutsu and perhaps even establish a familial connection. Rapidly formulating plans within his mind, Naruto recognized that locating the dragon vein would not be an easy feat at this moment. His greatest deficiency lay in manpower. As night descended, a shadow flitted through the air like a specter, making its way to the root base and descending into the underground laboratory. Here, captives, having been abducted from other villages or spies, sat in their cells like soulless husks, their gazes vacant and their bodies slumped against the walls. Even upon the arrival of the shadow, they remained in a stupor, speechless. The shadow rose slowly, surveying the prisoners without uttering a word. As a pair of ominous black scissors materialized in its hands, the flickering candlelight on the walls cast eerie silhouettes of the captives, and in an instant, the shadow lunged forward. With a sharp snip, in that fleeting moment, all the prisoners collapsed. Concurrently, the shadow vanished, for these individuals possessed chakra within them. Naruto intended to utilize their shadows to create animal-like zombies, aiming to deploy them throughout the ninja world for intelligence gathering. This is not quite right. It remains insufficient. After creating a multitude of bat zombies, Naruto realized that this approach was ineffective and inefficient, as he lacked the shadows necessary for such production. In a moment of swift contemplation, he drew upon the unique characteristics of this world and conceived an idea: summoning beasts. Ordinary animals can be classified as summoning beasts once they receive chakra, yet the process for these creatures to acquire chakra is quite cumbersome. However, Naruto could facilitate this transition for them. With resolve, he immediately directed his shadows outward to capture a crow. When the black crow was seized, it appeared utterly bewildered, having been abruptly taken from its nest where it had been peacefully sleeping. "Consider yourself fortunate," Naruto remarked as he observed the crow. The shadow swiftly entered the crow's body. While he focused on infusing chakra into its being, the shadow proceeded to guide the chakra's circulation within the crow's form. The crow's small eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment, and a glimmer of spirit ignited within them. As Naruto withdrew his chakra, he noted the meager amount remaining within the crow. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Cole," he declared. He then inserted the shadow of a person into the crow, enhancing its intelligence significantly. It could now comprehend human speech. "Quack, quack, quack." The crow nodded slightly, indicating its understanding, before darting away like lightning. Its form swiftly vanished into the vast expanse of the blue sky, seamlessly blending with it. Known for their high intelligence, the crow's newfound powers undoubtedly augmented its cognitive abilities. Naruto dispatched the crow to seek out the whereabouts of Lulan. While he chose to exercise patience in waiting, Naruto was already confident that the crow would recognize Lulan. Through the transmission of chakra, he had indelibly etched the image of Lulan from the anime into the crow's mind. The transmission of chakra is one of its fundamental applications. When two individuals share a mutual understanding, they can connect through chakra, allowing them to genuinely feel one another's inner worlds. This was one of the original intentions behind the Sage of Six Paths' dissemination of chakra. He hoped that humanity could utilize it to foster understanding and dissolve barriers and misconceptions. However, the Sage of Six Paths evidently underestimated the complexities of human nature. Rather than mutual understanding, humanity seemed more inclined towards conflict. Since the Sage's passing, turmoil within the ninja world has persisted without pause. Initially, the strife was confined to individuals, but over time, it evolved into confrontations between clans, and eventually escalated to disputes between villages. The flames of conflict have burned incessantly, never once extinguished. Had he nearly forgotten this? Naruto's eyes sparkled with realization regarding the nature of chakra. In most fantastical realms, the energies within two beings cannot merge. They typically repel one another, and any so-called fusion is contingent upon compatible attributes. Yet, exceptions do exist, such as dual cultivation. For instance, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. As chakra possesses no inherent attributes and can be transmitted to others, could one not harness the method of dual cultivation to enhance strength? After all, the combined efforts of two individuals in training surely surpass the endeavors of one alone, allowing both to grow stronger simultaneously. Naruto was the first to think of Hinata and decided to seek her out for this experiment. The following day, without further ado, Naruto set off to find Hinata. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hyuga estate, he was confronted by two stoic guards. "This is the Hyuga clan's residence. Please refrain from approaching without permission," they stated, their expressions unyielding, blocking Naruto's path. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, here to see Hinata," he declared. "Apologies, but we have received no notification," the guards replied, their demeanor unchanged. At a loss for words, Naruto found himself momentarily bewildered. He could not cause a scene here. Reluctantly, he retreated but did not depart entirely. He waved his hand, summoning a raven that alighted upon his shoulder. "Fetch Hinata," he instructed, handing the raven a strand of his hair. The raven grasped the hair and took flight. The intelligence of this raven was rather impressive. If only he could train all of them as summoning beasts, it would be quite advantageous. Watching the raven soar into the estate, Naruto felt a sense of satisfaction. The raven was inherently clever, and he could aid them in unlocking their chakra through his shadow techniques. As the raven entered the expansive training hall, its gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. Its mind filled with an image of Hinata. A few onlookers noted the peculiar raven, but thought little of it. Inside the bright and spacious training room, Hinata donned a black training outfit that exuded a sense of grace and strength. The outer layer of her attire was black fabric, complemented by a mesh-like inner armor that not only enhanced her protection but also lent her a more formidable appearance. Standing nearby, Hyuga Hayashi observed with a stern expression. Arms crossed, his gaze fixated on Hinata. He felt a sense of satisfaction at her increased prowess. However, when he witnessed her strike, lacking in vigor and devoid of lethal intent, his brow furrowed in concern. Opposite Hinata stood Niji Hyuga, his expression grave and eyes sharp, seemingly dissatisfied with her performance. "Hinata, is this truly the extent of your abilities?" Niji's voice dripped with sarcasm. Hinata refrained from retorting, having learned from Naruto to disregard the judgment of others. "You have indeed fallen behind. Following that individual has rendered you weaker," Niji continued, his words piercing Hinata's heart like a dagger. "That blonde-haired fool is no good. He only knows how to speak sweetly." Niji criticized Naruto mercilessly, holding a poor opinion of him. Although he acknowledged Naruto's impressive strength, he believed that he had merely manipulated Hinata with flowery words. "Naruto is a good person," Hinata quietly defended, her voice resolute. "The Hyuga clan does not require the presence of the weak." After Ningxi finished speaking, he charged towards Hinata, unleashing the 8 trigrams empty palm technique. Hinata waved her hands, invoking the heavenly spin. A magnificent surge of chakra erupted, swirling around her to form a sphere of chakra. "Is this all there is?" Ningxi's disappointment deepened as he observed Hinata's technique. Even Hinata's father, Hyuga Hizashi, who was watching from a distance, exhibited a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. The size of the heavenly spin revealed the capabilities of the Hyuga clan. Hinata's earlier technique was barely capable of enveloping a single person, looking as if it could be pierced with a mere poke. Hinata refrained from elaborating, remembering Naruto's words that strength is meant for protection and does not require validation from others. At that moment, a crow flew in and landed on the ground, catching Hyuga Hizashi's immediate attention. Possessing chakra, albeit a feeble one. With just a glance, Hizashi dismissed it. Such a weak chakra was hardly worthy of concern, as it could not even be considered a summoned beast. The little crow tilted its head, gazing forward, confirming that the young girl was indeed the one it sought. Yet, the clever crow chose not to intrude, remaining quietly in place. It was not until the battle concluded that Hinata approached and noticed the crow on the ground. At this moment, the crow took the initiative, flying up to perch on Hinata's arm. "What is this?" Hinata noticed the yellow feather in the crow's beak. With a sense of intuition, she realized who was searching for her. "Father, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Hyuga Hizashi merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Master of the clan, why allow her to leave? The young lady is likely to seek that little yellow-haired boy again." At this juncture, Ningxi approached, his brow furrowed in concern. Hizashi cast a glance at him, internally sighing. He had witnessed Ningxi's progress, recognizing him as an undeniably brilliant talent. Yet, ultimately, the Hyuga clan could not afford to nurture such prodigies. The true shackles that confine individuals are not the visible restraints of the world, but rather the cages that reside within their hearts. Chapter 33, The Experiment. As for Hinata's quest to seek out that young blonde boy, Hyuga Hayashi was undoubtedly aware of it. However, he couldn't help but recall an incident from a year prior, when the third Hokage had summoned him to the Hokage's office. The essence of the discussion was a directive for Hayashi to refrain from interfering in the relationship between Uzumaki Naruto and Hinata, under the guise of fostering their bond. In truth, it was a means to cultivate a sense of belonging for Naruto, who, as Hayashi well knew, was the son of the fourth Hokage and the host of the Nine Tails. Regardless of his identity, excessive contact was ill-advised. Yet, in the current circumstance, Hayashi found himself perplexed as to how the two could engage in such amiable conversation. Hinata's affairs were her own to manage. With a somber expression, Hayashi succinctly conveyed his thoughts before turning away, his countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. That insufferable Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Niji let out a cold snort before resuming his training. Hinata, unable to change her attire, hurriedly dashed towards the door. Moments later, she burst outside and spotted Naruto seated beneath a tree not far ahead. With his hands clasped behind his head, he leaned lazily against the trunk, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Naruto, you were looking for me?" As Hinata approached, she became acutely aware of her own disheveled state, striving to steady her breath. Her voice tinged with anticipation. "Ah, you just finished training," Naruto remarked, turning to speak but then noticing her attire. Clad in a fitted black training outfit and slightly flushed from her recent exertions, she emanated a delicate fragrance. "Yes," the girl nodded, her cheeks reddening like a ripe apple. "Shall we take a stroll while we talk?" Feeling that the current location was unsuitable for conversation, Naruto turned towards the forest. Hinata quickly kept pace beside him. With great enthusiasm, Naruto began to share his whimsical ideas and the marvelous experiment he intended to conduct. One led the way while the other followed closely. One animatedly explaining while the other nodded in agreement. This scene was all too familiar, having played out countless times before. Hinata seemed to grasp Naruto's intention to exchange chakra, perhaps even to glimpse each other's memories. Suddenly, she felt a pang of hesitation. Even with Naruto, revealing her memories felt too embarrassing. Unbeknownst to them, they wandered deeper into the woods until they arrived at a training ground. "What do you think? Should we give it a try?" Naruto inquired. "Isn't this a bit too risky?" Hinata's tone was cautious, as she secretly wished to refuse outright. It won't be dangerous. It's just Naruto, completely oblivious to her reluctance, took her hand and guided her to a suitable spot. They both sat against a large tree, hand in hand, allowing their chakra to flow through their physical connection. However, something felt amiss. "This isn't how it should be," Naruto pondered, noticing that Hinata's chakra aura had indeed materialized. Yet it diverged from his expectations. Shouldn't the chakra form a cycle? At this moment, it seemed as though Naruto was channeling his chakra into his counterpart. Hinata experienced a sensation unlike any she had felt before. A warm, enveloping energy coursed through her, emanating a formidable power that was unprecedented. The chakra within Naruto, now post-breakthrough, had reached a level akin to that of the Nine Tails. With each of Naruto's training sessions, he absorbed chakra from the environment, augmenting his own reserves. He had transcended the conventional boundaries of a ninja, no longer requiring the compression of chakra from his physical form. "Perhaps I should attempt the reverse," Hinata pondered, observing Naruto's bemused expression. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke slowly. "All right." Naruto, unable to comprehend the situation fully, acquiesced. As Hinata reined in her chakra, a radiant blue energy erupted from her, gradually entwining around Naruto's form. He offered no resistance, feeling himself enveloped by a soothing current, distinctly different from the sensations experienced during the use of ninjutsu. This chakra was imbued with tenderness and affection. Indeed, Naruto could discern Hinata's emotions through her chakra, an extraordinary connection forming between them. In that moment, he realized that if he so desired, he could delve into her memories. Instantly, he understood the reason behind his previous failures. Hinata's unwavering faith in herself contrasted sharply with Naruto's reservations about her. His fear of revealing his secrets rendered him reticent, even to those closest to him. The identity of a traverser was a truth he could never disclose. This instinctual secrecy was precisely why his chakra could not merge with hers. Hinata sensed the shift in his emotions, though uncertain of the cause. Her innate desire to console him became apparent, and the gentle nature of her chakra intensified. "Enough, I understand without your words. If success is within reach, let us proceed." Naruto interjected, unwilling to acknowledge his own thoughts. Under Naruto's guidance, Hinata began her experiment, directing her chakra through her meridians until it flowed into Naruto's being. Naruto guided this chakra through his own pathways, only to return it to her. The moment the chakra entered her body, Hinata sensed an undeniable difference. Its quality had strengthened. Where previously her chakra had dispersed like smoke upon the wind, it now bore the solidity of a rope. "Continue," Naruto urged, focusing on the experience while hastening the process. Thus far, the advantage of this exchange was the direct enhancement of Hinata's strength, yet Naruto felt no discernible improvement within himself. This should benefit both parties, he mused, perplexed. Why am I not feeling any changes? Is my strength simply too overwhelming? Determined, he activated his abilities, allowing the Shadow Fruit to permeate his being, meticulously assessing his transformation. At last, under the influence of the Devil Fruit's powers, Naruto perceived subtle changes not only within himself, but also in his chakra. The chakra resembled a piece of pork. Once grasped, it would undoubtedly leave a trace of oil. Thus, Naruto was not devoid of benefits. Rather, The opponent's strength was so feeble that the advantages were not yet apparent. Realizing this, Naruto exhaled in relief, for what he desired was mutual growth and strength. If the only outcome were to enhance Hinata's chakra, then such an endeavor would be utterly superfluous, as he possessed numerous methods to bolster her prowess. I can no longer endure, Naruto admitted. After an indeterminate span, Hinata's faint voice emerged. At that moment, she felt a dull ache coursing through her meridians. Her entire being imbued with a sensation akin to inflation, as if she were a balloon filled with air. You fool, why didn't you stop sooner? Naruto hastily ceased his exertions. His own robust physique rendered him impervious to such sensations. The method proved viable. Although the effects were not overtly significant for the present incarnation of Naruto Uzumaki, he held firm belief that continued training would yield mutually satisfying results. The experiment being a success, Naruto proceeded to untangle and return Hinata to her place. At the root base, an inquiry was underway. How did the investigation fare? What distinguishes these individuals from ordinary people? Lord Danzo, the results indicate that these individuals exhibit no differences. As for how their shadows vanished and why they remain alive, we have uncovered nothing. Useless. What purpose do you serve if you cannot even resolve this trivial matter? Please calm your anger, Lord Danzo. Humph. That accursed ghost shadow. You shall rue the day. I will see you dead. Danzo seethed with rage upon receiving news that all the lab's test subjects had their shadows stolen. The information regarding Ghost Shadow had ceased to be a secret among the upper echelons of Konoha. A person without a shadow was akin to a rat in darkness, destined to perish upon exposure to sunlight. They had witnessed this phenomenon countless times. Danzo himself had conducted experiments confirming that individuals bereft of shadows would meet immediate demise in the light. What progress has been made on the barrier technique? Lord Danzo. We harbor no confidence in our ability to contain the opponent. The researchers bowed their heads, having never encountered the terror of Ghost Shadow but familiar with the unsettling data. Given the opponent's enigmatic methods, they lacked faith in their capacity to restrain him. Useless, all of you. What good are you to me? Please, Lord Danzo, remain calm. The group could only bow their heads in acknowledgement of their failures, while Danzo found it exceedingly difficult to suppress his ire. Lord Danzo, if these individuals are inadequate, we can seek others. At that moment, a member of the group stepped forward. What do you mean? Danzo was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending. My lord, we could enlist Lord Orochimaru. With his research capabilities, he will undoubtedly devise a method to counter the opponent. Indeed, how could I have forgotten that wretched snake? Contact him immediately. Tuanzo promptly issued an order, and soon a summoning snake was brought forth, ready to receive the message directly into its mouth. The snake transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished without a trace. During the ensuing festive season, Naruto lived like a leisurely hermit, refraining from any superfluous activities and fully savoring this tranquil time. While he engaged in his training, he also kept a keen eye on the shifts within the ninja world. The crows, dispatched as loyal messengers, delivered numerous tidings from other villages. Yet, to him, these were mere fleeting whispers, failing to pique his interest. As for the search for Lulan, it was akin to fishing for a needle in a vast ocean, and thus far, it remained elusive. However, Naruto felt no urgency. The arrival of the new year enveloped the entire village in an atmosphere of joy and harmony. Lanterns hung high along the streets, resembling strings of resplendent pearls, adorning the village like a picturesque poem. Vibrant reds adorned every corner, as if the earth itself had donned a festive new garment. Children, clad in new attire, flitted about like cheerful little birds, playing joyfully in the alleys and streets. Adults, too, seldom ventured outdoors, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles of happiness. As night fell, the fireworks display unfolded like a brilliant tapestry in the sky. Alone in his home, Naruto gazed quietly out of the transparent glass, lost in thought. He pondered the fate of his parents, lamenting the missed opportunity to bid farewell to his grandmother. Sitting there in a daze, his eyes appeared vacant, as though his soul had departed. During such festive occasions, the longing for family intensifies. At this moment, his heart was overwhelmed with endless yearning and melancholy. Chapter 34. The seal is lifted as time flows by. Spring returns to the earth, and the commencement of the school term swiftly approaches. Upon contemplating the return to the Ninja Academy, Naruto feels a twinge of annoyance. This day is one that every child dreads. In Naruto's household, today marks the beginning of the new academic year. He stands before the mirror, scrutinizing his own transformation, searching for any imperfections. His strength has grown formidable, his chakra brimming within him. Coupled with the techniques he has mastered, he has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. both inside and out. He now stands at a height of 1.65 meters, with a slender physique and an extraordinary charm. Furthermore, he is accompanied by a girlfriend. His attire reflecting a refined taste, a stark contrast to the yellow-haired boy depicted in the original narrative. Yet, as Naruto gazes at his vibrant red hair, a frown creases his brow. This is a manifestation of his awakened lineage, and to him, it appears rather conspicuous. By exerting a modicum of control over his life-restoring abilities, the red hair begins to fade, reverting to its original golden hue. This change makes him appear far more agreeable. Upon observing his current appearance, Naruto cannot help but chuckle. He now bears an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Chuan, like a mouse lurking in the shadows, fearful of everything under the sun. Despite possessing immense power, he remains reluctant to reveal it. Although his combat prowess may not be sufficient, in terms of destructive capability, he rivals even the Ninetales. Nevertheless, Naruto is cautious not to underestimate anyone. In this realm, there exists an array of mysterious jutsu. While shadow-level warriors may find it challenging to deal with tailed beasts, they possess myriad methods to confront humans. Particularly in Konoha, the number of sealing techniques is unfathomable. Once prepared, Naruto slowly steps out of his home. The streets are bustling with life, filled with parents guiding their children, their faces adorned with affection and anticipation. Each year, during this back-to-school season, Konoha bursts into a vibrant frenzy as eager parents hastily escort their children to school for assessments. They yearn to discern whether their offspring possess the innate talent to become ninjas. After all, living in Konoha, no child harbors the desire to be anything less than a formidable ninja. As for Naruto and his fellow senior students, they are exempt from the tedious opening ceremonies, allowing them to return directly to their respective classes. The teachers remain familiar faces, and Naruto feels as if he has returned home. Naruto, you finally made it. I thought you were lost. What happened? We didn't see you all winter break. Well, I was at home diligently training, preparing to outshine all of you. Upon encountering his friends, a smile involuntarily spreads across Naruto's face as he engages in lighthearted banter. Shikamaru and the others appear largely unchanged, though it seems one among them has undergone a significant transformation. Naruto's gaze shifts to Choji, who has become noticeably more robust. Care for a snack? Choji offers, grinning as he extends a bag of chips towards Naruto. Thanks, Choji. You seem to have gotten even stronger. Haha, it's you, Naruto, who knows how to flatter. After exchanging greetings with his friends, Naruto makes his way to the back row. Good morning, Hinata. Good morning, Naruto. Having exchanged greetings, Naruto glanced at Hinata and thought to himself, a new year brings new changes. This young lady has undergone quite a transformation. With the techniques taught by Naruto, coupled with their occasional practice together, Hinata was no longer the same as before. The most apparent change was her height, standing a head taller than her peers. Her physique had begun to develop, a testament to the early maturation typical in the world of ninjas. Thus commenced the monotony of life, as Naruto sat there feeling drowsy. Hey, when are you going to help me break this seal? The Ninetales suddenly spoke within him. Naruto's consciousness shifted to that realm. What is the matter? He questioned, bemused by the urgency in the beast's tone. Of course I'm anxious. Look at how you're steadily growing stronger while I've made no progress in the past 2 years. The Ninetales expressed its frustration. Naruto pondered, stroking his chin, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the grand door ahead. With his current strength, even if the Ninetales were to go berserk, Naruto felt confident in his ability to rein it in. Yet, there remained the risk of alerting the toads should he forcefully disrupt the seal. After all, the third Hokage was still alive. Perhaps a different approach was warranted. Breaking the seal of the Ninetales was straightforward. First, one needed the key, which was hidden within the Meibokuzen. Second, one could forcibly dismantle the seal. With this thought, Naruto's mind sparked to life, and his shadow began to writhe beneath him, advancing forward. The shadow effortlessly traversed through the sealed door. How did you manage that? You little rascal? The Ninetales exclaimed, astonished. While this was indeed a door, it merely represented the seal, the door's sealed chakra. How had Naruto sent his shadow through? Is it truly possible? Naruto's confidence surged. The shadow technique proved to be a remarkable boon, entirely incompatible with the power structure of this world, signifying a force from beyond. Thus, it could potentially dismantle the seal. Or perhaps, he could forge a key using his shadow. Given Naruto's current mastery of sealing techniques, he believed it feasible. Without hesitation, he commenced his experiment, employing his shadow to erode the seal. The Ninetales watched with keen interest. An indeterminate amount of time passed before Naruto's shadow fully enveloped the entire seal. The ceiling symbols began to fall away, yet the chakra within remained untouched. The lock on the door emitted a series of clicks, as if groaning in agony, and the core of the lock began to retract slowly, seemingly on the verge of being opened. "Stop!" A sudden, thunderous voice rang out. "Now is not the time to break the seal." Just as the Nine Tails felt a surge of excitement, anticipating the door's imminent opening, a blinding yellow light streaked like lightning, followed closely by a figure appearing before the Nine Tails like a specter. Naruto focused intently and beheld a familiar silhouette at close range, behind which 4 golden characters shone with brilliance, 4th Hokage. The unexpected appearance of the other party did not take him by surprise. Instinctively, he glanced down at the ground, and upon noticing the absence of a shadow, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Originally, he had contemplated seizing the opportunity to replicate the other's ninjutsu. Yet he never anticipated that the opponent's chakra would be devoid of a shadow. "Naruto, why have you chosen to do this?" Minato Namikaze turned his head, his gaze as warm as the spring breeze, imbued with affection, as he looked directly at the young man before him. Naruto remained silent for a moment, then raised his head, unwavering as he met Minato's gaze, and replied calmly, "I did what I wanted to do." Minato was evidently taken aback by Naruto's response. He furrowed his brow slightly and pressed further. "Do you not comprehend the terror of the Nine Tails? Has it not ensnared you?" As he spoke, his eyes were sharp, fixated on the caged beast, ready to reinforce the seal at the slightest hint of defiance from it. The Nine Tails, observing this, scoffed disdainfully, turning its head away, seemingly too lethargic to even acknowledge Minato, as if engaging in conversation with him was a waste of time. Minato was somewhat astonished by this behavior, for in his memory, the Nine Tails had always been a volatile and irritable creature, prone to aggression at the slightest provocation. Its current tranquility was, indeed, quite peculiar. "Who are you?" "I am your father. You are the one who sealed him within me." Naruto's expression turned icy, although the Nine Tails was Naruto's greatest asset. It also represented the tragedy of his childhood. Had the beast not been sealed within him, his life, given his lineage, would not have been so miserable. "I am sorry, Naruto." At this, Minato lowered his head, a flicker of guilt passing through his gaze. He could easily imagine how Naruto's life had been outside. "Never mind. I have already become what I aspired to be." Observing Minato's expression, Naruto found it difficult to voice any words of reproach and merely turned his head away, speaking softly. "What? You have achieved it?" A glimmer of shock crossed Minato's eyes as he surveyed his son's stature and then glanced at the Nine Tails behind him, noticing that the beast did not contest this claim. But how could this be possible? It was well known that Kushina had spent much of her life unable to accomplish what his son had achieved at such a tender age. In that moment, he could not help but hesitate. Could it be that the Nine Tails was feigning weakness to deceive his young son into breaking the seal? "Naruto, though it may sound somewhat offensive, I must caution you. You are still young and should not easily trust the words of others." Minato spoke with great delicacy. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Our tailed beasts are not as cunning as you humans." The Nine Tails erupted in anger, feeling that it was being slandered. "This is slander." "I know, father. If I were to declare myself an enemy of Konoha, what would you do?" Naruto did not take this matter to heart. He gazed into Minato's eyes, seeking to discern the true choice within him. At this, Minato's pupils constricted sharply. "Naruto, why? Why are there so many questions? I despise this hypocritical place. I wish to transform it, yet they will obstruct me." Naruto's voice was as tranquil as water. Minato Namikaze's body was tense, and his gaze revealed a struggle. As the Hokage, his conviction was to protect Konoha, but what had he just heard? The possibility that his own son might turn against the village plunged his heart into a whirlpool of conflict. "Naruto, listen to me. No need for further words. I already comprehend your choice." A tinge of disappointment flickered within Naruto, as he discerned from the other's tormented eyes that he seemed to have chosen the village over his son. "Naruto, you have been deceived. I cannot allow you to unleash the Nine Tails. Alas, I am sorry, father, but this is my decision." Naruto had not anticipated that a mere test would lead to such an impasse. Not being the Hokage nor indoctrinated by the will of fire, he found it difficult to grasp the other's mindset. Instantly, 5 chains manifested behind Naruto. "What is this?" Minato gasped, recognizing the bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan, Vajra sealing. "Stop. Naruto, you have been bewitched by the Nine Tails." Just as Minato prepared to engage, he realized his chakra was nearly depleted. Naruto's Vajra sealing swiftly constricted around him. "Perhaps, however, you are already dead. If you wish to stop me, then come and try." As Naruto spoke, Minato's chakra gradually dissipated. Why did Naruto not reveal the truth? Simply to provoke him. Perhaps it was the unresolved grievances of a past life. Upon seeing the other, Naruto's initial reaction was not one of joy, but of anger. Just as Naruto's first response upon discovering the identity of his father was not happiness, but a punch of rage. Likewise, Naruto harbored no intentions of changing the world or destroying Konoha. His remarks were merely to elicit a reaction from the other. Chapter 35. Orochimaru the Ninetales twitched its mouth, feeling perplexed, wondering why the quarrel between the two had drawn it into the fray. That fellow truly believed he had deceived his precious son into submission. Creak, creak, creak. The door slowly swung open, and the sealed space began to transform. The once dim surroundings seemed to be illuminated by the rise of a sun, gradually brightening the entire area as the figure of the Ninetales emerged from the shadows. The Ninetales slowly stood, stretching its massive form that nearly obscured the sky. Naruto, standing at its feet, felt as insignificant as an ant. "Haha, at last, I am free," the Ninetales exclaimed, a sense of liberation washing over it. How long had it been? The creature found itself somewhat disoriented, struggling to recall the passage of time. It had been imprisoned for 60 long years. Ever since encountering that man, initially controlled by him, then sealed by another woman, it had waited in vain for its captor to perish, only to be passed on to the next generation, and then to the subsequent one. The Ninetales had begun to resign itself to its fate, feeling as if it would never escape the clutches of destiny. Yet at that moment, the gates of freedom opened wide before it, evoking a whirlwind of emotions within. This sensation was one that others could hardly comprehend. "Kid, I acknowledge you. Regardless of the truth behind your words, I am willing to assist you." The Ninetales crouched down, extending its right fist. Naruto understood the gesture. A fist bump would signify mutual recognition and grant him the ability to harness the creature's power. Without hesitation, he extended his own hand. The large and small fists collided mid-air. In that instant, both acknowledged one another. Naruto wasted no time, flooding the Ninetales with memories of the anime he had watched, from Naruto to Shippuden, and ultimately to Boruto, where the Ninetales met its demise. The vast expanse of memories posed no burden for the Ninetales. It experienced them as if watching a cinematic tale unfold. It witnessed Naruto's transformation from weakness to strength, ultimately reconciling with itself and emerging as the strongest in the ninja world. Although I have long been aware, witnessing it firsthand truly is a different experience. Naruto, while you can wield my power now, I still recommend you train on Turtle Island, the Ninetales suggested, having gleaned from Naruto's memories how he gradually mastered his abilities. The training on Turtle Island might not hold significant value for the duo at present. However, the island's genuine waterfall would prove immensely beneficial for Naruto. Although he might not realize it, the Ninetales, as the most unique of the tailed beasts, could distinctly sense the darkness within Naruto's heart. Having observed Naruto's life, the Ninetales came to understand the shadows that plagued him. Although his life appeared perfect, blessed with a family, he unexpectedly faced the most harrowing experiences during his happiest moments. When the tailed beasts were created, they were inherently benevolent. Under the guidance of Sage of the Six Paths, each tailed beast was as innocent as a blank canvas. However, as they became tainted by humanity's negative emotions, their chakra became infused with such darkness. For the tailed beasts, this is of little consequence, yet for humanity, it is a lethal poison, which renders the mastery of the tailed beast's power exceedingly challenging. Why venture into such a place? Naruto pondered. Do you perceive the chakra within me? The Ninetales, while speaking, unleashed a surge of chakra, a dark crimson energy imbued with malevolence that evoked a sense of discomfort. This is negative emotion. Indeed, while I can gradually detach from it, the most effective method for you is to cultivate your own resistance. To achieve this resistance, one must confront the darkness that lies within, thus preventing the influence of my chakra. The Ninetales elucidated, emphasizing the paramount importance of Naruto recognizing his own inner darkness. I understand. Naruto, however, remained largely unconcerned. As the Ninetales' assistance seemed minimal, his chakra was already vast. Moreover, he was reluctant to tread the well-worn path of the original narrative, where Naruto lost his opportunities, resulting in a significant decline in combat prowess, unable to even contend with an ordinary shadow-level ninja. Outside, the unsealing did not provoke any significant commotion. Naruto merely lay there, indulging in a brief slumber. Yet, if the denizens of Konohagakure were to learn that the Ninetales could emerge at will, it is likely that none would find repose. The Ninetales' unsealing was of little concern to Naruto, who attended classes with focus during the day, employing shadow clones to further his studies. He had learned a considerable amount about sealing techniques and grasped why few engage in combat utilizing such methods. The preparation time is excessively prolonged, rendering it impractical against formidable foes. For instance, Minato was adept in sealing techniques, yet during his battle with Uchiha Madara, he had no opportunity to employ them. The sealing of the Nine Tails could only be executed under the circumstances where Kushina Izumaki could subdue the opponent. It is evident that employing sealing techniques in combat is exceedingly arduous. This posed a conundrum for Danzo. While he possessed confidence that the current sealing techniques could contain the Phantom, the challenge lay in restraining the adversary. Upon relaying this information to Orochimaru, the latter expressed considerable interest, wishing to meet with Danzo in Konoha. After school in the afternoon, Naruto bid farewell to his friends and leisurely made his way home. Following over a year of tempering his skills, and with Danzo's interference failing to tarnish Naruto's reputation, his presence in Konoha had diminished to almost nothing. Even when encountered, ordinary villagers struggled to recall who he was. Naruto, have you devised a plan? Patience, this matter is indeed complex. If it is too complicated, then do not pursue it. As Naruto ambled along, he conversed with the Nine Tails in his mind. The Nine Tails was in a state of frantic urgency, eager to reclaim his other half. However, Naruto found himself equally at a loss. Should he unseal the Reaper Death Seal now, Minato's soul would likely not endure, leading him directly to the Pure Land. Naruto was deep in contemplation, ruminating on a particular technique mentioned in the Book of Seals, known as the Spirit Transformation Technique, a rare soul-based ninjutsu within this realm. If he could master this technique, it might provide a solution to this dilemma, or he could learn the impure world reincarnation himself. As Naruto bowed his head in contemplation, he suddenly sensed a chilling chakra enveloping him. In an instant, he regained his focus and lifted his gaze. Before him stood an ordinary young man, clad in casual attire, strolling leisurely while occasionally surveying his surroundings. At that moment, Naruto found himself behind the stranger, feeling an overwhelming chill emanating from him. Such an immense chakra. Naruto's expression turned grave, recognizing the vast chakra emanating from the individual. This terrifying quantity of chakra he had only sensed before in the third Hokage. In other words, this man was a shadow-level powerhouse. Could there be shadow-level figures in Konoha of whom he was unaware? Just as Naruto was preoccupied with the stranger, the man leisurely wandering through Konoha suddenly turned around. His countenance was unremarkable, yet when their eyes met, a distinct aura became even more apparent. The boy with golden hair. Was this visage an inheritance from the fourth Hokage? Observing the markings on the man and his striking blonde hair, he seemed to glimpse the shadow of another person. Upon hearing a certain phrase, Naruto's pupils dilated as he instantly recognized the identity of the individual before him. It was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a figure who had long occupied Naruto's thoughts. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the shadow beneath Orochimaru's feet. In that fleeting moment, Naruto felt his heart race uncontrollably, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. He yearned to instantaneously replicate the man's jutsu. Orochimaru sensed something peculiar. This child exuded an aura of danger. Could it be due to the Nine Tails? Orochimaru had once harbored a curiosity about the immortality of tailed beasts, going so far as to sever one of the 8 tails' horns for research, but ultimately he had gleaned nothing of significance. Thus, he abandoned his studies on tailed beasts altogether. Consequently, the Nine Tails did not pique his interest. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the boy before turning away. His former mentor had indeed fallen from grace. Orochimaru was well versed in the intricacies of politics, yet he found himself utterly indifferent to such matters. He discerned Naruto's plight in an instant, his heart swelling with disappointment and anger towards his former teacher. It seems, dear mentor, that you have aged after all. Gazing at the familiar Konoha, Orochimaru felt no joy. Instead, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. The current Konoha resembled a decrepit elder, emanating an aura of decay. Meanwhile, Naruto fixated on Orochimaru's receding figure, his inner turmoil resembling a tangled mess, difficult to articulate. Several times, he found himself on the verge of acting out. If only he could discreetly connect his shadow with that of the man, he could replicate his jutsu and knowledge. Such a treasure it would be. Orochimaru, the veritable treasure trove of forbidden techniques and jutsu. Were it not for the limitations of his lineage, Orochimaru's achievements might well rival those of the Sage of Six Paths. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, you now find yourself amidst Konoha. Your presence here seems to be a twist of fate. Naruto could hardly contain his laughter. For with mastery over the impure world reincarnation, one could summon the deceased. coupled with his unique ability to replicate the ninjutsu and experiences of others. He had the potential to learn every form of ninjutsu in this world. At this moment, Naruto's foremost desire was to devise a way to create the Emperor's banner, with the elusive key component being Uzumaki Ashina. Without further ado, he hastened home. Contemplating what Orochimaru could possibly achieve by covertly arriving in Konoha, he could easily deduce that he was undoubtedly colluding with Danzo, that troublemaker. As he rushed home, Naruto felt an impatient longing, yet upon glancing at the sky, he noted that twilight had yet to descend. He must exercise a little more patience. In that moment, time seemed to stretch interminably, as he feared Orochimaru might depart before he could return. Meanwhile, Orochimaru arrived at the Root Laboratory, where he encountered Danzo. "Where are those shadowless individuals you mentioned?" he inquired, wasting no time on pleasantries. Inside, Danzo gestured, and his subordinates brought forth the shadowless beings. The hall was as bright as day, illuminated by lights, and each person cast a shadow beneath them. Orochimaru, keen as a hawk, fixed his gaze upon the figures before him. Though incredulous, the sight of those individuals standing without shadows struck Orochimaru like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly astonished. This revelation fundamentally shattered his understanding. Shadows were supposed to be a natural phenomenon, a product of the human body obstructing light. Even in this world brimming with enigmatic ninjutsu, only the Nara clan could manipulate shadows, and that was merely an expression of in release. Could this truly be real? Chapter 36. Confrontation with Orochimaru. Orochimaru's mind was clouded with disbelief as he circled one individual like a specter. His gaze fixated unwaveringly on the ground beneath the person's feet. He was astounded to witness his own shadow manifesting like a ghost beside the figure. Yet he could not find a trace of his own shadow on the individual, even with the truth laid bare before him. Orochimaru questioned if he had fallen victim to an illusion. How could a person possibly lack a shadow? Were these beings truly human if they bore no shadow? Even lifeless objects cast shadows. How could these individuals escape this fundamental truth? At that moment, reality struck him like a thunderclap, shattering his worldview. Even the most extraordinary ninjutsu adhered to basic principles. The sight of individuals devoid of shadows was an unprecedented experience for one as learned as Orochimaru. It was utterly inconceivable. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed it. The notion that shadows could detach from the human form was bewildering. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Orochimaru's tongue involuntarily flicked out to moisten his lips in excitement. There was something even more extraordinary at play. Spontaneous combustion? He was eager to witness it firsthand. The two sides entered a sunlit chamber, where the shadowless individuals appeared unusually numb, being led along until they neared the sunlight, at which point they instinctively recoiled. However, their resistance was disregarded by the one in charge, who forcefully dragged them into the light. In an instant, the area illuminated by sunlight erupted into white flames, nearly invisible at first glance. The burning forms disintegrated into white smoke in the blink of an eye. It was a spectacle of art. Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and he daringly extended his hand to touch the white flames, his expression one of disbelief. What principle governed this phenomenon? Within mere breaths, the individual exposed to the sunlight vanished entirely from existence, while his own hand remained unscathed. What do you think, Orochimaru? Have you discerned anything? Not yet. This extraordinary ninjutsu is indeed rare. Perhaps it transcends the realm of ordinary techniques. As a master of forbidden arts, Orochimaru had encountered and studied countless ninjutsu, most of which adhered to the principles of yin, yang, and the five elements. Yet even the jutsu of the Nara clan could not achieve such marvels. What do you imply? In truth, Danzo had also sensed something amiss. Indeed, a singular elemental attribute could not possibly yield such results. The conclusion is evident. It involves two or more elements, and certainly incorporates yin and yang. Orochimaru was resolute in his assertion. Danzo exhibited little reaction, having surmised this himself. Let us address the matter at hand. Do you possess a means to counter this foe? Danzo was keen to avoid wasting time. To confront them, we must employ sealing techniques. Orochimaru instinctively replied, recognizing that such a situation called for the best use of sealing arts. I am aware of that. I wish to know how to ensnare them. In the absence of prior acquaintance, I find it difficult to speculate. Orochimaru shook his head. Have we encountered the other party? Danzo fell into contemplation. Is it feasible? Upon observing Danzo's expression, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with sudden clarity. Could it be that the other party possesses a solution? It is worth a try, Danzo responded. Naruto, too, felt an undeniable restlessness within, for it was Orochimaru he was dealing with. He paced the room. acutely aware that taking action during daylight would significantly increase the likelihood of being discovered. Time was of the essence. He had to make an attempt. Naruto resolved to give it his all, uncertain of how long Orochimaru would linger. If he were to depart by nightfall, finding him again would pose considerable challenges. The shadow beneath him began to writhe imperceptibly, slowly detaching from Naruto's form. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Root organization, Danzo continued to deliberate with Orochimaru on how to ensnare their target. Are you certain the other party will come? Indeed, that enigmatic individual seems oddly intrigued by sealing techniques. Researching sealing techniques? Who could it be? Orochimaru's mind began to sift through the notable figures within Konoha. The ghostly figure had only appeared in Konoha, which was no coincidence. It indicated that this individual was likely from Konoha or perhaps a creature of its shadows. As the two engaged in hushed discourse, Naruto's shadow, akin to a specter, stealthily approached. It resembled a trained assassin, expertly concealed in the dark corners, melding with the surrounding environment. It was indeed a part of the darkness. Here it is, Naruto thought, secretly elated. His gaze fixated intently on Orochimaru, akin to a hunter discovering his prey. Gradually, Naruto's attention was drawn to the shadow beneath Orochimaru's feet, a presence intrinsically linked to him. If he could find a way to connect his shadow with Orochimaru's, he would be able to share in his experiences and jutsu, much like a network. Thus, Naruto guided his shadow, allowing it to slither like a stealthy serpent along the dark edges of the wall, cautiously inching closer to the two. Since being uncovered by Danzo last time, Naruto had come to understand that one must not underestimate the inhabitants of this world. Consequently, he approached this endeavor with utmost caution, maintaining a safe distance until he deemed himself within a secure hunting range, within 10 meters of the two. However, just as Naruto believed his plan was flawlessly executed, Orochimaru suddenly sensed an anomaly. His sixth sense warned him that something unseen was observing him. With the sharp gaze of a hawk, Orochimaru scanned the surroundings, leaving no potential corner unchecked. What is it? Danzo inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. I feel as though something is fixating on me, Orochimaru replied. His voice laced with wariness, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly unsettled by this inexplicable sensation. Despite employing various jutsu to investigate his surroundings, Orochimaru found himself empty-handed. The lurking threat, akin to a ghost, eluded his grasp. Within the space, there was no discernible chakra fluctuation, nor the presence of any other individuals. Yet, his instincts as a formidable warrior alerted him to the unsettling sensation of being watched. It appeared that the entity had arrived, and he needed to be wary of his own shadow. In an instant, Danzo reacted, retrieving a button from his pocket. Without hesitation, he pressed it, and in that moment, the room was flooded with light, dispelling the darkness as if it had been banished, rendering the space as bright as day. Naruto, caught off guard, soon realized his exposure. Once both men adjusted to the illumination, their gaze shifted to the rear of the room. There, a shadow as dark as ink stealthily crept closer. The light illuminated it as if shining into a black hole, failing to reveal its true form. The phantom has finally arrived. This time, you shall not escape, Danzo declared, his expression morphing into a sinister grimace upon sighting the shadow on the ground. He had finally cornered it. Naruto, undeterred, quietly executed a secret technique, shadow binding jutsu. In an instant, shadows transformed into tendrils, reaching toward the shadow beneath their feet. Both men were well-versed in this technique and swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to evade. It's the Nara clan's shadow binding jutsu, Orochimaru recognized immediately. Last time, this fellow was inept. It seems he has learned by stealth. Danzo's countenance darkened with frustration. Faced with such an enigmatic entity, both were rendered somewhat helpless. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Earth release, hell swamp. Naruto's shadow was a desperate response to evade the inevitable. Witnessing the opponent's form fragment and then reassemble, Orochimaru, despite having heard of it from Danzo, felt a jolt of astonishment. It truly possesses an immortal attribute. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intrigue. This phenomenon was one he yearned to capture for research. After several more exchanges, Orochimaru discerned the adversary's intent. Naruto's shadow was fixated on the shadow beneath him. It seems its target is my shadow. Does it intend to render me shadowless as well? Orochimaru pondered, perplexed. Meanwhile, Naruto grew increasingly anxious. The longer the encounter dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for him. Estimating the room's dimensions, roughly 20 square meters, he gritted his teeth, determined to thwart their escape. Let us see where you hide this time. The shadow morphed into a vast net, instantly enveloping the entire floor of the room. Upon witnessing this, both men's pupils dilated in alarm. Not good. Danzo, resolute, produced a remote control once more, and upon pressing it, the room was plunged into darkness. Devoid of any light, both men found themselves without shadows. This was Danzo's devised plan. Indeed, it proved effective. Naruto had nearly reached Orochimaru's shadow, only to discover that both shadows had suddenly vanished. Damn you, Danzo. I never anticipated you would grow cunning. Naruto seethed with frustration. Yet, since the desire to engage persists, he resolved to continue, casting aside disbelief. For the first time, Naruto's shadow rose from the ground. Although engulfed in darkness, those of Orochimaru's caliber could still discern faint outlines. Was sensory ninjutsu rendered futile? In this realm, chakra embodies everything. While it can be suppressed, it cannot entirely vanish. Thus, the art of sensory ninjutsu arose. Yet it faltered for the first time against Orochimaru's prowess. Shadows, by their very nature, are ethereal, lacking both substance and chakra, to locate an opponent in the dark. One must rely solely on sight, rendering all other senses ineffective. The shadow transformed into a spear, traversing the room in an instant, piercing Danzo's form. Cough. A vexing repetition of this technique. Despite his precautions, Danzo found himself ensnared, for the speed of the attack required no hand seals, the moment the thought crossed Orochimaru's mind. The environment was not conducive to a ninja battle. Even with prior warning, Danzo was unable to evade capture. Orochimaru merely cast a fleeting glance, unconcerned with the battle's dynamics. For he alone understood the depths of that individual's secrecy. 5 chakra flames blazed fiercely atop 5 fingers. The 5-element seal executed, Orochimaru extended his arm, striking towards the essence of the shadow. The shadow appeared unresponsive as Orochimaru's arm made contact. Yet, astonishingly, the 5-element seal failed. Its essence lay in sealing chakra, which the shadow lacked entirely. Its movements consumed Naruto's chakra, but it possessed none of its own. Upon witnessing Orochimaru employ the 5-element seal, a sigh of relief surged within. How could this be? As the ineffectiveness of the 5-element seal dawned upon him, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Orochimaru's mind. Could the adversary indeed be a monster? Yet, even a monster could not escape the chakra paradigm. Why? The 5-element seal had no effect. Caution enveloped Orochimaru. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind him Danzo's warning. Orochimaru regained his composure, his peripheral vision catching the shadow that had appeared beneath his extended arm, connecting with his own. How could this be? When did a light source emerge? Orochimaru's gaze instinctively followed the illumination to the ceiling of the chamber. Chapter 37. The rebirth of filth atop the room. Several fireflies had appeared, their faint glow barely illuminating the space below. How about that? I seem to have the upper hand, Naruto thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction that he did not outwardly express, choosing instead to speak with a calm demeanor. Darkness and light are inherently interdependent. Without darkness, there can be no light, and vice versa. Naruto was acutely aware of his weaknesses. When enveloped in darkness, if his opponent lacks a shadow, he finds himself powerless. Recognizing this vulnerability, Naruto began to devise a countermeasure. The first was a flashlight. Although this world possessed electrical devices, they still relied on chakra. The second was a jutsu involving light, which could be achieved through lightning-style techniques. Naruto had already mastered several such techniques. However, to perform a jutsu with a shadow, it must be executed by Naruto's physical form. To avoid exposing himself, he prepared a third option, bioluminescence. The fireflies were his chosen tool, and he had invested considerable time capturing them, subsequently utilizing his unique abilities to modify them so that these delicate creatures could harness chakra. Though small and seemingly insignificant, they could be regarded as a form of summoning beast. Intrigued, Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Undeterred by the possibility of his own demise, he realized that the opponent's objective did not appear to be the acquisition of his shadow. After connecting with his own shadow, Orochimaru found himself immobilized. Who are you? In time, you will know, Naruto thought, aware that he could not remain hidden forever. And recognizing Orochimaru as a valuable asset he wished to retain. However, at that moment, Danzo was exceedingly anxious. Orochimaru was an irreplaceable talent, and losing him would be a regrettable loss. Without hesitation, he unleashed his jutsu. Naruto did not evade. His body was instantly pierced by the vacuum sphere, dissolving into black droplets that scattered upon the ground. In that moment, Orochimaru discovered he could move, instinctively retreating as he began to assess his own condition. His chakra and bodily functions appeared intact, yet something felt amiss. No, he must have done something. Orochimaru scrutinized his state with growing caution. struggling to believe that his opponent would expend such immense effort on a futile endeavor. Meanwhile, Danzo formed hand seals once more, unleashing a series of wind-style jutsu that eliminated the fireflies clinging to the ceiling. The room was plunged back into darkness. The two remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any signs of a renewed assault. Yet, after a prolonged wait, nothing transpired. Growing increasingly impatient, Danzo retrieved a remote control and illuminated the room once more. Has he left? It seems he has achieved his goal, but what could his true intentions be? Orochimaru pondered, his brow furrowed in thought, convinced that he was the target, yet uncertain about what the other had gained. Once Naruto's objective was accomplished, he immediately relinquished the powers of the devil fruit. In Naruto's mind, an inexplicable array of abilities emerged, elusive yet palpable, beckoning him to explore their potential. Eager to experiment, he cast his gaze upon an unremarkable tree outside his window. In that moment, the shadow vanished. Within the tree, White Zetsu languidly slumbered. His task of monitoring Naruto proving to be a rather tedious endeavor. No reports were required, merely the knowledge of Naruto's whereabouts to relay to his superior at the opportune moment. Yet, at that instant, White Zetsu sensed something amiss. What was this phenomenon? By the time he comprehended the situation, he had transformed into Black Zetsu, his entire form enveloped in darkness. Naruto's shadow infiltrated White Zetsu, seizing complete control over him. In that moment, Naruto experienced an awakening, a realization dawning upon him as he savored the sensation. He had seemingly forgotten about this treasure. White Zetsu's abilities were indeed remarkable. He possessed the capacity to traverse the earth at will, employing the earthly mayfly technique. Furthermore, he could undergo a complete transformation and exhibited the ability to produce spores. The powers of wood release were also at his disposal, but the most significant aspect was that these beings possessed shadows. With shadows came the potential for devouring. And with sufficient chakra, they could be birthed in copious quantities. This was nothing short of perfect sustenance. Most importantly, White Zetsu's simplicity shielded him from the complexities of human thought, rendering the consumption of such beings devoid of any risks of corruption. A smirk crept onto Naruto's lips as he recalled this forgotten asset. However, there was no urgency. White Zetsu existed in myriad forms. The ordinary ones birthed through spores serving merely as cannon fodder for Naruto. Harnessing this newfound control, he emerged from the underground, returning to the Uzumaki clan shrine. Engaging in a shadow exchange, his original self instantaneously appeared, relinquishing the devil fruit's powers before wielding them once more. Both Naruto and his shadow materialized in the shrine, where a solitary White Zetsu lay in repose. Prepared and resolute, Naruto's shadow possessed White Zetsu, donning the death god's mask and performing a ritualistic dance to summon the deity. With a decisive thrust, the death god plunged a dagger into his abdomen, releasing a swirling mass of souls. Extending a hand, he grasped the fallen White Zetsu, gently flicking the feeble soul, pure as an infant, only to swallow it whole. Naruto, witnessing this occurrence, felt his eyes widen in disbelief. Could it be that this plant-like being possessed a soul? Previously, he had never contemplated such a notion. White Zetsu was a remnant of humanity, transformed by the god tree a millennium ago, an artificial weapon crafted by Kagaya Otsutsuki to contend with her kin. Even more astonishing was the fact that subsequent White Zetsus were primarily spawned through the spore technique. Such an existence possessing a soul? Yet, what did it matter to him? Shaking off his astonishment, Naruto swiftly regained his focus, aware that another White Zetsu lay prostrate on the ground, birthed through his spore technique. Reanimation, Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. In an instant, the White Zetsu on the ground let out a mournful cry, and a cloud of dust enveloped him. Gradually taking shape into a handsome young man with golden hair, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Naruto couldn't help but scrutinize him earnestly. At this point in time, the reanimation technique was still in its nascent stages of research by Orochimaru. The summoned beings appeared riddled with cracks, resembling a figure constructed from shattered porcelain. Where am I? Suddenly, Minato raised his head, his eyes pitch black and devoid of life, as he scanned the surroundings before finally focusing on the boy before him. Despite it being their first encounter, Minato recognized him almost instantly. Golden hair, azure eyes, and a striking resemblance to himself. You are Naruto? It's been a while, Dad. Naruto's expression remained impassive. Upon seeing him again, his heart felt remarkably tranquil, devoid of complex emotions. What is this? Minato observed his own cracked hands. It's the second Hokage's forbidden technique, reanimation, Naruto replied calmly. You are the one who invoked it. Minato furrowed his brow, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. I need the nine tails within you, Naruto stated plainly, revealing his objective. Minato then scrutinized his son with newfound seriousness. Although their appearances were similar, Naruto exuded a somewhat dark aura reminiscent of the Uchiha clan, and Minato sensed the turbulent chakra swirling within him. What has happened to you, Naruto? Minato's tone softened involuntarily. It's nothing. I need the nine tails within you, Naruto reiterated. Minato's brow tightened once more. Have you been corrupted by the nine tails? That was the only explanation he could fathom. In the next moment, he appeared before Naruto in an instant utilizing his body flicker technique. Even before mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's prowess was formidable, and as a speed-oriented ninja, his body flicker technique was exceptionally swift. Naruto didn't even have time to react before a figure stood before him. Yet, he made no move to resist, his gaze inexplicably drawn to the shadow beneath Minato's feet. A shadow. He wondered if he could share in the other's talents. If Might Guy epitomized the peak of physical prowess, then the golden-haired man before him represented the zenith of speed. Whether in reaction time or his jutsu, the Flying Thunder God, Minato had reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. It was noteworthy that despite lacking a bloodline and vast chakra reserves, he could contend with those of the Sage of Six Paths caliber purely through the Flying Thunder God technique. This was Minato Namikaze, a man who had honed speed to its utmost potential. In an instant, the shadow beneath Naruto connected with Minato's. Minato seemed to sense something amiss, directing his gaze downward. Is this a technique of the Nara clan? His brow furrowed again, a sense of unease creeping in as he felt that his son might have strayed from the right path. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to inspect the seal of the Nine Tails. As chakra permeates Naruto's body, it becomes evident that the seal remains intact. Yet a fissure has formed, allowing the Nine Tails to traverse freely. Is that you, Minato? I never anticipated our reunion would be so swift. In the realm of the seal, the Nine Tails encounters Namikaze Minato once more, his mood displaying an unusual elation. This encounter signifies the possibility of his completion. My other half shall return. With the Nine Tails utterance, a surge of chakra envelopes Namikaze Minato, merging with Naruto's essence through their contact. How can this be? Minato's mind becomes ensnared in confusion. The seal remains unbroken. Yet the Nine Tails is indeed capable of movement. Could it be that Naruto has acquired the key? What are you truly after, Naruto? Minato's brow furrows involuntarily. What do I desire? I seek power. Do you wish to hinder me, father? Naruto raises his gaze, locking eyes with the inky depths of Minato's. Naruto. Minato's gaze falters, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, a pang of sorrow stirs within his heart. Father, I look forward to our next meeting, Naruto suddenly declares, inexplicably. Chapter 38. The genius and the rare treasure within the body of Minato Namikaze. The Nine Tails had fully assimilated into Naruto. Simultaneously, Naruto acquired the coveted skills and experiences of his father regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, he discerned another revelation when their shadows intertwined. Naruto's shared abilities reached their zenith. In that moment, he could entirely share the strength and chakra of the other, effectively transforming into an enhanced version of Minato. Alas, Minato had already departed from this world. As the Nine Tails was extracted, Naruto also dispelled Minato's Edo Tensei. It was not Uchiha Obito who possessed the power to forcibly terminate the jutsu. Minato's wrinkles rapidly spread, dust cascading around him. Naruto, hold steadfast to your heart. Remember the significance of your name. At that moment, Minato did not reproach Naruto but instead reached out to gently touch his son's head. Naruto did not resist, merely standing still. Before Minato could finish his words, the jutsu ultimately failed. The spectral form of Minato gazed upon his son, his mouth moving as if to convey countless sentiments, yet time was fleeting. Thus, his figure faded away completely. Naruto felt little sorrow, for a fate allowed. They would soon meet again. In the original narrative, Orochimaru's failure to summon the fourth Hokage was due to Minato residing within the belly of the Shinigami at that time. Naruto was confident that soon Orochimaru would uncover the seal left by Minato. Upon returning home, Naruto's life resumed its normal rhythm. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, taken aback, discovered an extraordinary phenomenon within the ninja world. He joined forces with Danzo, delving into the powers of the Phantom, eager to master such formidable abilities. With Danzo's assistance, Orochimaru made rapid progress in his research on ninjutsu. However, to the disappointment of both Danzo and Orochimaru, the Phantom did not reappear in the following year. Regardless of the traps they devised, the Phantom remained elusive, akin to a satiated beast in slumber. Understanding the futility of lingering, Orochimaru realized he could not afford to waste time in Konoha, lest his mentor notice something amiss, and reluctantly departed the village. As for Naruto, he refrained from any unnecessary actions, Time flowed like a gentle breeze, quietly passing by. Summer of the 63rd year in Konoha. The wind danced like a mischievous child, caressing the great trees and bringing warmth. The chorus of cicadas and birds resembled a symphony, with sunlight radiating so fiercely that it seemed poised to melt the earth. In the classroom of the Ninja Academy, Naruto lounged like a languid kitten atop his desk. In this era of ninjas, electrical appliances were scarce, and air conditioning was a rarity. The only refuge from the summer heat lay beneath the expansive, green shade of the trees. At that moment, the classroom felt akin to a vast steamer, with not only Naruto but also his classmates wilting like sun-drenched flowers, listless and lethargic. With an examination looming the next day, Hinata beside him expressed her anxiety. "Do you think we will be placed in the same class?" "Yes," Naruto replied somewhat dismissively, overwhelmed by the heat. "Humph. I won't talk to you anymore." Upon hearing the dismissive tone of her companion, Hinata felt a surge of anger. With graduation imminent and class assignments approaching, she was deeply concerned about the possibility of not being placed in the same class as Naruto. In stark contrast, Naruto remained unperturbed, for he was confident that as long as the third Hokage retained his faculties, he would never separate the two. The third valued bonds. Believing that only emotional connections were genuine, Naruto shared this conviction. Love, friendship, and passion were all forms of bonds. Since he and Hinata already embodied two of these, he was certain that as long as the third Hokage wished to maintain control over the Nine Tails, he would ensure their union remained intact. The composition of Team 7 was destined to include Naruto and Sasuke, with the third member dependent on their relationship. "Don't worry, Hinata. If worst comes to worst, I'll talk to the third. Just focus on what you need to study for tomorrow's exam," Naruto reassured her, noticing her frustration. "Humph. I'm not at the bottom. I'll definitely pass," Hinata retorted, her words sharp, revealing that she had yet to fully forgive him. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of relief. Naruto's unique status was no secret. His ability to easily approach the Hokage meant that if he made a request, the third would indeed consider it. "What's so frightening about being at the bottom? Don't you know that in Konoha, the one at the bottom can be the strongest?" Naruto proclaimed, though Hinata seemed unconvinced. With nothing else to occupy his time, Naruto began to elaborate on Konoha's underdogs. While there weren't many, those who were famous were undeniably strong. First was Jiraiya, who, in his youth, was even weaker than Naruto but ultimately reached the pinnacle of the world through sheer effort. Then there were Uchiha Obito and Might Guy. Are you joking? One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, was never at the bottom in his youth. Hinata struggled to believe. Why not? Without a bloodline limit or powerful jutsu heritage. Isn't it fair to say he was at the bottom? Naruto countered. Hinata paused, contemplating, and realized he had a point. In the Ninja Academy, there were limited teachings. And compared to the clan ninjas, the regular ones often seemed like the underdogs. I've heard of Uchiha Obito, the hero of the Third Great Ninja War. Even among the Uchiha clan, there are underdogs, she noted. What of it? There are always exceptions, Naruto casually explained, unwilling to divulge further details. Is Might Guy really that formidable? Hinata quietly inquired, glancing around to ensure they weren't overheard. Due to her brother Niji's ties with Naruto, she often encountered Guy. She recalled his comical antics, his watermelon-shaped hair, and his tight jumpsuit, flashing a broad smile that revealed a mouthful of white teeth, making it hard to believe he was a powerful ninja. She envisioned him striking a handstand, giving a thumbs up while shouting about youthful vigor. However, Naruto would not deceive her. He had just informed her that the other party was the strongest ninja in the village. Well, next time we meet, just observe the amount of chakra they possess, and you will understand. Although chakra levels do not represent everything, those with an abundant amount of chakra are generally not weak. Might Guy's chakra level is indeed noted as 10 in the ancient textbooks. To illustrate, Uchiha Sasuke's chakra level is merely 7. Observing others' chakra levels with the Byakugan is considered exceedingly rude, a behavior Hinata has never engaged in. All right, while our teacher has yet to arrive. Shall we train a little more? As Naruto spoke, he subtly grasped her small hand. Hinata's face instantly flushed. The older she grew, the more she understood. And at this age, she became increasingly conscious of the gaze of others. In a public setting, Hinata felt utterly embarrassed. Yet, Naruto paid little mind to her discomfort, channeling his chakra into her body through their joined hands. Upon feeling the powerful chakra enter her, Hinata dared not indulge in any errant thoughts and immediately began to circulate the chakra within her body. After completing a full cycle, it returned to Naruto. This training significantly enhanced the quality of chakra within both of them. Prolonged rest had also tempered Naruto's chakra, rendering it less volatile than before. while his eyes appeared notably brighter. After completing 2 cycles, Naruto voluntarily released her hand. His chakra had grown formidable enough to overwhelm an ordinary person's body. Hinata, have your eyes undergone some change? Naruto suddenly turned to gaze into her eyes. Hinata instinctively lowered her head before raising it again. Within her pure white eyes, a glimmer flickered. Is there? Recently, I feel as though my vision has strengthened, allowing me to see further. Hinata pondered for a moment. What is your current visual range? Approximately 50 kilometers, she estimated without exerting her full strength. Quite impressive. See? I told you it would be beneficial. We should practice more whenever we can. Naruto smiled. The teacher has arrived. Hinata hurriedly straightened herself, while Naruto remained in his languid demeanor. After the lesson concluded, Naruto slowly made his way home. His house was immaculately tidy, with various plants adorning the windowsill, cherry tomatoes, watermelons, and an apple tree. They were thriving well. As he walked by, Naruto casually plucked an apple and took a bite. It contained a hint of chakra. It seems the experiment was successful. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the Umbu monitoring him, there was no one else in sight, which relieved him. Ever since he discovered the utility of white zetsu, Naruto had captured another one and began experimenting with it, controlling them for reproduction or utilizing the Nine-Tails chakra to transform them into large trees for plant grafting. It is as if these plants contain the cells of white zetsu, endowed with the ability to absorb chakra, thus rendering them significantly more powerful. Will this truly cultivate a divine tree? Naruto pondered internally while tending to these plants. Unlike animals, plants possess minimal instincts and are unlikely to actively absorb the chakra present in nature. However, with the use of his shadow technique, Naruto can infiltrate their bodies and exert control over them. Coupled with the cells of white zetsu, he can create extraordinary treasures akin to those found in a fantastical realm. This remarkable endeavor was a product of his own experimentation during moments of boredom, and he was astonished that such an outlandish venture bore fruit. Of course, the crux of this achievement lies in the cells of white zetsu, derived from the divine tree itself, possessing fundamental abilities such as chakra absorption and fusion. Through grafting, he has successfully fostered the emergence of extraordinary resources unique to the ninja world. It seems I am ready to proceed to the second phase of experimentation. I shall seek out some ginseng seeds for cultivation. This world indeed harbors such medicinal herbs. Yet the legacy of traditional Chinese medicine is virtually absent due to the influence of chakra. Although Naruto's knowledge is limited, he is aware of certain fundamentals. Ginseng, known for its energy-boosting properties, is a herbaceous plant that is relatively easy to cultivate. With this thought in mind, he quickly dispatched a crow to search for ginseng. Chapter 39. The temptation of Mizuki. As dawn's gentle light began to emerge, Naruto sprang from his slumber. Today marked the momentous occasion of his graduation from the Ninja Academy, a prospect that filled him with eager anticipation. Once he became a ninja, the daily obligation of attending school would cease. Ninja missions were categorized into 2 types, those undertaken for self-sufficiency and those assigned by the Hokage. In simpler terms, if one were not in need of financial resources, taking on merely 1 mission a month sufficed. Thus, becoming a ninja would grant him the luxury of indulging in his training. Upon entering the classroom, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Some students were anxious about the examination, while others fretted over class placements. Amidst the murmurs of his classmates, Irika-sensei and Mizuki-sensei entered the room, smiles gracing their faces as they surveyed each student. Class, it is time for the exam. Please maintain silence. Irika-sensei's voice resonated throughout the classroom, prompting the students to quiet down, their hearts racing in anticipation of the test. Clearing his throat, Irika-sensei continued. Today's examination will focus on the transformation technique. Each student will have the opportunity to showcase their abilities, and I hope everyone performs to the best of their capabilities. With that, Irika-sensei began to call names. Nara Shikamaru. Hearing his name, Shikamaru stood up, a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. He knew that the exam posed little challenge for him, yet he wished for the process to conclude swiftly. Following the teacher, he entered a separate room, which contained only a table and 2 chairs, exuding an air of tranquility. Mizuki-sensei sat behind the table, smiling as he addressed Shikamaru. Shikamaru, I will select one of the transformation techniques for your examination. Your task is the body replacement technique. Focusing intently, Shikamaru executed the technique with fluidity and precision, exhibiting no hesitation. Excellent, Shikamaru. You have passed, Mizuki-sensei affirmed with satisfaction. A wave of relief washed over Shikamaru, and he returned to the classroom, awaiting the results of his fellow students. One by one, names were called, each student successfully passing and receiving their own Jinin headband. The atmosphere in the classroom gradually lightened, as joy radiated from the shared successes. Uzumaki Naruto. At last, it was Naruto's turn. "Haha, it's my time," he exclaimed, rising with exuberance. He glanced at Hinata, offering her a smile before turning to follow the teacher out of the classroom. Entering a small room, he found two proctors, his homeroom teacher Irika and the somewhat enigmatic Mizuki. As their eyes met, Naruto felt a fleeting urge to put on an act, pondering if he might procure the forbidden scroll. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. His true abilities were no longer a secret among the academy's instructors, primarily because he had never sought to conceal them. Deliberately failing would only draw unnecessary attention. Uzumaki Naruto, your examination task is the shadow clone technique. As long as you create a single clone, you will pass, Mizuki announced. Irika-sensei extracted Naruto's exam question from the note. Is it the same as the original? Naruto was somewhat taken aback, surprised by the significant changes, yet he still drew the shadow clone technique. This technique had once been Naruto's Achilles heel, as the presence of the Nine Tails within him made it exceedingly difficult to control his chakra. However, it was now the technique he had mastered, owing to its remarkable practicality. Naruto formed the hand signs, and in an instant, a shadow clone appeared beside him, identical, as if it were a perfect replica. Well done. Congratulations, Naruto. You have become a genin. Irika-sensei beamed, his smile stretching from ear to ear, filled with immense joy. He was thoroughly pleased with this young man before him. For an exceptional teacher, the greatest pride does not lie in nurturing a good student, but in transforming a troublesome one into a commendable individual. Naruto epitomized such a student. Once mischievous and the class's underachiever, he had matured, grown strong, and remained remarkably humble, never flaunting his abilities. How could a teacher not be satisfied with such a pupil? Thank you, Irika-sensei. Beside them, Mizuki's smile was somewhat strained, his gaze darkening with concealed frustration. What is going on? Wasn't he supposed to be the underachiever? Mizuki's mind was in turmoil. He had deliberated for a long time before selecting Naruto for his plan. As an ordinary person, Mizuki harbored immense ambitions. He was unwilling to live a mundane life, as merely a chunin. He yearned for greater power, yet for an ordinary individual, the path to strength seemed almost insurmountable. Fortunately, Mizuki had fortuitously encountered one of Orochimaru's subordinates, establishing a connection with them. Mizuki resolutely decided to align himself with Orochimaru, but to gain the latter's favor, he needed a crucial bargaining chip. In his view, the scroll of sealing from Konoha was an extraordinarily significant asset. Moreover, he could practice the jutsu contained within the scroll. However, stealing the scroll was no simple task, given his standing. Even entering the Hokage building would be a challenge. Thus, he set his sights on Naruto Uzumaki, whose unique background and close ties to the Hokage made him the ideal candidate for this endeavor. If he could persuade Naruto to steal the scroll, success would be within reach. Once the timing was right, he would seize the scroll from Naruto and swiftly escape to Orochimaru. The plan was flawless. Yet now it had gone awry. How could he manipulate Naruto into stealing the scroll? Mizuki's eyes narrowed as he pondered rapidly, soon conjuring another excuse. Naruto accepted the ninja headband, expressed his gratitude, and departed. Where should he tie this? After much contemplation, he concluded that wearing it on his forehead would be most fitting. You did it, Naruto. Hinata smiled brightly upon seeing the headband in Naruto's hands. Yes, you passed. As the two conversed, time swiftly passed. And soon all the students had successfully passed their examinations, much to Irika-sensei's satisfaction. Well done, your hard work has borne fruit, but do not let pride overwhelm you. Becoming a ninja carries significant risks, Irika warned, his expression serious as he began to counsel the group once more. However, the students below were preoccupied, playfully fiddling with their forehead protectors, alternately placing them atop their heads and tying them around their waists, completely disregarding their teacher's words. The concept of life-threatening danger was foreign to them. They were merely reveling in the notion that they had become ninjas, each one envisioning themselves as the next Hokage, destined to marry a beautiful heiress and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Observing the excited faces of his students, Irika let out a resigned sigh, recalling his own youthful dreams of becoming the next Hokage when he had first embarked on the ninja path. All right, school is dismissed. Remember to come back tomorrow. We will announce the class placements, he instructed, noticing that none of the students were paying him any heed, their minds already drifting homeward. Oh, how wonderful. School's out. I can't wait to show my forehead protector to my parents. One exclaimed, while another chimed in. Yes, yes, hurry up. As the teacher declared the end of the day, the classroom erupted in a flurry of excitement as everyone rushed out. At that moment, Hinata, clutching her forehead protector, felt a surge of exhilaration. Like Naruto, she pondered where to place her new treasure. Her forehead was out of the question. It would ruin her hairstyle and make her feel unattractive. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to wear it as a necklace around her neck. Naruto, it's time to head home, she said. Shall we celebrate? Hinata asked, noticing Naruto's lackluster demeanor, causing her heart to flutter as she remembered that Naruto was an orphan without parents to share in his joy. Even she was eager to return home and share her own delight in becoming a ninja with her sister. But it seems Naruto has no one with whom to share, she thought, biting her lip in uncertainty, unsure of how to express her feelings. No need, you should hurry home. Don't keep your family worried, Naruto replied, shaking his head. He felt no significant emotional surge about becoming a ninja and found it difficult to grasp the sentiments of others. How about we share a meal together? Afterward. I'll head home, Hinata suggested, her voice growing softer. Let us save that meal for tomorrow. If we end up in the same class, we can celebrate then. Naruto responded, shaking his head as he noticed Hinata's expression, her gaze gentle and filled with concern. Yet, this expression caused a flicker of unease at the corner of Naruto's eye. He thought to himself that girls could be troublesome, such overwhelming maternal instincts. He considered himself emotionally resilient and, feeling slightly overwhelmed by her gaze, he quickly excused himself and departed. However, just as Naruto stepped out of the school gate, someone chased after him. Naruto, wait. A voice called out. Turning in confusion, he was met with the sight of a white-haired individual, his gaze momentarily flickering with surprise. Teacher Mizuki, did you call for me? Yes, Naruto. I have something to discuss with you. Mizuki replied, leading Naruto to a secluded corner. Naruto, would you like to know who your parents are? Mizuki glanced around to ensure they were alone, lowering his voice as he addressed Naruto. Naruto's pupils dilated in surprise. My parents? Indeed, Naruto. Your origins are quite extraordinary. The Hokage has issued a decree forbidding anyone from mentioning your parents in your presence. Mizuki's expression was grave. But, Teacher Mizuki, I merely wish to offer you a gentle reminder. As for the identity of your parents, I am unaware. However, but what? Naruto's voice was tinged with urgency, his eyes filled with longing as he gazed at the silver-haired ninja. There exists a place that undoubtedly holds records of your parents. Where? The Book of Seals. It contains accounts of all the powerful ninjas in Konoha and the jutsu they employed. Your parents' deeds must be documented within. Mizuki spoke with unwavering certainty. The Book of Seals? Naruto feigned confusion. Indeed, it is the most significant artifact of Konoha, kept within the Hokage's office. Do you not wish to uncover the identities of your parents? Observing Naruto's indecision, Mizuki's words became increasingly enticing. Parents? Teacher Mizuki, how can I find out? Naruto hesitated. Yet it seemed he resolved to take a bold step forward. Quite simply, you need only to stealthily procure the Book of Seals, and I shall assist you in your inquiry. Once the truth is unveiled, we shall return it undisturbed. Mizuki's voice grew ever more hushed, like a sharp dagger piercing Naruto's mind, reverberating in the depths of his soul, enticing him further. Yes, to steal it. I only wish to know who my parents are, and then quietly return it. Naruto lowered his head, murmuring to himself as if to bolster his courage. Precisely, Naruto, you merely wish to take a fleeting glance. Even if the Hokage were to find out, he would surely not hold it against you. Chapter 40. Flying Thunder God observing Naruto's bowed demeanor. Mizuki could not help but let a subtle smile grace his lips. Ultimately, a child is but a child, easily deceived. Mizuki understood all too well that as an orphan, the most coveted treasure is the love of parents. Even more tragic, however, is the plight of Naruto, who remains utterly unaware of his own lineage. Seizing upon this vulnerability, Naruto unwittingly fell into Mizuki's trap. If Mizuki could procure the forbidden scroll tonight and seize it from the hands of this young boy, he would be able to escape from Konoha without delay. With this thought in mind, Mizuki's smile grew harder to suppress. After concocting a plan with Naruto, he departed, a barely perceptible grin lingering on his face. Once Mizuki had vanished from sight, Naruto's expression turned cold and resolute. This fellow is truly relentless, he mused. Despite his efforts to alter the course of events, Mizuki remained fixated on him. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Who better to target for stealing the forbidden scroll from the Hokage's office than Naruto himself? Since the opportunity had presented itself, Naruto was more than willing to indulge his adversary in this charade. In high spirits, he returned home, dined, and awaited the fall of night. With the full moon hanging high, darkness enveloped the land, and Naruto, glancing at the time, swiftly departed from his home, his destination, the Hokage building. Upon arrival, he sensed a throng of individuals within the building, without a doubt, members of the Umbu. However, Naruto feigned ignorance, walking calmly into the Hokage's office, casting cautious glances around, and stealthily approaching the Hokage's desk. He peered in, ensuring the coast was clear before swiftly slipping inside. There, behind the Hokage's seat, lay a grand scroll. This was the Forbidden Scroll. Naruto gazed at it for a moment before seizing the scroll and making a hasty exit. Just as Naruto departed from the Hokage building, the third Hokage entered the office. In an instant, a dozen Umbu members materialized in the room. Hokage-sama, Mizuki has instigated Naruto to pilfer the forbidden jutsu. I am aware of this and have dispatched Kakashi to pursue Naruto. We must reclaim the scroll at once. With that command, the third Hokage initiated a jutsu, causing a crystal ball before him to illuminate with Naruto's image. At that moment, Naruto had already infiltrated the depths of the Konoha forest with the forbidden scroll in hand. Finding a secluded spot, Naruto placed the massive scroll on the ground and unfurled it. The first jutsu inscribed within was the Shadow Clone technique. After a mere glance, he swiftly moved past it, eager to explore the subsequent jutsu. Yet, Naruto's expression soon darkened. Most of the techniques were sealed away, and although he possessed the ability to unravel them, he was acutely aware that every action he took was under the watchful gaze of the third Hokage. Reluctantly, he continued to peruse the scroll until, at last, he stumbled upon a jutsu that had not been sealed. Flying Thunder God. Within the Hokage's office, the room was shrouded in dim light, and a crystal ball upon the desk emitted a gentle glow, projecting a vivid scene. The third Hokage, pipe in hand, observed as Naruto opened the forbidden scroll. What jutsu will you choose, young Naruto? The third Hokage secretly harbored a flicker of anticipation in his heart. This scene before him was also a manifestation of his own desires. Minato's actions had already drawn the attention of the Umbu, who were vigilantly observing the situation as he deliberately approached Naruto. The third Hokage was keen to discern the intentions of the individual in question. Have you not chosen the ninjutsu I prepared for you? The third Hokage furrowed his brow upon noticing that Naruto had directly bypassed the Shadow Clone technique. He was aware that Naruto had mastered the Shadow Clone technique long ago, yet the multi-Shadow Clone technique was particularly well suited for Uzumaki Naruto. With his abundant chakra and the physical prowess of the Uzumaki clan, he could easily adapt to this ninjutsu. Minato, will Konoha witness the emergence of another yellow flash? As Naruto's gaze lingered on that ninjutsu, the third Hokage felt a glimmer of hope. He yearned for Naruto to learn this technique, envisioning the potential for a new yellow flash to grace the ninja world. Upon seeing the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly comprehended the implications. As Minato's son, it was only natural that the third Hokage hoped for him to master this ninjutsu. It seems the third Hokage is quite generous this time, Naruto mused internally, surprised at the opportunity presented to him. He understood that one could not learn such techniques without significant merit. Minato had acquired the Flying Thunder God technique due to his accomplishments during the Third Great Ninja War and his connection to Jiraiya, which afforded him this opportunity. Naruto's chance to witness the sealing scroll was a confluence of circumstances. Had he missed this moment, he might have had to wait until he ascended to the position of Hokage to encounter it again. Naruto, you have indeed not disappointed me. Just as Naruto was engrossed in observing the Flying Thunder God technique, a low voice resonated from not far ahead. He swiftly concealed the scroll behind him. Yamato, you deceived me. There is no information about my parents on this scroll. Huh, indeed, I intentionally deceived you. I never imagined you would be foolish enough to believe such a lie. Parents? You're merely an unwanted orphan, clinging to the hope of finding them. Even if you were to locate them, what difference would it make? Let me be blunt. Your parents were slain by the Nine-Tails long ago. Yamato's derision was relentless, leaving one to wonder about his twisted psychology. Upon hearing those words, Naruto's eyes turned icy, barely concealing his murderous intent. Unaware of the impending danger, Yamato continued to ridicule while inching closer. Hand over the sealing scroll, and I may spare your life. Yamato brandished a kunai in one hand while extending the other toward Naruto. In the shadows, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, deliberating whether to intervene now. Naruto, do not give it to him. Just then, a desperate voice pierced the tension, and Irika leaped into the fray. Teacher, what brings you here? Naruto frowned, puzzled by his arrival. Naruto, you rascal. Just this afternoon I praised you, and now you've caused a calamity. Do you have any idea of the magnitude of the trouble you've unleashed? Irika turned, visibly irked. It was Mizuki who said this scroll contains information about my parents. Naruto retorted immediately. Mizuki, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Irika was exceedingly upset, inciting students to engage in such reckless behavior. What do you think I'm doing? Haven't you already figured it out? Irika, what I detest most is your hypocritical facade. You loathe this brat more than anyone else, Mizuki sneered. Silence. Irika's expression shifted dramatically. Sensing the impending words of his adversary, he brandished a kunai and charged at Mizuki. However, Mizuki remained unfazed, battling Irika while casting a glance at Naruto. Naruto, you're unaware, aren't you? The third Hokage once decreed that no one is to utter those 4 words in your presence. Enough, Mizuki. Irika grew increasingly anxious. In the shadows, Kakashi's gaze turned icy as he produced a kunai. Within the confines of the third Hokage's office, the Hokage narrowed his eyes. A flicker of murderous intent flashing within. Naruto, you are the Nine-Tails Fox. Irika's parents were slain by you, which is why he harbors such animosity towards you. Mizuki's lips curled into a smirk as he divulged this secret. As he uttered this revelation, Irika's body froze, and Mizuki seized the opportunity, driving a kunai into Irika's chest. It's not true, Naruto. Listen to me, you are not the Nine-Tails Fox. You are Uzumaki Naruto. Do not be swayed by his manipulation, Naruto. You must flee. I will hold him off. Irika-sensei. Naruto's gaze flickered, his perception of his teacher shifting. He realized that the words spoken were not entirely unfounded. Irika's parents had indeed fallen victim to the Nine-Tails, which was sealed within him. Hurry, Naruto. The sealing technique must not fall into the hands of such a person. Irika, you truly are insufferable. Mizuki advanced step by step. Do not underestimate me. I am a ninja now, Naruto declared, producing a kunai and positioning himself protectively in front of Irika. Do you think this is merely a game of ninja? Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto raised his hands, forming a cross seal. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Smoke billowed forth, and countless shadow clones of Naruto materialized around them, encircling the two. Are you jesting? Mizuki's smile vanished, his expression frozen. As a teacher, he was well aware of the implications of the shadow clone technique. The mere thought of Naruto producing thousands of clones was unfathomable. How could one possibly possess such an immense amount of chakra? No individual could evenly distribute it into thousands of clones. Even the Hokage would find it impossible. Let us go, brothers. Let us overwhelm the teacher with a flurry of punches. Charge. The multitude of shadow clones surged forward with exuberance. Shueimou deftly evaded and dispatched several shadow clones, only to be struck in the groin by a foot that emerged from the crowd. In an instant, despite being a ninja, he was still a man. His face darkened as he collapsed, clutching his groin. Soon after, a horde of Narutos descended upon him, pummeling him mercilessly. It was only when Shueimou was nearly beaten to death that Naruto finally dispelled the jutsu. In the aftermath, Kakashi appeared suddenly like a specter, followed closely by a group of Umbu. In the blink of an eye, they managed to restore order to the chaotic scene. Kakashi calmly directed the Umbu to handle the aftermath, and under his guidance, the tumult gradually subsided, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Subsequently, Kakashi personally escorted the injured Irika to the ninja hospital. Upon entering the hospital, the doctors immediately conducted a comprehensive examination of Irika. After a tense diagnosis, they breathed a sigh of relief. Though Irika's injuries were serious, they were primarily external and had not damaged any internal organs. Meanwhile, Naruto was taken to the Hokage's office. Faced with the stern expression of the third Hokage, Naruto appeared somewhat uneasy. The third Hokage, observing the mischievous boy before him, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. He earnestly admonished Naruto, cautioning him against such reckless behavior in the future. With his head bowed, Naruto silently absorbed the lecture. Once the third Hokage finished speaking, he obediently acknowledged the reprimand and turned to leave, heading home for a well-deserved rest. As Naruto sauntered down the path home, he carried himself with an air of nonchalance, as if the earlier events had left no impression on him. Upon entering his home, he flung himself onto his bed as usual, quickly drifting off to sleep, the sounds of his snoring filling the air. Chapter 41. Team 7. The following day, news of the theft of the Book of Seals had not leaked in the slightest. As if the incident had never transpired, Naruto feigned ignorance and eagerly made his way to school. Soon after, Irika-sensei entered the classroom, holding the assignment list, his gaze sweeping across the room until it settled on Naruto. accompanied by a slight smile. Naruto marveled inwardly. Just yesterday, he had been pierced in the abdomen. Yet today he appeared vigorous and full of life. The medical arts of the ninja world were indeed miraculous. Sasuke, with whom do you wish to be in class? Sakura Haruno asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked towards Sasuke. With an impassive expression and a cold demeanor, Sasuke pondered who his classmates would be, and involuntarily, the image of Naruto Uzumaki surfaced in his mind. Upon reflection, he realized he was somewhat familiar with that guy. I wish I could be in the same class as Sasuke, Ino sighed dreamily, gazing intently at Sasuke. Ha, you're dreaming, Shikamaru Nara interjected, unable to suppress his commentary. As the strategist of their trio, he understood well that unless something unforeseen occurred, their team would undoubtedly remain intact, a fate predetermined from the very start of their enrollment. At this moment, everyone was unusually tense, lost in daydreams of their future teammates. The teacher wasted no time and began to call out names. Upon hearing their names, reactions varied from joy to disappointment. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha. Why on earth is Sasuke in the same class as Naruto? Exactly. Naru, we can be together now, Hinata exclaimed, nearly leaping from her seat in excitement, though she quickly reined in her emotions. Calm down, Hinata, Naruto said, attempting to sound composed. Yet he could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon learning that his teammate was Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of relief. As long as it's this guy, I'll eventually surpass him, he thought, glancing at Naruto. However, Naruto quickly collected himself. After all, this outcome was within his expectations. As long as the third Hokage was losing his wits, he was certain Hinata would be placed in his class. All three were possessors of bloodline limits, each with a unique and significant identity: a lone Uchiha, a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. The identities of the trio were such that they could not afford any misfortune. In the original story, Sakura's placement in Team 7 was largely due to Naruto's affection for her. Otherwise, a mere civilian ninja lacking any notable talent would not have been assigned to such a prestigious team. After the class assignments were made, Irika-sensei shared a few brief remarks before turning, without hesitation, and leaving the classroom. Shortly thereafter, a stunning woman with flowing red hair and an alluring figure entered the classroom with graceful strides. She surveyed the room before her gaze settled on the members of Team 8. Students of Team 8, please follow me, she called, her voice bright and melodious. Upon hearing her words, Sakura slowly rose from her seat, yet her gaze remained fixated on Sasuke Uchiha. Her gaze revealed an emotion of lingering reluctance, as if she had a multitude of words to convey to Sasuke, yet ultimately, she silently followed the crimson-haired lady out of the classroom. At that moment, a bearded man sauntered into the room. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and amidst the swirling smoke, his somewhat weathered visage emerged. Class 10, follow me, he intoned, his voice deep and gravelly. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru reluctantly rose, scratching his head while muttering, what a hassle. Ino stood up as well, casting a glance at the bearded man before quietly remarking to Shikamaru, so, this is our homeroom teacher? He seems rather ordinary, not handsome at all. Choji, however, remained unfazed, cheerfully munching on chips, seemingly indifferent to the identity of their instructor. As moments ticked by, the number of students dwindled until only Naruto, Hinata, and another classmate remained seated. Naruto, well acquainted with Kakashi's demeanor, did not feel the urgency to depart like the others. Instead, he leisurely rested his head on the desk, stifling a yawn out of boredom. Hinata, on the other hand, appeared particularly animated, her face aglow with joy as she frequently turned to whisper to Naruto, seemingly brimming with endless topics to discuss. Naruto, who is our teacher? Will he be strict? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Has he forgotten about us? She inquired eagerly. To which Naruto pondered, when did I not notice Hinata's talkative nature? Sitting upright, Sasuke rested his chin on his hands, exuding an air of cool detachment. Yet, he too was growing impatient, having spent ample time at the Ninja Academy, eagerly anticipating a teacher of exceptional prowess. Itachi Uchiha, just you wait, I will surely avenge myself, he thought. Naruto, aren't you anxious at all? Why should I be? We graduated, Naruto replied, gently ruffling Hinata's hair for comfort. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she stole a glance forward. Don't worry, that guy is just a deadpan, Naruto couldn't help but remark. However, with only the three of them remaining, Sasuke, already irked by the wait, shot a fierce glare at Naruto upon hearing his words. What is the matter? Do you want to fight? You defeated one? Naruto retorted, eyeing him. What did you just say? Sasuke was like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Although he had consistently triumphed during practice bouts, he was no fool. He had long sensed Naruto's superior strength. Naruto, this is school. Fighting is not permitted, Hinata quickly intervened. Humph. Sasuke scoffed. Well, this is quite lively, he mused. Just then, a silver-haired ninja entered the classroom, his unkempt hair framing a masked face, his eyes resembling dead fish. He ambled in, holding a book in one hand. His lifeless gaze swept over the trio. Only our class remains. Let's head upstairs for the assembly. Kakashi merely stated before turning and vanishing in an instant. The three individuals exchanged glances before rising to ascend to the rooftop. Beside the water tower on the teaching building's roof, Kakashi leaned against it, his lifeless eyes fixated on a small yellow book in his hands, seemingly engrossed. He remained oblivious to their arrival. Hinata curiously observed her instructor, intrigued by his unwavering attention to the book. She instinctively glanced over. Naruto furrowed his brow and quickly extended his hand to shield Hinata's eyes. That is not the kind of book children should see. Fearing that his adorable Hinata might be led astray, he hurriedly obstructed her view. Naruto, do you know what kind of book that is? No idea. Naruto shook his head, naturally disinterested in such literature. Hinata regarded him with suspicion, while Naruto maintained an honest demeanor. All right, let us introduce ourselves, starting with me. Kakashi finally set aside his yellow book and surveyed the trio before him, already forming judgments about them in his mind. I am Kakashi Hitaki. I have no particular likes or dislikes. That is all. Kakashi concluded, leaning back as he observed the three. Isn't that tantamount to saying nothing? Naruto couldn't help but comment. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I adore food, aspire to become Hokage, and currently have no dislikes. When mentioning his fondness for food, he stole a glance at Hinata, though his bashfulness prevented him from voicing such sentiments openly. I am Hinata Hyuga. My interests include, and my dream is to become a formidable ninja, with no dislikes. As she spoke of her interests, Hinata stealthily assessed Naruto, her fingers fiddling nervously. Kakashi and Sasuke both felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths. The atmosphere suddenly thick with an awkwardness. Indeed, a true reflection of a teacher's offspring. Kakashi mused silently, bemused by the fact that they were already entangled in romantic inclinations at such a young age. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I have no particular likes. But there is one person I detest. My ambition is to eliminate that man and restore the Uchiha clan. As he mentioned that man, an icy aura emanated from Sasuke, his Sharingan involuntarily activating. Living in hatred, are we? A trio of troubled youths. Kakashi felt a wave of headache wash over him. These three were anything but easy to manage. Two were engrossed in their romantic exchanges, while one was consumed by vengeance. The third Hokage had certainly landed himself in quite a predicament. Tomorrow, there will be a survival exercise. Should you fail, you will be sent back to square one. A survival exercise? We often conduct those at school. This will serve as an evaluation of your capabilities. If you do not meet the standards, it would be prudent to return and study diligently. Kakashi added ominously, by the way, my exercises are rather terrifying, so do not eat breakfast, or you may end up vomiting from fright. With that, Kakashi vanished from sight. TCH. Boring. Sasuke scoffed, turning away and disappearing from the scene. Naruto lamented. Sasuke is so cold. I had hoped we could celebrate together. Hinata let out a sigh, although she was now together with Naruto. She felt that this small team was more troublesome than she had anticipated. Let us go celebrate on our own, she suggested. Naruto smiled, unfazed by her words. Having anticipated such a scenario. All right then, what shall we eat? Hinata's interest was piqued. How about hot pot? Naruto initially considered ramen but remembered the food at home, realizing that Hinata had likely never tried it before. Very well, let us go purchase the ingredients together. The thought of sharing a meal with Naruto made Hinata feel that having no one else around might actually be quite pleasant, allowing them to enjoy their food in peace. The two turned and made their way to the market to gather supplies. They both selected their favorite ingredients, and after preparing the seasonings, they arrived at Naruto's home. His small abode was a popular gathering place for friends, having hosted Shikamaru, Choji, and others. Hinata had visited before, but she was taken aback by the abundance of plants filling the room. When did you develop a fondness for potted plants, Naruto? She inquired. I recently took it up. Out of boredom, I decided to grow some food, he replied, offering no further explanation. As Hinata prepared the hot pot base, Naruto harvested the fruits and vegetables. Once they settled in the living room to begin their meal, Hinata's eyes sparkled with delight. Naruto, How did you manage this? These ingredients are absolutely delicious. I feel so warm all over after eating. She resembled a little hamster, her cheeks stuffed with food and her eyes shining brightly. I didn't expect to possess such a talent either, Naruto chuckled. Chapter 42. The bell heist. On the following morning, Naruto awoke and began preparing breakfast, disregarding Kakashi's earlier admonition against eating in the morning. After satisfying his hunger, he leisurely made his way to the training ground. Hey, Naruto, didn't the teacher say to gather in the morning? It's nearly noon. Why are you only just arriving? Sasuke's tone was somewhat irritable, having waited the entire morning, which had put him in a foul mood. Isn't the teacher still not here? Naruto replied nonchalantly. Do you know anything about the teacher's situation? Hinata inquired, puzzled, wondering if Naruto had prior knowledge of their instructor's whereabouts. I know a little. Sasuke's ears perked up instantly, listening intently. Kakashi Hitaki, an elite jonin of Konoha, renowned for his title as the copy ninja, Naruto succinctly stated. An elite jonin? Both Hinata and Sasuke expressed surprise. This truly marked him as a significant figure within the village. Indeed, an elite jonin, Naruto exclaimed. Who would have thought you'd actually use your brain? With a sudden swish, a figure appeared atop a wooden post before the trio. Ah, you all arrived quite early. It's you who's late, Kakashi-sensei. They collectively rolled their eyes. Haha, don't mind that. I happened upon an elderly woman on the way and lent her a hand, Kakashi casually explained. All right, now let us get to business. Your task for today is Kakashi produced 2 bells from his pocket. You must seize one of these bells from my hands. Those who fail will be sent back to the academy for further training. He jingled the bells in his hand. Kakashi-sensei, are there only 2 bells? Hinata frowned. That is correct, which means only 2 of you can pass, he replied. Are you joking? I certainly do not wish to return to the academy and playhouse again. Sasuke scowled, determined to claim one of the bells. Hinata's eyes shone with resolve. She was determined to acquire a bell. Having finally been placed in the same class as Naruto, there was no way she would accept being reassigned. She cast a glance at Sasuke, silently apologizing to him. As for Naruto, he remained unperturbed, displaying little emotion. Thus, before noon, those who have not obtained a bell will not only be sent back to the academy, but will also be tied to a post as a form of punishment for failure. Kakashi pulled out a clock, setting the time before placing it atop the wooden post. Now, let the challenge begin. As Kakashi's words echoed, the atmosphere grew tense. The trio remained motionless, fixated on the bells hanging from each other's waists. Planning a direct assault? Kakashi mused, somewhat disappointed. The disparity in strength was an insurmountable chasm. For these freshly graduated genin, traps and ambushes were their only path to victory. In a flash, Hinata was the first to bolt forward. Midway, she concentrated her chakra and unleashed the 8 trigrams air palm. Such a young age, and she has already mastered the 8 trigrams air palm. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback. After all, the 8 trigrams empty palm was a technique that only the jonin of the Hyuga clan could master. However, he could discern that Hinata's execution of the technique was considerably less potent, to the extent that even if it struck someone, it would not be fatal. Kakashi effortlessly evaded the attack. When he turned his gaze towards Hinata, he found that she had vanished from sight. Her speed was commendable. Kakashi raised his left hand to block Hinata's side kick. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hinata swiftly assumed an attacking stance, a taiji diagram rapidly expanding beneath her feet. The 32 strikes were unleashed in quick succession. With a resounding boom, Kakashi's body transformed into a wooden dummy, shattered by Hinata's onslaught. The young girl possessed considerable strength. Kakashi remarked appreciatively. Hinata offered no reply, raising one hand, her Byakugan activated. From a distance, Sasuke observed Hinata's prowess with astonishment, his brow furrowing involuntarily as he noted her speed and strength exceeded his expectations. Is it because of the person beside her? Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Hinata seems to have been swayed by Kakashi's words, he noted, recognizing the seriousness in Hinata's expression, which indicated she had come to believe Kakashi's assertions. With the Byakugan activated, Hinata's forehead veins bulged, her vision encompassing the entirety of the training ground. In the next instant, she employed the Marine 6 forms, Soru. Her body vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Kakashi. Was this a unique body flicker technique of the Hyuga clan? Kakashi was taken aback by her speed, which surpassed even that of a Chunin. Wind leg, a swift slash formed instantaneously. Kakashi crouched down, the strike whizzing past him. And a large tree several meters away collapsed to the ground. Hey, are the genin this terrifying now? Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seeing this, Naruto felt somewhat helpless, realizing that if he did not intervene soon, even if Hinata later learned the truth, she would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Kakashi-sensei, I'm joining in too, Naruto called out, and in the next moment, he raised his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, hundreds of Naruto clones filled the arena. This sight left Sasuke utterly astounded. Damn it, how could there be this much chakra? Even though he knew Naruto was formidable, the sheer visual display was still beyond Sasuke's comprehension. Kakashi, too, was momentarily astonished by the overwhelming chakra. In a flash, all the Naruto clones charged forward. Observing this, Kakashi adopted a more serious demeanor, summoning 2 kunai to his hands, subsequently demonstrating the exceptional taijutsu of a skilled jonin. It became evident that each of Naruto's clones would be obliterated upon even the slightest contact with Kakashi. Is my teacher really this powerful? Hinata thought, her brows furrowing deeply. Though she could perceive Kakashi's movements, she found herself unable to keep pace with him. No, I absolutely cannot lose. Before long, Hinata envisioned the dire consequences of defeat. This time, she was resolute. She would not allow herself to succumb, even if it meant revealing her utmost capabilities. Having finally united with Naruto, how could I possibly part ways? With a firm push of her right foot against the ground, her body leaped into the air. Kakashi, engaged in battle, took note of this unexpected maneuver. What does she intend to do? The gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan is inherently a close combat style. Although they have developed techniques akin to the air palm, they still fall short compared to direct assaults. It is well known that ninjas struggle to achieve flight. Thus, being airborne renders one a prime target. Contemplating this, Kakashi prepared to impart a lesson. With hands moving in a blur, he executed a series of hand seals with astonishing speed. Wind release, great breakthrough. A ferocious gust of wind surged towards Hinata, who was suspended in midair. She spun gracefully as she called upon her technique. Storm leg, moon slash. Utilizing the momentum of her body, a tremendous force propelled her attack past Kakashi's wind technique. Heading straight for him, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as the ground erupted with a thunderous explosion, debris flying as a massive chasm formed. Nearby, all of Naruto's shadow clones were obliterated. Kakashi vanished from sight, while Hinata remained suspended, lightly tapping the air beneath her feet, maintaining her ethereal stance. Hinata, be cautious. Naruto hastily cautioned her. At that moment, a head emerged from the ground, and simultaneously, a colossal fireball erupted from Kakashi's mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball raced towards Hinata, who, having just expended a significant amount of chakra, instinctively attempted to evade. In the next instant, Naruto appeared beside the fireball and delivered a powerful punch, shattering it into flames. What is this new jutsu? Kakashi's voice echoed from a distance, his gaze towards the duo shifting in astonishment. The strength exhibited by the two was extraordinary, especially the techniques they employed. Naruto quickly locked onto Kakashi. His right fist clenched and propelled forward. A wave of chakra surged from his punch, hurtling towards Kakashi on the ground. Kakashi leaped to evade, but the impact left a large crater at his landing site. Justice Iron Fist. This technique was merely a simple concentration of chakra, propelled forward with the essence of a shadow of a lesser ninja. Having undergone a transformation in his chakra, Naruto had now mastered its properties, allowing it to exist even when expelled. Meanwhile, on the ground, Sasuke seized the opportunity. With Kakashi's attention diverted by the two, he swiftly charged forward, brandishing a kunai. Aiming not at Kakashi, but at the 2 bells hanging from his waist. Naruto. Upon witnessing the scene, Hinata's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively charged forward. Her body enveloped in a vast aura of chakra. Heavenly return. It truly is exhausting dealing with these individuals. Kakashi noted the movements of the two, his mind racing to devise a reasonable response that would spare the trio from harm. The abilities of the 3 exceeded Kakashi's expectations, particularly those of Naruto and Hinata. Naruto hovered in midair, a kunai manifesting in his hand, its handle adorned with a swirling mark. Now that it's revealed, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. The kunai shot forth swiftly, outpacing Hinata and Sasuke. With a resounding clash, the 2 kunai collided, Naruto's kunai striking Kakashi's. Kakashi-sensei, I have won this round. Naruto's voice suddenly rang in Kakashi's ear. Kakashi's pupils contracted, and his peripheral vision caught the distinctive mark on the kunai he had deflected. Could this be? Kakashi's heart raced in disbelief. Simultaneously, he noticed that the 2 bells at his waist had vanished. Abruptly, He turned to face the front, where Naruto stood. A beaming smile on his face, 2 bells still in hand. Chapter 43. Uchiha Fugaka such astonishing speed. How is it even possible? I didn't catch a glimpse of any afterimage with my Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke, rushing forward, wore a look of disbelief. Hinata was equally astonished. After all, the entire battlefield lay within her Byakugan's sight, yet she had failed to see how Naruto advanced. Naruto, what was that move? Kakashi's voice trembled with anticipation, a hint of emotion surfacing that even he was unaware of. Oh, it seems to be a technique called Flying Thunder God, Naruto replied casually, as if it were merely an ordinary jutsu. Haha, well done, Naruto. I hereby declare you passed the exam. Now, Uzumaki Naruto, to whom will you give the bell? Kakashi regained his composure, acknowledging that Naruto had splendidly inherited his teacher's talents. Yet, the most pressing matter remained the examination itself. Well, this is indeed a bit of a dilemma. Naruto scratched his head. Hinata gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Sasuke scoffed and turned away. Forget it. I'll just return. With my strength, I can retake the exam. Suddenly, Naruto tossed the 2 bells he held. Hinata and Sasuke caught them, both momentarily stunned. Bastard. Do you look down on me? I don't need your charity. Sasuke was the first to react, immediately discarding the bell, feeling it was scalding to the touch. Hinata also reacted, gazing at the bell in her hand, feeling conflicted. Wherever you go, I will follow, she declared, and with that, she too discarded the bell. So, Kakashi-sensei, what will you do now? Their choices did not surprise Naruto. He turned his gaze to Kakashi. Such troublesome kids. Although the outcome was unexpected, I have witnessed the bond between you. I now declare the 3 of you qualified. Despite the twists and turns, Kakashi genuinely recognized the bond among the trio. There was no need to elaborate on Naruto and Hinata, for Sasuke seemed to harbor a peculiar obsession with Naruto. Moreover, the most delightful aspect for Kakashi today was witnessing his teacher's jutsu once more. Upon hearing this, Hinata secretly sighed in relief, and Sasuke relaxed as well. Who would wish to return to school when the knowledge of their failure could lead to such embarrassment among their peers? Let us go. Today I'll treat you all to celebrate the establishment of Team 7. Kakashi's tone softened slightly. Later that evening in the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. This is the performance of the 3 today, Kakashi reported to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. So it seems Naruto has truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed. This is the kunai Naruto used today. Kakashi produced Naruto's kunai, the spiral emblem distinctly visible upon it. The 3rd Hokage took the kunai, his expression complex, tinged with nostalgia and a hint of satisfaction. The legacy continues with Minato's child, he murmured, almost unconsciously. For even he had not anticipated that Naruto would genuinely learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Truly, he is indeed Minato's son. Kakashi must safeguard Naruto, ensuring that the information regarding his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique remains undisclosed to anyone, and he should refrain from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. The 3rd Hokage, seemingly struck by a thought, cast a grave glance at Kakashi and cautioned him. Rest assured, Lord 3rd Hokage, Kakashi replied, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Very well, you may proceed. The 3rd Hokage gestured dismissively. As Kakashi departed, the 3rd Hokage remained seated, contemplating the kunai in his hand. Meanwhile, beneath the Hidden Leaf Village, in the root base, Danzo addressed his subordinates. Lord Danzo, the bull-headed king plan has been successful. How did the tests fare? One of the researchers reported. It is still inadequate. Nu's strength is too feeble and requires the consumption of chakra. What quantity of chakra is necessary? Danzo's brow furrowed. The researcher provided a figure, and upon hearing it, Danzo's expression soured. Such a level was unattainable by mere humans, leaving only tailed beasts as a viable source. This led him to recall the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Damn that brat Naruto, he muttered, fully aware that the 3rd Hokage's regard for Naruto would prevent Danzo from getting close to him. Nevertheless, this plan was of paramount importance. He was eager to witness Nu's capabilities. Thus, he resolved to take the risk of capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, extracting a portion of its chakra, and then releasing him discreetly. With this thought, he immediately dispatched the Root organization to monitor Naruto Uzumaki, seeking an opportunity to bring him in. On Naruto's side, a new team had been formed. Yet their immediate tasks were minimal, mostly trivial matters that could be handled with shadow clones. Furthermore, Naruto had already attained considerable strength, accomplishing most of what could be done in a short span. Finally, he could indulge in some well-deserved rest. Lying back on his bed, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. However, At that moment, he received a communication. The ancient city of Lulon had been located. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang from his bed. They found it, he exclaimed, pacing excitedly around the room. This was excellent news. Whether the dragon vein led to the past or held other secrets, it was something he yearned to possess. To Naruto. The chakra of the dragon vein was even more fascinating than that of the Nine Tails, as it was a treasure birthed from the earth. Devoid of the chaotic consciousness of tailed beasts, and endowed with numerous abilities. This was far more enticing than the tailed beasts, especially since the dragon vein could transcend time itself. Patience, patience, I must wait. Naruto swiftly regained his composure, beginning to strategize. This mission was undoubtedly valuable. Yet he needed to prepare thoroughly. The three essential conditions for the human yellow banner were 1. The materials required for crafting. Ordinary materials would certainly be unsuitable. After much contemplation, he concluded that only one substance was appropriate, the body of the Ten Tails, or more accurately, the trunk of the divine tree. This material was ideal for forging divine weapons. It is worth noting that the Uchiha clan's fan was crafted from this very substance. The second requirement was the death god mask, and the final one was a soul. The matter of the outer path golem presents a significant challenge. I wonder if Nagato will comply. A solution must be devised, Naruto pondered rapidly in his mind. The following day, free from the constraints of school, Naruto relished the opportunity to indulge in a leisurely slumber, awakening late in the morning, languidly preparing himself to gather at the mission hall. Naturally, he would not venture as his true self. He was acutely aware that newly appointed subordinates typically received tasks as trivial as walking dogs or locating lost cats. Meanwhile, outside the village of Konoha, a figure cloaked in black materialized instantaneously. Who am I? Am I not already dead? The black-clad man's gaze was vacant, his memories hazy. Simultaneously, he sensed an unusual sensation coursing through his body. From this moment forth, your codename is Death. Remember, your mission is to infiltrate the Akatsuki and draw near to their ranks. As you command, the cloaked figure responded, proceeding towards the land of rain while reflecting upon his predicament. Who could have orchestrated such a remarkable feat to resurrect me? And even restore my eyes? He touched his eyes. Beneath the dark winter hat, 3 tomos spun slowly, as he felt the empathetic power of his Sharingan. Astonishment welled within him. He was perplexed about how his master had achieved this. Sensing the flow of chakra within his corporeal form, he realized he had indeed returned to life, albeit with a peculiar sensation. Itachi, Sasuke, how are you both faring? The cloaked figure lifted his gaze. Sunlight illuminating his face, a square jawline framed by a pair of 3 tomos Sharingan. Should any acquaintances be present, they would undoubtedly recognize him instantly. This individual was Uchiha Fugaku. Through Naruto's manipulation of White Zetsu's abilities, he had tapped into Fugaku's chakra, transforming into his likeness, and subsequently integrated Fugaku's shadow and Sharingan into White Zetsu's form, resulting in the current living corpse. In truth, this being could scarcely be deemed alive, nor was he the genuine Uchiha Fugaku. After 3 days of travel, Uchiha Fugaku arrived within the borders of the Land of Rain. Upon his arrival, he donned a mask, stepping into the territory of the Rain Country. This land, situated at the confluence of 4 nations, was famed for Hanzo the Salamander, who was regarded as a demigod of the ninja world. Within the high tower of Amigakure, Nagato, lost in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone has entered the village of Amigakure. Who could it be? A foreign chakra, cold and ominous, enveloped him. I shall investigate. No need. I will dispatch Devapath to assess the situation. With that, Nagato sent forth Devapath. As Uchiha Fugaku entered the vicinity of Amigakure, he remained still, patiently awaiting developments. Suddenly, he gazed upward, spotting a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds descending from the heavens. That is the Rinnegan. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted. Though he had not fully inherited all of his original memories, he recognized the legendary eyes at once. Who are you? What brings you here? Devapath, towering above, regarded him with a cold, unfeeling stare. However, when he discerned the other's eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. The 3 tomos Sharingan, he had not anticipated the emergence of such eyes in this era. I wish to join the Akatsuki organization. Who among you is the leader? I must meet the leader in person. I am the leader. No, I seek to meet your true leader. I do not wish to repeat myself. If you wish to join our small organization, we must first ascertain whether you possess the requisite strength. Then let us see. With a thunderous crash, Uchiha Fugaku was sent flying, caught off guard by the opponent's unexpected strike. In an instant, a jet-black semi-ethereal Susanoo rose to its feet. Nagato was somewhat astonished. It was his first encounter with the Susanoo. Is a battle underway outside? Conan inquired, casting her gaze beyond. An Uchiha has arrived, claiming he wishes to join us. I am currently assessing his strength, Nagato explained. Upon hearing this, Conan felt considerably more at ease. Chapter 44. Encounter with Nagato. The feeling of diminished consumption enveloped him. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku covered his eyes with his hand, revealing a hint of astonishment in his gaze. In the past, when he first awakened his eyes, he had once unleashed Susanoo. The agony he experienced then was etched in his memory forever, coupled with the subsequent realization of his impaired vision. He never dared to employ that ability again. Later, upon perusing ancient texts, he discovered the side effects of this ocular technique, along with the solutions documented on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. Yet now, it seemed those adverse effects had vanished. Though he remained uncertain as to how the master had achieved this, it undeniably astonished him. I never imagined the first battle after resurrection could be so exhilarating. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's heart surged with excitement. He longed to test the legendary divine power to its fullest. He contemplated unleashing the full might of his Manjiki Sharingan without restraint. This was the Manjiki. Devapath Pain wore a cold expression among the Akatsuki. There was indeed an Uchiha, and thus they were unaware of what these eyes symbolized. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze locked onto Devapath. Amaterasu. In an instant, black flames ignited, swiftly engulfing Devapath. The latter merely cast a fleeting glance. Shinra Tensei activated, and in an instant, the black flames were repelled. How is this possible? This must be the legendary Rinnegan. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened. He was not surprised that the opponent could dispel Amaterasu. Yet the ease with which it was done left him astounded. In the next moment, the two engaged in fierce combat once more. With the advantage of the home ground and Nagato's current strength, much greater than in the future, with ample chakra and short distance, Devapath steadily overpowered Uchiha Fugaku. Even though Fugaku could wield the Manjiki without adverse effects, he remained no match for his opponent. Furthermore, Fugaku's Manjiki techniques were futile against Devapath. Uchiha Fugaku possessed two ocular techniques, left eye Amaterasu, right eye Kusanagi. Ultimately, Uchiha Fugaku was brought to his knees. Devapath stood over him, gazing down as though upon an insignificant insect. You possess remarkable strength and have earned my recognition. You may join the Akatsuki. With that, Devapath tossed a ring, turned, and vanished from sight. Indeed formidable. Though he felt a twinge of resentment, Uchiha Fugaku was nonetheless gratified to witness the Rinnegan's might. He picked up the ring and adorned it on his finger, adjusting his mask as he looked toward the village ahead. Is this the headquarters of the Akatsuki? Let me behold this place. He had not forgotten his master's mission, to join the Akatsuki, locate their leader, and devise a means for negotiation. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, within the span of merely 3 days, they had undertaken 2 missions, one to locate a missing cat and the other to eliminate weeds. This had left the trio utterly exasperated. Who could have anticipated that esteemed ninjas would be engaged in such trivial menial tasks? Once again, under the scorching sun of a summer morning, Kakashi was assigned a task to clean the riverbanks. The 3 of them busily collected trash from the blistering waters, while Kakashi reclined lazily like a languid cat beneath a grand tree, appearing utterly at ease as he immersed himself in a small yellow book. Kakashi-sensei, when will this task ever end? One of them lamented. Isn't this task rather agreeable? It's easy and pays well, but we are ninjas. How can we spend our days on such trivial matters? What do you wish for then? Kakashi replied, his lifeless eyes rolling slightly. Of course, we desire to undertake thrilling and exhilarating missions. Indeed, like escorting merchant caravans or protecting the princess of the land of fire. You might as well wait patiently. With your current skills, such tasks are beyond your reach. A collective sigh escaped the trio upon hearing this. Meanwhile, after Uchiha Fugaku joined the Akatsuki, Nagato promptly convened a meeting. In the dim space, amidst the immense tintails, indistinct figures stood in attendance. Why have we been summoned by the leader? Could it be a troublesome task? One murmured. My time is quite precious. Kisame, you haven't fixed your sights on someone again, have you? But if it involves combat, I must showcase my explosive artistry. In an instant, how can one speak of art? Only that which is eternal and immortal can be deemed art. I cannot concur with you, Scorpion. The beauty of art lies in its fleeting moments. Just as the two were about to engage in a heated debate over artistry, Nagato appeared alongside a masked figure. All right, everyone. I have summoned you all to introduce a new member to our ranks, he declared. His name is Shinigami, codename North. Shinigami? How audacious to dare to invoke the name of the Dark God. What an arrogant fellow, daring to name himself Shinigami. I wonder if his strength is worthy of such a title. Upon hearing Nagato's words, the members below stirred restlessly, perceiving the newcomer as rather boastful. Greetings, everyone. A chilling voice resonated, accompanied by a pair of sinister scarlet Sharingan that slowly rotated, even though none of those present were his true self. The mere sight of the three-tomo Sharingan silenced the crowd. The Sharingan swept across the assembly, hastily glancing over everyone until it paused involuntarily upon meeting another pair of three-tomo Sharingan. The two pairs of eyes locked in an intense gaze. Uchiha Itachi's expression was filled with confusion. The pressure he felt indicated that the opposing party had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Yet he could not fathom how another pair had emerged in this world. Who were these two? Itachi pondered, still unraveling the identity of Uchiha Obito, now confronted with yet another Mangeki. In that moment, Uchiha Itachi found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. How intriguing. I have heard that the Uchiha clan was annihilated by Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, will the two of them engage in combat? It would be preferable if they did. Observing this, the others began to stoke the flames of conflict. Upon hearing their provocations, Fugaku's countenance darkened, and the three-tomo of his Sharingan swiftly aligned. As he activated his Mangeki Sharingan, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the figure standing beside the leader. Very well. The Grim Reaper shall partner with Kaguya. Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki, cast a glance over the assembly, his gaze fixated on Black Zetsu, and upon concluding his declaration, he vanished without a trace. One by one, the crowd logged off. In a tranquil forest, the two who had been meditating suddenly opened their eyes. Itachi Uchiha sat motionless, deep in contemplation, resembling a statue. What could Mr. Itachi be pondering? I find myself questioning the identity of the other party. Within the depths of a cavern, Black Zetsu opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards Obito Uchiha beside him. Lord Madara, something quite intriguing has occurred. Obito slowly opened his eyes. A newcomer has just joined the Akatsuki. Which rogue ninja from which village? Konoha. Konoha? Who possesses such strength? A member of the Uchiha clan, and moreover, a wielder of the Mangeki. Impossible. Obito instinctively countered, vividly recalling the night when they had eradicated all their kin. As for the details, I am uncertain. But the individual indeed displayed the Mangeki Sharingan. Black Zetsu remained unfazed by this revelation. Obito fell into deep thought. Furthermore, not every Uchiha has the potential to awaken the Mangeki. Amidst the carnage on the battlefield, if any Uchiha could awaken the Mangeki, there would be more than just a handful of them. Thus, any individual capable of independently awakening the Mangeki would surely leave an impression on Obito. Meanwhile, I am the leader of the Akatsuki. What brings you here? Nagato stood resolutely, regarding the masked man who lingered. Leader, you don't seem to be alive. The moment those words were spoken, an overwhelming repulsive force surged forth. Fugaku Uchiha was propelled backward. Before he could touch the ground, a terrifying pull yanked him back. A large hand seized his throat. Do you wish to perish? A chilling voice echoed. I merely sought to propose a transaction with you, leader. Fugaku struggled to articulate his words. Nagato, with his head bowed, was lost in contemplation. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate him? No, bring him to me. I wish to discern his intentions. But your condition, Konan expressed her concerns, unwilling for anyone to discover Nagato's vulnerabilities. Fear not, for the god is invincible. No one can defeat God, Nagato asserted with unwavering confidence. Footsteps echoed as Nagato led Fugaku to his presence. So, you are my leader? Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the frail figure seated in the wheelchair before him, finding it hard to reconcile such weakness with the immense power he once wielded. Speak. What business do you have with me? It would be prudent for you to have a matter of significance. Conan's eyes glimmered with lethal intent. Should the other party fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, she would not hesitate to end their existence. My master seeks to propose a transaction to you, Uchiha Fugaku began, causing the pupils of the two individuals opposite him to constrict. They were not novices in the shinobi world. They understood precisely what the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan signified. But what had been uttered? Master? This individual possessed the Mangeki Sharingan, yet there was a master above him. Just how formidable must this master be? And what sort of transaction was to be made? Nagato inquired, maintaining an air of composure. I am unaware of the specifics. You must inquire directly with him. Should the leader consent, I can summon him here at this very moment. Nagato. Conan's concern was palpable. Nagato waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, having received their tacit agreement, began to weave hand signs with a grace reminiscent of a fluttering butterfly. In an instant, a plume of smoke billowed forth, and as it dissipated, a figure emerged, a youth with hair as fiery as flames and eyes that shimmered like precious gems. Upon his arrival, an overwhelming aura of pressure surged through the air, akin to a tempest. Conan instinctively stepped forward to shield Nagato, whose face betrayed a profound astonishment as he pondered within. How is this possible? Such power exists within the shinobi realm? The boy's gaze pierced through the air like a sharpened arrow, locking onto Nagato's violet rinnegan, as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of his soul. Greetings. I am Uzumaki Daji, Naruto proclaimed suddenly, a smile spreading across his face as he introduced a fabricated name. Chapter 45. Time travel. I hear you wish to meet me? Indeed, I desire to propose a transaction. What transaction? You possess something I covet, and in return, I can heal your body. Are you speaking the truth? Before Nagato could utter a word, Conan could not resist stepping forward. Conan, return. How did you come to know of my condition? Nagato fixed his gaze upon her. I have my sources. This matter is of no concern to you. Their eyes locked, as if ready to engage in fierce combat at any moment. While the two bystanders grew increasingly tense, fearing an eruption of conflict. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Nagato finally spoke. What is it that you desire? A small portion of the Outer Path S golem. That is impossible. Upon hearing the mention of the Outer Path S golem, Nagato instinctively rejected the notion. It was integral to his ambitions with the Akatsuki, and he could never relinquish such a treasure. Do not be overly agitated. I have stated that I require only a fraction of it. Naruto attempted to soothe him. From where did you acquire knowledge of the Outer Path S golem? That is none of your concern, is it? If I refuse, then so be it. Nagato scrutinized the other, seeking the truth in his eyes. Naruto's gaze remained tranquil, unwavering. Beside them, Conan was consumed by anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot stove. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It could be said that Nagato's current condition was entirely her doing. The guilt she felt surged like a tidal wave, tormenting her incessantly, robbing her of peace. Now, upon hearing that the other possessed the capability to heal Nagato, her emotions swelled like a vast ocean, filled with an overwhelming desire to concede on his behalf. They stared at each other in silence, time appearing to freeze. After what felt like an eternity, Nagato finally murmured, "Very well, I agree. What must you do?" As a member of the Uzumaki clan, you merely suffer from severe chakra depletion. Naruto stated matter-of-factly, and before his words had fully dissipated, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from him, manifesting as a cloak of tailed beast energy. The chakra coiled like an agile dragon, forming a robust arm that reached toward Nagato, who sat in his wheelchair. Do not worry, Conan. He reassured the anxious Conan, and Nagato offered no resistance, allowing the chakra arm to envelop him. In the next instant, the golden chakra coursed through the arm and into his being, like rain after a prolonged drought. Nagato felt an immense relief wash over his aching body, akin to a parched traveler quenching his thirst in the desert, as an abundance of chakra flowed into him. His emaciated figure began to rejuvenate slowly, his hair transitioning from a dull yellow to a vibrant red. His wounds began to mend, and the miraculous scene left the onlookers in disbelief. After an indeterminate period, the dark remnants from Nagato's body fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The once parched hair regained its vivid crimson hue, and Nagato rose from the peculiar wheelchair. Nagato? Shunin covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry to have worried you. Nagato's voice, no longer frigid, bore an uncommon softness. At that moment, Pain approached once more, cradling a massive piece of dry wood in his arms. This is what you desired. A pleasure to collaborate. The joy in Naruto's eyes was unmistakable. With our transaction complete, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for a response, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. By the time the two realized what had transpired, he had already disappeared, and their gazes involuntarily turned to Uchiha Fugaku, who stood nearby. Aren't you leaving? The leader chuckled. I have joined the Akatsuki. I am now one of its members. All right, you may go down now. Nagato was in high spirits, unconcerned with whether the other was an infiltrator. For as long as one contributed to the Akatsuki, they were deemed a valuable asset. Nagato, your body has truly recovered. Once the other had completely departed, Xiaonan couldn't help but inquire again, feeling as if she were in a dream. I have fully restored. Nagato stretched his limbs, feeling an invigorating ease throughout his body. That's splendid. Nagato, promise me you will refrain from using that jutsu again. Xiaonan's expression shifted to one of concern. Nagato understood her apprehension. Do not worry. I no longer require the jutsu. He spoke with unwavering confidence, for previously he had lacked mastery over the powers of his eyes, yet now he felt assured. Believing that the individual he had just encountered was no match for him in the presence of divinity. Xiaonan, do not disclose my recovery to anyone, especially not to that individual. Understood, Madara? Indeed, I suspect that Yahiko's demise is linked to him. Xiaonan's eyes dimmed once more at this revelation. Rest assured, Xiaonan. I will fulfill Yahiko's dream. No one can thwart the will of the divine. Meanwhile, Naruto returned home and activated the life restoration technique, reverting to his original form. The form he had just taken was a result of his bloodline awakening. What on earth are you planning, Naruto? The Nine-Tails inquired, puzzled. Nothing much. Merely in need of this to forge a weapon. Naruto offered no further explanation, knowing that even if he did, the Nine-Tails would likely remain baffled. Not to mention that the people of this world would struggle to comprehend it. Now equipped with this material, Naruto was brimming with anticipation. He began the crafting process. Utilizing the Shadow Fruit ability in conjunction with the sealing techniques he had learned over the years. In just 3 short days, he transformed the segment of the divine tree into the form of the imperial banner. It appeared as a large spear of wooden hue, with a long banner trailing from its head. This form represented merely a vessel. The next step was to integrate the Shinigami into the imperial banner, at which point this treasure would be fully realized. His next target, the dragon vein. Naruto's gaze inadvertently shifted towards the land of wind, his expression tinged with anticipation. Just one step away, this precious artifact was on the verge of manifestation. Resolutely, Naruto resolved not to delay any further. First, he left behind a shadow clone, and to ensure greater safety, he sealed another clone within a scroll. Subsequently, Naruto sought out Hinata, who was engrossed in her training. Hinata, what brings you here? She asked, casting a wary glance around, relieved to find no one nearby. It was essential to keep this a secret, especially within the Hyuga estate, for should her father discover it. I need to enter seclusion for a while. I've left a shadow clone, but just to be safe, this scroll contains another clone of mine, he explained, extending a scroll to her. Seclusion? Hinata furrowed her brow. You're not planning to run away, are you? A hint of doubt crept into her voice. After their time together and the shared experiences in training, she felt she knew Naruto's character quite well. Cough, how could that be? I genuinely have matters to attend to, he replied earnestly. All right, just be careful, Hinata said, understanding without pressing further. She accepted the scroll and vowed to help conceal his whereabouts. Then I'll leave it in your hands, Naruto nodded before departing. Once prepared, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing entirely from Konoha. In the land of wind, the sun blazed fiercely, and the swirling sands danced like a frenzied dragon, wreaking havoc across the landscape. The dilapidated structures lay like colossal beasts forgotten by time, most buried beneath the relentless sands. Suddenly, a figure appeared like lightning in this desolate expanse. Is this Lulan? Naruto surveyed his surroundings, a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't help but lament silently. It was no wonder his subordinates had searched aimlessly for over a year without a trace. To seek something in this vast desert was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, especially with the relentless sands obscuring everything. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, and hundreds of clones materialized like mushrooms after a rain. Locate that altar. With his command, all clones scattered like arrows released from a bow. Before long, one clone unearthed the altar sealing the dragon vein beneath the sands. The clone vanished instantly, and in that moment, all clones received the message and dispersed, conveying the information to the original. Naruto arrived at the altar with the swiftness of a gale. Wind release, great breakthrough. A gust of wind surged forth, sweeping away the sands and revealing a circular altar. It's the 4-symbol seal, thank goodness. Upon seeing the seal on the altar, Naruto's heart eased. Had it been a seal he was unfamiliar with, complications would have arisen. Fortunately, this was a seal he had studied before, one that Minato Namikaze also mastered. Moreover, his own 8-trigram seal was derived from Minato's 2 4-symbol seals. Having copied Minato's Flying Thunder God and 8-trigram seal during their encounter, Naruto began the intricate hand seals, unsealing the 4 symbols. In an instant, the runes inscribed on the ground began to contract slowly, ultimately vanishing from sight. The dragon vein manifested itself. However, before Naruto could revel in his joy for too long, the space before him began to distort. A tremendous force of suction emerged from nowhere. If Naruto were to initiate the Flying Thunder God technique at this moment, he could still escape. but traversing through time and space was one of his primary objectives. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's figure vanished. On the ground, the radiance of the dragon vein gradually faded, and a gust of wind swept through, bringing sand and burying everything beneath it. In the 42nd year of Konoha, during the era of the third Hokage, Kakashi and his peers had just graduated. In the land of wind, within the city of Lulan, Naruto suddenly appeared in this world. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing the bustling city beneath his feet. The high-rise buildings thronged with people. Lulan was extraordinarily prosperous during this time. After a brief glance, he paid it no mind and discerned the direction, promptly deploying the abilities bestowed by the devil fruit. In this realm, he had no need to conceal himself. In an instant, shadows behind him transformed into 4 pairs of wings. Like a dragonfly, Naruto swiftly soared toward the sea. As he passed over Konoha, he merely cast a downward glance. His goal was unequivocal, to visit the land of whirlpools and meet his ancestor, uncertain whether they still lived. However, he would find out upon arrival. While flying, Naruto remained deep in thought. This speed felt somewhat sluggish. His brow furrowed, sensing that his development of the devil fruit abilities was lacking. This was his golden ticket, and in comparison to learning ninjutsu, developing the devil fruit offered a higher return on investment. Now, aside from awakening, what other means were there to grow stronger? With a frown, Naruto fell into contemplation. It is essential to understand that developing the devil fruit also requires direction. In the martial world, speed reigns supreme. An oddly resonant phrase from a rather pretentious old man echoed in his mind. The impact of that moment in his childhood had been profound. After all, it was said that no matter how high one's martial skills, a kitchen knife could still pose a threat. Within 7 paces, a gun is swift and precise. Yet that old man imparted a lesson to everyone, demonstrating through action that with sufficient speed, what does a bullet matter? The shock of that scene reignited the dreams of martial arts within the hearts of children, who said martial prowess cannot deflect bullets. Chapter 46. The art of shadow transformation. Time is of the essence. Even the flying thunder god technique is insufficiently swift. Father, your speed back in the day was not fast enough, nor fierce enough. I am determined to surpass your flying thunder god. Naruto's eyes gleamed with the brilliance of stars, and he felt an influx of boundless energy, invigorating his spirit. The flying thunder god is the unparalleled technique of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, a skill so formidable that none who followed could hope to rival it. Even Naruto, in the present day, finds himself at a disadvantage. For Minato's prowess stemmed from reflexes beyond the ordinary. Thus, even if a successor were to master this ninjutsu to perfection, surpassing him would remain an impossibility. With a clear direction for development and the aid of his unique ability, Naruto swiftly conceived a method as if awakened by divine inspiration. In the realm of human understanding, what speed can be deemed the fastest? The answer is light. Conversely, what then is the speed of darkness? Remarkably, it is equally swift as light. Hence, the conclusion emerges that the speed of shadows equates to the speed of light. Naruto landed gracefully like a bird, his shadow elongating instantaneously like a serpent. 10, 20, 30, 50. These numbers represent the limits of his precise control, not the limits of the shadow itself. With a mere thought, his figure vanished in a flash, traversing a distance of 50 meters. Aha, I have succeeded, Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his joy, laughing maniacally. Why had he not realized this sooner? This was the true essence of shadow manipulation, light speed movement. No, it should be termed the art of shadow transformation. Indeed, from this day forth, it shall be known as the art of shadow transformation. Naruto laughed uncontrollably, recognizing that to activate this ninjutsu, one must harness chakra, channeling it through hand seals and pathways. However, invoking the powers of the devil fruit requires merely a flicker of thought and a modicum of chakra, allowing for instantaneous activation. Therefore, theoretically, Naruto's art of shadow transformation now rivals the peak capabilities of Minato Namikaze. With a thought, Naruto shifted his form once more, ascending into the air. From a distance, he appeared as a carefree celestial being, his footsteps compressing distance into mere inches, each step covering 50 meters, surpassing even the speed of flight. Meanwhile, in the village of Konoha, at the Namikaze residence, a red-haired woman hummed a tune while preparing lunch. Suddenly, the nine-tails within her opened its eyes, gazing intently in one direction. What is this feeling? A look of suspicion crossed the nine-tails' face, sensing something unusual. Hey, Nine-Tails, what mischief are you up to now? Kushina remarked, sensing the Nine-Tails' agitation, her expression turning displeased. Foolish woman, the Ninetales retorted, uninterested in offering an explanation. Are you feeling mischievous again? Kushina fumed, tightening the chains that sealed the Ninetales even further. You'd best not overstep your bounds, foolish woman. The Ninetales, now irate, dismissed the sensations it had just perceived. In the land of whirlpools, the hidden village of Yuzushiogakure rests quietly on a remote island, seemingly a secluded paradise untouched by the outside world. The inhabitants of this island lead a tranquil and serene existence, untouched by the tumult of the outside world or the threat of adversaries. On the golden sands, a group of red-haired children frolic like sprites, their laughter ringing like silver bells, melodious and sweet, echoing across this picturesque isle. Meanwhile, above the vast and boundless sea, the adults, akin to valiant fishermen, expertly cast their nets in pursuit of fish, their silhouettes appearing and disappearing amidst the waves, seemingly merging with the ocean itself. Ah, my sister will surely catch a fish larger than mine today. My elder brother will definitely haul in an even bigger catch. My sister is the most skilled at fishing. My brother is the true master. My sister dares to eat fish raw. My brother would even dare to consume sand. My sister would eat feces if challenged. My brother would eat 10 pounds of it. A young man and woman, beaming with smiles as they carry their day's bounty, approach, only to overhear the banter of the two little sprites. Their expressions darken simultaneously. You too, do you even plan to eat tonight? With furrowed brows, they each deliver a punch to their respective younger siblings. Ouch. Next time you. The woman rolls her eyes, about to retort, when her peripheral vision catches a shadow darting across the distant sky. What is that? Her expression turns grave as her eyes fixate on the sight. What's wrong, bird? The boy, sensing something amiss, also gazes in that direction. Wow, that person seems to be flying in the sky. How incredible. The two little sprites also spot the scene unfolding in the distance. The ocean stretches endlessly, yet amidst the air, a shadow approaches rapidly, flickering in and out of sight, each disappearance bringing it closer. Hurry, alert everyone to the enemy's approach. Soon, the sound of bells resonates. The formidable warriors of the hidden whirlpool village receive the alert instantly. Within moments, a dozen individuals gather on the beach. The elders, each with solemn expressions, gaze towards the horizon. Leading them is a venerable elder with white hair. Such immense chakra. The elder gasps, having only witnessed such colossal chakra emanate from one individual, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konohagakure. Yet, it is well known that the first Hokage has long since passed. Be cautious, they are coming, warns the elder. Everyone remains on high alert. Meanwhile, Naruto's speed of flickering has remarkably increased. With growing proficiency, the distance he can traverse has expanded dramatically. Now, he can cover over 100 meters in an instant. He notices the gathering on the beach but pays them little mind. Rather, their presence offers him reassurance. It seems he has chosen the right moment. Though he wonders if that old man is still alive. Observing that this nation has not yet fallen, Naruto feels a profound sense of relief wash over him. His pace quickens even further. In mere moments, Naruto appears on the beach, his swift arrival astonishing the onlookers. What astonishing speed! What kind of jutsu is this? Look at his hair. This is our clan. I, Uzumaki Naruto, have met the esteemed elders. Naruto slightly bowed, performing a gesture of respect befitting a junior. Which branch of the clan do you belong to? We have never encountered you before, inquired the foremost elder, his face betraying a hint of bewilderment. It is worth noting that he had lived since the Warring States period. If such a formidable figure from the Uzumaki clan had truly existed, he would surely have been aware of it. Are you the leader of the Uzumaki clan? Naruto's gaze fixed upon the elder, and a flicker of joy illuminated his eyes upon recognizing him. Indeed, the elder was Uzumaki Nagato, precisely the individual he sought. I am indeed Uzumaki Nagato. My status is rather intricate, and I prefer not to disclose it to others. However, if you wish to know, I can reveal it to you alone, he said. Naruto's expression remained composed. Nagato waved his hand, and although the others were perplexed, they had no choice but to depart. Soon, only the two of them remained on the beach. Now, may we speak? Nagato inquired, curiosity evident in his voice as he scrutinized Naruto. Attempting to recall individuals from his past. My mother is Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto stated plainly. He scoffed at the notion of altering history. His very existence as a time traveler indicated that history had already been altered, or perhaps they were simply not from the same timeline. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. You claim your mother is who? Kushina? How is that possible? You appear to be of similar age. I have traversed from the future, Naruto replied. Time travel? Ah. Are the ninjas of the future truly so formidable? Indeed, in the future, with the blending of various bloodlines, remarkable talents have emerged, Naruto nodded. Recalling figures such as Uzumaki Nagato, Uchiha Madara, and his nominal son, Uzumaki Boruto. All of these individuals exemplified the fusion of diverse bloodlines, surpassing the limitations of ordinary ninjas. Bloodline fusion can give rise to such powerful beings? Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief. In his era, thoughts were rather conservative, and bloodlines within the clan were seldom shared. However, in his generation, to forge an alliance with Konoha, he had sent his daughters, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, to Konoha, facing considerable resistance even as the strongest and leader of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato found it hard to fathom how future generations had managed to amalgamate various clan bloodlines. Are there individuals in the future who can surpass Hashirama? Nagato's curiosity was piqued once more. In his lifetime, the most powerful ninja he had encountered was Senju Hashirama. Indeed, there are, Naruto replied with a grin. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is arguably the most powerful being beneath the Sage of Six Paths. However, in my era, such figures abound. Not to mention Boruto's time, which is rife with chaos and a crumbling system. After conversing for a while, Naruto remained unfazed by the prospect of revealing future events, firmly believing that altering the past would not affect him. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Amino was devoid of the reservations held by Minato Namikaze, relentlessly inquiring about various matters. It wasn't until Naruto's patience began to wear thin that she finally ceased her questioning. You've gone to such lengths to seek me out. Surely there must be a purpose, he remarked, keenly aware of her intent. Amina, wise beyond her years, had discerned that Naruto's goal was none other than herself. In my era, the Uzumaki clan faced annihilation, and my parents perished at my birth. I yearned to learn sealing techniques and, by serendipity, discovered my father's mission scroll, which revealed a method to traverse time. Hence, I ventured here, hoping to absorb the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto candidly divulged his purpose. Is that all? Amina queried. I recall that there exists a legacy of the Uzumaki clan within Konoha. Upon hearing of the clan's demise, Amina exhibited no reaction. Indeed, but in my time, it had long been divided among various families, making it quite a challenge to gather the pieces. Naruto shook his head in response. I see, Amina replied, choosing not to elaborate further. However, acquiring mastery over sealing techniques is a formidable endeavor. Do you possess sufficient time? Amina pondered the means by which Naruto had traversed time, surmising that he could not remain indefinitely. Moreover, the intricate and vast system of sealing techniques would likely require more time than he had at his disposal. I have already devised a method prior to my arrival, Naruto stated. If the clan leader does not mind, He gazed at the shadow beneath Amina's feet, recognizing her exceptional talent, rivaling that of the second Hokage. The sealing techniques she had created were on par with the forbidden arts of the second Hokage. Such an extraordinary jutsu exists? Pray, demonstrate it for me, Amina exclaimed, her anger replaced by eager anticipation to witness the technique Naruto had described. Chapter 47. Crisis of the Uzumaki clan. Without unnecessary words, Naruto formed hand seals, causing the shadows beneath his feet to twist and connect with the shadow of his opponent. Sharing, activate. In an instant, Naruto felt an influx of vast experience flooding his mind, and his thoughts became remarkably clearer. Is this all it takes? Uzumaki Asuna curiously observed the shadow beneath him. This appears to be merely a shadow technique of the Nara clan. No, it is a more potent shadow technique, granting the ability to replicate everything of the opponent. Naruto did not conceal his ability, as he required cooperation from his counterpart in the ensuing moments. He can actually replicate my ninjutsu? Uzumaki Asuna scrutinized the shadow beneath him with intrigue. While the ability to replicate ninjutsu is not particularly rare, after all, the Uchiha clan is capable of such feats. His own Uzumaki clan boasts ancestors who refined sensory ninjutsu to its utmost limit, enabling them to perform similar acts. Indeed. How long will it take? The replication is complete, but you still need to teach me well. Naruto expressed humility. Very well. I happen to have the time to impart some knowledge to you. Without further ado, Uzumaki Asuna began to elucidate the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Having already replicated his opponent's ninjutsu, Naruto now gained a profound understanding of the shared techniques through Asuna's explanations. This discourse lasted for 3 days, commencing with the fundamentals of sealing techniques and culminating in advanced sealing techniques, ultimately leading to the discussion of Naruto's current objective, the Reaper Death Seal. Oh, I see. Naruto's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. as comprehension dawned upon him. Though he had employed this technique before, he had only harbored vague notions regarding its principles. Thanks to the founder's insights and thought processes, Naruto swiftly grasped the entirety of this ninjutsu. This technique is a last resort. It should not be utilized recklessly unless absolutely necessary, Uzumaki Asuna cautioned, his brow furrowing involuntarily at Naruto's expression. The principle of this technique involves self-sacrifice to harm another. Only by offering one's own soul can the Shinigami be summoned, adhering to the rules of equivalent exchange. Rest assured, Grandpa, I fully comprehend the gravity of this matter. Naruto nodded, and although he spoke thus, he had already begun to devise a plan in his mind, armed with Asuna's experience and knowledge of sealing techniques. He felt entirely confident in his ability to create the Imperial Banner. Now, the only thing missing is the Shinigami's power, Naruto thought, growing impatient. The clan leader is in trouble. At that moment, a member of the Uzumaki clan rushed in, his face etched with urgency. What has transpired? Clan leader, 3 days ago. Our fishermen who ventured out to sea began to go missing one after another. Upon discovering this, we immediately dispatched ninjas to investigate. However, those individuals soon vanished as well. Realizing the severity of the situation, we promptly activated a large-scale sensory barrier. It has come to our attention that our land is surrounded by numerous ninjas. What? Uzumaki Asuna rose to his feet. Determine which ninja village those individuals belong to. Honorable clan leader, the chakra emanating from those individuals is exceedingly chaotic, and it remains uncertain which village they hail from. Upon hearing this, Naruto furrowed his brow. Given the circumstances, should we not lend a hand? Suddenly, Uzumaki Rumina recalled the presence of someone who possessed foresight and turned to him. What do you know? I am aware of certain events, he replied. Historical records indicate that the Uzumaki clan was annihilated through the collaboration of several major villages. How dare they? Rumina gasped in disbelief at the grim reality before her. The Uzumaki clan had always been peaceful, refraining from engaging in the conflicts of the ninja world, and had often sealed away the monstrous entities that brought calamity to it, thus contributing significantly to the stability of the realm. Naruto observed the old man, who was seething with fury, and could not help but sigh in resignation. In times past, the Uzumaki clan was held in high regard, and no one would dare provoke them lightly. Their formidable strength, enigmatic sealing techniques, and vast chakra reserves were legendary. Regrettably, times had changed, and the root cause of this turmoil could be traced back to the first Hokage. In his pursuit of an ideal, the first Hokage had distributed the tailed beasts he captured among various villages, using them as a deterrent to prevent war. However, his wife, Uzumaki Mido, established the Jinchuriki system through her sealing arts, showcasing the immense power of the Jinchuriki. Even those who could not become perfect Jinchuriki could forcibly extract the chakra of the tailed beasts, combining it with their own ninjutsu to create a formidable, mobile artillery. Recognizing the looming threat, other villages began to exhaust their resources in researching the Jinchuriki. Yet, the art of sealing was not well structured within the ninja world. Furthermore, the imminent outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War heightened the desire for the power of the tailed beasts, prompting a tacit alliance among the villages to eradicate the Uzumaki clan and seize their legacy, with aspirations to acquire their bloodline as well. What are our options now? Clan leader? What can we do but fight to the death? Naruto's brow tightened. It was too late to escape. They were already surrounded. Activating his sensory abilities, Naruto closed his eyes and unleashed his perception, enveloping an area of 100 miles in an instant. The entire island fell within his scope, revealing a multitude of figures standing upon the sea surrounding the isle. These ninjas, some masked while others displayed their true appearances, were united by a singular glint of greed in their eyes. To the east, on the surface of the sea, a small group of masked individuals, all elite ninjas, awaited orders. Lord Danzo, we have received word from the Cloud Ninja. They will strike in 15 minutes. What of the Rock Ninja? When will they act? They will also move in 15 minutes. Understood. Remember, our objective is to gather sealing numbers without engaging. We will follow behind and take advantage of any opportunities that arise. Understood, Lord Tuanzo. Time passes silently, and the Vortex clan within the Land of Waves has received word and is preparing for battle. All ninjas gather at the edge of the island. Naruto cast a glance, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Within the Land of Waves, there are exactly 2,000 ninjas. Though this number may seem modest, it is indeed quite substantial, and each individual possesses considerable strength. Clansmen, the moment of life and death for the Vortex clan has arrived. Those wolves outside covet our sealing techniques. What shall we do? Let us fight and eliminate them. Yes. Let us vanquish them. Chief, give the order. Very well, clansmen. For the Vortex clan, we shall fight. At the chief's command, all ninjas surged forth in an instant. Those foes are yours to handle. Vortex Uzuna turned to Naruto. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. Naruto nodded. His mission being to safeguard the essence of the Vortex clan to prevent their extinction. Had it been his former self, he would have been incapable of such a task. However, now, with mastery over the Flying Thunder God technique and immense chakra reserves, transporting thousands was well within his capability. Initially, Naruto had proposed evacuating everyone, but Uzuna had declined. As Naruto entered the hidden village of Vortex Tide, he found many children and women gathered in the square. I am Vortex Naruto. Now, all of you must heed my command. Everyone, hold hands, and children, grasp your guardians tightly. Is it true that Lord Naruto cannot defend the land of waves? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned expectantly toward Naruto. We can hold the line, but the upcoming battle will be fierce, and you may be affected. Therefore, it is best for you to leave now. At this, hope rekindled within the hearts of the crowd as they clasped their children tightly. Naruto's chakra surged, enveloping everyone in an instant. What an immense chakra! How could a human possess such vast reserves? Even the chief cannot match this. The crowd was astonished by Naruto's overwhelming chakra. In the next moment, everyone vanished, leaving only the echoes of their astonishment in the square. After ensuring the safety of the people, Naruto hurried back to the battlefield, his gaze fixed upon the distant conflict. There, Uzuna found himself encircled. Besieged by 4 formidable Kage-level adversaries, the 3rd Raikage, the 3rd Kazekage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, and the 3rd Mizukage. Naruto could not help but exclaim, the 3rd Raikage. The 3rd Kazekage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, and the 3rd Mizukage. Who would have imagined that you would go to such lengths to obtain the legacy of the Vortex clan? At that moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield was palpably tense as Uzuna struggled against the onslaught of the 4 Kage-level ninjas. Uzuna, you would do well to surrender your clan's sealing techniques. In doing so, we may spare a flicker of hope for your people. The 3rd Kazekage was the first to speak, his tone laced with a hint of menace. However, the 3rd Raikage appeared somewhat impatient, bellowing in irritation. Enough of this nonsense. Just kill him, and we shall equally divide the spoils of our heritage. The 3rd Kazekage, unfazed by the Raikage's rashness, merely replied with a dismissive scoff. Humph. Merely a brash fool. Meanwhile, high above, the 3rd Tsuchikage floated like a specter, observing the fierce battle below. In his eyes, the greatest threat among these formidable Kage was undoubtedly the 3rd Raikage. The latter's speed was astonishing. Even his own pride, the dust release, would struggle to match his pace. This individual poses a significant threat to Iwagakure. I must find a way to eliminate him at all costs, he thought. As Naruto arrived at the scene, he was met with the spectacle of this epic confrontation. Remarkable. The diamond prison sealed long-range attacks, complemented by an array of sealing techniques as lethal weapons. Such capabilities were befitting of the most powerful patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. The combatants clashed upon the ocean's surface, causing the waters to boil and the waves to surge incessantly, with evaporating seawater shrouding the sky in a thick mist, obscuring the sun. Naruto's gaze instinctively fixated on the 4 Kage-level combatants. Gulp. Naruto swallowed hard, realizing that gathering the Kage from various villages was nearly an impossible feat. It was only later, with the emergence of foes like Uchiha Madara, that the 5 Kage united. Not to mention, the individuals before him were arguably the most formidable Kage in history. In each village, aside from the first Hokage, whose strength remained a mystery, the 3rd Kage were nearly the most powerful. I shall graciously accept your shadows, he mused. Chapter 48. Copying Ninja Techniques, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, hundreds of Narutos manifested in the arena, captivating the onlookers. Seizing the opportunity, the original Naruto began to weave hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A terrifying amount of chakra surged forth, elevating this wind technique to an S-rank level. In the sky, Inoki furrowed his brow upon witnessing the wind technique soaring toward him, mistakenly believing he was the target. Could it be that another member of the Uzumaki clan had emerged? Did they truly consider him an easy target? The 3rd Tsuchikage snorted disdainfully, clasped his hands together, and then spread them apart, revealing a transparent sphere of light. Dust release. Original world stripping technique. The cylindrical beam of light collided with the wind technique, resulting in a burst of white light. A smirk crept onto Inoki's lips as he hovered in midair, his eyes betraying a mocking demeanor. Was this all the little brat could muster? The contempt in Inoki's gaze was palpable. Was this the might of dust release? Quite impressive indeed. Naruto tilted his head skyward, the blinding sunlight illuminating his face and the grin that tugged at his lips. So that was it. Uzumaki Erasure noticed that Naruto's shadow had already connected with the third Tsuchikage's shadow, and the hovering Inoki remained oblivious to this detail. The earlier wind technique had aimed for the sky, and now the thick fog and clouds above had been dispersed, allowing the sun to shine unimpeded, casting Inoki's shadow directly onto the surface of the sea. Sharing, time was of the essence, and Naruto's first instinct was to replicate dust release. Realizing he still had time, he promptly began to copy other techniques as well. Light-heavy rock technique. Inoki, who was high above, caught sight of Naruto's smiling visage and quickly sensed that something was amiss. Nevertheless, no matter what schemes one devised, they were utterly futile in the face of absolute power. The next moment, a dust release technique hurtled toward him. Naruto understood the dire consequences of facing it head-on and, without hesitation, executed the newly comprehended rainbow technique. In an instant, his figure appeared 100 meters away, transcending the boundaries of space. Just as Naruto vanished, the once tranquil sea seemed as though a chunk had been gouged out, causing the surrounding waters to rush back and fill the void, creating towering waves. What a pity! Naruto lamented inwardly as he beheld the scene before him. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone. Witnessing dust release in reality underscored the terrifying nature of this technique. He had surpassed the destructive capabilities of conventional ninjutsu. However, it now belonged to him. Naruto had successfully replicated this technique through sharing and, having already mastered the chakra attributes of the 5 elemental natures, he could wield dust release. If he continued to attempt replicating his opponent's techniques, he risked revealing his intentions, possibly plunging himself into a more perilous situation. Thus, he resolutely abandoned this idea and shifted his focus onto others. At that moment, Naruto suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixated on him. He raised his gaze and beheld the imposing figure of Inoki, which loomed in the sky like a majestic mountain. His eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, remained steadfastly fixed on the true form of Naruto Uzumaki. There was something peculiar about this individual. He was undoubtedly enigmatic. The old man decided to observe Naruto's movements closely instead of making a hasty attack. Naruto's current objective was the third Raikage, whose lightning release body flicker technique was precisely what Naruto needed at this stage. It is worth noting that this man was the only one capable of enduring S-rank ninjutsu with sheer physical strength, engaging tailed beasts in direct combat. A true man must strike with unyielding fervor. If the boy can teach me such a technique, I might spare his life. At that moment, the third Raikage charged forth like a frenzied bull, utilizing his immense physical prowess to obliterate Naruto's shadow clones. During this period, the multi-shadow clone technique had yet to spread throughout the ninja world, igniting a sense of greed within the third Raikage upon witnessing it. However, he was merely a brute. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Indeed, let him try to defeat us all. The shadow clones taunted him in unison as they began to gather Rasengan in their hands. Come and taste our Rasengan, they proclaimed flamboyantly. The third Raikage unleashed a torrent of black lightning from his hands. In an instant, his arms plunged into the sea, causing a surge of black lightning to erupt from the ocean's surface. The moment Naruto's clones made contact, they were obliterated in the blink of an eye. You too shall vanish, he declared, executing the Overlord Fist. Faced with the oncoming Raikage, Naruto clenched his right fist and struck out with tremendous force. Boom. For the first time, the indomitable Raikage halted his advance, his fingers colliding with Naruto's fist. A terrifying shockwave ensued, stirring a tsunami. What? He actually withstood that full-force strike. Naka's pupils constricted in disbelief. As an old adversary, he was well aware of this brute's might. You are the real deal. I didn't expect the Uzumaki clan to possess such formidable talent. The power was astounding, indeed befitting the third Raikage. Naruto was equally astonished. He knew that his current strength was not inferior to that of the Nine-Tails Naruto from the Fourth Great Ninja War, and his physical prowess had multiplied exponentially since then. Yet, the living third Raikage exceeded his expectations in strength. Let us go again. The chakra emanating from the third Raikage surged, causing his hair to stand on end. Naruto's expression grew serious. Attempting to replicate the opponent's ninjutsu would likely prove challenging. He could only hope to ensnare him. Hellstab, one strike thrill. The third Raikage charged once more, and Naruto's eyes brightened with determination. Gathering all the chakra from his core, he manifested a visible swirl of black and white chakra in his hands. Tai Chi push hands, he declared, for in terms of neutralizing force, Tai Chi could be deemed the most potent technique. This brute has unleashed his full strength. Can you still remember, little one, the might of the strongest spear? In the sky, Noki squinted, a deep sense of trepidation flickering in his eyes. He had witnessed the formidable destructive power of this technique before, one that transcended the limits of human strength. It was likely that even a tailed beast would not emerge unscathed from such an assault. The combatants on the battlefield turned their gazes towards this direction as a multitude of ninjas appeared at the periphery. This was the strongest spear of the third Reikage, a technique so powerful that it could breach even the defenses of a tailed beast. That young man was doomed. At last, they were witnessing the might of the third Reikage's ultimate spear once more. Naruto assumed a Tai Chi stance, his expression grave. As the two adversaries closed in on each other, Naruto placed one hand upon his opponent's arm. The Tai Chi technique of neutralizing force was set into motion, successfully altering the trajectory of his opponent's fingers at the critical moment. Splash! Drip, drip! Vivid crimson blood fell into the ocean, and the battlefield fell into a profound silence, everyone staring in disbelief at this unfolding scene. Even Noki in the sky was rendered speechless. What kind of jest was this? It was inconceivable. How could this be? The third Reikage had sustained an injury, and worse still, he had inflicted it upon himself. In that instant, disbelief permeated the crowd. The third Reikage of Kumogakure, known as both the strongest spear and shield, possessed the pinnacle of defensive and offensive capabilities. Throughout countless battles since his rise to fame, he had never been seen wounded, yet now they bore witness to this surreal spectacle. Where was the third Reikage smite? His right hand was plunged into his own left chest, blood dripping from his fingers into the sea. The third Reikage stood there, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Speechless for an extended moment, Naruto faced him, his shadow silently intertwining with that of his opponent. The ability to share power was activated. Lightning release, chakra mode, lightning release, black lightning, AI. Beware of that boy's shadow. It has an uncanny quality. Quickly, distance yourselves from him. Noki suddenly cautioned as the others remained in a daze. The third Reikage, now snapping back to reality, noticed his own shadow appeared normal beneath him, while Naruto's shadow twisted like a serpent. Boom. The third Reikage stomped the surface of the sea with great force, his body hurtling backward. What have you done, you brat? Truly worthy of the title of the strongest spear, your ninjutsu is formidable. Alas, it has been proven that I am still stronger. Old and cunning Noki. You certainly have not misjudged the situation. Naruto smiled but offered no reply. The boy seeks his own demise. The third Reikage formed hand seals, and in an instant, black lightning erupted from his body, morphing into a dark wolf-like creature that lunged towards Naruto, who stood his ground. Noki, are you curious about what I have done? Allow me to show you. Naruto looked up at Noki in the sky, a smirk gracing his lips as he cradled a white sphere of light that materialized in his hands. How is this possible? Naka's pupils constricted, as if he had already foreseen what was to transpire next. In the midst of his incredulous gaze, Naruto unleashed Dust Release. In an instant, the black lightning conjured by the third Reikage vanished, revealing a vast chasm above the ocean's surface, which soon began to flood as the sea water rushed back, restoring tranquility. This was the Dust Release of the third Tsuchikage. How could this be? This was a bloodline limit. How did you, a mere child, learn such a technique? In the distance, the third Reikage's expression darkened. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have perished in that moment. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage and the third Mizukage, who had been engaged in battle, involuntarily ceased their movements. Curiosity piqued, but patience was required, for there were more intriguing developments at hand. As Naruto spoke, a surge of lightning erupted around him. Lightning release chakra mode. Chakra enveloped him like a protective mantle. You bastard. You've replicated our jutsu. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, exclaimed, his tone urgent and furious. Witnessing this scene, even the most naive could discern the gravity of the situation. How could this be? Even the Sharingan's replication has its limits. This spectacle shattered the perceptions of all present. What nonsense is this? I refuse to believe it. The third Reikage's expression was grim as he unleashed another surge of powerful chakra, staunching the bleeding from his chest with lightning. Then let us test this. Naruto assumed a stance mirroring that of the Reikage. The two charged at one another like bulls in an arena, their eyes ablaze with determination. Boom. The arena erupted with a deafening roar as one figure was sent flying. Impossible. I must be under a genjutsu. The third Reikage could not fathom being struck back. How could replicated jutsu surpass the original? Anoki, equally incredulous, wore a grim expression as he aimed his hands to unleash another dust release. Sensing danger, Naruto retaliated with his own dust release. Two beams of white light collided in midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion that illuminated the battlefield. In the rear of the crowd, Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! I must be under a genjutsu. How could replicated jutsu achieve such a level? Genjutsu release. Chapter 49. Altering history above the vast ocean. The third Kazekage and the third Mizukage suddenly locked eyes, and in that fleeting moment of connection, an overwhelming sense of retreat surged within both of them. Their gazes fell upon the unexpectedly appearing red-haired youth, whose abilities were so peculiar that they left one utterly confounded. While they were not entirely ignorant of the concept of replicating ninjutsu, it was well known that bloodline limits could never be duplicated, let alone the impenetrable body techniques of the third Raikage. Under normal circumstances, even if one could replicate physical techniques, the inherent differences in physical prowess rendered those techniques mere hollow displays. However, the youth before them had shattered all conventions. His replicated abilities could effectively suppress those who originally possessed them, which was utterly astonishing. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the third Kazekage and the third Mizukage exchanged a glance and, in silent accord, began to stealthily retreat, preparing to escape this perilous situation amidst the chaos. Yet, not a single movement of theirs eluded the keen eyes of Uzumaki Amino. It was far too late to consider fleeing now. Uzumaki Amino bellowed, his voice resonating across the battlefield like thunder. He then turned to Naruto, who was locked in fierce combat, shouting, "Naruto, come here quickly. I will hold these two off." Naruto, engaged in a fierce clash with his foes, turned sharply at Amino's call, realizing that the two were attempting to slip away. He immediately broke free from his opponents, intent on pursuing them. In the sky, Noki sensed their intentions. "That brat shall not succeed. You two fools, distance yourselves from him." Everyone focused on the shadows beneath their feet. The third Raikage also cautioned, "Naruto, keep your eyes on the third Kazekage." Compared to the third Mizukage, Naruto found the magnetic release of the third Kazekage far more intriguing, as the ability to manipulate metal offered greater potential for development. And who wouldn't he aspire to be a sword sage? With a single decisive step, Naruto activated the body flicker technique, transforming into a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the third Kazekage. So swift. This scene left everyone astounded. The speed was so extraordinary that none could react in time. The third Kazekage's expression shifted as the black sand and iron surrounding him quickly formed a protective barrier, propelling his body skyward. Observing this, Naruto furrowed his brow. The shadow was too immense, obscuring the Kazekage's true form. Lightning release. Black Wolf. Suddenly, the surface of the sea where Naruto stood erupted with a torrent of dark lightning. The water conducted the electricity, and in an instant, he found himself ensnared by the enemy's ninjutsu. "Die, brat. Well done." The onlookers cheered at the unfolding spectacle. As the lightning dissipated, Naruto found himself half kneeling on the sea's surface, the charred marks upon his body gradually fading. "How can this be? Surviving my black thunder." The third Raikage marveled, truly fitting of a Raikage. Then, from the sky, a multitude of black sand and iron transformed into a rain of iron spikes, descending rapidly. "Naruto, be cautious." The visage of Uzumaki Arena underwent a drastic transformation as she yearned to rush forward to rescue her companion, only to be obstructed midway by the third Mizukage. The onlookers witnessed the shocking scene of Naruto's body being pierced by numerous slender iron spikes. "Let us see if you can survive this time," they sneered, believing that even a monster would surely perish after such a brutal assault. As several individuals contemplated how to seize the lifeless body, they were astounded when the impaled figure suddenly stirred. How can this be possible? What manner of creature is this? Is it truly still alive? Everyone gaped in disbelief as the figure, having been pierced, emerged from the iron spikes. "Apologies for disappointing everyone," Naruto remarked, a mocking smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the third wind shadow ceased to hesitate and swiftly took flight into the distance. The third Mizukage, too, transformed into water, dissolving seamlessly into the sea, vanishing from sight. Yama also refrained from further dialogue, soaring away from the high altitude. This young boy's ninjutsu is exceedingly bizarre. Both his speed and his ability to disregard ninjutsu leave them momentarily bewildered. "Retreat," commanded the third Raikage, gesturing for everyone to withdraw while he himself remained still. "Lord Raikage, you go ahead. I will hold them off," urged several members of the Shadow Guard, approaching him. "Enough chatter. You cannot impede him. Hurry and leave." The third Raikage's countenance grew grave, The entity before him was truly peculiar, moving at an extraordinary speed, rendering the escape techniques of the other shadows remarkably adept. Under normal circumstances, no one could keep pace with the third Raikage swiftness. The three members of the Shadow Guard exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of resignation. Naruto gazed after the receding third wind shadow, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, a mission almost accomplished. At that moment, the Raikage unleashed his lightning technique, summoning a tempest upon the sea, which magnified the power of his lightning release and rendered his attacks astonishingly swift. Naruto successfully managed to hold the adversary at bay until everyone had safely retreated, at which point the Raikage ceased his actions. Youngster, your prowess is commendable. I shall remember you. Pray, reveal your name. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I look forward to our next encounter, hoping you will have ascended to even greater heights by then. Uzumaki Naruto, I shall remember you, but do not grow complacent. The next time we meet, I will undoubtedly eliminate you. The third Raikage etched the name deeply into his memory before turning and vanishing like a flash of lightning. With their objectives achieved, Naruto chose not to pursue. Uzumaki Arena finally arrived in haste. Naruto, are you alright? Were you injured? She scrutinized him closely and, seeing that he was merely tattered yet unscathed, breathed a sigh of relief. Having recognized the strength of her clan member, Uzumaki Arena acknowledged that, in terms of destructive power, Naruto's ninjutsu might be slightly inferior to Hashirama's. However, in terms of the intricacies of ninjutsu, Naruto is undoubtedly among the most formidable adversaries. Fear not, grandfather. An enemy of this caliber does not warrant my concern, Naruto remarked nonchalantly. It was not mere bravado, had he wished to eliminate those foes. Naruto possessed several methods at his disposal. Naturally, Uzumaki Amina did not believe him, assuming it was merely a display of strength, and refrained from countering. Upon returning to the Uzumaki clan, both were relieved to observe the state of their village. Thanks to Naruto's assistance, the clan had suffered minimal losses in this conflict. Subsequently, Naruto tirelessly worked to bring back those who had been sent away and proposed several recommendations to the Uzumaki clan, such as researching formations and barriers to better safeguard their lineage. He also suggested disseminating certain sealing techniques, such as the 5-element seal and the corpse demon sealing, to divert attention from the clan and mitigate potential threats from other villages. With these sealing techniques as a foundation, there existed the possibility for further advancements within the realm of ninjutsu. As long as other villages remained interested in the Jinchuriki, they would not abandon their pursuit of the Uzumaki clan. After elucidating the pros and cons, Uzumaki Amina acquiesced to this notion and dispatched several clan members to propagate the sealing techniques. Naruto, too, prepared to depart from this world. On his journey home, Naruto pondered the swiftest method for collecting souls, not through direct action but by inciting others to act. The most straightforward approach would be to thoroughly disseminate the corpse demon sealing technique, which, compared to other ninjutsu, has a remarkably low threshold for entry. However, its cost is exceedingly high, yet its potential is equally staggering, capable of sealing even a formidable beast like the Nine Tails, let alone shadow-level warriors. Thus, once the sealing technique spreads, it is bound to ignite a fervor for cultivation among all, akin to the sword manual for exorcism, if others cultivate while one does not. One can only sit idly by and await being sealed. Ah, this world shall be set in motion. When I return to my own realm, I shall propagate this ninjutsu. Naruto mused, a radiant smile blossoming upon his face. As long as others employ this technique, he would gain 2 additional souls within his banner of the Emperor. It would be akin to others enhancing his treasures while he bore no stigma of a dark overlord. I am truly clever, he chuckled, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Within him, the Nine Tails felt a chill, sensing the darkness within Naruto expanding. In his time in this world, Naruto had reaped significant rewards. The powerful ninjutsu he acquired was noteworthy, yet the culmination of the Emperor's banner remained his greatest source of confidence. Now, Naruto found himself impatient. Had he not been eager to return and fully realize the Emperor's banner, he would have sought to collect some bloodline limits in this world. During the era of the third Hokage, this realm possessed the greatest variety of bloodline limits, with each village typically housing numerous types. For instance, the techniques of the Hidden Mist village, such as the Demonic Technique, Ice Release, Boil Release, and Swift Release, alongside the Explosion Shield and Steel Shield of the Hidden Stone village, have largely faded into obscurity in later times. As Naruto passed by Konoha, he could not resist casting a glance downward. Within Konoha, Kushina's sealed Ninetales seemed to sense something, lifting its gaze towards the sky. The Ninetales within Naruto also responded, looking down, as if the two beasts exchanged silent glances across the void. This feeling cannot be mistaken. It is indeed my own chakra, thought Naruto. Upon returning to Lulan, resonating with its dragon vein, Naruto felt as though he had traversed time itself, re-entering his own world. Materializing beside the altar, he swiftly created multiple shadow clones, standing guard like loyal sentinels. "What are you planning, Naruto?" queried Kurama. "Such a treasure left here would be a sheer waste. I am determined to seal it within myself," Naruto declared resolutely. "Wait, your actions seem rather outrageous," Kurama responded, clearly displeased, as if his home were being invaded. "Do not worry," Naruto replied, foregoing further explanation, and began meticulously arranging the sealing altar. In a fleeting moment, the dragon vein chakra surged forth like a torrential flood, continuously flowing into Naruto's chest. He resolutely decided to seal this mysterious entity within himself, specifically in his dantian. The dragon vein's chakra was boundless, rivaling the strength of the Ninetales. And Naruto toiled for 5 long days to extract all the underground dragon vein energy. As soon as the dragon vein entered his body, Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of chakra within him, akin to a roaring ocean. Moreover, the power of the dragon vein was uniquely distinct. While the Ninetales' energy was more aligned with the elements, the strength of the dragon vein seemed to embody the mysteries of time and space. In an instant, a green divine dragon erupted from Naruto's body, coiling around him as he entered the dragon vein chakra mode. Sensing an instinctive connection, Naruto realized that he could anchor himself to the past through the dragon vein and return to that world at will. Can I truly feel time and space? If so, might I harness space-time ninjutsu? He pondered, stepping forward, and in an instant, he traversed the fabric of time and space, appearing 100 meters away. Indeed, it was possible. Chapter 50. The ascendance of the Emperor's banner. Naruto was filled with elation upon discovering that the dragon vein chakra could enhance his spatial abilities. This revelation significantly augmented his spatial ninjutsu, allowing him to harness it with the same ease as the Otsutsuki clan when entering the dragon vein chakra mode. As the chakra enveloping his body receded, Naruto returned to his original form. After a moment of contemplation, he was eager to experience the legendary artifact firsthand. Without hesitation, he resolved to begin the crafting of the Emperor's banner right then and there. Thanks to the thorough explanation provided by Uzumaki Ashina, Naruto had gained a profound understanding of the principles behind the Shiki F gene technique. He settled into a steady lotus position, retrieving the Emperor's banner and the Death God mask from within his robes. With swift precision, he began to weave the necessary hand seals, preparing to inscribe the sealing runes. As Naruto chanted the incantation, a surge of dense black chakra erupted from the Death God mask, flowing continuously into the Emperor's banner like ink. In an instant, the surface of the banner appeared to awaken, revealing a multitude of intricate black runes that glimmered with an enigmatic light, as if whispering ancient secrets. Time slipped away unnoticed as Naruto immersed himself in the realm of training, completely oblivious to the external world. He neither ate nor drank, wholly focused on maintaining the operation of the sealing runes without a hint of fatigue. Days passed, and before long, several days had elapsed. Throughout this protracted period, Naruto sustained an unwavering concentration, his movements seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. Finally, on the 5th day, the Death God mask on the ground emitted a sharp crack, shattering without warning. Simultaneously, a remarkable transformation occurred with the Emperor's banner. It had turned completely black, resembling an ink-stained fabric. "I have succeeded. I, the Taoist, have triumphed." Ha 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 ha. In that moment, Naruto clutched the Emperor's banner, laughing and leaping with joy. After days of relentless effort, he had finally forged the Emperor's banner. This was the fabled artifact of legend. Possessing it would render him unstoppable in this world, where few techniques could assail the soul. Just as the Emperor's banner reached its final form, the Sage of the Six Paths in the Pure Land felt a sudden chill. The Great Toad Sage, slumped in a chair within Mayaboku Mountain, awakened from a dream, his nose bubble bursting unexpectedly. The 2 other great sages also sensed an extraordinary presence in the world, reminiscent of an event they had only felt a millennium ago, during the time the Ten Tails descended upon the earth. What has transpired? Could it be that the enemy spoken of by Mother has arrived in this world? The Six Paths Sage's expression darkened as his gaze pierced through the realms of Yin and Yang, scanning the ninja world, yet finding nothing amiss. The Great Toad Sage, having jolted awake, felt as if he had just escaped a nightmare. Summon Jiraiya at once. A great event is about to unfold in the ninja world. After a moment of joy, Naruto waved his arm, allowing the unique properties of the divine tree to merge with his body, reminiscent of legendary artifacts. The Emperor's banner entered Naruto's being. Although the treasure had materialized, it still lacked a soul. The next task for Naruto was to disseminate the corpse demon sealing technique. This was a simple endeavor. He merely needed to send his subordinates to execute it. Naruto replicated the technique thousands of times, distributing the copies to his followers and Uchiha Fugaku. Within the confines of Konoha, in the Hyuga family estate, Hinata sat in the courtyard with a face full of concern. When would that foolish Naruto return? If he delayed any longer, it would become impossible to conceal his absence. Hinata was deeply troubled. Days prior, while on a mission, Naruto had unexpectedly faced an attack upon returning home at night, resulting in the loss of one of his shadow clones. Fortunately, he had left a backup, which Hinata promptly utilized the following day upon discovering it. She was unaware of the assailant's identity, but given the initial attack, a second could very well follow. This thought consumed her with anxiety, fearing that something dire would happen if Naruto did not return soon. Suddenly, with a flash, a figure appeared. "Hinata, I'm back." "Naruto, you finally returned," Hinata exclaimed with excitement. Has anything significant happened recently?" "Just a little incident." Hinata recounted the details of the attack on Naruto's shadow clone. A flicker of confusion crossed Naruto's eyes. It seemed that the shadow clone was not infallible, as he had not received any memories from it during that ordeal. Attacked? In Konoha, even his shadow clones were vulnerable? He decided to set aside these thoughts. "Shall we go grab something to eat together?" Naruto proposed, eager to indulge after completing his mission and having gone several days without a proper meal. "Sure," Hinata replied without hesitation. Naruto had already taught her the method to cultivate her lower dantian, and she had successfully opened it. With Hinata's innate talent, there was no worry about her gaining weight. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto transported Hinata to his home. The hot pot base was prepared, and the ingredients were freshly harvested. Upon noticing Naruto's return, the shadow clone nodded and dispelled itself. Instantly, a flood of memories surged into Naruto's mind, filled with trivial matters. The two quickly prepared the hot pot. "This food is delicious. Naruto, you are truly amazing." Hinata's eyes sparkled with delight as she savored the ingredients, finding them irresistibly fragrant no matter how many times she ate them. Meanwhile, as Naruto relished his meal, his subordinates commenced their operations. In a bandit hideout within the Land of Fire, a young lackey burst into the main hall, excitedly clutching a scroll. "Boss, I've found something incredible. It appears to be an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu." "Don't be ridiculous. What could you possibly find that's worthwhile?" The boss scoffed, yet he accepted the scroll from the young lackey. Upon merely glancing at the open scroll, his pupils instantly constricted in shock. The situation is rather perplexing. If this truly is a form of ninjutsu, am I destined to experience an extraordinary stroke of luck? However, upon meticulous examination, his expression darkened, and he could not help but spit in disdain. What a stroke of misfortune. It turns out to be a self-destructive ninjutsu. "This rascal, do you intend to endanger your leader?" The chief seized his subordinate by the collar and spoke harshly. "Leader, this is an injustice. I cannot read. I have no idea what is recorded within." "Who told you this is ninjutsu?" "I just robbed a child. He mentioned it." "Get lost. Your presence brings me ill fortune." After dismissing his subordinate, the leader contemplated discarding the scroll in his hand, but a curious impulse led him to examine it closely. The contents were remarkably straightforward. Anyone endowed with chakra could wield this ninjutsu. Goodness, could it truly be that simple? Viewing the sequence of hand seals, he was inclined to experiment, yet quickly abandoned the idea. A thought struck him. Why not allow someone else to test the potency of this ninjutsu? He promptly summoned a trusted aide and tossed the scroll to him. "Learn it and put it to use." The subordinate, without hesitation, glanced at the hand seal instructions and began to form the seals. Just as he completed the final seal, he realized he could no longer move. Simultaneously, a spectral arm emerged from his body, reaching out to grasp the leader, who stood watching in horror. "What in the world is this?" the leader exclaimed, terrified by the massive figure looming behind his subordinate. "Fool, stop it. I don't know how to stop," the subordinate replied, a look of despair on his face. He wished to say more, but it was too late. The leader's soul was violently torn from his body, and soon both souls vanished without a trace. The shadowy figure behind them gradually dissipated. Within Naruto's imperial banner, 2 more souls appeared. Such occurrences became increasingly frequent. fueled by curiosity to test the effectiveness of this ninjutsu or the desire to take down an enemy, even at the cost of one's own life. As this ninjutsu began to spread, souls continuously poured into the grasp of the Grim Reaper. The following morning, as Naruto awakened, he sensed a change within the Imperial banner. It now contained over 100 souls. His eyes gleamed with excitement. With the presence of the Grim Reaper, the Imperial banner had already gained offensive capabilities. And he was certain that henceforth, the Grim Reaper would be the primary soul of the banner. In this realm of ninjas, be they ordinary or elite, or even the formidable Tsutsuki that may emerge later, none would likely rival the Grim Reaper. Furthermore, as the master, Naruto could wield the abilities of the Grim Reaper without incurring a cost. I knew you were sleeping in. As Naruto sat there, lost in thought and amusement, a voice drifted through the window. He turned to see Hinata standing there, having appeared unnoticed, breakfast in hand. Have you forgotten what we discussed yesterday? Hinata asked as she stepped into the room. What discussion? Naruto, in a moment of joy, completely forgot about yesterday's events. Kakashi-sensei informed us that we are now capable of undertaking village missions, and today he would accompany us on an out-of-village task. Hinata, with a sense of resignation, reiterated this. Oh, well, let us set off now. Naruto took his breakfast, eating and nodding simultaneously, but soon the realization struck him. An out-of-village mission. Surely they wouldn't be so unfortunate as to encounter Zabuza again. With this thought, the two chatted animatedly as they made their way to the Hokage building together. Kakashi scrutinized Naruto closely, sensing something different about him today. Late again, you straggler. Sasuke scoffed. Who are you calling a straggler? Naruto retorted immediately, asserting that the positions could easily be reversed. All right, enough bickering. Let us head inside, Kakashi commanded, leading the group into the Hokage building and into the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, sat with his head lowered. A mountain of paperwork piled high on his desk. You've arrived, he acknowledged. Hello, third Hokage, they greeted in unison. Good day, Hokage-sama. Hello, Grandpa Hokage, they chorused. To which the third Hokage nodded in response. Naruto, it seems you've grown taller again. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Naruto, as he had been rather busy lately and hadn't seen him for a while, especially after Naruto had become a ninja and no longer required financial assistance. At this moment, he noticed that Naruto was distinctly taller than the other two by half a head. Perhaps he had been developing well recently. Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. Yes, indeed. Remember to diligently practice that jutsu as well. The third Hokage, recalling something, couldn't help but subtly remind him that ninjutsu should remain concealed and must be honed skillfully. Chapter 51. No more decapitation. Kakashi's gaze narrowed slightly, and the image of his teacher's ghostly flying thunder god technique resurfaced in his mind. Indeed, he had not witnessed Naruto practicing this jutsu recently and resolved to supervise him diligently. What does that jutsu truly signify? Has the third Hokage been providing him with special instruction? Uchiha Sasuke pondered inwardly, his expression darkening as if shrouded by a layer of ominous clouds. He had long heard of the extraordinary relationship between Naruto Uzumaki and the third Hokage, dismissing it at the time as mere nonsense. However, current signs seemed to indicate that their connection was indeed rather unusual. Hinata was already aware that Naruto had mastered the Flying Thunder God, thus she was not particularly surprised. Kakashi, this is your mission, the third Hokage said in a gentle tone, reminiscent of a kindly grandfather, as he slowly retrieved a mission list from the documents and handed it to Kakashi. Simultaneously, a strong scent of alcohol wafted towards everyone's nostrils, causing Hinata to instinctively wrinkle her small brow. Naruto seemed to sense something amiss as an old man, dressed in tattered clothes and holding a wine bottle, sauntered in. Mr. Tazuna, these are the ninjas prepared to escort you back. The third Hokage introduced Naruto and the others to the employer, disregarding the pungent odor of alcohol emanating from the old man. Just these little brats? The old drunkard, Tazuna, furrowed his brow upon seeing that his protectors were merely children, his gaze laced with skepticism, clearly doubting their capabilities. Old man, are you looking down on us? Naruto thought poorly of the old drunkard's first impression. It was still before noon, and here he was, swaying with a bottle in hand, clearly still inebriated. How could one hold a favorable impression of such a person? Are you certain you can protect me? There's a possibility I may encounter bandits on my way back. We are genin, so do not underestimate us, old man. Rest assured, Mr. Tazuna, this Nin will accompany you, the third Hokage replied, unfazed by the employer's doubts, cheerfully introducing Kakashi. As soon as Tazuna learned that he was in the presence of the renowned copy ninja Kakashi, his eyes brightened, and a satisfied expression graced his face. TCH. Sasuke was decidedly displeased. He had not anticipated that his first mission outside the village would involve such a character. With the mission established, the group stepped toward the entrance. After completing the registration with the two at the gate, Naruto and the others finally stepped beyond the gates of Konoha. Each felt a surge of excitement, glancing around in eagerness to glimpse the differences between the exterior world and that of their village. It feels no different from within the village, Hinata remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. It is said that these grand trees both inside and outside Konoha were cultivated through the wood release of the first Hokage. Naruto explained to Hinata. Is that even possible? Sasuke retorted, gazing at the seemingly endless forest, unable to fathom how such a terrifying expanse could have been created by human hands. Is that true, Naruto? If you doubt it, you may inquire with Kakashi-sensei. The trio's gaze converged upon Kakashi. Even the inebriate trailing behind could not help but perk up his ears. Indeed, it is recorded in the historical text of Konohagakure that the first Hokage's wood release could instantaneously alter the terrain. Kakashi lifted his head to elucidate, but soon lowered it again, fixating on the small yellow book in his hands. Upon hearing this, Sasuke inhaled sharply, surveying the boundless forest around him. Struggling to comprehend what kind of power could achieve such a feat would release, Hinata could not resist activating her Byakugan, her vision expanding instantly, even with her formidable Byakugan. She could not see the end of the vast expanse. It was hard to imagine that such an immense forest could be the result of ninjutsu. Would release. Truly a power to be coveted. Naruto nodded. With his current chakra reserves, if he were to master wood release, he believed he could reach such heights. In comparison, obtaining the power of wood release was rather straightforward. One simply needed the cells of Hashirama or access to his chakra, both of which he could now acquire. As the three ventured beyond the village for the first time, and with their task not being overly urgent, they proceeded at a leisurely pace, absorbing the scenic surroundings. The landscape of the Land of Fire was breathtaking, intoxicating in its beauty. Verdant mountains rose majestically, crystal-clear waters sparkled beneath the sun, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds and the fragrant scent of blooming flowers, all harmoniously blending into nature's masterpiece. They journeyed onward, tireless, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Naruto, with his keen perception, sensed that they were nearing the edge of the Konoha forest. Just then, he caught sight of a puddle in the center of the path ahead, quietly lying there like a mirror, reflecting the surrounding scenery. The other two soon noticed as well. Is it here? Naruto. Hinata suddenly tugged at Naruto's sleeve, indicating for him to look at the water on the ground. Hinata's Byakugan possessed an extraordinary insight. The chakra of any ninja could not conceal itself from her. She had already discerned that two individuals were hiding within the pool. The scenery here is quite pleasant too, Naruto remarked, gesturing to Hinata that Kakashi-sensei was ahead. Kakashi, with his signature deadpan gaze, continued to walk while perusing his book. In the next moment, as Kakashi approached the puddle, two figures abruptly emerged from the ground, one on either side, wielding a chain. Caught off guard, Kakashi was ensnared by the chain in an instant, and the two assailants swiftly pulled, causing Kakashi to disintegrate into a flurry of pieces scattered upon the ground. It was unexpected how easily he was subdued. Big brother, leave these kids to me. You handle that old man. All right, let us make it quick. With that, they parted ways to execute their plans. Sasuke and Naruto immediately assumed their stances, with Sasuke forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged towards the advancing brothers. Water escape, water wave. Upon witnessing Sasuke make the first move, Naruto chose not to engage, instead standing his ground. While another adversary bypassed Sasuke and charged towards the old man, he regarded the two youngsters before him with utter disdain. Seeing this, Hinata stepped forward, unleashing her 8 trigrams palm. A surge of chakra swiftly struck the airborne foe. Boom! The assailant was propelled backward at an astonishing speed. Little brother. The elder brother's expression shifted dramatically. You scoundrels will pay. I shall slay you. Sasuke's countenance darkened as he realized the extent of his own inadequacies. Unable to contend even with a mere underling, Hinata was poised to act again, but at that moment, Naruto appeared beside the elder brother, clenching his right fist. He delivered a straightforward blow to the adversary's abdomen. In an instant, the elder brother's eyes glazed over, and he vomited bile, collapsing to the ground. How could it be this fast? Sasuke's pupils contracted. Even his Sharingan failed to discern how Naruto had materialized beside the enemy. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated as Kakashi emerged from behind a large tree. You three performed remarkably well, he offered, unable to suppress his praise. The trio rolled their eyes in unison, irked by their teacher's demeanor. Kakashi-sensei, what will happen to these two? Sasuke inquired, glancing down at the fallen foes. Ghost brothers of the Mist Village, speak. What were your intentions in ambushing us? Well, whether it's to kill or maim, it's all the same, the two retorted defiantly. Kakashi, observing their obstinacy, led them deeper into the forest. Naruto then turned his gaze towards the inebriated old man. Old drunkard, enlighten us about the situation. Indeed. Those two were likely targeting you, the old man acknowledged. Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened. He despised being treated as a fool. Sigh. The old drunkard, sensing the futility of concealment, recounted the circumstances in the land of waves. Hinata felt a pang of compassion. Naruto, let us assist him. Humph. Sasuke scoffed, remaining silent. He was displeased at having been deceived, yet returning was not an option. This intriguing mission was too enticing to pass up. At that moment, Kakashi emerged from the forest. Kakashi-sensei? You may decide for yourselves, he replied nonchalantly, as his primary aim was to train the trio. Please, help us. Dasna implored, kneeling before them. Enough, old man. Rise. I am only willing to assist due to Hinata's presence, Naruto declared with a huff. Hinata couldn't help but smile at his words. The group resumed their journey, and Dasna began to elaborate on the situation in the land of waves. So, the fellow named Kaido might continue to send ninjas to attack you. Sasuke, upon hearing this, felt an unusual thrill. The earlier skirmish had not satiated his desire for battle. The thought of potentially facing ninjas from another village ignited a fervor within him. Indeed, under the command of Kaido, there existed both wandering warriors and defector ninjas. Dazuna nodded in agreement, refraining from retorting. The group, upon hearing this, became considerably more cautious and hastened their pace. Initially, their mission was to escort this inebriated old man home, but after learning of his plight, they resolved to remain until he completed the bridge before returning to Konoha. They arrived at the seaside. Is this the ocean? How beautiful! Exclaimed one, marveling at its vastness. Oh, why is it so foggy? Another observed. Be careful, the fog seems to be thickening. Within this dense mist lay traces of chakra, a silent assassination technique of the Mist Village. At this moment, Kakashi finally stowed away his paradise of affection into his pocket, his expression turning grave as he scanned the surroundings. Truly, he was the renowned technician of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi. From within the fog emerged a voice, resonating from all directions and obscuring the speaker's location. Were my two subordinates slain by you? A calm voice emerged as a bandaged figure stepped forth, wielding an exaggeratedly large sword upon his back. Zabuza Momochi, it is you. Kakashi recognized him, a hint of seriousness crossing his face. Is this individual well known? Sasuke inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Kakashi recounted Zabuza's exploits, noting that even among rogue ninjas, he was quite infamous for his assassination of the Mizukage, which had propelled him to notoriety in the Mist Village. You are aware of my deeds, Zabuza remarked, Hatake Kakashi of Konoha, reputed to have copied over 1,000 jutsu. Whether that is true, I do not know. As he spoke, the surrounding fog thickened further, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. This terrifying presence instantaneously instilled fear in all present. Chapter 52. The decapitating blade. The fierce intent to kill engulfed the surroundings like a haunting vision of a sea of corpses. Faced with such a terrifying aura for the first time, both Sasuke and Hinata stood frozen in shock, their bodies rigid, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. The aura of murder bore no direct correlation to one's strength, but was intricately linked to individual experiences of slaughter. The inception of Zabuza coincided with the manipulation of the fourth Mizukage, which precipitated the blood-soaked era of the Land of Water. The ninja who survived and thrived during such a tumultuous time possessed a murderous aura that far surpassed that of ordinary shinobi. In an instant, Zabuza's form vanished, and a decapitating blade materialized abruptly before Kakashi. Armed with a kunai, Kakashi raised his hand to parry Zabuza's formidable weapon. After several rounds of fierce engagement, neither could claim victory. Revealing his Sharingan, Kakashi leveraged his combat experience and the eye's abilities to anticipate his opponent's next move. By discerning his adversary's actions in advance and mirroring them with his own strength, Kakashi instilled a profound sense of pressure upon Zabuza. As Zabuza clashed with Kakashi, he genuinely felt that oppressive force. Every physical technique and ninjutsu employed by Kakashi was executed with uncanny precision. Battling him felt akin to confronting a reflection in a mirror. Yet this reflection bore an even greater power. Truly, he was the copy ninja, Kakashi. What about those kids? How will you protect them? Zabuza sneered. If I cannot kill you, I shall eliminate those children first. With that, Zabuza's form vanished once more. Be careful. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, Zabuza appeared behind the trio, the decapitating blade poised threateningly at their throats. Kakashi, these three must be your disciples. You may bid them farewell now. Zabuza's voice was devoid of warmth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Hey, what have you been pretending for? Naruto suddenly interjected, locking eyes with the killer's fierce gaze. Little brat, do you wish to die now? Zabuza had no intention of engaging in banter, his decapitating blade swinging down in an instant. Naruto raised a hand, confidently catching the descending blade. This sword is truly a waste in your hands, he remarked. A hint of mockery lacing his words as lightning chakra surged along the blade's edge. At this sight, Zabuza's pupils constricted, instinctively loosening his grip and retreating. With a gentle shake of his arm, Naruto wielded the exaggerated decapitating blade, the edge slicing through the air with a resonant hum, a satisfying sensation coursing through him. Kid, return the sword to me. Do you dare to take it for yourself? Zabuza demanded. Water release, water surge wave. Zabuza formed a series of seals, summoning the nearby ocean waters to rise and crash towards Naruto like a monstrous wave. Let me show you the true application of this sword. In response, Naruto enveloped the blade with wind chakra, slicing forward with a single strike. A crescent wind blade surged forth, cleaving through the oncoming tidal wave. How is this possible? As Zabuza's pupils constricted in instinctive evasion, the blade of wind sliced across the water's surface, causing the sea to part. The manipulation of wind chakra was a feat typically reserved for seasoned jonin. Kakashi, witnessing the scene, was taken aback by Naruto's young age and his mastery of such an advanced technique. What was this? The transformation of chakra attributes? Hinata, witnessing this for the first time, was equally astonished, while Sasuke was left in disbelief. He never anticipated that the underdog Naruto had achieved such a level of proficiency, a skill only attainable by elite ninja. Do not become too complacent, little brat, Zabuza thought, regaining his composure. Despite the opponent's mastery of chakra transformation, he was still merely a child, and the ninja hierarchy dictated that age would inherently limit one's strength. With a sudden burst of movement, Zabuza activated the water body technique, vanishing before reappearing directly in front of Naruto, hands forming seals as he launched a jutsu. Naruto raised his executioner's blade, bringing it down towards Zabuza's form. The strike cleaved cleanly, Zabuza's body dissolving into water upon impact. Be cautious of your rear, Kakashi warned, simultaneously forming seals to unleash a lightning technique. Zabuza, drawing from his extensive combat experience, quickly assessed Naruto's age and made a decisive choice. Using his battle wisdom, he managed to close in on Naruto, employing a shadow clone to divert the young ninja's attention while his true self emerged from the ground beside him. However, his intent was not to strike at Naruto but to seize the executioner's blade in his grasp. With a swift and precise thrust of his kunai aimed at Naruto's palm, Zabuza believed victory was assured, bolstered by his jonin prowess. Yet, he underestimated Naruto. Just as the kunai was about to pierce, the figure before him vanished. Naruto reappeared 50 meters ahead, while Kakashi's lightning technique manifested as two wolf-like entities charging forth. With a thunderous roar, Zabuza's form once again dissolved into water, scattering across the ground. He was astonished that such a low-ranking genin possessed such formidable strength. Zabuza's gaze fixated on the distant Naruto. As a thick fog began to rise around them, its density increasing. Observing this, Naruto furrowed his brow, realizing Zabuza had vanished into the mist. Everyone, be vigilant, Kakashi cautioned, intent on reaching his two students. Though he had confidence in Naruto's abilities, he was concerned for Hinata and Sasuke, who lacked his level of strength. However, just as he approached them, an unsettling sensation washed over him. What is happening? This was the water prison technique. A chilling voice echoed as water surged from the ground, forming a circular cage that ensnared Kakashi within. To maintain this prison, you want to be able to move, will you? But dealing with your students requires only a shadow clone, Zabuza declared, forming a single hand seal. A water clone materialized, silently slipping into the thickening mist, targeting Hinata and Sasuke lurking behind. As the dense fog began to rise, Naruto's thoughts turned to his companions. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, several sunbons swiftly shot forth from the mist. Naruto casually wielded his decapitating blade, effortlessly deflecting the incoming projectiles. The weapon proved to be more effective than he had anticipated. It served as a shield when held horizontally and sliced through the air with a fierce momentum. Moreover, the blade possessed the remarkable ability to absorb the blood of enemies for restoration, ensuring it remained in pristine condition at all times. The notion that the blade was fragile was merely indicative of the weakness of its wielders. As for the fog, Naruto attempted to utilize his sensory abilities. Yet the air was thick with chakra that muddled his perception. Planting the blade firmly into the ground, he began to weave hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough. A terrifying gale, akin to a 12th-degree tempest, surged forth from Naruto's position, sweeping towards the front. Within the fog, Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga, upon noticing the dense mist, instinctively positioned themselves back-to-back, armed with kunai, ready to defend against any threat. You two youngsters seem rather easy to bully. A voice suddenly echoed from within the fog. In the next instant, Zabuza's clone appeared beside them. Reacting swiftly, the duo launched an attack. However, Zabuza's extensive combat experience allowed him to easily counter their efforts, even as a mere clone. Just as Zabuza was about to seize one of them to threaten the blonde-haired boy, a terrifying gust of wind erupted. The fog was instantly dispersed, and before anyone could react, they felt as if struck by an immense force, involuntarily lifting them skyward along the wind's trajectory. When the tempest subsided, the ground, along with the trees, had vanished, and objects began to plummet from the sky. Trees, clumps of earth, and ninjas. Ah! Sasuke and Hinata screamed, both experiencing such chaos for the first time. Observing the scene, Naruto conjured a kunai and swiftly threw it, which reached the two in the blink of an eye. He then appeared, grasping the kunai, and in the next moment, the three of them were returned to the ground. Whereas Kakashi-sensei, he seems to be in the air. Quick, catch him. That guy is also in the air. We must attack him. In a flurry of frantic movements, the trio attempted to assist as two figures fell from above, continuing their battle mid-descent. Boom! Kakashi landed with a thud, coughing a few times. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Naruto, you mustn't act recklessly in the future. Kakashi-sensei, Zabuza has escaped. Hinata interjected, prompting everyone to look over. Realizing that Zabuza had forcefully controlled his body to descend into the sea, merging with the water and disappearing into its depths. Forget about him for now. Our priority is to escort everyone back, Kakashi declared, closing his eyes and leaning backward. Kakashi-sensei, the trio gasped in surprise, with Sasuke quickly supporting him while Naruto extended a hand to examine his condition. After confirming he was stable, Naruto finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Naruto, how is Kakashi-sensei? It's nothing serious. He has merely exhausted his chakra and fainted. With a little rest, he will surely recover, Naruto explained, his gaze fixed upon Kakashi's eyes. The Manjiki Sharingan-S Kamui is undoubtedly the most formidable ocular technique among its rank. This space-time ninjutsu possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, inherently intertwined with the fabric of space itself. You also possess medical ninjutsu? Sasuke questioned with a hint of skepticism. Let us return and permit Kakashi-sensei to rest properly. Naruto refrained from elaborating, for the breadth of his abilities was too vast to succinctly describe. The group followed Tazuna back to his humble abode. The Land of Waves, though termed a nation, is essentially a solitary island, nestled amidst the might of larger powers. Even without the tyranny of villains like Gado, life here remains bleak. The destitute, clad in tattered garments, struggle at the precipice of starvation. Their plight a haunting depiction of this place's grim reality. Naruto and his companions felt as though they had traversed from a land of peace into a realm of conflict. Their hearts profoundly shaken by the harrowing sights they encountered. Why do they suffer so? Hinata's heart ached, her tender spirit grappling with the incongruity. In her understanding, the ninja world was basking in an era of tranquility, and this island nation, surrounded by the vast ocean, should not be devoid of even the most basic sustenance. Chapter 53. Individual training. Naruto refrained from responding to Hinata's inquiry. How could he articulate that everything stemmed from Kado? The circumstances were such that even if they were to eliminate Kado now, another would inevitably arise. Such explanations were convoluted. And Hinata's true concern did not lie in these matters. Her innate kindness simply could not bear the sight of human suffering. Thus, Naruto chose silence. A day later, Kakashi awoke from his stupor, feeling invigorated and refreshed. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a dilapidated room. Kakashi-sensei, you're awake, came a gentle voice from beside him. Kakashi blinked, Where am I? The woman quickly elucidated the situation. She was the daughter-in-law of Tazuna. After grasping the current circumstances, Kakashi nodded and rose to step outside. In the forest, the trio was engaged in their training. The day following Tazuna's return, he rallied his friends and commenced work on the Grand Bridge. Naruto and his companions, without further ado, diligently began their training. Having witnessed Zabuza's formidable prowess, their spirits for frivolity had waned. Sasuke, aware that Naruto had mastered the transformation of chakra nature, could no longer remain idle. He hastened to train, yearning to grasp this elusive skill. However, Sasuke was no Naruto, lacking that proverbial golden finger. For a newly graduated Genin to master a technique reserved for Genin was akin to scaling the heavens. After an entire morning of training, Sasuke had made no progress. His frustration mounting. He recognized that persisting in this manner would yield no results. At that moment, a flicker of motion caught his peripheral vision. He noticed Naruto training in the distance. Should I seek his guidance? Sasuke paced back and forth, acutely aware that if he approached Naruto, he would undoubtedly share his insights. Yet, the mere thought of consulting Naruto ignited an inexplicable desire for rivalry within him. Though Naruto had surpassed him, Sasuke's heart was unwilling to concede. Sasuke, what are you pondering? A voice startled him from his internal struggle, and he looked up to find Kakashi standing beside him, having appeared unnoticed. Kakashi-sensei, he acknowledged. Kakashi, contemplative, cast a glance at Naruto before shifting his gaze to Sasuke, as if grasping an understanding. While I am unaware of how Naruto mastered the transformation of chakra nature, such a technique may be somewhat premature for you at this stage. But Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke's eagerness bubbled forth. He wished to express just how powerful Naruto's wind-based transformation was, having witnessed it cleave through an opponent's jutsu with ease. Sasuke, while the transformation of nature can enhance your jutsu, what techniques do you currently possess? Kakashi's serious rebuttal left Sasuke momentarily speechless. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had only mastered one technique, taught to him by his father during his childhood. Kakashi's words laid bare Sasuke Uchiha scars, as if mocking him with a stark reminder that his adversary had remained unchanged throughout the years. Clenching his fists, Sasuke found himself haunted by memories of that man. Why? Sasuke, why are you so weak? What have you been doing all these years? Do you intend to watch that man grow old and perish? Absolutely not. He must die by my hand. The relentless questions pierced Sasuke's heart, igniting a fervent desire for strength. Kakashi-sensei, please teach me how to become stronger. Sasuke gazed at Kakashi, who was among the most formidable ninjas he had ever encountered. Kakashi's expression was complex. He possessed a profound understanding of the Uchiha clan's tribulations, coupled with his own experiences, allowing him to empathize with Sasuke's turmoil. Very well, Kakashi replied, nodding. Naruto, you two come here as well. As the three gathered, Kakashi began to enlighten them about ninja attributes, emphasizing that effort would be futile without proper direction. To comprehend your innate attributes, you should use chakra testing paper. Common ninja attributes include wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. Are there uncommon ones? Sasuke interjected. Indeed, there are yin and yang, Kakashi noted, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto. Acknowledging that but for this boy, he would not have broached such topics, considering their age made it rather premature for this level of training. Nonetheless, having begun, Kakashi ensured clarity in his explanation. Kakashi-sensei, how do we test our chakra attributes? Sasuke eagerly inquired, still fixated on the variations of chakra. You will need chakra paper. Once we return to Konoha, you can try it out yourselves. For your age group, mastering chakra control is of utmost importance. The potency of a jutsu is contingent upon the strength of your chakra control. Chakra control? Kakashi continued. For instance, Naruto. All eyes turned to Naruto. Your control should be quite formidable, given your secret training. Naruto paused for a moment, then nodded twice in acknowledgement. Show them how it's done. Without hesitation, Naruto approached a nearby tree, effortlessly scaling it before hanging upside down from its branches. See? This is one manifestation of chakra control, Kakashi explained, demonstrating the technique himself. Is it really that simple? Sasuke questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Simple? Try it yourself and find out. Undeterred, Sasuke attempted the maneuver, only to lose control after taking 3 steps and tumbling down. Hinata, who had never practiced such a technique, also gave it a try, managing only a few more steps than Sasuke. As for Naruto, he had never practiced. All these techniques were acquired by consuming the shadows of others, gaining their experiences. At this moment, Sasuke was greatly astonished and somewhat irate. This rascal had been secretly training, and what was most infuriating was his usual pretense of being a laggard. No, he must surpass him. Sasuke began to train fervently, while Hinata also practiced diligently in silence. Naruto sought a tranquil place to cultivate alone. He no longer lacked offensive techniques. What he needed was to refine his own chakra. Following his recent transformation, he could absorb a greater amount of chakra from the world around him. With each training session, both his strength and chakra grew. Naruto, what is that shadow of yours? At that moment, the nine tails within him suddenly spoke. Naruto's spirit wavered momentarily. The nine tails had unwittingly revealed the secret he most wished to keep hidden. However, the nine tails resided within him, and now that the seal had been completely lifted, if the nine tails observed closely, it would undoubtedly uncover this secret. This could be considered a form of divine technique, akin to ocular jutsu. With no other choice, Naruto could only resort to deception once more. Inwardly, he muttered an apology to the nine tails, assuring him that he truly did not wish to deceive him. This would absolutely be the last time. Moreover, this was not entirely a lie. It was 7 parts falsehood and 3 parts truth. Naruto had crafted a backstory. It was something he had brought with him from another world, an artifact derived from Orochimaru's research on the Tsutsuki clan in the future. It was a means to ensure that the young Naruto could survive this perilous period. Orochimaru, it was surprising that he possessed such capabilities. The Nine Tails harbored no doubts. For Naruto had shown him Boruto's adventures. He was well aware of the formidable enemies that lay ahead and knew the extent of Orochimaru's peculiarities. Feeling a sense of relief, Naruto wished to conceal his extraordinary ability from everyone if possible. If you absorbed shadows, what would happen if you absorbed mine? The Nine Tails suddenly posed a curious question. This caught Naruto off guard, for he had never contemplated this scenario. Did the tailed beasts even have shadows? It seemed they did. Tailed beasts could die and be reborn. What transformations might occur if he absorbed their shadows? Would he gain their vitality or chakra? Perhaps even their abilities? Naruto's curiosity was piqued by the Nine Tails' inquiry. Entering the sealed space within, he involuntarily glanced at the Nine Tails beside him. The dark shadow beneath the Nine Tails was clearly visible. Should we give it a try, Naruto? The Nine Tails inquired, eager to experiment. Being immortal, and since Naruto had mentioned that even without a shadow, he would be safe as long as he was not exposed to sunlight, perhaps it was worth considering. Yet, Naruto soon reconsidered, despite the allure of the Nine Tails' powers. He had developed feelings over time and did not wish to use his companion as a test subject. I will use that raccoon for the experiment instead. The nine-tailed beast's eyes sparkled with realization as it recalled that the raccoon would soon appear before it. This notion was indeed promising, and it would be worth testing when the time came. The tailed beast possessed an immortal essence, and Naruto pondered the possibility of completely devouring their shadows. What transformations would he undergo? If he were to consume the shadow of the Ten Tails, what would he become? A Ten Tails Jinchuriki? A being of 6 paths caliber? The anticipation was exhilarating. Naruto could not help but lick his lips, brimming with eagerness. However, the thought of having to wait several years dampened his spirits somewhat. If only I could traverse to a future world, that would be intriguing, he mused, contemplating the future realm, which seemed to harbor numerous adversaries. Alas, time travel required at least 2 elements, a temporal anchor point and the ability to traverse time. Although Naruto possessed the Dragon Vein Chakra mode, he lacked a tangible anchor point. Given his current strength, he could not locate such a point in that world. He couldn't help but recall the fisherman, who seemed to have the capacity to return to the past to capture him. The thought was indeed intriguing.